I traveled to a world where warriors are respected. In order to become the strongest, I practiced day after day, persisted for 12 hours a day, and worked hard for a full 18 years. But until the eve of the martial arts exam, my cultivation still remained at the level of a 3-star martial artist. My classmates laughed at me. What's the point of working hard? You still have to go to the electronics factory to screw screws. Faced with this dilemma, when I lamented that hard work may not be useful, talent is the key, my golden finger finally came online. I have bound the diligence can make up for clumsiness system. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded, and you may even trigger a critical hit reward, which can reach a maximum of 10,000 times the profit. At this time, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3. Ding! You practiced hard and completed the intake chi technique once, triggering a critical hit and gaining 100 times the reward. I was stunned. The changes in my body made it impossible for me to react. I just felt a strong spiritual energy suddenly surge into my body, nourishing my whole body quickly and gathering in my body continuously. The level of cultivation increased rapidly like spring rain, unstoppable and rising step by step. 4 stars, 5 stars. In just a moment, my realm jumped from 3-star martial artist to 5-star martial artist. This speed is simply jaw-dropping. I was so shocked that I was speechless. It took me a long time to realize that it seemed that fate really began to favor me. This should be my system, right? Although it's a little late, it's still in time. A little activation of the system allowed me to easily meet the standards for taking the martial arts exam. My movements obviously attracted the attention of the people around me. The fluctuations of my realm improvement naturally could not escape their perception. Fan, what's wrong? Have you really made a breakthrough? Su Mengmeng looked at me and clearly felt the change in my realm. I smiled at her, my eyes revealing a long-lost confidence. The loss I once felt was long gone. Seeing my handsome face, Su Mengmeng couldn't help but sigh. Fan, you are so full of energy now. She was happy for me and knew in her heart that the stronger I was, the closer the distance between us would be. However, as her smile disappeared, I noticed that she seemed to be thinking about something again. At this time, the head teacher Link also noticed my change. His eyes moved slightly, but he did not act immediately. He only took a glance at me and judged my realm. He raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "In just a few minutes, Chinfan actually broke through 2 realms? It looks amazing, but he is only a 5-star martial artist, barely meeting the standards for participating in the martial arts exam." Link stopped paying attention to me and seemed to be thinking about something. The other students reacted rather coldly to this change. They just glanced at it casually without staying for too long. So what if my realm has been improved? I'm just a 3-star martial artist. It's no big deal to be promoted to 4 stars. I'm still far from the 5-star martial artist who can take the martial arts exam. Most of them were dismissive of my changes. Even if some people noticed my improvement, they just didn't think it was worth being surprised. Utao was also shocked by the change in my realm, but soon fell into self-doubt. Could it be that Chinfan really has a chance to counterattack? However, when he heard other people's comments, he immediately felt disappointed. Humph, even if you improve, what will happen? You still can't take the martial arts exam. Even if you barely take it, what's the use? With Brother Long here, no matter how strong you are, you can't win. He stopped paying attention to me, having made up his mind. Most people are not optimistic about my improvement in realm, and seem to think it is just a flash in the pan. I don't intend to explain anything. The results will be revealed in the martial arts test tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll give them a little bit of a shock, I said to myself, glancing at the students who were watching, and found that their attention was no longer focused on me. So, I started to concentrate on studying the system. I seem to have obtained the system of making up for lack of talent with hard work. Every gain is accompanied by a critical hit reward. I digested this information silently, and the system's broadcast sounded in my mind again. Indeed, such a system is worthy of my daily diligent practice. Then, I devoted myself to practice again. Before I knew it, the next day had arrived. It was the day of the martial arts qualification test, and the entire Jiangqing-based city was bustling with activity, with everyone cheering for the students taking the martial arts exam. Our Class 1 of Grade 3 gathered in the playground early, waiting for the qualification test to begin. At this time, everyone had different expressions. Some were extremely nervous, fearing that they would not be able to meet the requirements, while others were very calm and not panicked at all. I obviously belonged to the latter. Compared with before, I seemed to be a different person. My eyes and temperament all reveal confidence. Fan, the test will start soon, you must relax. Even if you fail the qualification test this time, don't blame yourself too much. I will wait for you for a year. Su Mengmeng next to me still didn't know my true realm and still thought I was just a 4-star martial artist. Her tone was full of concern, fearing that I would be under too much pressure. In response to this, I just smiled lightly, not caring at all. Meng, don't worry, you will definitely be surprised later. We will definitely go to college together. She just thought I was comforting her and didn't take it too seriously. We chatted while waiting, and finally the time for the martial arts qualification test came. There were a few people standing on a high platform in the distance. Just from the aura they exuded, one could tell that they were extraordinary and had astonishing strength. Hello, students! I am the person in charge of the Jiangqing Education Bureau, responsible for this martial arts qualification test. Without further ado, let's get started. As soon as the voice fell, the head teachers of each class immediately organized the students to take the test. The first class to take the test was our grade 3 class 1, the strongest class in the entire Jiangqing No. 1 high school. To the martial arts qualification test. We have a test almost every month. Last time, I was only a 3-star martial arts apprentice, but now I am full of confidence. Since I had the worst score last time, I was naturally ranked last this time. It's always like this, I'm used to it. Fan, I'm going to take the test first, don't worry too much. If you fail this time, I believe you will succeed next year. Su Mengmeng stood up, obviously not very confident in me. As the strongest in the class, she naturally became the first student to be tested. Then, Utao followed closely and walked to the front. As he passed by me, he sneered. Chinfan, let me show you the gap between us. His eyes were full of contempt, and he obviously thought that I would not be able to pass the qualification test. Well, I'll give you this sentence too. I smiled slightly, not paying attention to his provocation. I stood there quietly, waiting. Link, who was standing in front of the team, noticed me and commented to himself. This kid has changed. After his realm has been raised, he has become a completely different person. I hope he can gain something from the martial arts exam. However, he knew that there was little hope. The 5-star martial arts qualification was not set up to screen out the strongest, but to protect marginal players, like me. The strength of a 5-star martial arts apprentice would probably not be able to defeat even the weakest monster. Link sighed and stopped paying attention to me. At this time, Su Mengmeng's test had already begun. Student, don't be nervous. Put your right hand on the glass ball. The tester's voice was calm. Su Mengmeng placed her fair palm on the glass ball, and suddenly, a beam of light suddenly lit up, a dazzling yellow light shot up into the sky, and the number of grids increased instantly, attracting everyone's attention. Look! Su Mengmeng, who is ranked first in our grade, is taking the test. She will definitely break through to become a 9-star martial artist, right? She was a 9-star martial artist last time, so this time she should be able to break through directly to a martial artist. Su Mengmeng is not only beautiful, but also extremely talented. It's such a pity that her boyfriend is Chinfan. It's simply flowers stuck in cow dung. There was a lot of discussion around, and there was a bit of dissatisfaction and jealousy in their eyes. Utao stared at Su Mengmeng's back, his eyes full of desire. Only I am worthy of you. Link admired silently beside her, with a hint of pity in his eyes. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Su family, her talent is indeed amazing. It's a pity that she chose Chinfan, a boy. I guess nothing will come of it. Link looked at me with a hint of sympathy. At this time, Su Mengmeng's test was over. She walked back to me and encouraged me. Fan, come on, I believe in you, you can do it. I understand that she is still worried and thinks I might not be strong enough. To this, I just smiled calmly and said nothing more. The test continued, and Utao's test results came out 8-star martial artist. In the entire Jiangqing No. 1 high school, his grades are considered to be at the top level. Utao has a good talent, no wonder he is so arrogant, At least he has some capital. I thought silently in my heart, but this is not worth mentioning to me. After all, I have a system, and compared with him, the gap is still huge. Utao looked very satisfied with his results, and turned to look at me provocatively, as if to say, "Can you do it, you loser?" At this moment, I finally stepped forward, sparking more discussion. "Is that Su Mingming's boyfriend? Seeing how confident he is, I wonder what level he is at." "Confident? That's shameless. I'm just a 2-star martial artist. Can I pass the qualification test? I want to see if his newly promoted 3-star martial artist can pass the qualification test. When Chinfan's results come out, Meng Meng will know who is worthy of him. In Yutao's eyes, I am just a 3-star martial artist. Wanting to pass the martial arts qualification test? That's just a foolish dream." Just like that, I walked towards the testing equipment amid everyone's questioning and contemptuous gazes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, my face was full of confidence, and I was not affected by the outside world at all. My temperament and aura have changed drastically, as if I have become a different person. I calmly placed my right hand on the glass ball in front of me. Under the gaze of everyone, the beam of light rose rapidly. "Fan, you must pass the martial arts qualification test." Su Mingming in the audience prayed silently. If I could get through that, she might be able to take me further. "You, a 3-star martial artist, dare to go up and take the test? Prepare to be disgraced." Utao sneered. He confidently anticipated everything that was about to happen. Most of the onlookers held the same view. However, as a martial artist, Link has seen my true realm. Unfortunately, Chinfan rose too late. I guess I have to wait another year. Link shook his head and sighed. The beam of light continued to rise, and soon reached the 3rd square, still without stopping. Finally, the beam of light stopped at the 5th square. 5-star martial artist passed. The tester announced the result calmly. The audience below the stage suddenly burst into excitement. Shock and disbelief filled everyone's face. "Fan didn't lie to me, he really passed." Su Mingming was surprised when she saw the result. Although he just barely passed, it was enough for her. "I was worried about Fan, but I didn't expect that he has already become a 5-star martial artist. This is really a big surprise." Su Mingming was moved by my changes and was extremely happy. After I finished the test, I returned to the team and walked over to her, with a slight smile on my face. "Meng, how is it? I told you that you would pass it successfully. I hope you are not disappointed?" Su Mingming rushed over excitedly. Fan, I knew you were the best, I shouldn't have doubted you." We snuggled up to each other, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. In sharp contrast, when Utao saw that I had passed the martial arts qualification test, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he looked shocked, totally unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. "Fuck, am I seeing right? A 5-star martial artist? How is that possible? He reached 3 realms in just 1 month?" This speed completely overturned Yutao's cognition. He was so shocked that he began to doubt his own talent. "Can I reach 3 realms in 1 month?" Seeing our sweet scene, Utao instantly became angry and ashamed, gritting his teeth and saying, "Just wait, don't think that everything will be fine after passing the martial arts qualification test, just wait and see." He still believed that I had simply gotten lucky. The onlookers were silent and incredulous when they saw my sudden display of strength. "Chinfan is already a 5-star martial artist? This is not right? I remember that Chinfan was only a 2-star martial artist last month. How come he has improved 3 levels in just 1 month? This speed is too terrifying. According to his talent, he is even more talented than Su Mingming. Everyone has always believed that I am just a 2-star martial artist, or at most a 3-star martial artist. However, now, I am actually a 5-star martial artist, which is totally unacceptable to them. The martial arts exam is here, and even I, the last one, have to make an effort. Although I rose to prominence late, I am now a 5-star martial artist, which is still not good enough. Yes, with Chinfan's strength, it is estimated that anyone in the martial arts exam can easily defeat him." Despite this, everyone was still shocked by my breakthrough, but soon began to realize that my results in the martial arts exam were not good enough for them to pay too much attention. "Link," standing on the stage as the person in charge of the martial arts exam, looked at the reactions of the crowd, sighed, and decided to wait until the exam was over before persuading me to repeat a year. The director of the Education Bureau, Yang Dingtian, noticed the changes in the audience and pointed at me and asked, "Principal Lin, who is that 5-star martial artist? What's going on?" Link looked a little confused and replied, "He is a student in our class. We were just a little shocked just now. He was only a 2-star martial artist last month, but was promoted to a 5-star martial artist today. We were just a little surprised." Yang Dingtian nodded after hearing this, expressing his understanding. "This student is quite interesting. He can improve 3 realms in just 1 month. His talent is indeed extraordinary." Lin Ming didn't take it seriously and replied casually, "It's just from 2 stars to 5 stars. It's not surprising to improve so quickly." However, Link suddenly interrupted and said, "Principal, Director, I was wrong just now. It's not a month, but a day." When these words were spoken, Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming were stunned, obviously unable to believe it. "1 day? Are you serious?" the 2 leaders asked in disbelief. "Just a short while, to be exact," Link added cautiously, observing their reactions. The 2 were shocked again and immediately asked Link to explain the whole process in detail. Finally, Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming looked at each other and realized that although my talent emerged late, it was indeed extraordinary. If Chinfan had risen earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have to worry about the competition from those transfer students, Director Yang said seriously. Lin Ming nodded. "But no matter what, he will definitely give us a surprise next year." Although they all knew that this surprise might not stand out in the martial arts exam, they had already seen my potential. Under the stage, Su Meng and I snuggled together, feeling each other's warmth. Of course, the gazes of those around us did not escape our attention. They were mixed with various emotions, complex and elusive. Fan, your performance just now really shocked that group of people." Su Mingming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. I glanced around, smiled slightly, and said lightly, "Haha, the shock I brought to them is far more than that. What's a 5-star martial artist?" With the support of the system, I have long been accustomed to the ease and smoothness of improving my strength. Of course, this is also inseparable from my own efforts. Otherwise, the name of the diligence can make up for clumsiness system would be in vain. Among those countless gazes, there was a particularly special gaze staring at me. I turned around and saw that it was Utao. His eyes were full of anger, but I just glanced at him with contempt and didn't care. "It's just a chicken and a dog." Utao in the distance was obviously despised by me. His face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and whispered angrily, "Just wait, I will make you pay the price during the martial arts exam." Class 1, Grade 3 was over, everyone stood there waiting, ready to take part in the next martial arts exam together. Fan, if you have any difficulties in the martial arts exam, I can help you." There was a hint of expectation in Su Mingming's tone, as if she had already seen a bright future with me. "Don't worry, I have enough confidence to get good results." I smiled and responded, without any tension in my heart. If I can't even pass this small martial arts test, then my system has awakened in vain? After the exchange, I couldn't help but fall into some thoughts. Since I got the system yesterday, except for the initial 100x critical hit, there has been no movement. It seems that my luck is not very good. I hope I can gain something today. I still believe that more critical hits will be triggered during the martial arts exam. After a long time, all the senior high school students of Jiangqing No. 1 High School completed the test. The qualified students stayed and prepared to take the martial arts exam, while the unqualified ones left quietly. Director Yang on the podium continued, "Students, congratulations on successfully passing the martial arts qualification test. Without further ado, we will head to the martial arts examination venue after we are ready." Director Yang acted decisively and efficiently. Several buses arrived quickly, and the students boarded the buses in an orderly manner and headed to the martial arts examination site outside the base city. The scene outside the bus window filled every student with excitement and anticipation, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. "I heard that our martial arts exam venue is just outside the base city, where monsters are rampant. We have to deal with any monster that comes our way. I've also heard that the outside world should not be underestimated. Any monster can be enough to surprise us." But don't worry, our martial arts examination site is secure, and the monsters there are only at most martial arts apprentice strength. As long as you don't go deep into the core area, there will basically be no problem. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming martial arts exam. After all, it was the first time to fight a monster, so it was a bit exciting and nervous. I was the same. It has been 18 years since I traveled here. Today's martial arts exam is also the first time I have to fight against a monster. I wonder what it will feel like. As the car drove out of the base city, the environment outside was completely changed. The tall buildings had long been replaced by desolate scenes. Ruins and ruins could be seen everywhere, as if telling what kind of tragic war this place had experienced. My eyes stayed outside the window, and my mind was full of thoughts. In the distance, I could even see a few demon beasts wandering around alone. The car braked suddenly and stopped at the martial arts examination venue. In front of us is a military camp, and behind it is a towering wall covering a vast area. I muttered to myself, "This should be the venue for our martial arts exam. It has been demarcated and contains monsters of varying strengths." Under the guidance of the teacher, everyone entered the military camp. The soldiers around were all on guard with guns in hand. The weapons in their hands were the latest thermal weapons developed specifically to deal with the thick skin and flesh of the monsters. Standing in the military camp square, a group of us looked around like curious babies. On the tower of the military camp, the director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau and the principals of various schools were already waiting. They waited until everyone was gathered together, and then began a brief explanation of the martial arts exam. "Students, the venue for this martial arts exam is right under your feet. The content of the martial arts exam is almost the same every year, but I will still explain it again. You need to kill monsters to gain points. You will get 1 point for each ordinary monster killed, and 100 points for each advanced monster killed. The final results will be ranked according to the points." Yang Dingtian paused for a moment, then added, "This year is different from previous years. Some transfer students from Magic City and Kyoto will also participate in our martial arts exam." When Yang Dingtian mentioned this, his tone was a little unnatural, and it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the influx of foreign students. After all, the presence of these transfer students would undoubtedly affect the number of local students. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the venue. Everyone was puzzled, and some were even angry. "Why are there students from other places coming here to take the martial arts exam? They are here to take our places," a classmate nearby explained. "These students from other places come here to grab spots in the martial arts exam. If they don't make it into the top 100 in the city-level martial arts exam, they won't be able to participate in the talent selection competition and won't be able to be recommended to universities in Kyoto and Magic City." Realizing that their interests had been damaged, many students began to react and became emotional, and the atmosphere of the martial arts exam instantly became tense. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Yang Dingtian stepped in to mediate. "Don't panic, students. These transfer students from Shanghai and Beijing meet the requirements, and there are not many of them. The impact on us is actually very small." However, despite Yang Dingtian's efforts to appease everyone, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of many students was still difficult to quell. Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to the transfer students who seemed particularly out of place. "Those are the transfer students, right? They look different. It's so abominable. These out-of-town students actually come to snatch our places. They are so shameless." Everyone turned their eyes to the 10 people, whispering, pointing and criticizing them for their appearance. However, these transfer students seemed to be unaware of the unusual things around them and remained calm, as if everything was as it should be. Especially Yulong, his expression was full of arrogance, and he didn't care about other people's eyes at all. "Brother Long, look at these country bumpkins. They actually dare to say that we snatched their spots. Even if we gave it to them, they might not be able to pass the talent selection competition. It's just a pure waste of spots," the younger brother next to Yulong said while laughing. Yulong smiled calmly, his tone cold. "Humph, just a weakling. However, there are a few opponents worth noting." After he finished speaking, his gaze turned to the figures of Su Mengmeng and I standing side by side. "I didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Su family actually has a crush on someone. This is really big news," he said softly, seeming very surprised. "If this news spreads back to Kyoto and Magic City, it will definitely cause a big earthquake." He whispered something so only he could hear it, as if he was thinking about something. Just as the transfer students were talking, Utao suddenly came over. "Brother Long, do you remember me? I'm Xiao Tao." As soon as he saw Yulong, he ran over quickly as if he had seen a savior. "Hee, Su Meng Meng, no matter how strong you guys are, you are just a flash in the pan. With my brother Long here, who can compete with you?" Utao said in his heart. Yulong raised his eyebrows slightly, as if recalling something. "Utao? I have some impression of him. I didn't expect to run into someone I know here. It's quite convenient." Although he was somewhat surprised by Tao's appearance, he soon lost interest. After all, with Utao's level of an 8-star martial artist, he was just a rookie in his eyes. He glanced at it casually and continued to ignore it. But Utao obviously didn't notice this. Instead, he enthusiastically shared Jiang Cheng's martial arts exam situation with Yulong. "Brother Long, there is almost no opponent in Jiangqing Bay City this time. The only one worth noting is Su Meng Meng," Utao said flatteringly. Yulong smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, follow me." Hearing this answer, Utao was overjoyed. A smug smile appeared on his face. He stood next to Yulong, looking extremely proud. Although everyone was puzzled by his behavior, they did not dwell on it. After all, the martial arts exam was about to begin, and everyone turned their attention to the upcoming test. As time went by, everyone gradually got used to the existence of transfer students. Although there were some complaints, the military examination still proceeded as planned. Yang Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief and announced the official start of the martial arts exam. "Students, since there are no objections, let's continue with the martial arts exam. According to the regulations, you are not allowed to interfere with other people's exams, and you are not allowed to form teams. Now start distributing equipment, and the martial arts exam officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff below began to get busy, and everyone got the combat equipment suitable for them. I also selected a suitable combat sword, and the combat sword, combat uniform, and equipment for recording points are all available. The candidates changed into combat uniforms and the military examination officially began. "Okay, everyone, I declare that the 2024 Dragon Country City-level martial arts examination has officially begun." The steel gates slowly opened and the candidates poured in like a tide. "Ha ha ha, martial arts exam, here I come! Monsters, here I come! I have waited for this day for too long!" As the military examination began, candidates had different emotions, but everyone had a common goal in mind: to be admitted to an excellent university. Fan, come on, I believe you can do it." Su Mingming's words were full of encouragement. She patted my shoulder and turned to walk into the examination room. She didn't say what was in her heart. "If it doesn't work, I'm willing to wait for you for a year." In fact, my homeroom teacher Link and all the other candidates did not think that I could pass the martial arts exam and enter university. They all underestimated my abilities. Watching Su Meng leaving, I silently said to myself, Meng, I will definitely surprise you in today's martial arts exam." When there was no one around, I took a deep breath and entered the examination room with a determined look. With the closing of the steel door, the martial arts exam officially began. The huge screen in front of the playground displays the score rankings and examination room conditions in real time. The entire examination room is covered by micro-drones. Through the cameras, the actions of all candidates are clearly visible, and the competition process is also broadcast live to outside audiences. At this time, almost everyone in Jiangqing Bay City was paying attention to this annual martial arts examination, looking forward to witnessing their wonderful moments. I entered the examination room. There was no one around. There was a bare wasteland in front of me, and there was no sign of any monsters. In the jungle in the distance, some dilapidated buildings were vaguely visible, which were obviously once inhabited by humans. "I guess the monster is in the dense forest. It's my first time encountering a monster. I feel nervous and excited at the same time," I said to myself, chose a direction without hesitation, and stepped forward. "The feeling here is completely different. Danger seems to be lurking everywhere in the air. However, this is only the outer area. Even if I encounter a monster, it is only an ordinary monster of the lowest level. I can still handle it." Having made my decision in my heart, I continued to move forward steadily. The audience outside was closely following the progress of the martial arts exam, while my homeroom teacher, Link, was watching my live broadcast and silently cheering me on. "Come on, classmates, and try to get into the martial arts university." On the high platform in the military camp, Director Yang and Principal Lin were discussing the situation of the next candidates. "This time, I'm afraid Su Mengmeng is the only one who can give me a surprise, otherwise those transfer students will only be able to get first place." Director Yang sighed. Principal Lin also nodded helplessly. At the same time, residents of Jiangqing Bay City are cheering for the candidates through their mobile phones and devices, and the atmosphere is lively. I walked for most of the day but still didn't encounter any monsters. I couldn't help feeling anxious. Was it because I was just unlucky? At this moment, the grass in front suddenly shook violently, as if some creature was approaching. "It's finally here!" My heart beat faster, I gripped my sword tightly, and prepared to face the monster. A demon beast gradually emerged from the bushes, the Chinfan pig. An ordinary demon beast, with strength comparable to that of a 5-star martial artist. "Fortunately, it's just an ordinary monster. I should be able to deal with it." I quickly analyzed the situation. The Chinfan pig's entire body was ashen, like an armored vehicle. When it saw me, it immediately rushed towards me, with bloodthirsty light flashing in its eyes, and the ground was shaking. Without hesitation, I mobilized all the energy in my body, released my martial arts, the Dialang sword technique, and quickly prepared for the battle. The Chinfan pig was getting closer and closer. I held my breath, suddenly dodged sideways and avoided its impact. Then I swung the sword and chopped it down hard. The blade left a strong trail, as spectacular as an ocean wave. Bang! There was a loud noise when the sword collided with the back of the Chinfan pig, and then with a puff, the Chinfan pig was cut in half, blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. At the moment when Chinfan pig fell to the ground, the system's voice sounded. "You used the Dialang sword technique, and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit, and gained 40 times the reward." The Chinfan pig's head continued to rush forward due to inertia until it hit a big tree, then it stopped and raised a cloud of dust. I lay on the ground, my chi and blood almost exhausted, gasping for breath. I didn't expect that killing a monster would be so strenuous. My chi and blood are completely used up. If there is another monster, I might die here today. After resting for a while, I finally stood up and began to check the spoils after killing the monster this time. Inadvertently glancing at the watch on his wrist, he saw the leaderboard of the Jiangqing Bay City Martial Arts exam. Chinfan 1 point. He looked at his own ranking again, which was almost at the bottom. If other people had encountered this monster, they would have probably killed it long ago. I glanced up and found that Su Mengmeng was not ranked first, but second. Huh! What's going on? With Mengmeng's ability, she is not ranked first? Look at the name of the first place. Wan Yulong. Yulong? I haven't heard of him. He should be a transfer student. As expected, the transfer students from Magic City and Kyoto are very strong. It seems that Mengmeng's chance is gone. I have to fight for the first place. After thinking for a while, I turned off the screen. When I killed the monster just now, the system played a prompt sound. At that time, I was exhausted and didn't have time to check. Now when I saw it, I was overjoyed. I'm so lucky that I could actually trigger a critical hit. These 40 critical hits directly raised my proficiency in the Dialang sword technique to a small level of success. I was stunned, looking at what I had just gained, and I became more and more excited. It would take others at least a month to improve their martial arts to a minor level. Even a genius like Mengmeng would need more than 20 days, but it only took me a short while. Seeing the power of the sword technique soar, I couldn't wait to try it out. At this time, I was no longer as unfamiliar as before, but seemed extremely proficient, as if I had practiced for several months. Every time he swung the sword, the waves created by the tail of the sword became more obvious and more powerful. Now that my strength has greatly increased, I no longer need to waste my energy when facing a Chinfan pig like this. I can easily defeat it by using my minor skill of the Dialang sword technique. Thinking of this, I took action immediately, and couldn't wait to challenge the next monster. At the same time, the school leaders and the principal outside were watching the live broadcast and observing the performance of the candidates. This picture was also transmitted in real time for everyone to watch. Principal Lin, Su Mingming's strength is indeed not small. Not only has she reached the realm of a warrior, her actual combat power is also quite strong. She ranks second in the standings. If it weren't for those transfer students, she would have been ranked first long ago. Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming stared at the screen and discussed. Indeed, Su Mingming is very strong, but it's a pity that she still couldn't take first place. Lin Ming suddenly noticed my quick and decisive movements, and his eyes lit up. Director Yang, do you remember the candidate for the 5-star martial arts apprentice? This guy is not bad. Facing a monster of the same level, he remained calm and successfully killed it. Yang Dingtian was reminded by Lin Ming, and took a closer look, and found that I was indeed a little unusual. Yes, although his realm is not high, his courage is commendable and he is a seedling worth cultivating. After the martial arts exam is over, you can have a good talk with him. If he takes the exam for another year, he will definitely create a miracle. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the fierce competition among the candidates, they all started to cheer for them, and the atmosphere was very lively. However, some well-informed viewers began to notice something wrong with the scoreboard and started to complain about the unfairness of the martial arts exam. This is so unfair! There are actually transfer students from Kyoto and Magic City trying to get a spot in Jiangqing-based city. As time went by, the anomaly in the scoreboard gradually attracted public attention. Combined with the actual situation, everyone realized the truth of the matter and complained about the unfairness of the martial arts exam in the comments. It turns out that Su Mingming is not the first, but an unfamiliar name. What a shortcut! There's nothing we can do. We can only pray that Su Mingming can keep the first place. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing if the first place is snatched away by other base cities. Although everyone said this, they were unsure in their hearts. After all, the gap between Su Mingming's points and the first place on the standings is too big. However, we still have to continue to cheer for the contestants from Jiangqing-based city. At this time, Su Mingming was trying her best to kill the monsters, and occasionally looked at the scoreboard. Her brows were slightly furrowed, she didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. The principal asked me to do my best to get first place. Looking at the current situation, I think it's unlikely. However, I'm not the kind of person who gives up easily. I'll just do my best. She also glanced at my score. 1 point. It seems that Fan has successfully killed a monster, so he still has hope of getting into university. It would be great if Fan could have another burst of success and take first place. After killing the monster just now, I gained a lot of improvements. I was thinking about continuing to challenge more monsters, hoping to trigger the system's critical hit. Soon, I encountered several monsters, and the system critical hit was successfully triggered several times. You practiced hard and completed the intake chi technique, triggering a critical strike, and gained 10 times the reward. Use the layered sword technique to fight hard, trigger a critical hit, and gain 30 times the reward. You used your sword skills and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 200 times the reward. After a few battles, I stopped to count the spoils and was thrilled. I didn't expect it to trigger a 200-fold critical hit, directly improving my swordsmanship to a minor level. This is simply incredible. Isn't swordsmanship a skill that only martial artists can master? Thinking that as a martial artist, he could actually comprehend the swordsmanship and successfully achieve a small level of success, he couldn't help but feel unbelievable. My strength has improved tremendously this time. Even though my realm is slightly lower, I have made up for it with my minor sword skills, and can even crush my opponent easily. After several battles, not only did his sword skills have a qualitative leap, but his realm also improved. Next, I tried to swallow the pill. During this time, I triggered another critical hit, which directly raised 2 realms and finally reached the level of a 7-star martial artist. At the same time, the Dalang sword technique is also improving steadily, and is getting closer and closer to perfection. Watching my strength skyrocket, I couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. The system is so powerful, but my own efforts cannot be ignored. After all, I was so hardworking before, so it's not surprising that I was able to obtain the diligence and purity system. After several fierce battles, my points increased steadily and my ranking climbed rapidly, now reaching the upper middle position on the list. This strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the efficiency of fighting monsters has also improved a lot. I looked at the scoreboard and couldn't help but think proudly in my heart. There is only half a day left before the end of the military exam. We can't waste any more time. We must hurry up to earn points and strive to take first place, so as not to be surpassed by those transfer students. I made up my mind and ran towards the deeper forest, eager to find the monsters. Now I am no longer satisfied with ordinary monsters, and want to challenge those advanced monsters that are as powerful as warriors. Although it is difficult to kill these monsters, the points are also surprisingly high. As the martial arts exam is more than halfway through, everyone has a clear understanding of the results. On the high platform of the military camp, Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming kept a close eye on the performance of the candidates and the changes in the scoreboard. Principal Lin, it looks like the first place in our base city will still be taken by students from Magic City and Kyoto, Yang Dingtian said helplessly. Indeed, as time went by, the points gap between Su Mengmeng and Yulong not only did not narrow, but instead became larger and larger. Later they saw that I, a 5-star martial artist, had a high score, and they were both shocked by my talent. After the martial arts exam, their decision to let me wait another year became even more firm. The class teacher, Link, was also paying attention to the martial arts exam. He looked at it more carefully. In addition to Su Mengmeng, he also paid attention to other students in the class, including me, of course. Upper middle level? A 5-star martial artist can achieve this level? It's so incredible! The power of talent explosion should not be underestimated. Although it's a bit late, maybe I can still create a miracle in another year. Link made up his mind. Like Yang Dingtian, he advised me to wait another year, maybe a miracle could be created. I boldly searched for the traces of advanced monsters in the dense forest. Now, I am no longer as timid as I was at the beginning. With the realm of an 8-star warrior and a minor level of swordsmanship, he was fully capable of fighting even against the advanced monsters in the core area. It was not difficult to kill them. On the way, I met a lot of classmates, most of them were from other schools. We looked at each other from a distance and then left. Just when I was wondering why I didn't meet anyone from my school, a rather dramatic scene occurred. Utao? What a narrow road for enemies to cross! I took a casual glance and saw the person I didn't want to meet. I felt unhappy and turned around to leave. I hope he has some strength, otherwise my strength would be wasted, I thought to myself. After all, the martial arts exam does not allow candidates to fight each other, so I didn't think about it anymore. Utao noticed me, and his face, which had been worried, suddenly became excited. Ha ha ha, I've been looking for you for a long time and finally met you. It's not easy, he shouted with a smile. Seeing that I was about to leave, Utao stared at the direction I was leaving, his eyes flickering, obviously having something in mind. I got it! He slapped his head, left in a hurry, and began to plan his actions. I ignored him and continued to focus on my own tasks. My points and strength were steadily improving. Just when I had killed a few advanced monsters, shadow cats, and was taking a rest, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. What's going on? An earthquake? I stood up, steadied myself, and looked around. Since I was strong enough, I wasn't that panicked. Before I could think about it, a dark shadow approached quickly from a distance, trampling on the trees, and seemed to rush towards me. The green light flashing in its eyes was chilling. These monsters pounced towards me at a rapid speed, and there seemed to be something hidden behind them. Green pig, shadow cat, leopard, I whispered, and suddenly realized that these monsters seemed to be coming for me. Immediately I ran, trying to create some distance. These monsters are chasing me? I thought as I ran. Unfortunately, I have not practiced any martial arts skills, so I cannot outrun the monsters, especially the extremely fast shadow cat, and I cannot escape at all. The monsters were getting closer and closer, and I could even smell their stench. That's not right. I'm not the weakling I used to be. There's no need for me to run. I suddenly realized that it should be the monsters that were running away. So I stopped suddenly, turned around and rushed towards the group of monsters. Such a big noise instantly attracted the attention of the people around. On the high platform of the military camp, Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming were surprised to see the sudden emergence of the group of monsters. Director Yang, what's going on? There has never been a monster riot during the martial arts exam. Why did it suddenly break out this year? Lin Ming asked nervously. I know, but the overall situation of the martial arts exam cannot be suspended casually. Let's observe the situation first, and then make a decision. Yang Dingtian responded calmly, called up the drone footage, and monitored the movements of the monster group in real time. The screen showed that I was being chased by a large group of monsters. Isn't this the 5-star martial artist? How can he be so unlucky, being chased by a group of monsters? When Yang Dingtian saw the scene, he suddenly became nervous and decided to rescue him immediately. Director Yang, how about we forget about it? I don't think it's necessary. Lin Ming looked at my fierce confrontation with the group of monsters, and his expression became more focused. How can we let it go? How can we let such a talented person die here? Yang Dingtian said excitedly. But when he saw what I did next, his words were stuck. Well, there's really no need for rescue. In the scene, I was not torn into pieces by the monster as expected, but I fought with the monster without hesitation, with my sword falling cleanly and neatly. Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming were both shocked. This is a minor sword technique, they said at the same time, their eyes full of disbelief. Director Yang, the minor success sword technique, isn't that something that can only be mastered at the martial arts master level? Can a 5-star martial artist do it? Lin Ming was a little surprised. Obviously, my performance completely broke his cognition. I guess only places like Kyoto and Demon City can have such geniuses, and even those who have to reach the level of warriors can comprehend it. A 5-star warrior can do it, so such geniuses are really rare. Yang Dingtian sighed. Regarding my performance, Lin Ming expressed his opinion. Principal Lin, you are wrong. Chinfan is not a 5-star martial artist. He is now an 8-star martial artist. The martial arts exam has just begun, so he needs to be 3 levels higher. Yang Dingtian stared at me, his eyes full of surprise. 8-star martial artist? He has advanced 3 levels? How can it be so exaggerated in just half a day? I have never heard of such a speed of cultivation. Yang Dingtian nodded in approval. Although he had been in Kyoto and Demon City for a long time, he had never seen such an incredible cultivation speed as mine. It's okay that he has a fast training speed, after all, he is still in the realm of martial arts, so it's understandable. But how is it possible to comprehend the minor success of swordsmanship in such a short time? This is too unreasonable, right? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but mutter. He recalled the time when he had mastered the sword technique to a minor degree. He was already a 9-star warrior. It was a gifted talent that he could achieve that level. And I, who had just broken through to the 8-star martial artist, was able to understand this set of swordsmanship, which was completely beyond his imagination. To comprehend swordsmanship, one must not only accumulate a large amount of actual combat experience, but also have a very high level of comprehension to find the trick. In the past half-day, not only has my swordsmanship improved, but my cultivation has also steadily improved. It's really unpredictable. The two were confused by my rapid progress, but could only helplessly watch the scene on the screen where I was bravely killing the enemies. At that time, the scene of my battle with the group of monsters was being broadcast live, and all the martial arts exam viewers were paying attention to me. My homeroom teacher, Link, had already noticed me. Although he couldn't believe it, he still fantasized that I could create a miracle. Suddenly the scene changed and I was in danger. He almost wanted to notify the principal and other leaders for rescue. It's over! I was so young and impetuous that I actually wanted to fight the monster to the death. Now it's too late to save it. He covered his eyes, nervously waiting for the scene of me being torn into pieces by the monsters. But unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Not only was I not torn into pieces by the monsters, but I beat them to pieces, and the situation was completely reversed. What? An 8-star warrior is so powerful? Isn't the monster too weak? Link looked at me in confusion. He couldn't understand my fighting ability at all. The martial arts exam live broadcast room was also going crazy. The barrage of comments filled the screen, and the comments were pouring in. What happened? The monsters rioted in the martial arts exam? Wouldn't that mean people would die? Why didn't the Education Bureau rescue them? I think the candidate is about to be caught up. It should be a dead end, right? Wait, why did he turn around and fight the monster? This is too bold. Next, the scene changed and the audience was stunned. I actually started chasing the monsters, killing them one by one, and my points rose rapidly, directly to the first place on the leaderboard. And the gap was far greater than the second place, making it the absolute leader. Chinfan is actually number 1. He even surpassed Yulong from the Magic City? My name instantly spread throughout Jiangqing Base City and became the focus of everyone's discussion. Yang Dingtian and Lin Ming also noticed the changes in the standings and looked at each other in disbelief. Haha, we didn't expect it, did we? We didn't think highly of him before, but this guy actually won the first place in the martial arts exam. Yang Dingtian said self-deprecatingly. Indeed, we used to want to let him practice for another year, which seems like a joke now. However, the result is a good thing, as our base city still ranks first. Lin Ming was a little helpless, but also proud of me. At the same time, many other candidates for the martial arts exam also began to pay attention to the scoreboard, looking at their own rankings, anxious. When they saw my name ranked first, they reacted differently and expressed shock. Fuck! That candidate who just barely passed the qualification actually became the first in the martial arts exam? There must be something wrong with this ranking list. This is ridiculous. This is like the college entrance examination, when the person who was once laughed at as the last-ranked student suddenly became the first in the whole city. This reversal is unbelievable and many people are mentally broken. However, there were also many people who were happy for me. Su Mingming saw this scene and smiled happily. Wow, Fan is actually first, and the points gap is so big, it seems that I underestimated you before. She recalled what I said before the martial arts exam began. Ming, don't worry, I will definitely give you a surprise during the exam. She was skeptical at the time, but she didn't expect that I really did it. At this time, she began to have new hope in her heart, thinking that her father and grandfather might agree to give me more chances. As for being surpassed by me, she doesn't care at all. Instead, she would rather be protected by me forever. At the same time, Yulong, who had just defeated the golden leopard, wiped the dust off his clothes, prepared to take a break, and casually checked the standings. Do I still need to look at the standings? I will definitely be first. Su Mingming will definitely be a rival, but the result is no surprise. Yulong was secretly proud of himself, thinking that he was firmly sitting on the first place. However, when he saw the scoreboard, he was stunned. The first place was not his name, nor was it the familiar transfer student, but a name that was completely unfamiliar to him. Me? Yulong muttered to himself, thinking for a long time before remembering. The lover of the eldest daughter of the Su family? Interesting, he does have some skills. But even if you are lucky enough to get first place, that's it. But when he saw my points, he was speechless and completely shocked. Chapter 9: Utao's Death. Is there something wrong with the rankings? How come my points are only a fraction of Chinfan's? Yulong looked at Chinfan's points in confusion, then took a look at his own. He looked incredulous and began to doubt his life. Based on Utao's attitude, shouldn't Chinfan be a rookie? How come he is a master? His points are higher than mine, there must be something fishy going on. After a storm of thought, an excuse was found. It was just luck. I can do it if I try my best. That's what he said, but when he saw Chinfan's despairing points, Yulong's confidence dropped a lot. I thought before that I could easily take first place in this base city where martial arts are backward. Now it seems that I am being used as a stepping stone for others to become famous. The thought that I, a person from Shanghai, was suppressed by the locals made me feel uncomfortable. Yulong became even more anxious and immediately stood up to look for the monster, trying to reverse the decline. At this time, Chinfan was trying his best to kill the monster. The strength has been greatly improved and the combat power is far greater than before. With the help of the system and my own efforts, the results achieved are incredible. In just half a day, my strength has increased to the point where killing advanced monsters is as easy as killing a chicken. Chinfan is now full of confidence. He is an advanced monster that can kill one warrior with one sword. Chinfan rushed into the group of monsters as if possessed by the god of death, killing them all. Even if these monsters have low IQs, they know it clearly. The human beings before them were not people they could afford to offend. Following their own fear instinct, they began to flee in all directions. At this time, Utao, who was waiting for the result in the distance, was listening carefully to the movement in the distance. Chinfan, you can't fight during the martial arts exam, so let the monsters tear you apart. Utao played with the bottle in his hand and spoke sinisterly. There was only Yinyao-san written on the bottle. Hearing the roars of monsters in the distance, Utao was overjoyed. Hearing this noise, Chinfan must be very desperate. It would be best if he died in there. But Utao also knew that the chance was very small. If there is a monster riot, school leaders and the like will definitely take action immediately. But it's okay as long as Chinfan is eliminated. If he fails to get into the martial arts university, it will be the same as death. Later on, I can decide whether Chinfan lives or dies with just one sentence. Utao had already imagined the scene of Chinfan bowing down to him, and the scene of him holding Su Mingming's arm. There was a shaking around him, shattering Yutao's fantasy. Turn your head and look. The group of monsters that were originally chasing Chinfan changed direction. He accidentally rushed towards Utao. Hey, why are these monsters chasing me? Looking at every monster rushing towards him, he found that they were all stronger than himself. Utao completely resisted the idea and ran away immediately. In a panic, the demon luring powder in his hand spilled all over Utao. I'll go! Before he could complain, the monster got much closer to Utao. The monster rushed towards Utao like crazy, as if it had smelled a delicious delicacy. There was no time to wipe the medicine off my body. Flee in panic. Fuck, I'm so unlucky! Why aren't these monsters chasing Chinfan anymore? Instead, he came after me? Does that mean Chinfan is already dead? That shouldn't be the case? This series of events made Utao ask a lot of questions. I really don't know what happened. There is no time to think. The monster behind him, which was very fast, was almost catching up with Utao. Someone come save me! This scene was transmitted to everyone in real time through the drone camera. The demon luring powder in Yutao's hand and the sudden appearance of the group of demon beasts have already explained a lot of things. Inside the military camp, on the high platform, Yang Dingtian and the other person naturally noticed everything that had just happened. Is this monster riot man-made? He must pay the price after the martial arts exam. No, deprive him of the qualification to take the martial arts exam now. In just a moment, Yang Dingtian made a decision. Yutao's selfishness almost caused a disaster, and that was something that could never be decided. It is forbidden to take the military examination, that is small. In serious cases, direct execution is not impossible. The thought that a peerless genius like Chinfan almost died at Yutao's hands was heartbreaking. Yang Dingtian was furious and extremely angry. Didn't wait for Lin Ming's answer. He immediately took off into the air and flew straight to the martial arts examination venue. Lin Ming beside him was also extremely angry. He really hadn't expected this. Where on earth did Utao get the courage to do this? In the live broadcast room, everyone was criticizing Utao. It seems that the monster riot was caused by this candidate? Why would he do this? I guess there is some grudge between the two of them, and they want to use the monster to get rid of this genius. This guy named Utao is too abominable. He must be severely punished. The entire live broadcast room was filled with accusations against Tao. This has angered everyone, and if it is not handled properly, no one will agree to it. When Utao was in despair and on the verge of death, the sounds of fighting around him attracted his attention. Looking around, I was surprised to find that it was Chinfan. At this time, Chinfan was chasing the fleeing monster and trying to kill it. Keep chasing after Utao. He kept muttering to himself from time to time. Hey! Don't run away, you monsters! I haven't killed enough! In just this short battle, the system's critical hits were triggered several times. The harvest was fruitful. Naturally, Chinfan was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. Chinfan was so immersed in killing the enemy that he didn't notice Utao at all. All along, Chinfan thought that these monster riots were accidental phenomena. I didn't think about human factors at all. Seeing that there were people around who attracted hatred, Utao didn't have time to think about how Chinfan survived. Immediately ran towards Chinfan. He did all this in a very secretive manner, and did not speak until he came to Chinfan's side. Chinfan, you are lucky to be able to survive among the monsters. But that's where the luck ends. After saying this, Utao still wanted to launch a sneak attack on Chinfan to cover his retreat. Chinfan noticed Utao in front of him. I understood the whole story in an instant, and immediately came up with an idea. Seeing this, Utao kicked towards him. Chinfan then helped Utao by grabbing his ankle. With a sudden pull forward, Utao flew uncontrollably towards the group of monsters. Oh my God! When Utao steadied himself, he realized that he had come to a pile of monsters. Just as he was about to resist, the monsters' attacks fell on Utao like raindrops. No matter which direction you dodge, it's useless. Faced with a siege by monsters that were nearly as powerful as himself, Utao had no way out. He also didn't care about the grudge between himself and Chinfan. He hurried to Chinfan for help. Brother Fan, come and save me, I'm almost beaten to death. Chinfan watched quietly outside, with a look of gloating on his face. I thought to myself, Utao, you were born and today is here. But his tone was extremely sarcastic. What? You won't let me snatch it away? Don't worry, Utao. I will never interfere. Chinfan pretended to be surprised, standing aside and watching the joke. Chinfan, you. Utao wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance. He was able to hold on for so long while being besieged by so many monsters. It's already considered thick-skinned. Seeing that Utao was almost dead, Chinfan stepped forward immediately. Continue to kill the monsters. He kept mocking her. Chapter 10, Holding a Grudge. Hey! Utao, you insisted on being so strong. Now you're dead, so just behave yourself. Chinfan naturally could not miss this opportunity while all the monsters gathered together. He immediately jumped in and with a few sweeps, a large number of monsters were killed or injured. After a while, there was no one left standing around Chinfan. Chinfan's body was covered in blood, which looked very scary, but none of it was his. After killing all these monsters, Chinfan's strength improved greatly. After these battles, Chinfan was exhausted and half leaning against a tree, checking your harvest. In addition, there were the bodies of monsters all over the ground and Utao, who was covered in blood. This combination creates a very strange scenery. Yang Dingtian has been paying attention to the changes in Utao. At the same time, the steps kept moving, looking for Utao's trace. After seeing Chinfan's amazing move, he suddenly stopped. His expression became extremely strange, and he didn't know what to say. This Chinfan, you must not offend Chinfan in the future. Who can bear such revenge? Seeing that Utao was dead, Yang Dingtian did not blame Chinfan. On the contrary, I think Chinfan did a good job. He also felt a sense of pleasure in revenge. Instead of going to Utao's place, he decided to turn back. Chinfan's extraordinary move caused a sensation in the martial arts exam live broadcast room. Oh my God, Chinfan is so cruel! I was originally thinking about punishing Utao. I didn't expect Chinfan to be so decisive. It was a case of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Utao deserved his death. That's right. No one can blame Chinfan for Utao's death. Chinfan not only has amazing talent and strength, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive and ruthless when it comes to doing things. He looks like someone who can accomplish great things. As soon as I saw it, I realized that Utao's malicious plot not only failed to achieve its effect. Instead, he reaped what he sowed and was killed by the monster he had attracted. It seemed so satisfying. All the previous worries and anger towards Utao were swept away. That's true, after all, Utao is dead. Not to the point of taking out Utao's body and whipping it severely, right? Link and Lin Ming stood in the military camp, looking at the big screen on the wall. They also fell silent. They were all terrified by Chinfan's methods. Chinfan half leaned against a tree, counting his gains since encountering the monster. Before this, Chinfan was immersed in the fight with the monster. As for the system broadcast sound, no attention was paid. Now open the system background and take a look. All of them are system critical hit information. You used the Dalang sword skill in a battle, triggered a critical hit, and gained 10 times the reward. You practiced hard and completed the entire intake chi technique, triggering a critical hit, and gained 40 times the reward. Your diligence can make up for your shortcomings. If you work hard and strike with your sword, you will get a critical hit and gain 20 times the reward. An entire page was filled with the harvest from killing monsters during this long period of time. It can be said that the harvest was fruitful. It's true. Fighting with monsters triggers a lot of critical hits. He stood up and slashed forward casually. There was no sword technique or martial arts to support it, it was just a pure sword strike. Suddenly, a semicircular blade light formed and arrived in an instant. It hit the big tree in the distance hard, without any obstruction. It was easy to get through and keep moving forward. Several large trees fell to the ground. It can be said that it is extremely powerful and terrifying. Oh my God! I think my swordsmanship is close to perfection. I just need an opportunity. Chinfan now has enough confidence. He only needs this nearly perfect swordsmanship to be the best among his peers. There are almost no rivals. However, my cultivation level is a bit of a hindrance. After the system's critical hits, I was able to reach the 9th star martial arts apprentice level, which is a bit slow. That was indeed the case. During this half-day battle, the chi gathering technique was rarely used. More often than not, Chinfan relied on pure force and swordsmanship to kill monsters. On the contrary, knife skills can bring a lot of benefits. But fortunately, I have nearly perfected swordsmanship, which is enough to make up for the gap in cultivation. At the same time, by using this point, you can also pretend to be stupid and show off your talents. Chinfan took stock of his own strength while daydreaming about the arrangements to come. After the martial arts exam is over, I can change my martial arts skills and techniques. To be honest, this lower grade yellow rank is somewhat unworthy of my status as a genius. At the same time, if this is true, then Chinfan's strength will be greatly improved. The less important gain is points. Open it and take a look at the ranking on the leaderboard. As expected, Chinfan was still first, and he was even short of first place by an absolute advantage. The distance between him and the second one did not decrease because of Yulong's effort. On the contrary, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. No matter who sees this scene, their eyes will go dark and they will feel despair. It seems that there is only a short time left before the end of the martial arts exam. Chinfan did not continue to kill the monster, not because he did not want to go. But after Chinfan's wanton killing, almost all the advanced monsters nearby were killed by Chinfan. After searching for a long time, there was no trace of the advanced monster. After thinking it over, Chinfan decided to wait until the martial arts exam was over. Anyway, the first place in the martial arts exam is secure. I just don't know if I have met the admission standards of both schools. As far as Chinfan knew, there seemed to be some other assessment after this martial arts test. That is what determines whether you are admitted to the two schools. Chinfan didn't think much about this. As the saying goes, when enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. This is the existence of a system. As for his own efforts, Chinfan was not worried at all. It is certain that Chinfan will be admitted. At this time, after an entire afternoon, the killing did not dare to stop. Yulong was already exhausted and overwhelmed. I really don't have the strength to kill the monster. Seeing that the martial arts exam was almost over, he didn't take any further action. Yulong lay on the ground, panting, completely losing his previous demeanor as a master. Talking to himself weakly. Haha, Chinfan, I'm just applying a little force, and that's your limit. You definitely don't have as many points as me right now. Do you really think you can always be lucky? Yulong looked at the standings with great joy. I, Yulong, will not let my reputation be lost here. I must take first place. When I saw the ranking on the points table, I was about to say something. I held it back instantly. Seeing that Chinfan was still at the top of the standings, Yulong's mentality gradually collapsed. Before, he always thought that Chinfan's points suddenly increased because he took advantage of his relaxation and launched a sneak attack. Plus he has a little bit of strength, otherwise how could Chinfan succeed? Yulong saw that he was not himself, but still tried to find an excuse. But after comparing the two people's points, Yulong immediately became obedient. He completely accepted the fact that he was not as strong as Chinfan. However, when it comes to killing monsters, I am not as good as Chinfan. But don't worry, maybe Chinfan just has some shortcuts in killing monsters. Opportunities like this don't always come along, and I don't believe he could have done this in the talent show. Although Yulong was shocked, he was still not convinced. Subconsciously, he looked down on the strength of local people like Chinfan. I just think that Chinfan was able to do this by taking advantage. Chinfan, wait for me. I may not be as good as you, but I am not the strongest among the transfer students. If you slap us transfer students in the face, someone will naturally come to trouble you. Yulong thought about how terrifying those people were when he was in the Magic City. I don't think Chinfan is that strong at all. Chapter 11. The martial arts exam ends. Just as Yulong was making his plan, the signal for the end of the martial arts exam sounded. Candidates, please note that the 2024 Dragon Country Martial Arts Examination has officially ended. Candidates, please stop killing and hurry back to the barracks. The monsters you kill from now on will not count as points. Such sounds were repeated 3 times throughout the entire martial arts examination area, so that every candidate taking the martial arts examination can hear it. Most people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the broadcast. Everyone was sighing that the martial arts exam was finally over. As for the result, at least they tried their best and have a clear conscience. Yulong saw that even after the martial arts exam was over, he still hadn't caught up with Chinfan. Even if Chinfan's points did not move at all, it was still an insurmountable chasm. Forget it, I'll give the first place in this city-level martial arts exam to you, Chinfan. When the talent selection competition comes, I will make sure you see the strength of our Magic City talents. Seeing that he was not strong enough, he could only move out of his base city. More importantly, Su Mengmeng actually has a lover, and it's just an unknown base city. Just thinking about it, if such news were to be spread back to the Magic City, it would cause an earthquake-like sensation. Those geniuses in the Magic City now have a much greater chance of targeting Chinfan. Without thinking any more, he walked straight towards the military camp. Similarly, everyone walked towards the military camp. Everyone has a different expression and emotions in their hearts. The happiest person was Su Mengmeng. Fan. He won first place and surpassed the transfer student from Magic City. I guess this level of talent is enough for father to agree, right? Su Mengmeng felt a little sad when she thought of her serious father. However, thinking of Chinfan's genius, I became much happier. Chinfan on the other end couldn't wait any longer. I've been looking forward to the end of the martial arts exam. Since I won't encounter any monsters, it's no use wasting time here. Chinfan ran towards the military camp. After a while, they returned to the military camp. Looking around, I found that I was the first one to arrive. I don't think there is anyone like me who can handle the martial arts exam with ease. Chinfan found a place and stood there, waiting for Su Mengmeng. Yang Dingtian had returned a long time ago and stood with Principal Lin Ming, looking forward to Chinfan's arrival. Principal Lin, when Chinfan comes back, we must give him a warm welcome and show him enough respect. Yang Dingtian said solemnly, what should be paid attention to later. That is indeed the case, before the martial arts exam began and during the exam. Until Chinfan revealed his strength, they did not realize that he was a genius. If this matter were to be spread, someone would definitely be held accountable. But fortunately, it's still not too late to make friends now. Seeing that Chinfan came back early, the two of them immediately went to greet him. Student Chinfan, you are truly a hero when you are young. I never thought that a genius like you could appear in our base city. It really gave us a pleasant surprise and shock. It's amazing to think that when Chinfan was a martial arts apprentice, he actually mastered the sword technique to a small extent. Yang Dingtian always felt that his praise was not enough. Principal Lin Ming, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask. Chinfan, have you really mastered the minor success sword technique? Similarly, it was amazing to think that students from my school could actually achieve this. Lin Ming had a feeling of unreality and felt dizzy. Chinfan looked at the two of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, "Indeed, it was a lucky realization." There was something Chinfan didn't say. "I'm afraid they don't know that my sword skills are almost perfect." The two of them greeted each other warmly again, and asked very detailed questions about every aspect of Chinfan. No wonder, it is very difficult to meet a genius like Chinfan. However, if you encounter it once, it will be an opportunity that you can't ask for again. Maybe, with the help of Chinfan, I can reach a higher level. The three of them talked for a while, with Yang Dingtian and the other two doing most of the talking, while Chinfan just nodded. Chinfan was not interested in these things at all. The focus is still on killing monsters and leveling up. Enjoy the thrill of improving your strength. While the three of them were talking, most of the other students had returned. Chinfan continued to search the crowd, looking for Su Mingming's trace. From a distance, Su Mingming waved to Chinfan. With a smile on his face, he ran towards Chinfan. The two looked at each other and ran towards each other. This rather special scene was seen by everyone. The previous regret and resentment disappeared from everyone's eyes, and now they were filled with praise and envy. Those candidates who had just finished the martial arts examination looked at the actions of Chinfan and the other two. They all felt a lot of emotion. "These two are really a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, they are a perfect match." "Don't talk nonsense, kid. You said that Chinfan was unworthy before, but you are still pretending." Suddenly, the man scratched his head embarrassedly. Yang Dingtian and the other man looked at Chinfan, who suddenly left. Looking at the two people cuddling each other, they were very amiable and quite satisfying. "Before I thought that Chinfan was still a long way from success, but now it seems that he is more than capable of success." Yang Dingtian felt a little emotional. "That's right. She's the daughter of the Su family. It's hard for ordinary people to satisfy her. But Chinfan is enough." Lin Ming evaluated objectively. Chinfan and Su Mingming hugged each other, full of longing for each other. Indeed, after just one day of not seeing each other, Chinfan's strength had changed dramatically. Although, Su Mingming was a little happy about Chinfan's changes. But it also became a little unreal. "Fan, my strength is far inferior to yours now. I never thought that your strength could improve so quickly. I feel like I'm much faster than my father and grandfather." Su Mingming looked straight at Chinfan and stated, "It's okay, I guess it's a fluke. By the way, I still don't know who your father and grandfather are. Looks like he's an important person, I've never heard you mention him before." Chinfan estimated that Su Mingming did not know her true strength, such as her mastery of the minor swordsmanship. Fan, I guess you'll meet him after this martial arts exam is over." When asked by Chinfan, Su Mingming suddenly became a little nervous and didn't know what to say. She was afraid that her father and grandfather would be unwilling to accept Chinfan. However, when I think of Chinfan's terrifying talent and astonishing speed of improvement, suddenly, I felt a lot more relieved. I thought to myself, I guess at least my father can give Fan a chance. There is hope. If you want to become the son-in-law of the Su family, you can't succeed simply by relying on your personal talent. A lot is needed, such as personal capital. "Okay, Meng, with the talent I'm showing now, I think your parents will give me a chance to perform." Chinfan didn't care and was obviously very confident about this matter. "Okay, I believe you, Fan." After all the candidates arrived, Yang Dingtian once again came to the high platform of the military camp. He started talking about some things to pay attention to after the martial arts exam. "Classmates, congratulations on successfully completing the martial arts exam. Everyone is very clear about their respective rankings. I hope that the students will not be discouraged or arrogant. The martial arts exam is just a part of your life. You have a wider world ahead of you. Come on, everyone. I declare that the Dragon Country 2024 martial arts examination is officially over." As soon as the words fell, everyone's suppressed emotions burst out. Everyone started to fulfill their promises. For example, after the martial arts exam, you can confess your feelings and have some fun. Chapter 12 Identity Exposed. After the martial arts exam, the candidates took the bus again and returned along the same route, heading towards Jiangqing Bay City. Returned to that safe and warm place. When everyone looked at the environment outside the car window again, the initial unknown and novelty was no longer there. Instead, it is a kind of calmness and naturalness. After the baptism of fighting with monsters, everyone shed their childishness. This martial arts exam is just the beginning. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have to fight against monsters for the rest of their lives. Along the way, everyone was not as nervous as when they came here, and was rather relaxed. They were all chatting with each other. It was very lively. The same is true for Chinfan and Su Mengmeng. After what Su Mengmeng said just now, Chinfan became more curious about what Su Mengmeng's family did. It looks like a top family. So Chinfan asked again. Mengmeng, can you tell me about your family situation? Chinfan also knew that it was time to meet the parents, and it was necessary to know some of the circumstances. Looking at Chinfan's sincere eyes, Su Mengmeng no longer concealed it. Telling in detail. Fan, after this martial arts exam, my father will come from the Magic City to visit me, and he will probably know about us. I should also tell you about my family situation. Chinfan nodded and motioned to continue. Does Emperor Suqin, who is famous in the dimensional space, know about this? I know this. Suqin is guarding the Demon City dimension alone, and the monsters have not dared to show their heads since then. It's in the textbooks, I know it very well. Chinfan replied immediately, he knew these events very well. Yeah, he's my dad. Su Mengmeng said this calmly, not thinking there was anything wrong. Emperor Wu Suqin is your father? I am Emperor Wu's son-in-law? This time it was Chinfan who was shocked, although it was easy for Chinfan to become a martial god. But it is not the case now, at the thought of becoming the son-in-law of Emperor Wu. To some extent, Chinfan felt that it was a little unreal. Chinfan was shocked, and Su Mengmeng continued talking. The president of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Su Hao, knows about this, right? Su Mengmeng spoke very calmly again. What? Mengmeng, he is also your parent. He can't be your grandfather, right? Chinfan instantly thought of a possibility that he still underestimated Mengmeng's family. Yes, the president of Magic City University is my grandfather. Originally, I thought that even if you couldn't pass the martial arts qualification test, I would still let you be admitted. But I didn't expect that you would awaken at the critical moment and reach this point in a very short time. I think my father would agree. But Su Mengmeng also knew that once she spoke to her grandfather like this, I guess there is no chance for the two of them. Chinfan was consuming Su Mengmeng's 2 sentences. The information was too overwhelming. Su family? One of the 5 major families in Magic City? Mengmeng's last name is also Su. I always thought it was a coincidence. I didn't expect that Mengmeng is from the Su family. Realizing that Su Mengmeng was a member of the Su family, Chinfan suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. This is not easy to deal with. Although I have good talent and the system helps me, I still have too much time. The talent I have shown is limited, and I don't have any background, so it's easy for me to be forced to separate from Mengmeng. The confidence that had just been accumulated dissipated in an instant. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, if enemies come, we will stop them. If floods come, we will block them with earth. I believe I have the ability to solve the difficulties. I thought about the system and my own efforts. Chinfan instantly became full of confidence again. Once I show enough talent and ability, Mengmeng's parents will naturally agree. Su Mengmeng, who was standing aside, kept staring at Chinfan after she finished speaking. Seeing this, Chinfan's expression changed and he felt very embarrassed. He quickly advised. Fan, I told you this before because I had this in mind, fearing that you would be hurt. However, you are no longer the same as before. Since you asked, I will tell you the truth. It's okay, I believe my father will accept you. In response, Chinfan smiled and pretended not to care. It's okay, I still have confidence. While the two were talking, the bus had already returned to Jiangqing Bay City. Everyone got off the bus one after another and went back to their homes to find their mothers. What's different today is that a luxury car has been waiting at the school gate for a long time. Every student who got off the bus noticed this scene. They all stopped and looked to see who was coming to pick them up. Why is there a luxury car parked in front of our school? I remember there is no such car in Jiangqing-based city. There is only one in the Magic City, and it is specially used by the Su family. Indeed, could it be that there is some big shot among our classmates who actually asked the Su family to pick him up? That's hard to say. Maybe it's the Su family boss who's trying to win over Chinfan. I feel like that's a possibility. Whenever people saw Chinfan, they always felt it was unreal. The last one in the exam got first place in the positive group. Everyone was talking and guessing the purpose of this car. Su Mingming took a look and knew that it was her father coming to pick her up. He quickly said to Chinfan, Fan, my father is here to pick me up. Do you want to go with us? As she spoke, Su Mingming pointed at a luxury car not far away. Chinfan followed his gaze and shock was written on his face. Although he didn't know the value of the car, the strength of the Su family was there. That car is definitely worth a lot of money. Then I thought that Mingming's father was sitting in the car and might be looking at me now. Suddenly, Chinfan was panicked and didn't know what to say. And whether or not you want to go? Su Mingming saw Chinfan struggling and stopped thinking about it. He pulled Chinfan directly and ran towards the luxury car. Fan, let's go. A short pain is worse than a long one. I believe my father won't make things difficult for you. Chinfan was led by Su Mingming and ran away. Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. It's unclear what happened. The classmate who was closer to Chinfan and the other person said uncertainly, Just now, I seemed to hear Su Mingming say that his father was in the car and asked Chinfan to go meet his father? What? The person in the car is Su Mingming's dad? Su Mingming's last name is also Su? Could it be that? When these words were spoken, everyone thought of Su Mingming's identity. In an instant, several people's brains exploded and they could not believe what they saw. They really didn't expect that it was Su Mingming, who had been with them for 3 years in high school. It turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Su family. This news was so shocking that no one could accept it for a while. The important thing is, Su Mingming just asked Chinfan to meet her father. If this is successful, wouldn't Chinfan be able to rise to prominence overnight? As for Chinfan's talent in martial arts, it is even more shocking that he has become the son-in-law of the Su family. That's really a step to heaven. Fuck, Chinfan is so lucky. Not only is his martial arts talent so amazing, but he also has a sharp eye for finding a girlfriend. That's right, I heard that the old man of the Su family is the president of Magic City University. If Chinfan succeeds, then isn't it possible to enter the Magic City University at will? When they thought of this, everyone's hearts broke. It started all over again, and he became indignant and jealous towards Chinfan. Damn it! Such a good cabbage was eaten by a pig. I wish I could take its place. Me too. No one thought that Chinfan's talent in martial arts could make him a powerful warrior. On the contrary, the success of the Su family's son-in-law is even more exaggerated. But only Chinfan knew that with the system and his own efforts, becoming a martial god is just a matter of time. Even so, when getting along with the Su family, Chinfan did not feel there was anything humble about it. Chapter 13 Suchin. Amid the discussion of the crowd, Chinfan and his companion came to the luxury car. The old slave beside the carriage bent down and spoke respectfully. Miss, the master is waiting for you in the car. As he said this, he looked up at Chinfan and said, And classmate Chinfan, get in the car too. After hearing this, Su Mingming was overjoyed and very happy. He turned and said to Chinfan, Fan, I knew my father would accept you. After saying that, he pulled Chinfan into the car. Chinfan smiled faintly, also surprised. It would be better if Mingming's father could accept me, and I wouldn't have to explain myself. I still need to show my talent and strength, but this is also a good start. At this time, the old slave said, Miss, you sit in the front and let classmate Chinfan sit in the back. I was afraid that the young lady would disagree, so I said this. This is the master's arrangement. Su Mingming was about to speak, but she held it back. In other matters, my father would always give way to me. But she is not allowed to act recklessly in such an important matter. He could only glance at Chinfan and then sat obediently in the passenger seat. Chinfan was a little surprised by this and just raised his eyebrows. I guess her father is testing me. I didn't think much about it and just sat inside. As soon as he sat down, it was hard for Chinfan not to notice the middle-aged man next to him. Chinfan took a sneak peek and thought to himself. It's just like what's written in the textbook, so majestic and powerful, so impressive. Chinfan was sitting on pins and needles beside him, feeling as if he was being stared at by a tiger. I dare not even breathe. Uncle Wang, go back! A powerful voice sounded. Yes, sir. Soon, the luxury car shuttled among the many candidates and drove towards the base city. Only a group of candidates were left, looking at the direction where the luxury car drove away. I secretly smacked my lips and was very envious. For a long time, there was no communication in the car, and there was silence. The sound appeared again, and the car had arrived at the destination. Master, we're here! Uncle Juan has always been acting as a tool, doing everything silently. Okay, go park the car first. After saying this, Chinfan and Su Mingming got out of the car and followed Su Qin. Not until he got off the car did Chinfan have the opportunity to look around. The Su family is one of the 5 major families in Magic City. What will the place where you live be like? I took a quick look around and found the classic Chinese architecture very impressive. Chinfan saw it in his heart, but he really didn't know what words to use to describe it. I just think the buildings in front of me are very good. When they came into the living room, Su Mingming's mother also appeared. A typical Chinese woman, dressed elegantly and modestly. From her face, you can still tell that she was also a beauty when she was young. Chinfan even had an illusion that he was a middle-aged version of Su Mingming. Su Mingming took the initiative to step forward and introduce herself to Chinfan. Fan, this is my mom, the one with the sour face is my dad. Su Mingming's tone was quite arrogant. Su Qin was reading a newspaper on the sofa. Hearing this, he suddenly became uncomfortable. His face looked a little embarrassed. Meng, what do you think of your dad? Why are you so disloyal even though you haven't even gotten married yet? Su's mother's words made Su Mingming shy. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm angry. Su Qin put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Su Mingming. Okay, I'll let you two come this time, mainly to ask you two how far you have come? And is Chinfan qualified to marry my daughter Su Qin? Having said that, Su Qin stared at Chinfan. Chinfan was not afraid at all and looked back. It seemed as if he didn't take Su Qin seriously. This actually surprised Su Qin. Good boy, you have courage, few people dare to look at me like this. Sit down, let's talk about it. What is your capital to marry my daughter? Chinfan sat down opposite Su Qin naturally. He is not surprised by praise or criticism and is quite calm. Su Mingming and her mother sat aside and watched the two of them. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and Su Mingming's eyes were full of worry. I was afraid that Chinfan would be treated unfairly or wrong. When Su's mother saw this, she comforted her. Don't worry, Ming. I think Chinfan is pretty good. Your dad will give him a chance to test himself. Su Qin picked up a document from the side and read it. Chinfan, in last month's martial arts exam, he was a 3-star martial artist, and in the last exam, he was a 5-star martial artist. You are already a 9-star martial artist. Your improvement speed is a bit too fast. Su Chen's voice was slightly shocked as he spoke of Chinfan's realm. Chinfan didn't react to this. In his opinion, the improvement speed was very slow. But to Su Mingming and her daughter, it was unbelievable and their faces were full of shock. Fan, you are already a 9-star martial artist? In just 1 or 2 days you have advanced 7 levels? You will soon catch up with me. Su Mingming did not delve into how Chinfan won the first place in the martial arts exam, but believed in Chinfan unconditionally. But now that she really knew Chinfan's realm, she was still shocked. Mother Su was slightly surprised to see that Chinfan was a 9-star martial artist. I thought it was achieved through steady improvement. I really didn't expect that it could be achieved by just 2 people. At the same time, a doubt arose in the minds of both of them. Even if Chinfan is a 9-star martial artist, he can't get first place in the martial arts exam, right? That's true. After all, Su Mingming is a 1-star warrior and only ranked 3rd in the martial arts exam. Chinfan nodded in agreement. Admit that you have such an exaggerated improvement speed. Su Chin paused briefly and continued speaking. During the martial arts examination, I also comprehended the minor success of swordsmanship, and it is almost close to the major success. Even a genius like Su Chin, a top powerhouse, could not help but feel helpless when seeing what Chinfan had done. I couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, even when I was young, I was not as talented as you. Even my father is inferior to him. Su Chin spoke with some approval of Chinfan's talent. But then he changed the subject. Genius is genius, and I have seen even more talented people, but there are not many who have truly grown up. It is not impossible to become the son-in-law of my Su family. As long as you can win the first place in the National Martial Arts exam, you will pass this test. Su Chin stated his requirements, thus truly revealing the level of Chinfan's talent. Chinfan was a little surprised by this. I used to think that it would be a little difficult to get Su Chin to accept it, but now it seems quite easy. Even without Su Chin's request, Chinfan was ready to take first place in the National Martial Arts exam. I have obtained the system. If I cannot become the first, then it would be a waste, right? But Chinfan pretended to be embarrassed and agreed reluctantly. Okay, Emperor Su Chin, I will definitely take first place in the National Martial Arts exam. Su Mingming and her daughter didn't care about the subsequent conversation between the two. He even said that he didn't listen. Instead, he was shocked by what Su Chin had just said. What? Fan actually mastered the sword technique? And he's almost accomplished it? Su Mingming really couldn't believe that Chinfan had realized what she longed for in just half a day. However, after thinking about it, I finally understood. How did Chinfan make up for the gap in realm and crush her and the transfer student? No wonder Fan hit it so deeply that he didn't even tell me. Although Su Mingming is only a 1-star warrior, she has quite a bit of knowledge in this area. Naturally, I know that Chinfan can comprehend the exaggeration of Xiaoqing's swordsmanship. After thinking it through, he began to feel happy for Chinfan. I didn't expect Fan to be so strong. I feel relieved. I think they will agree. But when he heard his father's request, he became worried again. Chapter 14, A Hot Thing on the Internet. Mom, my dad actually wants Chinfan to win first place in the National Martial Arts exam. That's too much to ask. Those opponents are all geniuses from Kyoto and Magic City. Su Mingming instinctively worried about Chinfan. Su's mother was comforting her. Mingming, believe in Chinfan. I think he can do it. Su's mother said this, but she didn't quite believe it. It's not that I doubt Chinfan's talent and strength, but those geniuses in Kyoto and Shanghai are too exaggerated. After saying this, Su Chin ignored Chinfan. He picked up the newspaper he had put down and continued reading. It means to see the guest off. Okay, Emperor Su Chinwu, I'll leave first then. Chinfan didn't continue sitting there. He stood up and walked outside with Su Mingming. Su Mingming's face was full of worry about Chinfan. At the same time, he looked at his father with a reproachful look. She was afraid that her father's demands were too harsh and Chinfan would be afraid of difficulties. Mother Su couldn't help but speak as she watched Chinfan and the other person leave. Su Chin, you really know how to make requests? Is it possible for Chinfan to win first place? You really want to separate the two of them. Similarly, Su's mother did not think that Chinfan could win first place. Su Chin put down the newspaper in his hand, feeling lost. You all underestimated Chinfan. He is much scarier than he appears. Just like, before the martial arts exam, who would have thought that he could pass the test? Who would have thought that he could win first place in the martial arts exam? After Su Chin said this, Su's mother fell into deep thought. Can you imagine how long it took Chinfan to go from a 2-star martial artist to a 9-star martial artist, and to comprehend the minor success sword technique? It took less than 2 hours. It's too much. Who has ever seen such a genius? Su Chen's words completely awakened Su's mother. Indeed, the halo brought by the geniuses in Kyoto and Shanghai is too great. They all subconsciously thought that Chinfan was not capable of this. But considering the talent and strength shown by Chinfan, it seems that taking first place is not a difficult task. Su Qin continued. Just now I said that he was not surprised to see Chinfan win the first place in the National Martial Arts exam. Instead, he thought it was natural. I'm afraid he wouldn't do it even if I didn't tell him. Su Qin was half lying on the sofa, recalling how Chinfan looked just now. It still doesn't feel real. Before, I thought that if Chinfan won the talent selection competition, I would agree. I wanted to put some pressure on him, so I said he would win the first place in the National Martial Arts exam. It seems that you are not the only ones who underestimate him, I am too. Finally, Su Qin muttered to himself. I'm really curious, what did he get? Such a huge change happened suddenly, and I didn't get any great opportunities. No one believes it. I guess it's much stronger than mine. Chinfan and the other person left, and Su Mingming kept talking along the way. Fan, don't worry about my dad's request. Just do your best. He did it on purpose. A series of admonitions to Chinfan. He was afraid that there might be some grudge between Chinfan and his father. Chinfan chuckled. His face was full of confidence, in stark contrast to his previous embarrassment. Haha, don't worry, Meng, I won't let you down. I will win the first place in the National Martial Arts exam even if your father doesn't say so. That being said, Su Mingming was still worried. Whether it's the martial arts qualification test or the martial arts exam, when have I ever let you down? Chinfan narrated patiently. Su Mingming could only suppress her worries. Indeed, caring too much will lead to confusion. At the same time, the news about Chinfan winning first place in the martial arts exam began to become popular on the entire internet. In Jiangqing City, everyone who watched the live broadcast of the martial arts exam clearly remembered the shock that Chinfan brought to them. When the martial arts exam was over, stories about Chinfan were circulating on the internet. The difference from other base cities is that the first place in the martial arts exam is won by a local. Not only did the transfer students come to Jiangqing Base City, others were not spared. Like a dimensionality reduction attack, the first place in the martial arts exam was taken by transfer students. The exception Chinfan is very special. For a time, Chinfan's deeds became a hot topic on the internet. Jiangqing Base City, Chinfan, the last one, rises up and ranks first in the martial arts exam. These words stand alone. There is nothing to focus on. But it all came together in one person. That's a bit exaggerated. This kind of plot where a loser makes a comeback before the martial arts exam actually happened. Chinfan has had many experiences as a loser, but he has never made a comeback. After learning about Chinfan's deeds, I instantly regarded him as an idol. Even, directly substitute yourself. Back to school, facing those who doubted him, he said the classic lines. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. Chinfan's experience is perfect as an inspirational story. It is a typical example of the rise of people from the lower classes. At the same time, Chinfan's girlfriend is the eldest daughter of the Su family. To outsiders, Chinfan had reached the peak of his life. Soon, his reputation spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Those who are used as stepping stones are the transfer students. The geniuses from Kyoto and Shanghai actually ran into a tough opponent in Jiangqing Base City. Instead, they were suppressed by the locals. By the way, there are also people talking about who is stronger between Chinfan and those transfer students. And who is stronger between them and the geniuses from Shanghai and Kyoto. It was hard for the geniuses from Shanghai and Kyoto, who were used as comparison objects, not to notice Chinfan. Especially when I found out that Chinfan's girlfriend is actually the eldest daughter of the Su family. That was even more infuriating. Every genius in the Magic City dreams of becoming the son-in-law of the Su family. Now, he found out that he was captured by a young boy. A variety of factors came into play, all of which were aimed at finding an opportunity to restore the face of the people of Shanghai and Kyoto. Chinfan knew nothing about these things on the internet. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care about it. I'm afraid you'll just laugh. It's just a chicken and a dog. There's nothing to worry about. Chinfan and the other person briefly exchanged affection and then left. Su Mengmeng thought that Chinfan was under a lot of pressure, so she didn't delay any further. Let Chinfan improve his strength. Chinfan was also happy and started the plan he had planned before. Back then, when I was taking the martial arts exam, I was thinking about upgrading my muskets to big guns. These skills in martial arts are a bit of a drag. He immediately took action and walked towards the House of Martial Arts in Jiangqing Base City. Soon, Chinfan arrived in front of the House of Martial Arts. Looking up, the building towers into the clouds and looks quite imposing. As expected, it is the iconic building of every base city. It is so majestic. Without thinking any more, Chinfan walked straight in. The first floor was very large, with warriors of various abilities walking around. Chinfan simply glanced around and didn't pay any more attention. He walked straight to the martial arts and skills area on the side. It is completely self-operated and very convenient. He pressed his finger on the instrument, and immediately the screen displayed Chinfan's basic information. At the same time, a dense array of martial arts and skills appeared on the screen in front of him. Not only are there various grades, but the classifications are also very sufficient, including all aspects. Chapter 15: Replacing a Gun with a Cannon. For Chinfan, the stronger these things are, the better. The more awesome the better. After all, he was the first in Jiangqing martial arts examination this year. This kind of vision is also necessary. Besides, Chinfan has the support of the system, no matter what level of martial arts he practices. It doesn't matter. Just use it freely and leave the rest to the system. However, the higher the grade of the martial arts or skills, the more money you will need to spend. I guess, with my savings, it would be hard to buy something of a very high grade. With these thoughts in mind, he was also checking out the highest grade martial arts and techniques here. After a simple screening, the screen suddenly became much emptier. Just a small amount of basics. The highest grade here is only the middle grade of Xian level? Is it that low? According to Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huan, it doesn't seem to work. For a base city, the highest grade is only the middle grade of Xian level. However, after thinking about it carefully, I understand. Jiangqing is a base city with backward martial arts. It is normal that there are no advanced martial arts and skills. Maybe the really good things are not exposed and are reserved for family members. Without thinking any more, I focused on choosing martial arts. These martial arts and skills are very expensive without even looking at them. Sure enough, each one has its price. All I see is that there are several zeros after one. This kind of martial arts and skills are definitely not something I can afford. Having said that, Chinfan still tried to choose to buy. Then a payment failure message appears. Enjoy it. But surprisingly, the payment was successful. When I opened this martial arts book again, it no longer showed unreadable. Instead, the entire content of the martial arts shocked Chinfan instantly. Oh my god, is there a bug on this screen? Such a good thing actually happened to me? Even Chinfan, who was always calm, was a little moved when he saw this scene. Just as Chinfan was shocked, a gentle female voice sounded. You must be classmate Chinfan, congratulations on winning first place in the Jiangqing martial arts exam. I am the receptionist of the House of Martial Arts, just call me Xiaoqian. A sudden voice came, and Chinfan looked over in response. A beautiful woman in professional attire was looking at him with a smile on her face. Okay, hello, I'm Chinfan. In view of what had just happened, Chinfan looked at the receptionist, feeling very uncomfortable. If she finds out, I used a loophole to purchase the highest grade martial arts. That won't explain it, make it clear. Xiaoqian saw Chinfan's strange look, then looked at the screen and saw that the martial arts had been unlocked. I immediately understood what had happened. He said this with a mixture of laughter and tears. Student Chinfan, don't be afraid, I know what happened to you just now. This is not a loophole, but a reward given to you by our education bureau. Xiaoqian explained very patiently. The reason she came here was because she received a notification from the warrior house system. Ever since the martial arts exam, Chinfan has become extremely special. Yang Dingtian, the director of the Education Bureau, personally increased Chinfan's authority to a very high level. And some special privileges. This is why it appears that you don't have to pay to purchase martial arts. For my reward? Chinfan was a little surprised to hear what the receptionist said. After the martial arts exam, I didn't get any reward on the spot. I guess they didn't think about how to reward me. That's true. Ever since Chinfan became the son-in-law of the Su family, it didn't matter whether he succeeded or not. Chinfan's identity has become different. He is no longer just a genius, but may also have a powerful backer to support him. Everyone in the Education Bureau discussed for a long time before deciding to give this reward to Chinfan. The director has instructed that as long as you come, I will receive you. Furthermore, as long as our base city has any martial arts or skills, you can take them away for free. Xiaoqian continued to receive guests, her face still as gentle as ever. For Jiangqing's #1 genius, this attitude is normal. Isn't this too expensive? These martial arts and techniques are very expensive. Is it really okay to just give it to me for free? Although Chinfan really wanted to practice these high-level martial arts, he was very restrained. Xiaoqian smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. Anyway, these martial arts and skills belong to Jiangqing. You can practice them. In short, you don't have to pay copyright fees. Anyway, these martial arts and techniques have already paid for themselves, so it's no big deal. The reason we continue to charge is to incentivize others." After hearing what Xiaoqian said, Chinfan gradually understood. There is no more hesitation. Then I'll just pick it at random. After saying that, Chinfan began to select on the screen. And muttered to himself, "Since it's not a waste of money, I'll just replace them all. It's like upgrading from a musket to a cannon." Thinking and choosing at the same time. Xiaoqian, who was standing by, looked at Chinfan with envy. "I'm so envious. Is this the special treatment for geniuses? So many expensive martial arts and techniques are given away for free." As a warrior, she was naturally jealous when looking at Chinfan. "Okay, let's just take these few books, one for each subject, more is worse than less." Suddenly, he found that in front of Chinfan there was Middle level Xian rank, slay the demon with 10 strikes. Xian level lower grade, Changchun Gong. Peak of yellow rank, Thunder Step. Xian level lower grade, Vajra Shield. Chinfan was very satisfied when he looked at the martial arts and techniques he had obtained for free. Good, very comfortable, every aspect has been changed. My weaknesses, speed and defense, have been overcome with martial arts, so I can expect a promising future. I simply opened it, looked at it for a few seconds, and then closed it. After preparing to go home, I will concentrate on practicing. Xiaoqian, who was standing beside him, saw everything that Chinfan chose. Looking at Chinfan's choice, Xiaoqian felt very confused and didn't understand. Seeing that Chinfan was about to leave, he immediately said, "Student Chinfan, you just picked 3 Xian level and 1 Huan level peak?" Chinfan stopped, thinking that the receptionist said he had chosen too many options. "What's wrong? Can't you take 4? At this time, it was Chinfan's turn to be confused. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that these martial arts and techniques are of very high grade and it's a bit difficult to practice them. How about you, classmate Chinfan, reconsider and choose a lower grade one?" In Xiaoqian's opinion, Chinfan chose so many high-grade martial arts and techniques. Not to mention achieving even a small level of success, it would take a long time just to get started. She was very clear about Chinfan's future talent selection and the National Martial Arts Examination. Perhaps because of this, Chinfan's strength improvement was delayed. "That's it. What did I think? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." As Chinfan spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. "Let me tell you another secret. I was only a 2-star martial artist the day before yesterday. Are you worried about me?" After saying this, Chinfan gave a confident smile and left in style. Only Xiaoqian was left alone, confused. He was only a 2-star martial artist the day before yesterday? Now he's a 9-star martial artist? And, judging by his performance in the martial arts exam, he may have mastered the sword technique to a lesser degree. After Xiaoqian thought about it carefully and was terrified, her 3 views were instantly refreshed. This time, I truly realized the gap between myself and the genius. If you think about it carefully, it is true. If Chinfan had the same talent as me, he probably wouldn't be able to get first place in the martial arts exam. With Chinfan's talent, even those in Magic City and Kyoto are far inferior to him. It seems that the comments on the internet still seriously underestimate Chinfan. Those transfer students are nothing. Xiaoqian brainstormed, thinking about the terrifying nature of Chinfan's talent. When the talent selection competition comes, I must take a good look at Chinfan's performance. He will definitely make us Jiangqing famous. Chapter 16. Strength improvement is certain. After Chinfan chose the martial arts and techniques, he was filled with joy. Walk towards your rental house. Now my martial arts and skills are all brand new, and when I get home, I will strive to achieve minor success in all of them. My strength will definitely improve greatly. When I thought about it, my previous martial arts and skills were all of lower yellow grade. What kind of life was that? It is totally inconsistent with Chinfan's identity as a peerless genius. To be honest, I have a system, so even if I have higher level martial arts and skills, it's not too much. I will update it again after I finish college. By then, my strength will have been further improved. Thinking of this, Chinfan felt happy and very satisfied. Without giving it any more thought, I immersed myself in cultivation. I opened the Warrior's Home website, opened the ebook, and started practicing. The 10 swords that slash the demon are important. Chinfan did just that, reciting the incantation and performing it continuously. With the help of Xiaoqing's swordsmanship, the first performance was quite good. But to really get started, or to achieve some success, you still need persistence and hard work. After several cycles, there was no gain. Chinfan was used to this scene and didn't think it was a big deal. It was always like this before I got the system. Having a system is much better. There is hope for success. Chinfan continued to work without any distractions, not feeling tired at all. However, the system is important. But Chinfan still firmly believes that diligence can make up for one's shortcomings and hard work will bring rewards. As time went by, Chinfan used his sword skills more and more often. The system broadcast is triggered from time to time. You concentrate on practicing the 10 swords to slay demons, triggering a critical hit and gaining 40 times the reward. You concentrate on practicing the 10 swords to slay the demon, triggering a critical hit and gaining 10 times the reward. The system reported more and more, and Chinfan became more and more proficient in the 10 swords of demon slaying. Chinfan didn't stop until he achieved a small success. As soon as I stopped, I felt deflated and exhausted in an instant. Lying directly on the ground, gasping for breath. In one breath, I raised the 10 swords of demon slaying to a minor level, which was quite tiring. However, the harvest is still very rich. After swallowing a first-grade qi and blood pill and taking a short rest, he immediately stood up and checked his harvest. He gripped the sword fiercely, his eyes fierce. At the same time, he exerted force on his wrist, raised the sword, and chopped forward. The angle is very tricky. The knife ended with one blow, and there was no pause. Instead, it's like a wave, one after another. Each blow is more fierce and powerful than the last. It didn't stop until the third strike. Feeling the power of his last knife, Chinfan was overjoyed. Haha, I feel like the power of this third sword has already surpassed the range of warriors. Even, it can rival that of a martial artist. After performing this set of moves, Chinfan's energy and blood were completely exhausted. The qi and blood that had just been replenished was completely consumed. Oh my god, this won't work, the consumption of energy and blood is too exaggerated. I must improve my Changchun Kung Fu to a minor level later, otherwise I won't be able to resist these 3 sword strikes. He did it right away and sat cross-legged immediately. Similarly, I opened Changchun Gong and started reading it. Just like that, copy what you have done. Half a day later, several system broadcasts sounded. You concentrate on studying the Changchun Gong for the first time, triggering a critical hit and gaining 50 times the reward. You concentrate on studying the Changchun Gong for the first time, triggering a critical hit and gaining 20 times the reward. In this way, Changchun Gong soon achieved a small success. As time passed, until the early morning of the next day, Chinfan declared that his magical power had reached perfection, and all his martial arts and skills had reached minor success. Even though he hadn't slept all night, Chinfan didn't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, I was very excited, feeling the changes in one's own strength. Open the properties panel and take a look. Host Chinfan. Realm, 1-star warrior. Gongfa, Changchun Gong, minor success. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons, minor success. Thunderstep, minor success. Golden bell cover, minor success. It feels good, it feels good. It really feels good this time. My strength has really improved greatly this time. Even those from Kyoto and Magic City are probably not as strong as me. Chinfan had a burst of imagination and was filled with joy. Seeing that his magical power had reached perfection, he did not insist any further. In an instant, I fell asleep. It was not until I was awakened by the ringing of the phone the next day that I opened my eyes and got up. Seeing that it was Su Mingming calling, I answered the call immediately, asking, "What happened?" "Fan, how are you? Are you okay?" Su Mingming thought that Chinfan was worried about whether he could get first place in the National Martial Arts exam. Chinfan just laughed and didn't care at all. "Don't worry, I haven't taken it to heart for a long time. When the time comes, just watch me do it." The day before yesterday, I went to the warrior's house and changed all my martial arts and skills, from shotguns to cannons. Chinfan recounted what happened to him in the past 2 days. As well as being rewarded by the Education Bureau, he also chose 4 new martial arts and techniques. After hearing this, Su Mingming subconsciously worried about Chinfan. "Fan, isn't it a bit late to choose new martial arts and skills now? There is no time to improve your proficiency." In response, Chinfan laughed and did not tell Su Mingming. Instead, he kept it a secret and would give Su Mingming a surprise during the martial arts exam. "Mingming, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Just wait until the martial arts exam to see how I perform." Thinking of Chinfan's previous actions, Su Mingming could only suppress her concern for Chinfan. No more discussion of this topic. "By the way, Mingming, why did you call me? Are you just missing me?" Chinfan teased. Su Mingming snorted, as if she was a little shy. "Humph! Who would miss you? The talent selection competition has been scheduled for a few days." Chinfan didn't quite understand this. "The talent selection competition? What is that? Aren't we going to take part in the National Martial Arts examination next?" "If you don't understand, just ask." Su Mingming simply organized her language and began to explain. The general idea is that the top 100 students from each city-level martial arts exam will gather in the Magic City to compete together. The strongest one will be selected from among them and will be given admission quota to 2 schools. It is worth noting that Kyoto and Shanghai are not allowed to participate in this talent selection competition. Of course, those transfer students are still okay. As for the format of the competition, it is hard to say, as it is subject to change. After a long time, after hearing what Su Mingming said, Chinfan immediately understood a lot about the talent selection competition. "Is that so? That's good. Without the participation of those Kyoto and Magic City-based cities, it does give us some opportunities. No wonder those transfer students come here, probably just for this admission quota." Indeed, as Chinfan said, transfer students come to various base cities for this reason. Under normal circumstances, these transfer students coming to Chinfan should be a dimensionality reduction attack. It should be easy to take first place. This is the case in other base cities, and there is no outlier like Chinfan. At the same time, the situation in Jiangqing was very special. With the presence of Chinfan, these transfer students failed to succeed. However, with me here, there will be one less spot for these transfer students to grab. In addition, Chinfan already had an idea. If possible, pay special attention to the transfer students during the talent selection competition. Although the transfer student was not successful, it does not mean that the matter is over. Of course, you also have to withstand Chinfan's targeting. Chapter 17. Am I a big star? Mingming, what are your plans next? Chinfan saw that Su Mingming called him on her own initiative, and knew that she was definitely not just calling him to share the news. Su Mingming immediately said, I thought that the talent selection competition is only a few days away, and the competition venue is still in the Magic City. It would be better if we go there for a few days first to get familiar with the venue and visit Magic University. Chinfan thought about it briefly and felt that it made sense. Okay, since we have nothing to do in Jiangqing anyway, it's a good idea to go early. At the same time, if nothing unexpected happens, I should choose Shanghai University. After all, your father and grandfather are both there. Su Mengmeng was very pleased to hear what Chinfan said. Fan, I was just thinking of asking you which university you're going to apply to. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say any more. Indeed, judging from its overall strength, Shanghai is still slightly inferior to Kyoto. In the recent National Martial Arts University competitions, Kyoto has always won first place. It would be understandable if Chinfan chose Kyoto. Now that's the best. Okay, let's meet at the school gate. Our homeroom teacher, Link, will be there too. Good. They both hung up the phone and packed up their things. But there was nothing to prepare for. After a while, Chinfan arrived at the gate of Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Su Mengming had been standing at the door for a while, with her class teacher Link standing next to her. Both of them kept looking around, searching for Chinfan. Su Mengming was very excited when she suddenly saw Chinfan, as if she hadn't seen him for several years. They ran away and hugged each other. As soon as he let go, Su Mengming said, Fan, are you okay? Don't take my dad's words to heart. If it doesn't work, I can help you. Su Mengming is like this, she is too concerned and confused. Mengming, it's okay, I told you before, I have enough strength. Even if they come together, it won't work. After Chinfan upgraded his muskets to more powerful ones, his strength has been greatly improved. Not to mention those transfer students, even those real geniuses in Shanghai and Kyoto are not good enough. Seeing that Chinfan seemed really confident, Su Mengming did not continue the topic. The two held hands and came to the class teacher Link. Lao Lin, come with us, are you strong enough? Chinfan looked at his boss and his tone became indulgent. It's like two different people compared to before I got the system. Become cheerful and active. Ha, kid, you're just a one-star warrior and you look down on me. When you become a martial arts master, you can say this again. As a martial artist, Link could see Chinfan's realm clearly. Only Su Mengming beside him is at the same level as Chinfan. I'm not quite sure about Chinfan's realm. As soon as Link finished speaking, Su Mengming was shocked. Looking at Chinfan in disbelief. Fan, you are already a one-star warrior! So fast? Weren't you only an 8-star warrior at the end of the martial arts exam? In just one day, you have reached a higher level? At first, Su Mengming was quite shocked. However, before he thought of Chinfan, he had already advanced 3 levels. I didn't say anything more. I can only complain. Fan, you are such a cultivation monster! Link has become accustomed to Chinfan's incredible improvement speed. Ever since Chinfan was promoted from a 2-star martial artist to a 5-star martial artist, Link has been shocked all the time. Seeing Chinfan's current improvement speed, Link even felt it was a bit slow. Chinfan looked at the expressions of the two people and was secretly delighted. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, if they knew that I could master Xian-level martial arts and techniques to a small degree in one day, I'm afraid they will be even more shocked. Chinfan did not point it out, but was prepared to reveal it unintentionally. After all, invisible pretense is more deadly. Okay, 2 new talents, stop chatting and get on the high-speed train first. It's not too late to talk then. Chinfan and Su Mengming smiled at each other and followed Link. The 3 of them quickly boarded the high-speed train to the Magic City. To be honest, this was Chinfan's first time riding a high-speed train since he traveled through time. But from the outside, there is no difference from the previous life. But in terms of speed, it is too fast. Chinfan secretly smacked his lips. Indeed, this blue planet is much stronger than the planet in my previous life in every aspect. Once the 3 of them got on the high-speed train, they spoke very little. No desire to talk anymore. Chinfan, in particular, remained silent. Staring blankly out the window, I saw various scenery. the human-based city and the outside world's occupied point. It really opened Chinfan's eyes. You know what, if we keep doing this, it won't be bad. Chinfan was daydreaming like this, and Su Mengmeng and Link did not interrupt him. The road is long and the high-speed rail is faster. Soon, the high-speed train arrived at the station. Dear passengers, hello? We have arrived at the Magic City station. The Magic City welcomes you. Without saying anything more, the three of them walked out of Moda Station together. Standing at the entrance of Moda Station, Chinfan stepped on the land of Modu. Looking at the scene in front of me, I felt melancholy. Take a deep breath. Demon City, I, Chinfan, am here. This time, unlike in Jiangqing, all three of them left the station at once. Then people noticed it. Everyone who saw Chinfan exclaimed. It was like seeing a big star. Fuck! That seems to be the Chinfan who defeated the transfer student? And they are the number one in Jiangqing Bay City. It seems so. He looks very much like her. I didn't expect him to come so early. But isn't it still early for the National Martial Arts examination? You don't know this, right? Before the National Martial Arts exam, there is a talent selection competition to compete for the two schools' recommended admission spots. One of the knowledgeable guys took the initiative to explain, and everyone suddenly understood. Nodding continuously. I wonder why those people went to other base cities. I guess it's to compete for the places in these two schools. Brother Dong looked disdainful. Of course, otherwise why do you think they would risk being scolded and go to other base cities? Is it just for the title of number one? Several people were talking very passionately. There was a taunting sound from not far away. Irby, you are still chatting. Let's hurry up and take a photo, we need autographs. After saying that, he immediately rushed into the crowd. Several people looked towards Chinfan and discovered that the place was already surrounded by people. While a few people were discussing, the others had already run over. A close look at Chinfan, the hottest talent on the mission. For a remote base city to be able to defeat a transfer student, it's quite something. At this moment, Chinfan was still daydreaming, and when he came to his senses, he was already surrounded by people. He immediately shouted, "What's going on? What happened? Why are there so many people around?" Link understood very well. They are all here to find you, but you don't know that ever since you defeated the transfer student and won the first place in the martial arts exam. The sensation it caused was so intense that it went viral on the internet, but you might not have felt it in Jiangqing. It's just that we didn't notice this situation because we were maintaining discipline, and now that we've come to the Magic City, we naturally can't stop it. After Link's explanation, Chinfan finally realized how popular he was on the internet. Chinfan is a little weird. According to my past life, I should be a very popular star. My goodness, look at how many people are surrounding it, one circle after another, it's quite spectacular. Obviously, Chinfan has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. As time went by, Chinfan and the other two did not leave the Magic City station. Instead, he was pushed by the crowd and returned to the Magic City station. The situation is getting closer and closer to getting out of control. Chinfan finally realized that something was wrong. Isn't this situation a bit wrong? Su Mengmeng agreed. Indeed, so many people have gathered here, and judging by the situation, there will be more and more. Chapter 18 Lying on the ground? Blackmailing us? Chinfan still has ways to deal with some monsters, but he encounters so many people. Chinfan also seemed a little dwarfed by the others. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Now I finally understand why celebrities have to bring bodyguards and crowd control when they come to visit. Who can handle this? Chinfan was just sighing like this when he suddenly felt something strange. Oh my god, who is touching my abs? While dealing with it, he also had to be on guard against other people's dirty hands. Link, who was standing aside, was much calmer after thinking about it. Chinfan, don't worry, I'm well prepared and have already reported it in advance. I guess someone will come to rescue us soon. Chinfan was about to say something. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he will appear. A large group of security guards surrounded them. After a while, Chinfan and the other two broke away from the encirclement and came out successfully. Chinfan and Su Mingming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a calamity. No, next time I'm in public, I must cover my face, or at least wear a mask. I dared to do it, took out the mask and put it on. That's true. If this situation happened every day, no one could bear it. Okay, put on the mask, then there should be no problem. Let's keep going. Chinfan is indeed hard to recognize with a mask on. At this time, Link said, Chinfan, Su Mingming, the person who helped us just now was my former classmate. It's not easy for us to meet each other, so we should probably catch up. I won't go with you. Meng is very familiar with demons. You two can go together. After Link said this, he left. Drinking and chatting with my brothers. Okay, very good, now that Teacher Lin has left, it's just the two of us left. I know Shanghai very well, we can go there and have a good look around. When Su Mingming heard that Link was leaving, she was overjoyed. With Link around, Su Mingming always felt a little unnatural. Okay, whatever I say is fine. Chinfan doesn't care about these. So, the two of them walk side by side towards the direct subway. This motor station is still some distance away from the city center. All you need to do is take the subway, and you will reach the center of Shanghai. Chinfan and his companion stood there quietly, waiting for the subway to arrive. An inappropriate voice came from behind. Yulong, that seems to be the one who defeated you, Chinfan? We are so disappointed that you couldn't defeat such a person. One of them teased Yulong. After the city-level martial arts exam, these transfer students gathered together. Prepared to return to the Magic City together to participate in the talent selection competition. Isn't that why they do this? At this moment, I didn't expect that I would meet the internet celebrity Chinfan. Yulong felt very uncomfortable when being called out. And this feeling became even stronger after seeing Chinfan. But he couldn't lose face, so he immediately refuted. Humph! You're laughing. Do you think I'm weak? Lucien, if you have the strength, go and give it a try. Indeed, just as Yulong said. It's not that it's Yulong's problem, the problem is that Chinfan is a little too strong. Even though he was a little stubborn, he had to say it. But this was only the case before. If fighting alone, Yulong was not afraid of Chinfan. What? Did Chinfan break your faith? Are you starting to speak up for Chinfan? I am a dish, and you are still looking for excuses? Lucien obviously didn't believe Yulong's explanation. Sneer. The other people also had the same attitude. Yulong, it's okay if you can't do it. Don't make excuses. We brothers can help you get back on track. After all, Chinfan slapped us transfer students in the face, so we must save our reputation. That's right. Now people on the internet are saying that we transfer students are not good enough. We can't even beat a student from a local-based city. It's really embarrassing. The other people were talking about it, obviously doubting Yulong's ability, rather than the strength of Chinfan. These few words made Yulong's expression change. There is really nothing to say. Forget it. If you have the ability, you don't need to talk about it here. Just go up and test it, and you will know. Yulong said something casually, and then ignored it. Okay, Yulong, you said this, so I'll go and try it first. Lucien, who initially questioned Yulong, naturally could not lose face. But after thinking about it, I decided not to go by myself. Huzi, go and see what's going on with this Chinfan. How did he make our big brother you so embarrassed? After saying that, a burly man walked out from behind Lucien. He simply responded and walked towards Chinfan. Okay, my little brother has gone over there. In terms of realm, he is about the same as Yulong, and his strength is probably the same. Then let's see what Chinfan's strength is and what's going on. Seeing that some people had already taken action, several people immediately became interested. They all looked at Lucien's younger brother and Huzi's performance. At the same time, since they knew of Chinfan's existence, they have been very curious about what kind of strength Chinfan has. Huzi didn't say anything polite but was very simple. He attacked Chinfan and the other man from behind with a fierce punch, which was very swift. Very neat and tidy. If Chinfan didn't react in their eyes, the only outcome would be serious injury. Chinfan, who was joking, suddenly felt the crisis. react immediately. After realizing that it was the movement behind him, he fought back. His face was calm, not at all flustered. In an instant, the thigh exerts force, extending to the entire leg. It swept violently behind him, like a long stick sweeping across. At the same time, he also performed the thunder step. A minor martial art, with even faint flashes of lightning lingering around his footsteps. It happened so quickly that Hu Zi's fist was quite far away from Chinfan. Chinfan's sweep has arrived. His thigh hit Hu Zi's arm violently, and the powerful force forced Hu Zi's arm to move down. The fist shifted directly, and its force was greatly reduced. After the thighs touched, the calves and feet followed. One after another. They all fell on Hu Zi. The most powerful move is the thunder step, which is quite powerful. It hit Hu Zi's head directly and mercilessly. Just a moment of contact. Bang! Hu Zi was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up instantly. He immediately lost consciousness. From beginning to end, Hu Zi's fist never touched Chinfan. It was not until she heard a loud noise behind her that Su Mengmeng realized there was someone behind her. He turned around immediately, and saw Hu Zi lying on the ground. I was very flustered and didn't know what had just happened. Why did Chinfan start fighting with this guy? Fan, what's wrong? What's wrong with this guy? Why is he suddenly lying on the ground? Is he here to cause trouble for us? Chinfan retracted his leg and wiped it briefly. He said with a faint smile. Nothing, I guess someone came to spar with me, but I'm not good enough in learning the skills, and now I'm lying on the ground unconscious. Chinfan's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After hearing this, Su Mengmeng obviously realized that the matter was not simple. But seeing that Chinfan had solved the problem, he didn't say anything more. However, when he saw Hu Zi sleeping in front of him, still couldn't help but talk. Fan, this person just fell to the ground unconscious. Is he really okay? Chinfan smiled slightly, pointed at the group of people far away from Long, and said, Chapter 19 I have the power of blood, what do I have to be afraid of? As for whether this person is okay, you can ask those people, those transfer students who were defeated by you. Chinfan pointed with a playful look on his face. He didn't take these transfer students seriously at all. I thought to myself. They actually sent a one-star warrior. That's a bit disrespectful. Su Mengmeng looked at the group of people with a serious expression. I also recognized that those people were transfer students from Shanghai and Kyoto. Most of them are from Magic City, Kyoto, and several major families. There is no shortage of talent, background, or resources. Su Mengmeng was subconsciously worried about Chinfan. Fan, you slapped these transfer students in the face in the city-level martial arts exam before, and they probably bear a grudge against you. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to get back at you, but I'm afraid I'll target you in the talent selection contest. Chinfan waved his hand indifferently, and did not take these people seriously. Haha, a transfer student? That's all you can do? There's nothing to be afraid of. As he spoke, Chinfan pointed at Hu Zi, who was lying on the ground. Just as Chinfan and the other man were talking, Hu Zi also woke up and ran away dejectedly. As for Chinfan, everything happened very quickly. When they came to their senses, Hu Zi had already fallen unconscious to the ground. For a moment, these transfer students fell into silence. Obviously, except Yulong, no one else expected this result. They all looked confused, recalling Chinfan's sweep just now. He secretly considered what his chances of winning would be if he faced this attack. Humph! Mr. Liu, I've already said that Chinfan is very strong, so you can't blame me for being weak. I'll let your little brother go, and the result will be the same if you go, there's no difference. Yulong looked very proud as he watched Lucien suffer a setback. He also breathed a sigh of relief. But I couldn't help sighing in my heart. Fuck, Chinfan's strength has greatly increased. Judging from his strength, his realm is probably about the same as mine. Yulong couldn't help but feel nervous when he thought about the direct points crushing him. Hearing Yulong's pride, Lucien's expression changed. It's so embarrassing. He tried to make excuses for a long time. He laughed. Chinfan is pretty good, right? If I take action, it would be okay too. When Lucien said this, he was obviously lacking in confidence. Lucien was very clear about the strength of his younger brother. Unexpectedly, Chinfan could knock down his younger brother with just one strike. Except for Yulong, it was the first time for everyone to see Chinfan take action. This move scared several people. From a distance, Chinfan's realm seemed very ordinary, he was just a new warrior. But the actual combat power displayed was extremely terrifying. He doesn't look like a 1-star warrior at all, but rather a 7 or 8-star warrior. Oh? Mr. Lu, you are so confident? Your little brother can't do it. Why don't you go up and take a look? Anyway, Chinfan hasn't left yet, you still have a chance. Yulong immediately refuted. All of them have impressive backgrounds, so naturally there is no need for them to be afraid of anyone. For a moment, Lucien was speechless. He fell into deep thought, wondering what methods he could use to target Chinfan. Huzi limped back and stood behind Lucien. I was extremely terrified and nervous. Everyone was shocked to see Huzi's miserable condition. I have a new understanding of Chinfan's cruelty. But no matter how shocked they were, these transfer students were not completely useless. The people of Magic City and Kyoto seem invincible whenever they are mentioned. They have their own trump cards, which are usually not revealed. After thinking for a long time, Lucien forced himself to boost his confidence, and said, "Look, what are you afraid of? Chinfan is just a young boy and an ordinary warrior. Compared with me, he is far inferior. At that time, I will just use my bloodline, and Chinfan will be nothing to me, just a frog in a well." Lucien looked at Chinfan and discovered something. Chinfan was pointing at them and chatting and laughing with the girl next to him. Obviously, he didn't take them seriously at all. Lucien suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke with gritted teeth. "The one next to him must be the eldest daughter of the Su family, she is so beautiful. It's a pity that we don't have a chance, but if we talk to the children of the top families, we won't have to do anything." As if he had thought of something funny, Lucien laughed cruelly. After Lucien's explanation, the fear of Chinfan among them was reduced a lot. But they also know that the power of blood is not so easy to display. Yulong thought to himself, "This Mr. Lu is talking nonsense again. If Bloodline was so easy to use, I would have taken the city-level martial arts exam and won first place long ago." However, the results of the martial arts exam showed that Yulong had not succeeded. Several people were chatting and talking before, but now they became silent. Left here, Chinfan, who was waiting for the subway, felt bored when he saw several people leave. These people are quite sensible. If they don't know what's good for them and try again, they won't just faint on the ground. At the same time, Chinfan also found it quite boring. I kept thinking about it in my heart. It would be quite disappointing if the transfer students in the talent selection competition only had these abilities. I hope they can give me some help. I'm still thinking about triggering the system critical hit and continuing to improve my strength. Seeing that the transfer students had already gone far away, Chinfan and his companions did not stay any longer. Take the subway and head towards the center of Magic City. What the few people in Chinfan didn't know was that someone nearby was watching the fight between them. Spreading on the internet. This will cause another sensation regarding Chinfan. After this series of events, the two no longer had the mood to hang out in Shanghai. On the subway, the two of them were talking about what had just happened. Fan, I think you will be in great danger in this talent selection. I'm afraid you will be besieged by these transfer students. If you are seriously injured and then encounter a monster, it would be terrible. Su Mengmeng, who was standing by, was shocked at the thought that Chinfan's life was in danger. Suddenly, I became worried again. Fan, why don't we just not participate in this talent selection competition? There are only a few spots for 2 schools anyway, so we don't have to take them. When the time comes, I will beg Grandpa to admit you directly. Obviously, after what happened just now, Su Mengmeng was too worried about Chinfan's safety. I was afraid that it was Chinfan who fell to the ground just now. Chinfan was a little helpless, and hugged Su Mengmeng in his arms. Don't worry, Mengmeng, I'm very strong and it's easy for me to defeat these transfer students. Besides, when have I ever let you down? In contrast to Su Mengmeng, Chinfan did not take these transfer students seriously at all. Su Mengmeng snuggled in Chinfan's arms, thinking in her heart. Fan, it's not as simple as you think. They have a very scary trump card. Su Mengmeng thought so and touched the necklace around her neck. The phoenix-shaped pendant glows red and is crystal clear. Like something is hidden. But at the same time, Su Mengmeng didn't understand how powerful Chinfan was. Chinfan, who has almost mastered the swordsmanship, is not good at showing it off. I can only say this helplessly, don't let Su Mengmeng worry. Chapter 20. I said they are too weak, do you believe it? Unfortunately, since they have a blood relationship in Kyoto and Modu, Su Mengmeng doesn't know how to start the conversation. Just as the two were talking, the subway arrived at the station. As soon as he stepped out of the station, Chinfan could clearly feel the prosperity of the magic city. It's not just technology and transportation, it's also true for martial arts. Every time he saw someone, he had energy and blood that was no weaker than Chinfan's. It's really novel. Full of challenges and unknowns. I just don't know if the children of those top families are so powerful. But they are just SOSO. In my opinion, they are just chickens and dogs. I just hope they can put enough pressure on me, otherwise it would be quite boring. Standing at the subway entrance, Chinfan simply sighed. Su Mengmeng saw this scene and did not disturb Chinfan. I thought Chinfan was still troubled by being a transfer student. Fan, relax, it's just a competition, it's okay even if you lose. Uncle Wang will come to pick us up soon, so you can stay at my house for the time being. Chinfan nodded without explaining. When the talent selection competition comes, Su Mengmeng will naturally know. Looking at Su Mengmeng's worried look, Chinfan even thought. These transfer students, don't they really have some hidden cards? But when I thought about my own strength, I didn't take it to heart. So what if these transfer students have trump cards? I might have some too. Maybe by that time my strength will have improved. I'm afraid that the true geniuses in Kyoto and Demon City are probably not as strong as me. Of course, now Chinfan doesn't think that he can defeat those real geniuses. After all, Chinfan's practice time is still too short. To be precise, it has only been a few days since Chinfan truly rose to prominence. He didn't think that he could catch up with the geniuses from Shanghai and Kyoto in just a few days. Chinfan could easily control those transfer students. While Chinfan was daydreaming like this, Uncle Wang arrived. Miss, classmate Chinfan, we should go back now. Uncle Wang's tone has become much kinder now, and he obviously knows that Chinfan has been accepted. At the same time, Chinfan and the other person fought like this. Chinfan's appearance is so easy to attract everyone's attention. As long as you browse the internet, you will know of Chinfan's existence. It has attracted a lot of people's attention. They all gathered around Chinfan. After experiencing the previous scene, Chinfan suddenly felt scared. Take action now. Hurry up, Meng, let's go quickly, before we get surrounded again. No one will come to rescue us here. As he spoke, Chinfan pushed Su Mengmeng towards the luxury car. Su Mengmeng was also a little scared and also got into the luxury car. Not until Uncle Wang drove away did Chinfan and his companion breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my God, we were almost surrounded again. I was really scared. Chinfan felt very uncomfortable as he watched the huge crowd coming towards him but couldn't do anything. Chinfan just felt that it was more terrifying than facing any monster. Even after Chinfan and his companions left, they could still hear the enthusiastic excitement of the crowd behind the car. These are just a few episodes. Soon, Chinfan and his companions arrived at the Su family in the Magic City. Fan, I have a specially equipped practice room in my house. There is one in every room. If you need it, you can use it at will. Su Mengmeng thought that Chinfan was under a lot of pressure now. All you can do is sharpen your skills before the battle and improve your strength as much as possible. Seeing this, Chinfan was too lazy to explain and just nodded. Following Su Mengmeng's footsteps, he walked towards his room. Right next to her room, right next to it. Meng, our rooms are so close, is that okay? Does your father agree? Are you really not afraid of me doing something to you? Chinfan joked to liven up the atmosphere. Haha, of course I'm not afraid. If you dare to do anything, my father will definitely castrate you. Su Mengming had a wicked smile on her face and made scissors gestures with her hands. In an instant, Chinfan felt a chill in his crotch. The whole person immediately became energetic. It's okay, I was just joking. Chinfan waved his hand quickly and returned to his room. Su Mengmeng looked at Chinfan's expression and laughed. Entering the room next to Chinfan, he also thought about improving his strength as much as possible before the talent selection competition. Chinfan simply walked into the room and took a look around, then didn't pay any more attention to it. Sit cross-legged and focus on improving your own realm. My current cultivation level is only a 1-star warrior, which is much lower than those transfer students. Not to mention the geniuses in Kyoto and Magic City, I estimate that they are even worse. Although Chinfan has high-level martial arts skills and almost perfect swordsmanship. But one can't tell what cards those people in Magic City and Kyoto have. If something unexpected happens and I fail to win the talent selection competition, that would be the most painful thing. But at the same time, Chinfan has enough confidence. Even though he is not strong enough now, Chinfan has enough capital to become stronger during the competition. Until you reach the strength to crush the others. Just as Chinfan was about to immerse himself in cultivation, the doorbell rang. What do you mean? Meng misses me so soon? Didn't we just break up? Without thinking any more, I walked straight over and opened the door. Look who's out there. I was shocked to find that the person outside was our homeroom teacher, Link. As soon as the two met, Chinfan didn't even have time to open his mouth. Link said with a concerned look on his face. Chinfan, are you okay? I just found out on the internet that you had a conflict with those transfer students. Link's tone was quite anxious, fearing that Chinfan would be wrong. What unfair treatment. As a teacher who came out with Chinfan. If anything happened to Chinfan, I would be held responsible. Chinfan was quite surprised. What? My story with those transfer students has spread to the internet? Is it that exaggerated? As he spoke, he beckoned Link to come into the house. Anyway, don't be in a hurry, let's sit down and talk slowly. Chinfan smiled, as if he didn't take the matter to heart. Link sat down on the sofa and spoke hurriedly. Chinfan, tell me the truth. What happened at the subway station? If we are right, we can go and cause trouble for them. There is no need to endure it all the time. We Jiangqing people are no less rude than them. Link spoke with a serious look on his face. This made Chinfan lose all desire to joke. I'm just telling the truth about what happened in the subway station. After Chinfan's story, Link's expression gradually became strange. In fact, he even looked at Chinfan with disbelief in the end. I couldn't help but ask. Chinfan, are you sure? You hit them, not them hitting you? After reading the news online, Link came directly to Chinfan. He asked about the situation anxiously. I haven't had time to watch the video to see what happened. After hearing what Chinfan said, Link gradually felt that it was a little unreal. As if he had thought of something, he opened his phone. Searching for the video of Chinfan and the transfer student having a big fight at the subway entrance. The picture quality is very clear, and it shows Chinfan and several transfer students. A moment later, after Link finished watching the video. Watching the video again, it just felt strange. And incredible and shocking. Chinfan, what is your actual combat power now? Chapter 21. What is that bloodline you are talking about? Is it very strong? Even though Link had overestimated Chinfan, he was still shocked by the strength he displayed. A brainstorm was going on in my mind. How talented is my student? He seems to be getting more and more scary. Indeed, Chinfan's speed of improving strength has repeatedly collided with Link's 3 views. He has been teaching for so many years and has met so many talented students. But someone like Chinfan is extremely exaggerated. This is the first time I've encountered this. This kind of plot of a loser counterattacking and becoming a peerless genius actually happened in his own class. Now that I think about it, Link still seems a little unreal. Faced with Link's question, Chinfan was not sure. To be honest, Chinfan was not quite sure what his real combat power was. I just feel that I have infinite power. Not to mention being able to defeat a martial artist, but at least he is invincible within the martial arts realm. If those geniuses in Kyoto and Shanghai didn't have any exaggerated trump cards, that's no problem. I guess his actual combat power is invincible in the realm of warriors. Chinfan did not say anything too extreme about this. He said it more modestly. Invincible in the realm of warriors? You are only a one-star warrior now, and you can achieve this? After hearing this, Link immediately became suspicious instinctively. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The gap in realm is so huge, how can we make up for it? I'm afraid that in terms of martial arts and techniques, they are far ahead. Only then can you surpass those geniuses from Kyoto and Shanghai. Thinking of this, Link continued to ask. Then how is your proficiency in martial arts and techniques? Logically speaking, they are still at the lower yellow level. Even if they are improved, it can't make up for it, right? Obviously, Link didn't know that Chinfan had chosen the Xian level martial arts. In response to this, Chinfan smiled slightly and said helplessly, Old Lin, you are out of touch with the information. My skills in martial arts have long been upgraded to the Xian level and the Peak Huang level. Chinfan looked proud as he talked about his current configuration. Xian level martial arts and skills? Do you have that much money to buy them? Even if I were to buy them, it would be very painful. The current technique is only at the peak of the yellow rank, how could you possibly have it? Link sneered, not believing Chinfan's words at all. Chinfan didn't explain any more and just started to perform. Get ready and let Link see whether you have any profound skills in martial arts. Immediately, Chinfan started practicing Changchun Gong. Suddenly, the aura of the lower-grade Xian level martial arts was clearly revealed. Link was very familiar with the sensation caused by Chinfan's martial arts. His own martial arts skills are only at the peak of the yellow level. No matter from which aspect, it is far from Chinfan's Changchun Gong. With just one glance, Link could tell what Chinfan's martial arts was and where it came from. Xian level lower grade, Changchun Gong. Isn't that the highest grade martial arts in Jiangqing? Where did you get it, Chinfan? Link would never believe that Chinfan picked up this skill. Chinfan looked at Link's shocked face and chuckled. Haha, old Lin, you must be dumbfounded. I definitely didn't pick up this technique. It was given to me as a reward from our Jiangqing base city. What do you think? Are you envious? After hearing what Chinfan said, Link's expression changed. I really didn't expect that the Jiangqing top leaders attached so much importance to Chinfan. But however, when they thought about Chinfan's performance these times, each time, they were extremely shocked. There is no problem in getting such a reward. In addition, rewards include martial arts, skills, and so on. To be honest, there is no cost, and it's not like Chinfan took away the martial arts. It's just that there is no harm in allowing Chinfan to study. You can also make friends with Chinfan, a rising star. It's much more cost-effective than those rewards of cultivation resources. As if he had thought of something again. Although you have changed to better martial arts and techniques, it is really unnecessary in the current situation of the genius selection competition. I think that your technique is barely good enough for entry level, and its effect is similar to that of the minor or near major chi gathering technique, so it is not very useful. After thinking it over, Link didn't quite agree that the technique could bring any improvement. At most, it can absorb spiritual energy faster and recover faster. Moreover, it is extremely limited. It is difficult to improve the strength and combat capability. Chinfan didn't say anything, but picked up the sword beside him. He used his minor skill of 10 demon-slaying swords and slashed at the side a few times casually. He paused, waiting and looking at Link's shock. Indeed, the result was just as Chinfan expected. Link was about to say something when he saw Chinfan's actions. Suddenly, he stared at Chinfan in disbelief. Middle-level Xian rank, 10 blades to slay demons, they even let you learn this? This time, Link also noticed that Chinfan had actually mastered the 10 swords demon slaying technique to a minor level of success. For a moment, he looked at Chinfan in shock, not knowing what to say. I gradually began to doubt my life. He remembers it very clearly. During the city-level martial arts exam, Chinfan also used the Daolang sword technique and the Naki Ju, which were of the lower yellow grade. Only a few days have passed, 3 or 4 at most. Moreover, most of the time is spent on the road. I'm afraid that the time Chinfan actually spent on cultivation was only a little more than a day. Surprisingly, he was able to practice the Xian level martial arts and techniques to a small level of success. This time, Link really couldn't understand how Chinfan did it. He muttered to himself, "This is probably the real difference between a genius and an ordinary person. I guess with Chinfan's strength, he can fight me for a few moves. Link is only a one-star martial artist, and now he is old and weak." Qi and blood continued to decline. "I'm afraid that after this talent selection competition is over, I won't be as good as Chinfan." Thinking of this, Link looked at Chinfan blankly. There is indeed a sense of unreality. Chinfan noticed Link's gaze and easily knew what Link was thinking. "Old Lin, you are too narrow-minded. The day I mastered the sword technique, you were already inferior to me," Chinfan said to himself, looking very proud. Obviously, Link had not yet mastered the minor sword technique, and in the city-level martial arts exam, he did not see that Chinfan had already mastered it. Either of them spoke again. Link looked at Chinfan with doubt in his life. He secretly thought about how powerful Chinfan was. Both his strength and talent have been revealed. Moreover, Link compared Chinfan with the real geniuses in Kyoto and Magic City. Link was lost in thought. What will happen if Chinfan meets those geniuses? Or will Chinfan win easily? Just when Link was about to draw a conclusion, he suddenly thought of something. I immediately woke up from my reverie. Oh, I almost forgot. Those people have extremely powerful cards. Maybe the situation will be reversed. Thinking about the geniuses he met when he was young who had awakened their bloodlines, Link felt a little scared. As if he had thought of something terrible. Notice Link's sudden reversal of mood. It got to the point where Chinfan was a little overwhelmed. "Old Lin, what is that bloodline you just mentioned? Is it very strong?" Chapter 22. I really don't want to be a big star. Link's mention of bloodline caught Chinfan's attention. Chinfan, who is now quite confident, is afraid that those people have some exaggerated trump cards. It would be very painful if you were to capsize in a ditch. Hearing Chinfan's question, Link felt a little embarrassed. This bloodline is a little hard to describe. It's very special, powerful, and unique. Some people want it, some people don't want it. Link's face looked melancholy, as if he had thought of something. These ambiguous words made Chinfan a little confused. "Old Lin, what does this bloodline mean? Hurry up and explain it clearly. The talent selection competition is coming up soon, don't mess with my mentality." Chinfan subconsciously felt that this bloodline should be very powerful. Chinfan could guess it just from the literal meaning. It is already a treasure left by people in the past. Seeing Chinfan so anxious, Link no longer kept him in suspense and spoke directly. Soon, after Link's series of explanations, Chinfan finally understood. Famous big families in places like Magic City and Kyoto all have the bloodlines of their ancestors. At the right time, you will wake up. For those who have awakened, it is a huge improvement in every aspect, including talent, qualifications, but not limited to these. There has also been an exaggerated improvement in strength and combat capability. If you have it properly, the benefits will be improved several times. But there is also a corresponding limitation, which is that it is impossible to surpass the realm of predecessors. In other words, the realm of those who have awakened their bloodlines is at most the god of war. And it is impossible to improve further unless one's talent is strong enough to break this limitation. After Link finished speaking, Chinfan digested the news in silence. This actually surprised Chinfan. I was wondering why everyone thinks that people from Kyoto and Demon City are invincible, and that's true. The bloodline has been strengthened several times, which is really difficult to deal with. As if he had thought of something, Chinfan continued to ask. Old Lin, does Meng Meng also use this bloodline? Link nodded in agreement. Well, Su Meng Meng does have it too, but he hasn't awakened yet. And, it is worth mentioning that Su Meng Meng's family's bloodline is the strongest, far surpassing other families. With this said, Chinfan gradually understood why the Su family was the leader of the 5 major families. The reason for its long-lasting prosperity. I really didn't expect that Meng Meng's family is so powerful. That's for sure. Although Su Meng Meng is just an ordinary one-star warrior now, you will know how terrifying it is when her bloodline is activated. After hearing what Link said, Chinfan understood. Why are Su Qin and Su Hao such awesome people? Their daughters and granddaughters are so weak. It turns out it hasn't risen yet. After this conversation, Chinfan suddenly felt some pressure. There is a little uncertainty about the result of this talent selection competition. Link seemed to see Chinfan's worry and advised him again. What? Chinfan, are you scared? However, you don't have to panic now. Most of those who participated in the genius selection competition have not awakened their bloodline. Even if they can awaken, the improvement in combat power is extremely limited, otherwise they would not compete with us base cities for quotas. Indeed, these transfer students are merely affiliates of top families. There are some bloodlines of the main clan, but they are extremely limited. After hearing what Link said, Chinfan's expression eased a lot. Chinfan changed his mind and thought about his own strength. There was absolutely no need for him to worry. I have nothing to fear. I have nearly perfected my sword skills and my power is quite powerful. Even if I really meet those people, it's hard to say who will win. Besides, by the time the National Martial Arts exam begins, my strength might have already improved to some degree, so it's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Chinfan also began to weigh his own strength against those geniuses. But fortunately, there is still time to improve. As for how it works, we still have to try it out. I remember those opponents in the talent show competition that I met at the subway entrance. Chinfan's last bit of worry disappeared. I may not be able to be a true genius now, but for these transfer students, it's a piece of cake. After figuring it out, Chinfan stopped worrying. He spoke with full confidence. Old Lin, we can't boost others' ambitions and destroy our own prestige. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know after we have a try in the talent selection competition. After hearing what Chinfan said, Link didn't think Chinfan had the ability. Just treat it as Chinfan's comfort to himself and him. I couldn't help but sigh. Hey Chinfan, you rose to prominence too early. If you had risen earlier, not to mention the transfer students, even the true geniuses would not be as good as you. Seeing that Link didn't believe him, Chinfan didn't bother to explain. Just smiled faintly. After saying this, Link didn't want to waste any more time on Chinfan and prepared to leave. Okay, now that I've told you everything, it's up to you now. I still suggest that you give up this talent selection competition and be at a disadvantage first. Maybe, during the National Martial Arts exam, they won't be able to target you. After saying that, Link left the Su family. As a teacher, it is somewhat inappropriate for him to live here. As the future son-in-law of the Su family, Chinfan can do it. What does he, an old martial artist, count for? Chinfan stared at the direction Link left, stunned. As if thinking about Link's words. I couldn't help but laugh. This old Lin still doesn't know my true strength. When the time comes, old Lin will naturally know it. Chinfan was already a little impatient, seeing Link's shocked expression. After Link left, Chinfan stopped worrying about this matter. I opened my phone and read the discussions online. Before, when the city-level martial arts exam was over, there was a lot of discussion about me on the internet. This time, I want to see what's going on. If you dare to say it, just open the hot search and you will see yourself high on the list. People are talking about me everywhere. It seems that I am really popular on the internet. That is true, the annual military examination is a matter of national concern. In this world invaded by monsters, becoming a warrior is everyone's wish. But most people don't have talent. Just like Chinfan before, even if he tried his best, it was of no avail. If I didn't get the system, my fate would probably be the same as everyone else's. A lifetime just passes by in such an uneventful way. Those untalented people all pin their hopes of becoming powerful warriors on those talented students. And Chinfan, who suddenly became famous, was the perfect candidate. Born into a poor orphan family, he initially had little talent in martial arts until he emerged as a rising star before the martial arts exam, demonstrating talent far beyond that of ordinary people. Such scenes are so exciting to even listen to, let alone experience. For a time, the vast majority of people on the internet blindly supported Chinfan. Just because Chinfan did what they couldn't do. This is true not only for the general public who have no talent for martial arts, but also for the students who took the martial arts exam in the same year as Chinfan. These transfer students all got first place in the military examination in other base cities. But Chinfan is an exception. Chinfan's actions undoubtedly brought honor to the base cities. After seeing this scene online, Chinfan could only say one sentence for a long time. I really don't want to be a big star. Chapter 23 Father, what do you think of Chinfan? To be honest, the discussions about him on the internet were somewhat beyond Chinfan's expectations. I've really become famous this time. I'm a little scared. Chinfan simply looked at it for a short while and then stopped paying attention to it. Turn off your phone and continue to immerse yourself in cultivation. Since everyone supports me so much, I will strive to win first place in both the talent selection competition and the national martial arts examination. All right, destroy those geniuses in Kyoto and Demon City. Even though I don't have bloodline, I am confident that I am not weaker than anyone else. Recovering his thoughts, Chinfan sat cross-legged. This process continues while practicing Changchun Gong. Keep running until the system is triggered to critical hit. Chinfan was excited and very happy. The days before the talent selection competition passed by uneventfully. Chinfan was either eating, sleeping, or immersed in cultivation. Like an ascetic monk. Su Mengmeng also understood and did not come to disturb Chinfan, giving Chinfan enough time to improve himself. But in her opinion, it was just a drop in the bucket. The gap cannot be made up in just a few days. Of course, what they said was true, but it only applies to ordinary people. As long as Chinfan is given a few days, he will be able to make great progress. Su Mengmeng looked at the time and saw that today was the day of the talent selection competition. The gathering place is set at the square of Magic City University. For Su Mengmeng, it was like returning home. Anyway, the principal of Madu is my grandfather. I haven't seen Fan for a few days. I wonder how he is doing? I wonder if he can handle it. If not, let him give up the competition. From beginning to end, Su Mengmeng has been worried about Chinfan's safety. I was afraid that Chinfan would encounter some danger or unfair treatment in the talent selection competition. No matter which one it was, Su Mengmeng was unwilling to accept it. As Su Mengmeng's girlfriend, she naturally cannot suffer any injustice. At this time, Chinfan came out of his cultivation. Obviously, Chinfan had made some remarkable gains in some aspect. He let out a long breath. But it was difficult to conceal the joy on his face. He immediately checked what he had gained in the past few days. You practiced hard and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 40 times the reward. You practiced diligently, use a second-grade Qi and Blood pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 30 times the reward. You practiced hard and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 50 times the reward. Chinfan opened the information bar broadcast by the system, which was densely packed with information. The harvest was indeed quite good. These past few days I've had pretty good luck, triggering quite a few critical hits. Not only did my skills trigger many critical hits, but even the Qi and Blood pills I swallowed did the same. Chinfan knew very well where his shortcomings lay. It's just that the realm is a bit of a drag. And he has always been a one-star warrior, which is a bit not good enough. But fortunately, after a few days of training, my realm has been raised to a 5-star warrior. The speed of this improvement is quite good. Although it is not as good as when I was a martial arts apprentice, it has met my expectations. What's different from ordinary people's breakthroughs is that if others do the same as Chinfan, swallowing too many pills will not help you reach such a high level. There is no benefit at all, it's all disadvantages. Not only is his strength far below this level, his spiritual energy has also become very weak. Moreover, it becomes much more difficult to further improve your realm. It is several times more difficult than before, even 10 times more difficult. Chinfan's realm is actually very stable, and his spiritual energy is not superficial at all. It was as if Chinfan was truly improving step by step. It's totally unbelievable that this can be achieved in just a few days. At the same time, he opened his property panel and took a look. Host Chinfan. Realm 5-star warrior. Gongfa, Changchun Gong Desheng. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons minor success, thunder step minor success, golden bell cover minor success. Chinfan thought it was not a big deal, but he discovered something incredible. His face was full of excitement, and he seemed quite surprised. If I hadn't opened the attribute panel, I probably wouldn't have known that my skills had already been perfected. It seems that this system is really powerful. In just these few days, not only has his strength improved to that of a 5-star warrior, but his skills have also improved dramatically. Chinfan's reaction was not because he was short-sighted. Instead, others wanted Chinfan to do this, to improve the lower-grade Xian-level skills to perfection. It may take an ordinary person several years or even 10 years to succeed. And those who have some talent can achieve what Chinfan has done. It often takes half a year or even a year. Even if this person is a genius, it will take several months. But for Chinfan, all he needed was enough luck and a few days of effort to understand it. When I saw it, I realized that I had made such an incredible improvement in just a few days. Previously, all the worries about the geniuses in Kyoto and Shanghai had completely vanished. Genius? I, Chinfan, will be fighting a genius. This way, things will be even more interesting. Now Chinfan is already looking forward to the arrival of the talent selection competition. After not doing anything for several days, Chinfan gradually felt itchy. Those transfer students are still trying to target me, but this time it's going to be the other way around. I'm going to target you too. Chinfan always seeks revenge. Transfer students who come to these base cities to grab places naturally have to be well prepared. Be prepared to be crushed by Chinfan. When Chinfan was daydreaming like this, the doorbell rang. Fan, today is the talent selection competition, we should set off. Su Mingming's voice came from outside the door, and Chinfan immediately stood up and walked towards the door. After opening the door, the two looked at each other in silence. Just hug each other tightly. Su Mingming expressed her worries. Fan, how are you? Do you have confidence in the talent selection competition? If not, we can give up and participate in the National Martial Arts Examination. During the National Martial Arts Exam, they probably won't target you, because it will be very chaotic. After struggling for a long time, Su Mingming finally expressed her concerns. Chinfan said helplessly. Why do you all trust me? Are you worried that I can't beat those transfer students? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When the talent selection competition starts later, just watch it, it will definitely surprise you. Su Mingming just believed it helplessly like Link, and took it all as Chinfan's words of comfort. Chinfan also knew it, but didn't care. When the game starts, it will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Okay, let's not just stand here. Since the game is about to start, let's go. Chinfan said this and walked away with Su Mingming. Again, Uncle Wan drove the car, taking Chinfan and the other person to the Magic City University. On the top floor of the Su family, an old man in a Zhongshan suit looked in the direction where Chinfan left. There was no speech for a long time. Standing behind him was Su Mingming's father, Su Qin. Father, what do you think of Chinfan? Chapter 24 Awakening Bloodline? It's really exciting. After a while, Su Hao turned around, looking at his son Su Qin, and said, It's hard to say, Chinfan has only been around for too short a time, and his strength has increased too quickly. Based on the speed at which his strength is improving, we can't even begin to catch up. Su Qin nodded in agreement. At first, I found out that my daughter's boyfriend was such a person. Everyone found it incredible. Father, now that I think of Chinfan's improvement speed, I'm a little shocked. A 2-star martial artist can be promoted to a 5-star martial artist with just a few days of effort, and his proficiency in martial arts and techniques can also be improved. What's even more shocking is that this kid was able to comprehend a minor level of swordsmanship when he was just a martial arts apprentice. This talent is a bit exaggerated. Su Qin was talking about the first time he saw Chinfan's information. That kind of shock has not been felt for a long time. Su Hao did not comment. Although it is easy to improve strength in the martial arts realm, it shouldn't be this serious. But there is one thing you didn't say correctly, his swordsmanship is almost perfect, and I think he will be able to make a breakthrough in this talent selection competition. Suddenly, Su Chen's face became even more shocked. He had overestimated Chinfan as much as possible, but he still didn't expect to be shocked by Chinfan. If Chinfan can continue to improve so quickly, there will be no problem for him to be Meng Meng's boyfriend. On the contrary, we have found a good son-in-law. Su Hao gradually became somewhat expectant, looking forward to seeing how Chinfan will perform later. Su Hao did not see the city-level martial arts exam. Although there is a video recording, I still haven't seen it with my own eyes, and the feeling is so real. But as for the result, let's see how he performs later. If he can't even get first place in the talent selection competition, then let's leave it at that. Su Hao evaluated Chinfan very objectively. As if he had thought of something, Su Chin talked about his test for Chinfan. Father, after the city-level martial arts exam, I met Chinfan once, and you know Ming Ming's personality. I can't say anything harsh, but I'm going to test Chinfan and ask him to win the first place in the national martial arts exam. Do you think he can do it? This, in fact, aroused Su Hao's interest. First in the national martial arts exam? That's too difficult. With so many geniuses of the same bloodline, Chinfan probably won't make it. But the talent selection competition was still successfully won. After all, Chinfan still had too much time to rise, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The two talked for a long time, but they were just guessing. Forget it. As for whether Chinfan can improve quickly, we just need to see his performance in the talent selection competition. I hope he won't disappoint us. Looking at the time, it's time for the talent selection competition to begin. I'm afraid they can't wait any longer. After Su Hao said this, his figure suddenly changed. The same happened to Su Hao standing by, who disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. And at this moment, on the square of Magic City University, it was filled with geniuses participating in the talent selection competition, but compared with the previous city-level martial arts examination, there are much fewer people. But on the contrary, the quality of the candidates is much higher. The candidates who can stand here are the top 100 in each base city. Everyone's strength is impressive. Chinfan and the other person had already arrived and were standing there quietly, waiting for the game to begin. After a long time, no one came. Su Mengmeng on the side couldn't help but speak. What is my grandpa doing? It's almost time, why hasn't he come yet? She was originally a little worried about Chinfan's safety. Seeing that the game had not started yet, I felt even more annoyed. It's okay, Mengmeng. Your grandpa didn't come. Something must have happened. Anyway, any date starting on the 10th is fine. Little did they know that Su Hao didn't come because they were discussing Chinfan's matters. After Chinfan's comfort, Su Mengmeng didn't say anything else. After knowing the existence of Bloodline, Chinfan became much more cautious. I'm afraid that the power of these bloodlines is too scary. It would be a bit painful if you were to capsize in a ditch. Although Chinfan already knew about the bloodline, he still asked Su Mengmeng beside him. Also, try to ask whether Su Mengmeng's bloodline is the strongest. Mengmeng, do you know about bloodline? Chinfan spoke in a calm tone, not thinking that this was any secret. In an instant, Su Mengmeng's face was full of shock. It is really unclear how Chinfan knew about bloodline. Fan, how did you know? I never told you about this bloodline. Seeing that Chinfan actually knew about bloodline, Su Mengmeng lost her composure. Originally, Su Mengmeng didn't want to talk about this. He was afraid that after Chinfan knew that he had blood, he would think he was a monster. Well, our class teacher Ling told me this, it's not a big secret. And I also know that you have bloodline, why haven't I heard you mention it before? Obviously, Chinfan didn't think that having bloodline was anything special. I don't think it's shameful to have no bloodline. Faced with Chinfan's questioning, Su Mengmeng became embarrassed. It seems that, in her opinion, having bloodline is not a good thing. Well, I do have the bloodline, but it has not yet awakened. Su Mengmeng was very shy when she talked about it. Chinfan was left in a state of confusion. Mengmeng, why do you look like that? Having bloodline is a great thing, right? Why do you look so scared? After hearing this, Su Mengmeng still looked the same. Seeing this, Chinfan stopped talking about this topic. Okay, Mengmeng, since you won't say anything more, I won't mention it, Without continuing the topic, Chinfan observed the opponents around him. And talking from time to time, Meng, you have been worried about me. Is it because those people have bloodlines that can greatly enhance their combat power? Seeing that Chinfan didn't mention his bloodline anymore, his expression returned to normal. Yes, Fan, you haven't seen how powerful these people will become after awakening their bloodline. That's why I'm worried about you. I guess a lot of people will be awakening after the genius selection competition. There was something that Su Meng didn't say. These transfer students suddenly woke up at this time and did not show up in the municipal martial arts examination just for the admission quota to the two schools at this moment. And take the opportunity to target Chinfan. Indeed, Chinfan and the other person were just standing there. Suddenly it attracted too many people's attention. Everyone has different eyes and expressions. The most obvious thing was the group of transfer students, who were staring at Chinfan. They did not forget that the city-level martial arts exam was a slap in the face by Chinfan. And, at the Magic City subway station, they beat their people severely again. This contradiction is really impossible to resolve. The only option is to use force to decide the winner in the competition. Before, these people were defeated, but there was no sign of fear on their faces. Instead, they are eager to try and full of fighting power. It seems that these people have awakened their bloodlines. They see that I am not the same as before, and I dare not look directly at them. But it's okay, the competition is a bit difficult, but it's also something to look forward to. Chapter 25 A bunch of country bumpkins, what have you seen? The transfer students saw Chinfan looking at them. I can't help itching. Yulong, we may not be as strong as Chinfan before, but now, on the contrary, we are much stronger. Obviously, after awakening his bloodline, Lucien became much tougher. Yulong did not refute this time. Instead, he felt that what Lucien said was right. He, too, awakened his bloodline before the talent selection competition. These people come to various base cities just to compete for places. Now that it is the most critical moment, everyone will naturally show their cards. And that bloodline is their capital for invincibility. Looking at Chinfan again now, I feel that there is no need to take Chinfan seriously at all. I've said it before, what has a local kid seen? He still wants to provoke us. When the game comes, he will definitely pay the price. Lucien said, clenching his fists. There was a faint red light on the surface of the fist. After hearing this, the others said nothing. They all expressed their agreement. Obviously, they also don't think that Chinfan can create a miracle again. So, the quotas for the two schools fell on us, and we fought for it for the whole day. This is a lot easier. After Lucien said this, several people immediately relaxed a lot. The previous shock and fear of Chinfan dissipated a lot in an instant. Lucien and Chinfan looked at each other, and Lucien's eyes were full of disdain and contempt for Chinfan. In response, Chinfan just smiled faintly without showing any extra expression. Haha, I hope so. The two of them withdrew their gazes and waited quietly for the game to begin. At this time, the head teacher Link finally arrived. Chinfan, I was delayed by something just now, and I just arrived now. I thought about it for a long time, and I think you should give up the talent selection competition. Those transfer students will definitely target you. This competition is different from the previous ones. This time, the candidates can fight each other. You are extremely dangerous. Chinfan didn't care at first, but he heard what happened next. He raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he didn't expect the specialness of this competition. Chinfan thought to himself. If we were to compete based solely on points, with me slowly upgrading and gradually triggering critical hits, they would definitely not be as good as me. This time they can fight each other. I am not afraid of fighting alone, but if they come together, it will be a bit troublesome. Now Chinfan finally understood what Lucien had been so arrogant about just now. I was wondering why Lucien was so brazen. It turns out we can fight each other this time, Chinfan said with some surprise. Yes, that's why I asked you not to participate in the competition. Don't even think about getting any ranking this time. It is estimated that their lives are in danger, and there is a high probability that they will be eliminated first. Link looked anxious, as if he was thinking of the tragic scene of Chinfan being defeated. Su Meng on the side echoed. Yes, Fan, I think so too. It's scary enough if they attack together, and almost all of them have awakened their bloodlines. They are really dangerous. Neither of them believed that Chinfan had the ability to deal with them. But Chinfan didn't know how powerful the bloodline was. As for how it will turn out, we'll have to wait until the competition to find out. No matter how many people they have or how strong their bloodline is, with the help of the system and my hard training, I have enough confidence to crush them. Chinfan thought for a while and was not worried. Instead, I think this is an opportunity to improve my own abilities. Chinfan's blood boiled when he thought about beating up a group of people. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm much stronger than you think. Besides, when have I ever let you down? The fact that the two people in front of him didn't believe him gave Chinfan a headache. Seeing that Chinfan kept saying this, Link and Su Mingming felt it was difficult to persuade him anymore. Just treat it as Chinfan's words to comfort himself in them. Ah. Link sighed. Forget it, Chinfan, since you believe in it again, then continue to participate, but you must ensure safety. Since Chinfan wanted to continue participating, Link couldn't say anything. He thought to himself. It doesn't matter if I lose, I'll just treat it as a test for Chinfan. I didn't say anything more and just stood aside, waiting for the game to begin. Su Mingming wanted to say something, but found that she had already said a lot before. I won't say any more. While the three were talking, Su Hao, president of Magic City University, also arrived. Several leaders stood on a high platform at the front of the square, overlooking the people below. Okay, students, hello everyone. I am Su Hao, the president of Magic City University. I am the person in charge of your talent selection competition. I will be the commander of this competition. Su Hao came up and introduced himself first. Chinfan, who was sitting in the audience, looked at the tall figure on the podium. I couldn't help thinking, is this the president of Magic City University? He is so strong! Chinfan could see how powerful Su Hao was just by looking at him from a distance. What I couldn't even imagine was that he was Meng Meng's grandfather. Thinking this in his mind, he also glanced at Su Mingming. It's really a dream. My random girlfriend actually has such an amazing background. Su Hao continued to talk about the genius selection competition. To put it simply, it is almost the same as the municipal level martial arts examination. The only difference is that candidates can fight each other. It also enhances the fairness and intensity of the competition. The winner gets half the points of the loser. The losers will be eliminated directly. To make a long story short, I will quickly finish talking about the precautions. Some competition supplies, wristwatches, combat uniforms, weapons and so on. All have been distributed. It's also quite neat and tidy. Okay, then I declare the 2024 Dragon Country Talent Selection Competition officially open. After saying this, Su Hao gently stroked the people below with his right hand. The right hand was glowing white. Suddenly, everyone disappeared without a trace. Also disappearing were those in charge of the talent selection competition. Link stood on the outskirts of the square, watching Chinfan disappear. I thought to myself, teacher doesn't expect you to achieve great results, I just hope you come back safely. At this time, the live broadcast room of the talent selection competition has already been opened. Firstly, it is to declare the fairness of the competition, and secondly, it is to arouse the martial arts spirit of the public. Wow! The talent selection competition has finally begun. I'm really looking forward to it. I just wonder who will be the first this time. No need to ask, that must be Chinfan from Jiangqing. He crushed the transfer students and got first place. That's hard to say. This time, candidates are allowed to fight each other. Can Chinfan be targeted by the transfer student? For a while, the entire live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Start talking about the talent show. The person who received the most attention was Chinfan, who is currently in the limelight. But most people don't think Chinfan can achieve good results, and they all hold a negative attitude. But Chinfan only saw white in front of his eyes and could not see anything. He regained his sight and looked around. The sky was red and the ground was bare, with no sign of life at all. Moreover, the air has an inexplicable fishy smell. It smells really bad. Standing here, Chinfan felt like he was on Mars. What did this do to me? Is this still Blue Star? The other candidates were in the same state, all of them were quite flustered. People instinctively begin to fear unfamiliar environments. Everyone started talking about it. Wondering where on earth I am. Among so many candidates, only the transfer students were not panicking, as if everything was under control. Chapter 26. A faint smile, a kind-hearted and angry demon saint. A bunch of country bumpkins, you don't even know where you are? You are worthy of being from other base cities, you know nothing. Lucien, a transfer student, looked at the others. There is an inexplicable sense of superiority. He looked at the other candidates with disdain. The expected quarrel did not happen. The other candidates seemed not to have heard and continued speaking their own words. Obviously, they don't want to make enemies with the transfer students to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Mengmeng, who was beside Chinfan, was very familiar with this scene. Fan, we have come to the dimensional space, which is the lair of the monsters. Just like our previous city-level martial arts exam, it was just the point where the Dragon Country monsters invaded. After Su Mingming's explanation, Chinfan also understood his own situation. I remember it was written in the textbook that the monsters invaded the blue planet by relying on the dimensional space. We are indeed in the monsters' lair now. However, Chinfan thought about it and didn't understand. But wouldn't it be very dangerous to compete here? What if a large army of monsters comes? Chinfan talked about his doubts. He was not very clear about the strength of Dragon Country in all aspects. He didn't even know the strength of Su Qin and Su Hao. Fan, don't worry about this. With my father and grandfather here, even if the demon saint comes, they can't hurt us. Obviously, Su Mingming knew the strength of her father and grandfather. I don't think that the monster seems to be so presumptuous at this time. While the two were talking, Su Hao's voice was heard again. Don't panic, everyone. I'm sure you all have some guesses about your current situation. That's right, you are now in the dimensional space, the lair of the monster. Su Hao said this calmly, not thinking it was a big deal at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates below immediately became frightened. Oh my god, I'm actually in another dimension now. How come it's exactly the same as what I saw on TV? That's right, why is the talent selection competition held here? Won't we be in danger? Yes, if the monster army comes, won't we all die? It would be better for Su Hao not to say this. After hearing this, everyone became even more shocked and became completely agitated. Su Hao looked at the situation below, and was not surprised. Nothing more was said. Just simply, compare the hand to a knife. Gently looking into the depths of the dimensional space. At first, there was no apparent power. But at the next moment, deep in the dimension, it was like an atomic bomb explosion. Boom! The candidates felt as if the earth was shaking and they could not even stand steadily. Several hilltops in the distance disappeared. As for those monsters that were lurking around, they were killed to the point of being deader than dead. Su Hao's huge size instantly angered the monsters in the depths of the dimensional space. Angry voices could be heard before the monster appeared. Su Hao, I think you are looking for death. Similarly, the monster also attacked with one move. It looks like he is taking revenge, and I can't let this blow go in vain. Where do they put their monster faces? Faced with the monster's sudden move, the candidate was immediately panicked. He had not yet recovered from the shock of Su Hao's knife. I didn't have time to appreciate Su Hao's strength. The monster was equally powerful and attacked with one move. Those present included candidates, and those with low strength. They all have a feeling of being locked in death. It seemed as if the next moment, he was going to meet his great-grandmother. In response, Su Hao, who was walking in the air, sneered. Don't agree. He simply waved his hand and the attack disappeared. The surroundings became quiet again in an instant. Nothing happened. Everyone looked on in confusion, and the next second, there was cheering for Su Hao. Fuck! Is this the strength of the president of Magic City University? This is too strong. He can resolve the crisis with just a wave of his hand. That's right, we humans are still the best. This monster looks too weak. I wish I could do this one day. At this time, Chinfan, who had the same experience, also sighed. This is the strength of Mingming's grandfather. He is really strong. I just don't know how long it will take me to reach this day. Indeed, like Su Hao walking in the air. Moreover, you can defend against the enemy while chatting and laughing. I'm afraid everyone wants to be like this. Su Mengmeng on the side disagreed. My grandpa still likes to show off. After hearing this, Chinfan's impression of Su Hao changed a little. I thought to myself, like to show off? I've met someone who shares the same interests as me. It wasn't just the people at the scene who were cheering for Su Hao. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room also noticed this scene. Also quite happy. A feeling of pride welled up in my heart. It's so cool, the president of Modi University is so strong, one of the strongest people in our human race, and he is not inferior to the demon race at all. Okay, I've decided that I must learn martial arts. I really want to have this kind of strength. Oh, I can't do it, so let my son learn it. Su Hao's extremely pretentious behavior caused an even more exaggerated reaction in the live broadcast room. Most of the people inside are ordinary people. Truly see how powerful the strong men of our human race are. Only in this way can we arouse everyone's desire for martial arts. Only then will there be more and more strong people in the human race. Indeed, Su Hao had this idea in mind when he made such an exaggerated move. Su Hao walked in the air with one hand behind his back. With the addition of a Zhongshan suit, he looks like a complete master. I thought to myself, who can compare to my ability to show off? Seeing Su Hao showing off, the monster rushed over. Suddenly, he became furious and looked extremely angry. Su Hao, you humans are really too presumptuous. Do you want to have a decisive battle with us demons? The angry demon saint, one of the 12 saints of the demon race, roared. I didn't, I was just trying out a new move I learned. Su Hao said this calmly, not taking the angry demon saint seriously at all. After Su Hao said this, the angry demon saint finally thought of it. The power of that knife just now. You've become stronger again? Su Hao smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Instead, he slashed with the knife again lightly. Upon seeing this, the angry demon saint immediately fled in panic. Before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh. Su Hao, just wait for our monster army to counterattack. Although the angry demon saint is far less powerful than Su Hao, he is not too afraid of him. Because there are only a few people in the human race who are as powerful as Su Hao. There are 12 monsters in total. Not even their boss. As the good and angry demon saint ran, he cursed in his heart. What's the matter, Su Hao? You just see that I'm weak and keep picking on me. Just wait for me. The next second, the angry demon saint disappeared. The surroundings returned to peace again. The candidates, including those in the live broadcast room, saw the confrontation between Su Hao and the monster. They all felt extremely relieved. It feels so refreshing. Everyone was amazed at how powerful Su Hao was. He could actually scare the angry demon saint to death. After this little episode, the talent selection competition continues. Okay, everyone has seen what happened just now. Believe that I have the ability to protect you all. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 27. The Su family is the first family. Need marriage? Su Hao smiled with great satisfaction, feeling secretly happy. Haha, I, Su Hao, am as pretentious as the wind, always with me. After some self-admiration. Start focusing on the talent selection competition again. Okay, now that there are no more problems, let's start the competition. It will last for 3 days. I hope everyone can achieve the desired results. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, all the candidates took action. It was like a large army passing through. Walk into the dimensional space. That's what he said, but he only went to the outermost part of the dimensional space. Moreover, all the monsters there have been screened. They are all monsters that are not much different from the candidates. The periphery is still made up of ordinary monsters, while the core consists of advanced monsters with strength comparable to that of warriors. The deepest forbidden area is the Demon Master. Obviously, compared with the human warriors. At this time, the transfer students were not in a hurry to go in. But saying something. Everyone, When we came here, Brother Wang told us that we must target Chinfan. If we have a chance to kill him, that would be even better. If not, we should just eliminate him directly. Lucien said this with a sinister look on his face, not thinking there was anything wrong with this. Mr. Lu, are you crazy? You want to kill Chinfan in the game? I think you really want to die. After hearing this, Yulong immediately refuted. Logically speaking, Chinfan's hatred towards them was not that great, so he would not kill them. Moreover, he was going to kill someone in a place that attracted national attention. Even if Brother Wang, whom Lucien mentioned, has a strong background, it is useless. Yulong, what are you afraid of? Look how scared you are. Lucien's eyes were full of disdain as he glanced at Yulong. Leaving Chinfan inside doesn't mean we have to do anything. You won't ask for help from others. Yulong was confused by this. By someone else's hand? Yulong thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. Became even more shocked. Mr. Lu, you are really crazy. How dare you secretly communicate with the demon clan? Everyone in your family wants to lose their heads, right? At this moment, Yulong became more and more excited. It's not fear at all, but rather dread. If something like this were to be exposed, none of them can escape. Even the families behind them are the same. The other people had similar reactions. Although they are willing to work for the Wang family, it has now seriously affected their family. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Remained silent. Look, Yulong is anxious again. What did I say about us secretly communicating with the demon tribe? It won't cost us so much to deal with Chinfan. Lucien said this with disdain, looking down on everyone. We just need to drive Chinfan to the restricted area, and there is no need to talk to the demon master. Those captives have long hated our human race. If Chinfan goes there, he will only die. Lucien said this with a sinister look on his face. It seems that everything is under control. After Lucien said this, everyone's expressions eased a lot. Oh, you scared me, Mr. Lu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Several other people had the same reaction. Okay, since you are not secretly communicating with the demon clan, then there is no problem. We are still willing to help. Yulong breathed a sigh of relief and spoke reluctantly. I thought to myself, there's nothing I can do, Chinfan. As for the outcome, it all depends on your own strength. Although I thought so, I didn't think Chinfan could survive. After their bloodlines awakened, Chinfan couldn't even think of fighting a group of them. Even fighting one of them alone might be difficult. After the transfer students finished speaking, they entered together. At the same time, they had already agreed that they would inform each other once they found Chinfan's whereabouts. Just in case, everyone drove Chinfan away and forced him into the restricted area. As Chinfan passed by these transfer students, he also noticed a few of them whispering. I couldn't help feeling suspicious. What is this transfer student discussing? Is he planning to murder me? Never mind. So what? Until the last moment, I have a system, plus my own hard work, I can create miracles. Chinfan's thoughts were clear and he didn't think about it anymore. Run straight towards the competition venue. He did not agree to Su Mingming's decision to compete together. No matter from which perspective, Chinfan was unwilling. I'm here to prove myself and I'm worthy of Meng Meng, why would I let someone else take me? Soon, all the candidates in the square had entered the competition venue. Su Hao looked at it and said nothing. Then he swung it violently from bottom to top. Suddenly, two light screens appeared. One shows the points ranking of this talent selection competition. Another one shows videos of candidates taking part in the competition. Always watching everyone. Moreover, there were countless small drones throughout the competition venue, following the candidates and taking pictures. The live broadcast was transmitted to Su Hao and others, and the entire Dragon Country public who were watching the live broadcast. At this moment, the talent selection competition is truly announced to begin. Now all the persons in charge and leaders, including Su Hao, are fine. If nothing unexpected happens, just wait quietly for the game to end. Next to Su Hao were the patriarchs of the 5 major families in Magic City, and the descendants of each family. Because it belongs to the base city of Modu, it is not eligible to participate in the competition. Wang Tianlin, who was standing next to Su Hao, was the patriarch of the Wang family. The Wang family is one of the 5 major families in Shanghai, and its strength and background are both amazing. Brother Su, this selection competition is really lively. I wonder who you are optimistic about. Wang Tianlin asked with a smile on his face, but it was unclear what he meant. Su Hao said calmly. It's almost the same. You know, holding this selection competition is just to give other base cities an opportunity. The other few people were all smart and knew what Wang Tianlin was up to. No one said anything, just listened to what the two of them said. That's hard to say. I heard that Miss Su's boyfriend is participating in this competition. What do you think, Brother Su? Wang Tianlin talked for a long time and finally revealed his real purpose. You mean Chinfan? This guy is really good and has great talent, but he rose to prominence too early. As for the result, we'll have to wait and see how he performs. Su Hao's words were ambiguous, and it was hard to understand what he meant. Seeing that Su Hao was somewhat optimistic about Chinfan, Wang Tianlin became a little anxious for a moment. The young man behind him suddenly looked gloomy. Wang Tianlin continued speaking. I think Miss Su's lifelong event should not be taken lightly, and should be carefully considered. Besides, Chinfan is just a person without background and support. There is no need to consider him at all. Anyone in our magic city is better than Chinfan. Similarly, I heard what Wang Tianlin said. Su Hao frowned, looking a little embarrassed. As for who Meng Meng chooses, it is her freedom. It is not a matter of whether she is suitable or not. Also, Chinfan is quite capable and talented, so let's not discuss this matter anymore. Su Hao is also a smart man, so he naturally knows what Wang Tianlin is thinking. As the head of the 5 major families, there is no need for his Su family to form an alliance. If you have enough strength, you are naturally not afraid of anything. Wang Tianlin's face suddenly turned dark. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything more. Wang Qing, who was standing behind him, looked increasingly embarrassed. An unwilling look. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Chinfan's portrait on the screen. It seemed as if it was going to eat Chinfan. Chapter 28. What a pity, I was eliminated right at the beginning. While several people were discussing this, the candidates, including Chinfan, had already encountered monsters. The candidates who participated in the talent selection competition were all talented people selected from various base cities. He is not weak in terms of strength, talent, and every aspect. He can also deal with monsters with ease. But in Chinfan's view, it was like killing a chicken. On the outskirts of the venue, most of the monsters we encountered were ordinary monsters. That's about the strength of a 7 or 8-star martial artist. In Chinfan's opinion, that was not good enough. They were all killed one by one with one knife. It was very easy. But the consequences are not pretty. Not only did I gain very few points, but I also never triggered a critical hit from the system. Seeing that something was getting increasingly wrong, Chinfan stopped immediately. Something's wrong. It's 9 out of 10 wrong. Why didn't the system trigger once? Could it be that the gap between the realm of the monster and me is too big? Indeed, Chinfan is already a 5-star warrior now. Facing these ordinary monsters is like killing chickens. It seems that I must also go to the depths of the venue and fight those advanced monsters. Chinfan changed direction immediately. No further circling around the periphery. And go straight to the depths of the core. On the way, Chinfan opened his wrist to check the scoreboard. My goodness, am I already at the bottom of the list? They all went to the core? This is really a case of involution. Chinfan was still thinking about winning first place in the trials, so this speed was far from enough. So, the thunder steps under his feet started to work. He ran quickly towards the core of the venue. After encountering the advanced monster, Chinfan began to kill it in large numbers. Although he was powerful enough to rival a martial artist, he suffered the same result when facing these advanced monsters. It just took some effort, and was solved smoothly. Chinfan took another look at the ranking list, and was quite satisfied. Hey! That's right! But it's quite boring to keep killing people like this. Now Chinfan misses Utao quite a lot. It's quite challenging to create some difficulties for him. Suddenly thought of it. I hope those transfer students have some ability. They came to find Chinfan, that's for sure. In the direction Chinfan was heading, one of the transfer students was walking towards him. Coincidentally, the transfer student was Hu Zi, a subordinate of Lucien. As soon as Hu Zi entered, he kept looking for Chinfan. Where is Chinfan? Why can't we find him in the entire core area? Could he be with the periphery? The thought came to him that Chinfan might have been frightened by them. Hu Zi couldn't help but laugh. Even the dull headache gradually stopped hurting. As I was daydreaming like this, I turned around and saw the figure that I could never forget. Chinfan! It wasn't easy, I finally found it! Hu Zi was secretly delighted, as he could finally avenge the kick. He did not act rashly, but instead notified others. I haven't awakened my bloodline yet, so my strength is definitely not as good as Chinfan's. If I go out now, I will only get beaten. So let's wait for Brother Lu to come. My mind is filled with a myriad of thoughts. At the same time, through certain means, the news that Chinfan was here was passed to Lucien. And Hu Zi slowly followed behind Chinfan. Chinfan knew nothing about this and continued to kill monsters in such a boring and tedious way. Even Chinfan started to yawn. Oh! How boring! It's too easy! While fighting with the monster, Chinfan could also check the scoreboard. Not bad, very good, my points are getting closer and closer to first place. Everyone noticed the changes in the standings. Some laymen just look at the standings. What matters is the ranking. After killing an advanced monster, Su Mingming also opened the scoreboard to check. He didn't even look at his own first. And the first one to look at Chinfan. I subconsciously looked up from the back, but didn't see it. It was not until the 10th place that I saw Chinfan. Fan, not bad, you're already ranked 10th. But those transfer students are probably looking for Chinfan now, I hope Fan is safe. As for the ranking, Su Mingming doesn't care what place Chinfan ranks. I just hope that Chinfan can be safe and worry-free. Similarly, she didn't think that Chinfan could withstand the siege of the transfer students. Fan, since you have already started to exert your strength, I will show you my true strength. As Su Mingming was speaking, her hand suddenly moved. Take off the necklace from your neck. In an instant, something inside Su Mingming's body seemed to be free from restraints. It showed up immediately. Suddenly, Su Mingming's entire body was glowing red. The hair and clothes were rustling in the wind. The clothes were originally red, and were enhanced by his own blood. Su Mingming now looks like the Fire Queen. The strength underwent a qualitative change in an instant, and the temperament became extraordinary. The surrounding trees were burned to ashes, leaving no one intact. Su Mingming did not stay for long, looking for the traces of the monster. And the people in the live broadcast room are always paying attention to the standings. Most of them are not interested in the fighting among the candidates. What I like to watch most is the competition among the candidates on the scoreboard. As Chinfan is the focus of everyone's attention, everyone is shocked by the drastic change in his ranking. I can see it all very clearly. Fuck! It's Chinfan indeed. He was originally at the bottom of the list, but just a moment ago, he rushed to the front. That's right. Chinfan is still the representative of our base city, proving that we are not inferior to those transfer students. However, the situation is not good. Those people seem to have discovered Chinfan and gathered around him. I think Chinfan is in trouble again. He seems to be in the lead now, but if he is eliminated later, he will definitely be last. Everyone was discussing Chinfan's current situation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chinfan was not in good condition. I guess I will be besieged by transfer students. No matter how strong you are, it is useless and you will only end up being eliminated. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room went from joy to sorrow, talking about the unfairness of the game. But these transfer students also comply with the competition procedures. All I can say is that it's a bit immoral. This is terrible. I didn't expect Chinfan to be eliminated just when he was leading. What a pity. The same was true for everyone else in the live broadcast room. I feel very sorry for Chinfan. My idol is going to be eliminated so soon. I hope Chinfan is safe and sound. Link, who was still on Blue Star, was watching the live broadcast, praying secretly for Chinfan. He vaguely guessed what these transfer students were going to do. But he could do nothing but pray. Su Hao and other responsible persons and leaders also noticed the changes in Chinfan's standings and his current situation. Su Hao frowned when he saw the scene. Obviously, no one expected things to develop in this direction. As for Chinfan's improvement in ranking, it was within his expectations and there was nothing much to say. But looking at the transfer students, they gradually moved closer to Chinfan. Also know what will happen next. But on second thought I knew. These people did not violate the regulations. I didn't say anything. Just keep watching. Let's see what Chinfan will do then, and whether he can stand his ground. But after looking at the number and strength of those transfer students, Su Hao gradually gave up his unrealistic ideas. I thought to myself, even when I was young, I didn't have the slightest temper when I encountered a situation like this. He shook his head secretly, and could only say that Chinfan was unlucky. Wang Tianlin, who was watching this scene from the side, seemed not surprised at all. He spoke with a rather joyful tone. Chapter 29. One man takes on 10 men, showing no sign of weakness. This Chinfan's ranking has improved quite quickly. In the blink of an eye, he has reached 10th place. His strength and talent are really good. What a pity, my luck is not so good. How could I run into those transfer students? It's so unfortunate. Wang Tianlin said it was a pity, and his tone sounded like he was gloating. Wang Cheng, who was standing behind him, was the same, looking as if his plan had succeeded. Seeing Chinfan being gradually surrounded, he felt very happy. He thought to himself, Chinfan, you are unworthy of competing with me for a woman. At the same time, Wang Qing didn't think Chinfan could survive being surrounded by so many people. If you can't even beat these people, then the gap between you and me is even bigger. A rookie should realize his own strength. Wang Qing was no longer angry, but became more confident. As Su Hao listened to what Wang Tianlin said, his expression gradually became ugly. Gradually he understood that the Wang family was deliberately targeting Chinfan. But nothing has happened yet, so he can't say too much. Wang Tianlin, maybe? If Chinfan dies in there because of a fight, no matter who ordered it, no one will be able to escape. Seeing that several people were actually targeting his future son-in-law, that was just a slap in his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianlin's face looked unhappy. He knew his son's plan, which was to keep Chinfan inside. For a moment, I was at a loss. He knew how cruel the man in front of him was. I could only pretend to be calm and said this. That's no joke. They're probably just comparing their moves with Chinfan. They definitely won't kill him. At the same time, Wang Tianlin also glanced at Wang Qing behind him. I wanted to ask how he arranged it. But when he saw his son, he looked so flustered. I knew that something terrible was going to happen. The only option is to throw the jar into the ground. He thought to himself. Damn, I'll have to bleed a little more, but it's still worth it to become the son-in-law of the Su family. Obviously, Wang Tianlin didn't think Chinfan could survive. He was not quite sure about his son's plans. How to keep Chinfan in there. Moreover, it was not our own people who did it. For a moment, several people focused their eyes on Chinfan, looking forward to what would happen to him. It can be said that everyone has different moods. Here, Chinfan was still killing advanced monsters with great pleasure, completely unaware of the danger that was approaching. Hu Zi, who was following closely behind, finally waited for the arrival of his boss and his men. Hu Zi looked back and immediately became excited. Boss, Chinfan is right in front of us, still killing monsters. I didn't act rashly, and Chinfan hasn't discovered us yet. Hu Zi was talking about Chinfan's situation. Lucien was quite satisfied and nodded. Okay, well done, Hu Zi, you have some brains this time. After saying that, he looked around and saw the people following him. We have already agreed on this. We will attack together later and deliberately leave a gap to force Chinfan into the restricted area. Everyone nodded, already understanding. The transfer students gradually spread out and formed a fan shape. Gradually surrounded Chinfan. As the few people got closer and closer to Chinfan, Chinfan also keenly felt their presence. Immediately deal with the advanced monster in front of you. staring straight in the direction where everyone was. It should be the transfer students who have arrived. I just don't know how many of them are here and what their abilities are. After fighting for a long time, Chinfan felt quite bored. I saw that these transfer students actually came to me on their own initiative. Chinfan was also eager to try, speaking lightly to those around him. Come out, only you transfer students have so much free time. Lucien saw that several people had been exposed. He no longer hid and showed up immediately. But he didn't say anything, instead he took action immediately. Obviously, he wanted to win quickly and didn't want to waste any more effort. All of a sudden, more than a dozen people appeared around Chinfan, and each of them awakened their bloodline. Chinfan did not move, but looked at everyone. Most of these people are here in Jiangqing to take the martial arts exam, and the remaining few are the ones who should be in charge. Fortunately, about 10 is still acceptable. Chinfan couldn't believe the scene when all the transfer students came. He couldn't resist it at all. After these transfer students awakened their bloodlines, their strength and power increased greatly. It seems that everyone's strength is comparable to Chinfan. For a moment, Chinfan also became serious. Realized the seriousness of the situation. This is not easy to do. I can only rely on the system's critical hits. I hope it can help. Chinfan did not rush forward and directly resist the attack. And he fought and retreated with ease. The sword held tightly in his hand was also wielded to the fullest extent. He swung his sword without holding back any strength. Facing the siege of the crowd, Chinfan used all his martial arts and skills to the extreme. At the same time, his sword skills, which were almost perfected, were no longer concealed. Perform without reservation. This time, he barely managed to withstand the constant attacks from everyone. The moment Chinfan used his swordsmanship, Lucien noticed it and was instantly shocked. Fuck! This country bumpkin has actually mastered the sword technique. Judging from his proficiency, he will soon master it. Lucien couldn't believe it and looked at Chinfan, who was fighting fiercely. Looking at the scene in front of me, it feels very unreal. Not to mention himself, even his elder brother Wang Cheng. That didn't even mean he understood the sword technique. Not to mention, they didn't have Chinfan's nearly perfect swordsmanship. For a moment, Lucien forgot about Chinfan and imagined Chinfan's swordsmanship. It seems a bit strange that a person who has reached this level can comprehend swordsmanship. In my impression, that is something that only martial artists can comprehend. It is true that Chinfan's talent has somewhat impacted Lucien's 3 views. I don't even know what to do. Several other people also recognized that Chinfan had mastered the swordsmanship. Immediately shouting, "This Chinfan actually mastered the sword technique!" In an instant, everyone was startled, and the shock on their faces was much stronger than Lucien's. In their impression, swordsmanship is something that only the strong can master. Unexpectedly, Chinfan, who participated in the talent selection competition with him, could also understand it. The scene became so strange that everyone stopped. You look at me, I look at you, and neither of us dares to act rashly. At this time, Lucien realized how Chinfan, an ordinary warrior, could withstand the siege of so many people. Luckily, I had thought of going together before. If I had been too careless, I would have been eliminated in an instant. Several people looked at Lucien to see what he was planning. They almost lost their courage as to whether to retreat. Lucien's face was full of confusion, and he gritted his teeth. Everyone, don't be afraid. Chinfan has mastered a minor level of swordsmanship, but his strength is still very limited. If so many of us attack him together, he won't be able to hold his own. After Lucien finished speaking, he was afraid that others would not go up, so he took the lead himself. I rushed over first. He also said, "No matter how strong Chinfan is, he is just a warrior. We have some blood blessing, so what are we afraid of?" The other people also came to their senses and realized that Chinfan was just a warrior with limited strength. The next moment, everyone no longer held back and exerted their full strength. Suddenly, the colorful lights at the scene were displayed on these transfer students. They attacked Chinfan together. It seems that Chinfan must be taken down in one fell swoop. Just like before, they did not forget to leave a gap for Chinfan to enter the restricted area. Seeing this, Chinfan looked unhappy and said, Chapter 30. Oh my gosh, where did this come from? No, it didn't scare them off, but instead made them unleash their full strength. It's a bit tricky. Indeed, facing this situation, Chinfan only had the advantage of his nearly perfect swordsmanship. But that's the only one. It is difficult to make up the gap with these transfer students. Chinfan fought and retreated at the same time, not forgetting to check the system's critical hit information. You used the 10 swords to slay demons, and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 40 times the reward. You practiced hard and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit and gained 50 times the reward. Your hard work can make up for your shortcomings. Perform the Thunder Step once, trigger a critical hit, and gain 30 times the reward. You practice diligently, use a second-grade Chi and Blood Pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 40 times the reward. The entire page is filled with system critical hits. After seeing this scene, Chinfan realized that each of his martial arts and techniques had huge hints. In that tense and extremely exciting fight, Chinfan performed madly. It was completely exerted to the extreme. This is why so many system critical strikes were triggered. Open the Properties panel and take a look. Chinfan was shocked instantly. Host Chinfan. Realm, 8-star warrior. Gongfa, Changchun Gong perfect. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons, great mastery, Thunder Step, great mastery, Golden Bell cover, minor mastery. The brand new look of this attribute panel shocked Chinfan so much that he forgot he was fighting. He didn't even have time to dodge. It was not until the man's attack was about to fall on Chinfan that Chinfan took action. With great proficiency, the yellow-grade peak martial art Thunder Step was activated instantly. There were small lightning flashes lingering under Chinfan's feet. The speed is so fast that it is amazing. The next moment, Chinfan dodged it easily, quite effortlessly. Chinfan's face was full of smiles, and he was very happy. Ha ha ha! I never expected that in just such a short period of time, my martial arts and skills have reached a new level. It was not until Chinfan opened the attribute panel that he realized how powerful he was. As for the swordsmanship, it is still a little short of perfection. It just lacks an opportunity. When the opportunity comes, it will be a natural progression to achieve great success. As for the great sword technique, only military generals have the opportunity to comprehend it. Seeing everyone gathering around again, it was like a dog shit plaster. I can't get rid of it. Although Chinfan's strength has greatly increased now, he has no way to deal with this group of transfer students. It's like either group of people can do anything to the other. For a moment, everyone was in a stalemate. Chinfan was confident enough that if the fight continued, he would definitely be the winner. Listening to my ears, the sound of the system's critical hit was heard. The smile on Chinfan's face became even wider. But Lucien couldn't bear it anymore, especially when he saw the smile on Chinfan's face. Became more anxious. No, we can't waste any more time. There's something wrong with this Chinfan. How come he's getting stronger and stronger? He's really a freak. We have to act fast. After Lucien made the decision, he started working immediately. Everyone, use your strongest attack, otherwise you really have no chance. Lucien had a premonition that if this continued, they are the only losers. After hearing Lucien's words, everyone hardened their hearts and gathered around the big move. Seeing this, Chinfan was naturally not a fool and stood there and let others beat him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the next move was extremely powerful. Chinfan had no intention of taking it head-on. But there is no way. No, one of them is exerting a negative effect. I can't escape at my speed. For a moment, Chinfan was a little anxious. Think about the existence of your own system. So he decided to burn his boats and perform the Thunder Step on the spot. He didn't dare to stop at all and kept begging. System, give me some strength. Seeing that Chinfan seemed like a madman, Lucien was very disdainful. It seems that Chinfan has lost his mind and is just dancing. However, Lucien still marveled at Chinfan's genius. In just this short period of time, the martial arts and skills that Chinfan displayed were mostly at the Xian level, and his proficiency was not low, and most of them were at the great accomplishment level. It's hard to imagine how Chinfan did it. He, Lucien, can also be considered a man of good talent. But in front of Chinfan, it's a bit not good enough. However, genius is genius, but only those who can survive are true geniuses. Obviously, no matter what, Chinfan has to stay here. As the ultimate moves of several people were about to be gathered, Chinfan's movements became faster and faster. The number of times it is used is also increasing. The system broadcast sound in my mind continued. You practiced hard, and performed the thunder step completely, triggering a critical hit, and gained 30 times the reward. You practiced hard, and performed the thunder step completely, triggering a critical hit, and gained 30 times the reward. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly critical, Chinfan's proficiency in the thunder step was improving rapidly. Now it is truly a matter of life and death. Chinfan was also somewhat nervous. However, luck still favors Chinfan. Just at the moment when everyone's ultimate moves were coming. The next moment, Chinfan's proficiency in thunder step reached perfection. A large amount of memories about the thunder step appeared directly in Chinfan's mind. Immediately, without any pause, the perfect thunder step was running wildly. Just ignore the negative effect and arrive at another place the next second. The speed was so fast that a phantom appeared. While everyone was in a trance, Chinfan's figure changed several times. When he looked again, Chinfan was no longer there. Disappeared without a trace. Even no one knew where Chinfan had run to. The ultimate move that was finally gathered naturally had no target. All fell to the ground. Boom! It can only stir up waves of dust, and has no other effect. If it happened to Chinfan, there would be only one result. That means turning into dust, leaving nothing behind. Even though Chinfan ran quite far away, he could still hear the deafening explosion. A moment of fear. Fortunately, I ran fast enough just now, otherwise I would really die here. After running for a long time, I saw that those transfer students would definitely not be able to catch up with me. Chinfan immediately felt relieved. I just found a tree and lay down. After taking a break like this, I felt exhausted and very tired. I'm speechless. I fought with those people for a long time, but the winner was still undecided. Even the points were far behind. It was really unnecessary. But fortunately, after this fight, my realm, martial arts, and skills have all improved greatly. Chinfan lay there with a comfortable look on his face. When he thought about the fact that his strength had been greatly improved, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. After a brief rest, Chinfan paid attention to his surroundings. Only then did I find myself in that place. I was a little stunned and didn't know what emotion I was feeling. Chapter 31 Doubting Chinfan's ability? The slap in the face came too quickly. The people watching the game outside saw everything that happened inside. Chinfan just made a move to kill the monster. Although it is just an ordinary monster, the power it displays is extremely terrifying. In the live broadcast room of the talent selection contest, everyone immediately started discussing. They were all shocked at the speed at which Chinfan's strength improved. Oh my God! Look at Chinfan's speed in killing monsters. His strength has improved a lot. I remember he was only a 9-star martial artist last time, right? That's right. It's only been a few days and Chinfan has already reached the level of a warrior. Judging from his strength, he is probably a 3-star warrior or above. Looking at it this way, it makes people look forward to what kind of results they will achieve in this competition. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room praised Chinfan. But there are also people with discerning eyes who can see it. Among so many candidates, Chinfan is not the strongest. Because the first place in the competition standings is Lucien. Belongs to transfer students. He is far ahead of Chinfan in points. After being reminded, everyone looked at the scoreboard and saw that the transfer student Lucien was indeed first. Everyone became confused in an instant. This is a little hard to say, but it's okay. Even if I can't get first place, it's fine as long as I can win 2 places from the school. I'm afraid. Everyone also knew that there were some conflicts between those transfer students and Chinfan. In the talent selection competition, someone will definitely make things difficult for Chinfan. The tone of the painting suddenly changed, and it was all about worry about Chinfan. Link, who was still on Blue Star, had also been watching the live broadcast. Always keep your eyes on Chinfan. Seeing the strength displayed by Chinfan, he was sincerely happy. My student is a genius. He has made such an incredible improvement in just a few days. Although Chinfan's rise had nothing to do with Link. But Link was still quite proud. Similarly, when he saw the images of those transfer students, the smile on his face froze instantly. Oh! It's the same problem as before. Chinfan rose to prominence in such a short time. If he had risen a year earlier, he would have won first place in this competition. Link's tone was full of pity and sympathy. This time, let alone first place, I guess I won't even get a place in the school. But Link still had illusions and continued to look at Chinfan. Su Hao and others standing on the high platform were also keeping an eye on Chinfan. Several people had different opinions about the strength displayed by Chinfan. Not bad, Chinfan's strength is among the top 10 among this group of people. He is not from the Magic City or Kyoto, so it is very rare for him to have such strength. The head of the Lin family, who was on the other side of Su Hao, did not hesitate to praise Chinfan. After these words were spoken, Wang Tianlin's already bad expression turned pale. It becomes uglier. But they could only praise Chinfan. Indeed, he is a genius in improving speed. It's a pity that he is useless. The first place can only be Lucien. Although Wang Tianlin was praising, the tone of his voice was totally different. Instead, he was sarcastic and gloating. Su Hao didn't care at all. He knew Chinfan's strength very well. Not surprised at all. Hearing the confrontation between the two, he didn't say anything. Just keep watching. If they knew that Chinfan had mastered the sword technique, they would probably be very shocked. Watching the argument between the two, Su Hao just found it funny. Chinfan was dissatisfied with the speed at which his points were increasing, and walked towards the core area. When facing advanced monsters, he demonstrated his mastery of swordsmanship. It was another big shock to the people watching the live broadcast of the game. Inside the live broadcast room, people were talking about it again. Fuck! What did I see just now? Did Chinfan comprehend the minor sword technique? Is this true? Are you seeing things? Sword skills can only be mastered by warriors? If there are some things you don't understand, just ask directly. If you don't understand, then ask. Is this sword technique difficult to comprehend? Why are you so shocked? Many answers were given immediately. The sword technique can only be mastered by martial artists and above. He is a martial artist, so he can understand it. The talent he has shown is self-evident. Yes, it's like your classmate in elementary school has already completed college courses. Fuck! Now that you put it, I understand. Is Chinfan still a human? He is so invincible. The entire live broadcast room became lively in an instant. The screen was filled with praises of Chinfan's genius. Link was always watching for Chinfan's sudden use of the sword. He was also suddenly shocked, with an expression of disbelief on his face. It was like seeing something unbelievable. Chinfan has mastered the sword technique? Am I seeing that? I have been a martial artist for so many years, but I have never touched the sword technique. How did Chinfan do it? Could it be that this is the difference between a mediocre person and a genius? For a moment, Link really couldn't think of any words to describe Chinfan's genius. Oh my god! Chinfan, you said a long time ago that you have mastered the swordsmanship. Why am I so worried about you? You must be the first in the talent selection competition. After saying that, Link thought for a moment and added. Of course, if these transfer students didn't attack Chinfan, they would have no problem getting first place. At this time, Su Hao and the others on the platform looked different. Good, very good. Brother Su, if you have a son-in-law like this, you will be very happy. Among the geniuses of this class, I have never seen anyone who is more talented than Chinfan. Even in the past few years, it is very rare to see a genius like Chinfan. Lin Langtian, the head of the Lin family, said this with great joy. He had nothing to plot. He was sincerely happy that his human race had gained a new genius. The excitement of seeing true talent. Wang Tianlin's face froze again, becoming even uglier. Haha, indeed. Chinfan can comprehend swordsmanship at this age. His comprehension is top-notch. As Wang Tianlin spoke, he became more and more awkward. This year's class is indeed not as good as Chinfan. Wang Qing, who was standing behind him, heard his father actually praising his love rival. Suddenly, he was filled with anger. Seemed extremely unconvinced. I thought to myself, Chinfan, your comprehension of swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, but I have bloodline, so if we really compare, you are still not as good as me. Gradually, Wang Qing truly regarded Chinfan as his opponent. Su Hao looked at the swordsmanship displayed by Chinfan and was quite satisfied. A little smile appeared on his always serious face. Yes, this comprehension is indeed good, and he is not far from the great swordsmanship. Su Hao asked himself when he was young. No matter from which aspect, he is not as good as Chinfan. Looking at Chinfan, who bravely killed the monster, he couldn't help but say inwardly, perhaps, letting Chinfan be my son-in-law is really a good choice. When Chinfan was fighting with the monster, everyone except himself saw it clearly. Chapter 32 Chinfan, you are still good at pretending, I am old. All very obvious to notice. Those transfer students were surrounding Chinfan. In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room was immediately freed from their excitement and joy. Seeing that Chinfan still knew nothing, they were extremely anxious. Ah! Those transfer students have all surrounded him. It seems that they want to attack Chinfan. Is this in compliance with the rules of the competition? It's not against the law, but can it be considered immoral? A large group of people besiege Chinfan alone, isn't that bullying an honest man? Chinfan has mastered the swordsmanship. Even if he faces so many people, he should be able to handle it easily, right? This is a little hard to say. Let's see what the situation is. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room reversed into worry. Seeing Chinfan's dangerous situation, Link also became anxious. If he had no other choice, he really wanted to shout loudly to let Chinfan know his situation. I'm such a pessimist. What I predicted came true. Oh, what a pity! If we fight alone, Chinfan will definitely be number one. Link's heart was filled with worry and pity for Chinfan. On the high platform, Su Hao and his companions saw this and their mood changed again. It's hard to deal with. Although candidates are allowed to fight with each other, it's a bit unreasonable for a group of people to attack one person, right? Lin Langtian, the head of the Lin family, frowned slightly. Stand up for Chinfan. Hey! You can't say that. Although it is a bit immoral, it is also in line with the regulations. There is nothing to complain about. Seeing that Chinfan was about to be besieged, Wang Tianlin was naturally very worried. Immediately, I started explaining to the transfer students. The tone was very proud. Compared with him just now, it is a complete reversal. Snort! Lin Langtian snorted and was unwilling to say anything more. Su Hao looked at this scene and felt very dissatisfied. I don't know why things went in this direction. But what Wang Tianlin said was right and did not violate the regulations. Su Hao didn't know what to say. I could only mutter to myself. I hope Chinfan can hold on. It would be best if we can end up in a draw. But the subsequent result gave everyone a surprise. Lin Langtian and Wang Tianlin, who had been arguing just now, were so shocked that they were speechless. It was not until a long while later that he said this. Brother Su, is Chinfan currently learning Xian-level martial arts or techniques? Judging from his performance, he seems to have made some progress, probably only a small part of it. What shocked Lin Langtian was not the quality of Chinfan's martial arts and techniques. On the contrary, it is the proficiency in martial arts and techniques. At Chinfan's age, he has only been practicing for a few years. Not only that, his realm has reached that of a 5-star warrior, he also possesses mysterious level martial arts and techniques. They have all reached the minor success level. What's even more exaggerated is that he has also mastered the sword technique to a minor level. So many projects, all done by one person. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Is it possible that such a genius really exists? Lin Langtian was so shocked that he was speechless. But from his expression and actions, you can see his excitement. Admiring a piece of beautiful uncut jade. On the contrary, Wang Tianlin's face became completely gloomy. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Just by seeing this scene, he knew it clearly. Even if these transfer students come together, they will not be able to defeat Chinfan, and will be defeated by Chinfan instead. I have completely lost the fighting spirit I had before. He glanced helplessly at his son behind him. It was as if to say, "Son, I have done my best, now it's up to you." Wang Qing watched Chinfan's strength gradually emerge, and his opinion of Chinfan continued to change. From the initial disdain and contempt, to noticing that there is the ability to fight, to now even I am shocked by its existence. Wang Qing's weak mind has experienced too many reversals. Until now, it has begun to gradually collapse. I'm sick of it. How can a monster like Chinfan exist? It's totally unreasonable. After so many reversals, Wang Qing felt very uncomfortable. However, when he thought about the bloodline he possessed and then saw Chinfan, there will be less fear and dread. I have the blessing of blood, so it's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Chinfan, you should just survive first. Wang Qing is very confident about his plan. If you force Chinfan into the restricted area and let the demon master take action, I don't believe you can survive. Wang Qing regained his confidence and continued to look at Chinfan. I want to see how Chinfan died. Su Hao was also shocked when he saw the strength displayed by Chinfan. He didn't know before that Chinfan actually practiced Xian-level martial arts and techniques. Moreover, he has achieved some minor success in his practice. With just a simple thought, Su Hao understood. Chinfan estimated that the time it would take would be very short. For a moment, Su Hao's eyes were filled with shock, staring at Chinfan in a daze. He no longer has the demeanor of a master as before. And he kept talking. Chinfan, when it comes to pretending to be cool, you are still the best. I am old. Chinfan has Xian-level martial arts, and has even achieved minor success in his practice. The most shocking person was Xiaoqian, who received Chinfan at that time. At the beginning, she secretly decided to wait until the talent selection competition. Be sure to go and watch Chinfan's game. Her previous reaction was similar to that of everyone in the live broadcast room. Until he saw the power of the martial arts and techniques displayed by Chinfan. Only then did he realize that he had seriously underestimated Chinfan's understanding. In the beginning, I actually tried to dissuade Chinfan from practicing Xian-level martial arts and techniques. I was really just looking at the world from a well-used myself to measure Chinfan's genius. For a moment, I thought about what I had done before. Xiaoqian felt her face burning. I'm so sorry. I guess when Chinfan looked at me, he looked at me like a fool. Xiaoqian was ashamed. And everyone else in the live broadcast room was no exception. They all talked about Chinfan and the significance of the skills and martial arts he demonstrated. That is an unparalleled genius, a genius among geniuses. Link was also shocked when he saw this scene. When did Chinfan learn new martial arts and techniques? He hadn't revealed them in the last city-level martial arts exam. That means Chinfan started learning after the city-level martial arts exam was over. After Link thought through the whole thing, he became even more shocked. In just these few days, he has already achieved minor success in Xian-level martial arts and techniques. Is this kid cheating? Even though Link had been a class teacher for so many years, it was the first time he had seen a genius like Chinfan. In fact, I have never even heard of a genius like Chinfan, Link said doubtfully. What kind of person has appeared in my class? At this moment, Link was no longer worried about Chinfan's comfort. If you have this ability, you should have said so earlier. Even if they come together, they are not as good as you, Chinfan. You have definitely won the first place in the talent selection competition. Chapter 33. Is it possible that Chinfan is the hunter? Something seems a little off about this place. Why is it so quiet? Chinfan observed his surroundings and gradually felt that something was wrong. Recalling the route of my escape, I vaguely remember that I seemed to be running towards the depths of the core. The depths of the core, isn't this the restricted area? Chinfan suddenly thought of where he was now. In an instant, I realized how dangerous my situation was. Before, Meng Meng told me that I should never go to the deep core because there are demon masters kept by the human race. In terms of strength, they are comparable to human warriors. He hates the human race so much that he kills any genius he sees. The more Chinfan thought about it, the more dangerous his situation seemed to him. Oh my God! No, I have to leave immediately. If I run into that demon master, I will die without a burial place. Although Chinfan's current strength is comparable to that of a martial artist. But it's only comparable. Chinfan knew nothing about the strength of this demon master. If it was just an ordinary 1 or 2-star demon master, Chinfan would still have the confidence to fight him several times. If he turns out to be a 5 or 6-star martial artist, then we're doomed. Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but fell into the tiger's den again. Chinfan didn't dare to rest any longer, and immediately wanted to stand up and leave. Just when Chinfan was about to stand up, suddenly saw. In the distance, there was a figure running towards him quickly. Too late! Chinfan was quite desperate and thought he was going to die here. As Chinfan fled, everyone followed closely. At first, everyone was still feeling fortunate and lucky for Chinfan's escape. But gradually I couldn't laugh anymore. It wasn't easy. Chinfan finally got out of the encirclement. That's not bad, right? Indeed, at least Chinfan has not been eliminated, so there is still a chance. According to Chinfan's upgrade speed, if he is given another day or two, he might be able to defeat the transfer students. Friends, forget about it. Didn't you find where Chinfan is? Everyone was talking about Chinfan, but someone obviously realized the key part. See the place where Chinfan escaped. It was the restricted area. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with where Chinfan is? It's just a little quiet. Some of them didn't quite understand what was going on and asked. What's the problem? That's a huge problem. Chinfan has escaped to the depths of the core. That's a restricted area where there are demon masters. If Chinfan ran in, wouldn't that be courting death? As soon as these words appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone fell silent. Fuck! According to what you said, Chinfan is doomed. I think it's probably true. I hope Chinfan can find it soon. Let's run quickly. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. They all began to worry about Chinfan's safety, and they no longer felt relaxed as before. Link, who was on Blue Star, felt very fortunate after seeing Chinfan escape. Okay, it's stable. These people failed to stop Chinfan. If we give Chinfan another day or two, the situation will be reversed. Link thought about defeating all these transfer students. The points obtained by Chinfan. I immediately put myself into the situation, and it was so cool. Just when Link was happy for Chinfan, he looked in the direction where everyone was leaving. And where you stopped. The originally bright smile on his face froze in an instant. Oh my God, where did Chinfan go? How did he get into the restricted area? Isn't this just courting death? I hope Chinfan can find out sooner and run away quickly. Just now, Link was still proud of Chinfan's strength. Now, there is a sudden change. I began to worry about Chinfan's safety. Link knew very well that these demon masters were kept in captivity by humans. He already hated the human race to the core, if he saw a genius like Chinfan. It's not just a simple death. But then I changed my mind. What are you afraid of? Principal Su is here. Considering Chinfan's genius, he will definitely save Chinfan's life. Although Chinfan's life is basically safe. If Su Hao took action, it would mean that Chinfan would be eliminated directly. According to Chinfan's current points, he won't be able to get a spot until the end of the competition, and his guaranteed spot will be gone. Link couldn't help but speak as he looked at the hardships Chinfan had gone through along the way. Chinfan's life is so hard. Wherever he goes, there are people looking for trouble. It's really not easy. I can only hope that this monster is not too strong and Chinfan can deal with it and escape successfully. Link, who was far away on Blue Star, prayed for Chinfan. Su Hao and his companions on the high platform saw where Chinfan went. His face looked uncomfortable, as if he had thought of something bad. Lin Langtian was very surprised and said, "The direction Chinfan ran away seems to be the restricted area of this competition. Aren't there some monsters with martial artist strength there? If we really ran into a pharmacist, we wouldn't be able to react in time and Chinfan would be dead." Lin Langtian was shocked when he thought that a genius like Chinfan could be in such great danger. I couldn't help but worry. However, Wang Tianlin, his opponent, disagreed. "Lin Langtian, don't think like that. After all, Chinfan is a genius. Maybe he can beat this demon master. It's possible." Wang Tianlin seemed to be saying some caring words. But there is a lot of sarcasm between the lines. And he gloated over Chinfan's misfortune. And Wang Qing behind him was secretly delighted. Okay. My plan actually worked. I didn't expect that I could actually drive Chinfan into the restricted area. Chinfan, no matter how talented you are, if you enter there and face a monster with the strength of a monster master, you will only end up dead. Wang Qing was very happy when he thought that Chinfan, whose talent far exceeded his own, was about to die. A true genius has to survive, that's what makes him a genius, and I am the real one. Obviously, Wang Qing was ready to watch Chinfan die tragically. Su Hao was a little surprised when he saw this and frowned. But there weren't too many changes in expression. It seems like things are still under control. I suddenly noticed that Su Hao's fingers were clenched tightly. The lives of these slave monsters are in my hands. They will die instantly with just a thought from me. I don't know which idiot actually wants to use them to kill Chinfan. Haha, I think you are daydreaming. On the contrary, Su Hao was somewhat curious about what interesting things would happen when Chinfan met the demon master. Is there a possibility that Chinfan's strength is not weaker than that of the demon master? Be aware of your sudden thoughts. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. I think I am getting old and confused. How can a warrior defeat a demon master? Just wait, I'll take action later. Chapter 34. Don't believe it? Let's wait and see. The only thing that worries Su Hao is, if I save the sunken ship later, it means Chinfan is eliminated. According to his current points, he has no chance of getting a place in the two schools. Su Hao was confused for a long time and didn't know what to do for a moment. Forget it. If nothing works, let him take part in the National Martial Arts Examination. With his current strength, he has a great chance of being admitted to Magic City University. After Su Hao figured out all the possibilities, he didn't think about it anymore. Continue to watch Chinfan carefully and attentively what he does next. Under the eager eyes of everyone, Chinfan finally looked around and realized the danger of where he was. He immediately stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chinfan could already see a figure in the distance. It was rushing towards Chinfan at a very fast speed. Looking at the sudden figure, I immediately thought of what it was. It's bad. Speak of the devil, here he comes. Just when I thought about it, the evil master came. At the same time, he was aware of the breath of the person coming. This was beyond Chinfan's expectations. I really didn't expect that this demon master's strength is so pitifully low. This is totally not the strength the demon master should have. After seeing this scene, Chinfan suddenly had an idea. If this were true, the identities of hunter and prey would be reversed. This demon master is about to see me run away. So, Chinfan did what he said and prepared to take the big one. Standing there motionless, waiting for the demon master to arrive. As for Chinfan's behavior, everyone was very confused. Especially for the audience in the live broadcast room, it was extremely difficult. What's going on? Why doesn't Chinfan run away? Instead, he just stands there motionless. Is he scared to death? No, Chinfan is indeed quite powerful, but if you encounter a demon master, there is nothing you can do. You can only run. Could it be that Chinfan is too confident in his own strength and blindly overconfident, thinking that he can fight the demon master alone? For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with doubts about Chinfan. They all didn't understand Chinfan's behavior. In their view, punishment is arrogance and seeking death. Some of them thought of a possibility. Do you think it's possible that Chinfan has the ability to deal with the Demon Master? The others all scoffed at this and didn't believe it at all. No, buddy. When you say that, do you believe it yourself? In general, everyone in the live broadcast room thought that Chinfan was scared to death. Before I was wrong, I praised Chinfan for his courage and application, but now it seems that he is just average. For a moment, everyone was very disappointed with Chinfan. When Link saw Chinfan's actions, he was also very confused. Chinfan, what on earth are you doing? If you don't run, why are you pretending to be a warrior? He doesn't really think that he can fight the Demon Master head-on just because he is strong, right? Brother Lin only saw arrogance in Chinfan. I think Chinfan doesn't recognize his own strength. Instead of running away, he actually wanted to fight. Chinfan is still young after all. He hasn't suffered too much loss, so it's inevitable that this will happen. Link was also somewhat disappointed with Chinfan. I hope Chinfan can change his bad habit of being arrogant in the future, otherwise he will suffer a lot in the future. At that time, the price of suffering a loss would be death. Link even had already made up his mind to have a heart-to-heart talk with Chinfan after the game. After all, for young people, these old people also need to be more tolerant. And the people on the platform saw that Chinfan did not run away, but instead waited for the arrival of the Demon Master. Everyone has different emotions. Brother Su, what does Chinfan mean? Is he still thinking of competing with the Demon Master? Although Lin Langtian believes that Chinfan has good talent and strength. But in his opinion, if one wants to have the strength comparable to that of a Demon Master in the realm of warriors, there is still some gap. Brother Su, I think there is something wrong with Chinfan's character. He is so arrogant. Wang Tianlin, who was standing aside, saw Lin Langtian and actually denied Chinfan. He was extremely happy and immediately agreed. That's right, Lin Langtian is right. Chinfan is a warrior, but he didn't run away when facing the Demon Master. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Wang Tianlin immediately continued Lin Langtian's words, talking bad about Chinfan. They both thought that Chinfan had some issues with his personality, and was a bit arrogant. But Su Hao, who is also a peerless genius, doesn't think so. He looked at the two people beside him and spoke uncertainly. I don't think so. Do you think it's possible that Chinfan has enough strength to defeat that Demon Master? As soon as he said this, Wang Tianlin immediately showed disdain. Brother Su, stop kidding. Chinfan may be a genius, but he's not to this extent. Is that martial artist comparable to a martial artist? I think Chinfan is still far behind. Lin Langtian didn't say anything, but it seemed that he agreed with what Wang Tianlin said. Okay, I know you don't quite believe that Chinfan can succeed, but the results are often so different. Because ordinary people often cannot understand the actions of geniuses, I believe in Chinfan. Su Hao smiled mysteriously, as if he was thinking of his past self. Reminded me of when I was young. Some of the things we do are often not recognized by others, but the results prove that we are right. Since you don't believe it, then just keep watching and see who will have the last laugh. Su Hao continued to look at Chinfan with some anticipation. At the same time he muttered to himself, I hope Chinfan will not disappoint me. Indeed, if something like this were successful, it would be very exciting. But it is also extremely difficult to accomplish. Perhaps Su Hao also had some doubts in his heart. But when I thought about what Chinfan had done before, I suddenly felt that what was about to happen would be very reasonable. The two people beside him didn't say anything more. And he looked at Chinfan's next move thoughtfully. Wang Qing behind him didn't believe what Su Hao said at all. Laughing, Su Hao, if you say Chinfan is good, then Chinfan is good. Do you really think a warrior can defeat a demon master? Ask yourself, could you have done it when you were young? Do you think Chinfan can do it? Wang Chung had a look of disdain on his face and complained secretly. And Su Hao, who was in front of him, seemed to sense something. Suddenly he turned his head and looked towards Wang Qing. In an instant, Wang Qing was frightened, his face froze and cold sweat broke out. I no longer dared to think about anything more. He immediately became obedient. After a long time, Su Hao turned his head. In this way, Wang Chikai was able to take a breath. Having the illusion of surviving a disaster. Oh my god, my body just now seemed to be fixed by something, immersed in endless darkness. I just felt extremely horrified and didn't want to think about it anymore. Thinking of that fear, Wang Qing shook his head in fear. Chapter 35. Everything is under control. Like a clown. The Demon Master was getting closer and closer to Chinfan. The Demon Master's face gradually became clear. I really didn't expect that this Demon Master's appearance and features are almost identical to those of humans. If it weren't for the obvious marks on the face and head, it would be hard to tell. This is the first time Chinfan has seen a Demon Master. It's different from the previous advanced monsters. This one looks intelligent. I guess it won't be easy to deal with. Chinfan took advantage of the distance between the two of them, as there was still some distance to go. Continued to observe the Demon Master. This Demon Master looks like a 5 or 6-star Demon Master, but now it seems that he is only a 1-star Demon Master. It is because of this realization that Chinfan has confidence. Able to survive in the hands of the Demon Master, and even kill him. I haven't fought with a Demon Master yet. I'm a little bit looking forward to it now. Seeing that the Demon Master was getting closer and closer to him, Chinfan was also eager to try and see how strong he was. The Demon Master came up to Chinfan with a look of joy on his face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, Maha, who has been kept in captivity by the human race, would have the opportunity to kill a human genius. This is really great. Maha thought of the methods that the humans had used on him. In an instant, he was filled with rage and extreme anger. Boy, you are unlucky to meet me. Of course, I won't let you die so quickly. I must torture you slowly. As Maha said this, a grim smile appeared on his face. Chinfan just stood there, quietly watching Maha direct and act out his performance. There is absolutely no fear or terror at all. He seemed to be confident and didn't think he could die here. Seeing Chinfan's pretentious look, Maha also became uncertain. What's going on? Why is this human kid so calm? Does he have something to rely on? This kid is definitely here to participate in the competition. He must be watched by a powerful human being. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to kill him. Maha knew that he was being used as a whetstone, and a feeling of humiliation instantly overwhelmed him. I am a martial artist, but I am being used as a stepping stone by others. I must be careful. Maha made up his mind that he must kill Chinfan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the two were so close to each other, everyone who saw this scene became anxious instantly. The people in the live broadcast room no longer said anything about Chinfan's arrogance. Immediately start to worry about Chinfan's safety. Now that Demon Master has come to Chinfan, I guess Chinfan can't escape even if he wants to. He can only place his hope on the strong men of our human race. I don't think it's easy to say. If it was a second slower, Chinfan would be in danger. That's right. I don't dare to watch anymore. I'm afraid of seeing the tragic death of Chinfan. He is still young. Alas, we can only blame Chinfan for being too confident in his own abilities. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw this very dangerous scene. You can only worry but can't do anything. Lincoln Blue Star has been hoping that Chinfan can seize the opportunity to escape. Until the Demon Master came to Chinfan, Chinfan had no intention of moving. Alas, Chinfan is in real danger. If the principal and the others don't make it in time, then Chinfan will have no choice but to die there. When Link saw this scene, he could only pray that the principal would take action in time. On the high platform, Su Hao and others saw this scene. The reaction was more intense, and they were more aware of the difference in strength between Chinfan and the Demon Master. Seeing that the two were already face to face, Lin Langtian became even more anxious. Speaking to Su Hao in front. Brother Su, I think Chinfan is really in danger this time. Let's take action quickly. It would be a pity if Chinfan died here. It is also a huge loss for our human race. Wang Tianlin on the side was not in a hurry and refuted Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian, what you said is wrong. You don't know that Chinfan's talent and strength are top-notch in this class. Even if he is facing a Demon Master, so what? Maybe Chinfan can win easily like before. Now Wang Lintian regards Chinfan as his own son and supports him very much. I have great trust in Chinfan. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Tianlin was gloating over Chinfan's misfortune. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Langtian became extremely angry. Wang Tianlin, do you think we don't know that Chinfan has surpassed your son in both talent and strength? You treat Chinfan as a thorn in your flesh and target him everywhere. As he spoke, Lin Langtian also glared fiercely at Wang Qing behind him. Then look away. Wang Tianlin had nothing to say and just smiled awkwardly. Su Hao just smiled and didn't care about what the two said. It's not the time to draw conclusions yet. It won't be too late to do so after the game is over. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Chinfan won't die. Don't you think about who controlled the Demon Master before? In an instant, Su Hao's words were heard. Lin Langtian immediately relaxed and no longer worried about Chinfan's safety. Okay, Brother Su, since you are sure, I won't worry about it. So, Lin Langtian regained his composure. On the contrary, Wang Tianlin seemed confused and thought of something. My mood changed from being happy before to being lost now. The changes are wonderful. He only said one sentence after a while. My father and I act like clowns. Likewise, he had thought about it after the game. What kind of liquidation will happen to my entire family? For a moment, Wang Tianlin was sweating profusely and looked dazed. Wang Chen, who was standing behind him, had a similar reaction. Realizing that he was thinking of using the Demon Master to kill Chinfan, he looked like a clown. Come to think of it, with Su Hao, who has the strength of a martial saint, Chinfan can be protected no matter what danger he encounters. Su Hao can rescue Chinfan safely. At the same time, Wang Qing is not a fool. It turned out that Su Hao had already known about the plan between the father and son. I haven't said anything because everything is under control. There is no need to worry about Chinfan at all. Instead, we have to wait until the game is over before we deal with the Wang family. The father and son of the Wang family were in no mood to go and see what was going on with Chinfan. They all lowered their heads, thinking about the punishment they would receive. As for escaping, they didn't even dare to think about it. Su Hao can be called the strongest among human beings. It is a foolish dream to want to escape from Su Hao. If you get caught, it would be worse than death. Lin Langtian was extremely pleased, and he and Su Hao looked at Chinfan. I want to know whether Chinfan can defeat the Demon Master. Or Chinfan needs Su Hao's rescue. As for Chinfan, Maha hardened his heart and stopped waiting. Rushed over immediately. As long as I'm fast, those powerful human beings won't be able to react in time. Chapter 36, 100 times critical strike, comprehending the ultimate sword technique. Anyway, for the Demon Master, his final outcome is death. It would be better to kill a human genius and then die, that would be more worthwhile. Of course, Maha also understood that he would most likely not succeed, but it would be a good idea to severely dampen the arrogance of this human genius. Maha sneered at Chinfan in front of him. Maybe he is a genius, but he is a little arrogant. Obviously, in Maha's opinion, Chinfan is an arrogant person. No matter how talented this person is, he can't beat my Demon Master when he is a warrior. Maha didn't bother to say anything more and just used his killing move right away. He wanted to kill Chinfan at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Hao clenched his hands tightly, ready to take action at any time. At the same time, I thought to myself, Chinfan must be scared to death now, but don't panic, everything is under control. So Su Hao is very confident in Chinfan's strength. But he also didn't think that Chinfan could defeat the Demon Master. The others who saw this scene were also worried. The Wang family father and son prayed secretly. I pray that Chinfan will die at the hands of this monster. In this way, even if their Wang family suffered liquidation, it would be worth it. Then my son will stand out. Once again become the number one talent of this class. Maha punched Chinfan hard on the head. The power is very strong. A sound of breaking air could be heard. Those who heard it were shuddered. After seeing how powerful Maha was, everyone became extremely worried about Chinfan. I was afraid that in the next second, I would see Chinfan's body torn apart. He just laughed at the punishment and didn't think it was a big deal. It's funny. A one-star pharmacist with declining chi and blood is still pretending to be here. Chinfan took out his sword calmly. Prepare to unleash your strongest attack to teach this demon master a lesson. In an instant, the sword was blessed with the 10 swords of demon slaying. He also has nearly perfected the swordsmanship. The two together shine brilliantly on the sword. Even before it is used, you can feel its powerful force. The Maha demon master in front of him was no match for Chinfan at all. Feeling the power exerted by Chinfan was stunned for a moment. A sword technique that is close to being perfected, and a mysterious martial art called 10 swords to slay demons? For a moment, Maha was so shocked that he forgot he was fighting with Chinfan. Instead, I was thinking, why is a candidate participating in the talent selection competition? It's nothing more than the strength of a warrior. How did he do it and master the sword technique to a minor level? Even he, a demon master, couldn't comprehend this kind of thing. There was no touch. At this moment, Maha only felt that his cognition had suffered a severe impact. Isn't this right? Could it be that I have been imprisoned for too long? Have the human race become stronger? But Chinfan doesn't care about you and continues to accumulate a powerful attack. Haha, I knew that this demon master was so arrogant before, and he is so shocked now. What? Are you being honest now? Thinking of the cruel words that the demon master had said before, Chinfan just found it ridiculous. At the same time, Demon Master Maha's punch was about to hit Chinfan on the head. But in terms of power, it has been weakened too much compared to before. At first glance, it was clear that Maha's spiritual heart had been shattered by Chinfan's attack. Just when Chinfan was about to swing the knife. In my mind, the system broadcast sounded. You used your sword skills and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 100-fold reward. At the same time as this voice sounded, a large amount of understanding about swordsmanship instantly appeared in Chinfan's mind. It was as if Chinfan had spent several years to comprehend it. Extremely solid and profound. His swordsmanship developed naturally and smoothly to perfection. Suddenly, Chinfan's aura surged. The power accumulated in the sword becomes stronger and stronger. Compared with before, it is several times stronger. After the demon master saw that Chinfan had mastered the sword technique to a minor level, I finally thought about fighting with Chinfan. This human kid is just a warrior. Even if he has mastered a minor level of swordsmanship, so what? Maybe this guy is just lucky. Besides, the combat power mentioned is extremely limited. I don't believe that he, a warrior, can really kill me. Maha cheered up and regained his confidence. He wanted to gather his strength again and attack Chinfan. Just wanted to take some action. I felt the change in Chinfan's swordsmanship. Suddenly, he discovered that Chinfan's swordsmanship had improved. Reached the realm of great success. For a moment, Maha was so shocked that he was speechless and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. It was like seeing some horrific scene. This is because those who can comprehend the ultimate sword technique are all powerful people. Anyway, at least he is stronger than the demon master. In fact, it is not just 1 or 2 realms stronger, but more. He had seen the great sword technique before in the depths of the dimensional space. And the person who has mastered the great sword technique is someone that I should look up to. Now, the human boy in front of him. It seems that he has just reached adulthood, but he has actually mastered the ultimate sword technique. The demon master Maha was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He instantly became extremely docile, without any thought of resistance at all. Maha is very clear about the power of the Dashang swordsmanship. Although this human boy is just a warrior, he has mastered the swordsmanship. Not to mention myself, even if I were in my prime, it wouldn't be possible. It can even be said that Chinfan is basically invincible in the realm of martial artists. Of course, the opponent also did not understand the swordsmanship. Chinfan was very happy to see Maha's fearful and terrified look. This system is really powerful. At this critical moment, it actually triggered a critical hit. It's really a good thing. Chinfan didn't run away before because he was thinking about staying here. Fight the demon master, hoping to trigger a critical hit. But I didn't expect that the system would give me a surprise so quickly. directly improved the small success of swordsmanship to the great success. Seeing that his strength had greatly increased, Chinfan was unwilling to give up the opportunity to demonstrate his strength. He immediately exerted his full strength and applied his most advanced sword skills to his sword. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. To Maha, it was like encountering a demon general, being suppressed by this great sword technique. I couldn't even muster up the desire to resist. All he could do was stretch his head and wait for Chinfan's sword to swing at him. The next moment, Chinfan suddenly swung his knife without holding back any strength. All of it was vented out. Suddenly, his sword skills were perfected, increasing his combat power. At the same time, suppressing Maha. Make it unable to move. The 10 swords that Xiaoqing used to slay demons fell on the demon master Maha. It's like encountering something that conflicts with me. The power is even more amazing. It feels very comfortable to move the Maha from top to bottom. From head to toe, it was split in half. And the 10 demon-slaying swords fell on the demon master Maha, wherever they passed. They can all leave obvious traces. It seems to be hindering the healing of the skin. Chapter 37. I hope he can put an end to this. As for it, Chinfan defeated the demon master with one sword strike and also mastered the sword technique. A huge wave was set off in everyone's heart. Everyone in the live broadcast room was originally prepared to watch the tragic scene of Chinfan's death. At worst, Chinfan was defeated by the strong human beings. There is no other possibility. But what just happened was really a bit shocking to their 3 views. Who can tell me what happened just now? How come the demon master's body was torn apart in the blink of an eye? That's right. I thought Chinfan would be torn into pieces or rescued, but I didn't expect this scene. Everyone was talking about it. Those who are knowledgeable among them answered questions for everyone. Just now, if I saw correctly, Chinfan should have comprehended the great sword technique the moment the demon master rushed over. With a significant increase in strength, killing a demon master is as easy as killing a chicken. This made everyone even more confused. If you don't understand, just ask. What does this Dashang sword technique mean? Most of the people in the live broadcast room are ordinary people without any vitality. I have no idea about the professional terms used by these warriors. What does the great mastery of swordsmanship mean? That's amazing. Chinfan, a martial artist, can comprehend it. It's hard to imagine how strong his martial arts talent is. For ordinary people, if they want to comprehend the great sword technique, they have to be a general, or even above a general, to have the opportunity to comprehend it. You can imagine what it means that Chinfan can comprehend it now. As long as Chinfan survives, he will surely become a martial saint. This long barrage of comments instantly caused a sensation among the crowd. Fuck! Is Chinfan that awesome? The future martial saint must be as strong as Su Hao, the principal of the Magic City. That's right. I thought Chinfan was just an ordinary genius, but I didn't expect him to be such an outstanding genius. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was talking about Chinfan. Speaking of Chinfan, his extraordinary talent in martial arts. Link from Blue Star watched Chinfan's counterattack. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. Just because the scene in the picture looks too dreamy. Oh my god, Chinfan, a warrior, actually killed the demon master with just one sword. That's too exaggerated. In an instant, Link realized that there was something more important. Chinfan was facing a life or death situation, an extremely critical moment. He actually mastered the ultimate sword technique. Become more dreamy. A warrior has mastered the great mastery of sword technique. I am a martial artist, but I haven't even mastered the small mastery of sword technique? How did Chinfan do it? Is Chinfan still a human being? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Now, Link realized that he had seriously underestimated Chinfan. That's funny. As Chinfan's homeroom teacher, I actually don't trust my own students. In an instant, Link no longer worried about Chinfan. Full of mindless support for Chinfan. I'm afraid that even if Chinfan said now that he would become a martial arts master soon, Link would believe it. Su Hao and the other 2 on the high platform watched Chinfan display his supernatural power. Reactions vary. Very interesting. 666. This Chinfan is really a genius. At this time, he can actually break through the swordsmanship in battle and reach the peak of swordsmanship. It is truly a rough diamond. I estimate that his future achievements will far exceed ours. Lin Langtian spoke sincerely, praising Chinfan without any reservation. Indeed, there are geniuses like Chinfan. It was the first time they met. This time, Wang Tianlin did not refute. I was thinking about laughing at the joke before, but now I have no interest at all. Now I know that both myself and my son have become a complete joke. At the same time, Wang Tianlin couldn't help but be shocked by Chinfan's genius. A warrior can comprehend the ultimate sword technique. It was at the talent selection competition that Wang Tianlin saw this scene. It was very dreamy. For a moment, he couldn't help but doubt himself. When I was young, I could do this. Not to mention himself, I'm afraid that his son Wang Chen, who is still behind him, is far from being as good as him. They had completely lost and couldn't care less about anything else. Wait for the reckoning after the game. Wang Tianlin was dejected, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Wang Qing behind him looked the same. Shocked by Chinfan's genius. For him, even the minor sword techniques were beyond his reach. Not to mention the even more powerful Deshang sword technique. It can be even more remote. Now, a person of the same age as me can actually understand it. This feeling of gap deeply frustrated Wang Qing. He used to laugh at Chinfan, saying that he was just a young boy who hadn't even awakened his bloodline, so how could he compare with him? But now the roles are reversed, and it feels as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Then he thought that after the game, he and his entire family would be held accountable. Wang Cheng's face turned uglier again. Su Hao, who had been silent for a long time, spoke at this time. This time it really gave me a surprise. I had overestimated Chinfan as much as possible, but I didn't expect that Chinfan's martial arts talent could be so exaggerated. A warrior actually mastered the ultimate sword technique. Even Su Hao, a top human being, saw this scene. I was also a little dazed. Very shocked. Lin Langtian interrupted at the side, his tone full of regret. It's a bit of a pity that Chinfan doesn't have bloodline. If he could also awaken, then his strength would probably become even more exaggerated. Su Hao smiled but did not agree with Lin Langtian. Brother Lin, you are wrong about this. In my opinion, it is a good thing that Chinfan has not awakened his bloodline. After these words were spoken, Lin Langtian was at a loss. Brother Su, what do you say? Su Hao continued speaking. I have been stuck at the 9-star martial saint. Do you know why? It's not the limitation of bloodline. Without a strong martial arts talent, there is no way to break through the shackles of my ancestors. In an instant, Lin Langtian suddenly realized. He also knew about his brother Su's situation. He is known as the first genius of the human race since the invasion of the demon race. But he was restricted by his bloodline and failed to break through to become a martial god. I have a vague feeling that Chinfan will become a martial god someday in the future. In fact, he will be a decisive factor in our battle with the demons for many years. After hearing what his brother Su said, Lin Langtian thought about it carefully. It seemed exaggerated at first, but on second thought, I feel more and more that what Brother Su said makes sense. The talent that Chinfan has shown now is not inferior to Su Hao at all. Let's hope so. It would be great if he could really put an end to all this. Chinfan killed the demon master with one blow. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as the energy and blood that he had just replenished was completely consumed again. However, the result is good. Chinfan sat on the ground again, checking his gains from the 2 times. Chapter 38. Revenge is inevitable, you must die. Although the fight with the demon master just now was a bit difficult, the gains were also considerable. Chinfan opened the property panel and took a look. Host Chinfan. Realm, 8-star warrior. Gongfa, Changchun Gong perfect. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons, great mastery, thunderstep, great mastery, golden bell cover, minor mastery. Sword skills, great mastery. This demon master is really good. Before he died, he still trained himself and perfected his sword skills. If I face life and death crises like this a few more times, perhaps my sword skills will be close to perfection. Chinfan looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he did not forget those transfer students who had driven him into the restricted area. Hey brothers, just wait for me. You keep causing trouble for me. Do you think I don't have a temper? Now, Chinfan has mastered the ultimate sword technique. There is nothing to be afraid of when facing these people. Now you can switch between offense and defense. What surprised Chinfan even more was that there were huge changes in his standings. I suddenly discovered that I was ranked first. The number of points is also more than 10,000. I didn't expect this. Killing a demon master also gives points, and it's quite a lot. Let's do the math. An ordinary monster is worth 1 point, and an advanced monster is worth 100 points. As for the demon master, it would naturally be 10,000 points. Looking at it this way, I'm sure to win first place in this talent selection competition. My next goal is to find those transfer students. Chinfan gave a wicked smile, already thinking of the miserable situation of the transfer students. And those transfer students drove Chinfan into the restricted area. Just start to increase your points with confidence. There is nothing to worry about anymore. After Lucien killed the last monster around, he stopped, his face full of confidence. Brothers, without Chinfan's freak, this game is easy, we won it easily. If we calculate the time now, Chinfan should have met that person, and he is probably dead without a burial place. Ever since Lucien met Chinfan, he has been overwhelmed by Chinfan's talent and strength in martial arts. Now that his archenemy is dead, he is naturally very happy. Even if he didn't die, he had already been eliminated and had no chance of being admitted. No one around spoke. When they thought that they might have killed Chinfan, their faces looked a little unnatural. Lucien didn't care, but opened the scoreboard very confidently. After such a long time, I guess he has already caught up with Su Mengmeng. He is worthy of being from the Su family. The blessing of his bloodline is really powerful. But Lucien was confident that he definitely surpassed Su Mengmeng. When the standings were opened, it was just as he expected. Su Mengmeng's points are indeed not as high as his. But look up. The name in the first place is not mine. Suddenly, Lucien was very confused and his whole head seemed to explode. Chinfan is first? Are you sure? Wasn't he eliminated? How come his points didn't decrease but increased instead, and he got first place directly? Lucien was so shocked after seeing Chinfan's points. I became more and more excited. Fuck! More than 10,000 points? Is Chinfan cheating? How can he have so many points? Lucien's words and actions attracted everyone's attention. They were also curious and opened the leaderboard. See what's so shocking? As soon as it was opened, everyone acted as if they had seen a ghost. They all cried out in shock. It was like seeing this scene in disbelief. How did Chinfan get more than 10,000 points? That's right. How many advanced monsters would I have to kill? I'm afraid my sword would be blunted. Suddenly, Yulong thought of a possibility. You say, is there a possibility that Chinfan killed the demon master in the restricted area? Although this is a bit exaggerated. But Yulong is more familiar with Chinfan, so it is possible that this could happen to him. When everyone heard what Yulong said, their first reaction was disbelief. Is it possible for Chinfan, a warrior, to kill the demon master? But on the points list, Chinfan's points are very consistent with the points for killing the demon master. For a moment, everyone had to believe it. They all sighed. Oh my god, Chinfan can actually kill monsters now. Is his strength improving so quickly? That's right. Wasn't he able to fight us easily before? Why is he so fierce now? They all knew their own strength and knew that they could not defeat the demon master together. It seemed that Chinfan had actually achieved this. That only means that Chinfan's current strength is enough to defeat everyone together. When I think about what I and the others have done to Chinfan, in an instant, everyone became frightened. When Lucien listened to Yulong's guess, his first thought was that it was impossible. But that is the reality. He also began to get scared. One of them said, "What do you think? When Chinfan comes out of the restricted area, will he come looking for us? Immediately, everyone's relaxed mood disappeared. They started to see enemies everywhere. Looking around, it feels like Chinfan is hiding everywhere. Lucien was a little scared. A man with the strength of a martial artist came to cause trouble for them. That's so easy. For a moment, these transfer students fell into panic. And now there are still 2 days until the end of the talent selection competition. When they thought about the fate of themselves and their friends, they couldn't help but tremble. Even Lucien, who always had ideas, ran out of ideas. The actions of Chinfan and the transfer student were seen by everyone watching the game. Very interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect the two groups to switch offense and defense. After Chinfan's strength increased, those transfer students were no match for him at all. If the two groups meet, the transfer students will be eliminated one by one. That's right. Chinfan has already taken action and is looking for those transfer students. It's really exciting. Maybe, after eliminating the transfer students, their points will be halved, and they will not have the quota for direct admission. That would be better. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt relieved by Chinfan's revenge. Link from Blue Star watched Chinfan's actions. Also quite touched. Transfer students are really worthless. Other base cities finally have a good seedling, but they still have to eliminate others. Now it's okay, I'm going to be eliminated. Link had already guessed what Chinfan meant. Anyway, I have enough points, so I must be thinking about defeating the transfer student. Give more places to people from other base cities. It's really refreshing. This time, Link was truly relieved. Let alone the Heavenly Tao trials, even in the National Martial Arts exam, Chinfan has no rivals. On the high platform, Su Hao and the other two were still staring at Chinfan. Yes, Chinfan has a good temper. He will never give up even the slightest grudge. I like that. If a transfer student deliberately targets others, he should be prepared to be targeted by others. Lin Lantian saw Chinfan's actions and agreed with them. He had long been fed up with the transfer student's behavior. Chapter 39, Great Revenge is Achieved, and the Heart is at Peace. Wang Tianlin and his son have no time to worry about others. I am already in a situation where I cannot even save myself when crossing the river. Regarding the tragic situation brought about by his affiliated family, they are too lazy to care. Su Hao looked at this scene and was actually happy to see it. People from Magic City and Kyoto are going to other base cities to grab places for the two schools. This behavior itself is moral. Even if they are eliminated by others, they can only blame themselves for not learning the skills well enough. Similarly, Su Hao just watched with interest. Now that Chinfan has improved significantly, I am a little bit looking forward to it. How strong is he? At this time, Chinfan was in the core part of the entire competition venue. A carpet search was conducted to find any traces of those transfer students. Before, a large group of people besieged Chinfan. Now, it's time for revenge. The transfer students had already vaguely guessed that Chinfan would be looking for them. They lost their previous arrogance and began to flee in panic, afraid of being found by Chinfan. But what happened was that no matter how much he didn't want to come, he insisted on coming. The transfer students turned around and discovered something not far away. Chinfan was smiling and looking at several people. But in the eyes of a few people, it was an extremely terrifying scene. In an instant I was so frightened that I couldn't stand still. Especially when he sensed the aura of Chinfan. Like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed at any time, it gives off that kind of oppressive feeling. Make everyone even more frightened. Everyone in the live broadcast room was looking forward to seeing the two groups meet. What will happen in a moment? I just don't know what the scene will be like when Chinfan faces this group of people. Will the roles be reversed? That's right. Chinfan even kills demon masters like killing chickens. What are these warriors? For a moment, everyone looked at Chinfan, whether to kill them or defeat them. Link of Blue Star saw this scene correctly. Is to cry out loudly. Chinfan, you have to stay calm. Don't be confused and kill them. They are all from different families. Killing them will only bring disaster to yourself. Su Hao and the other three on the high platform saw Chinfan's actions clearly. Brother Su, what do you think Chinfan will do next? Will he defeat them or kill them? Lin Lantian looked at this scene, not quite sure. After a while, Su Hao spoke. It doesn't matter. Even if all these people died, it was their own problem. They had to provoke Chinfan, so they can't blame others. Obviously, in Su Hao's opinion, Chinfan's value far exceeds those people. Besides, it was their fault in the first place. There's nothing much to say. Some trash, just die. Chinfan was overjoyed and very happy. It wasn't easy, I finally found you, come and die. When Chinfan saw the transfer students, he was too lazy to say anything more. Get started right away. Desheng's thunderstep was performed to its extreme, and it felt like he was stepping on lightning. The speed is abnormally fast. Rushing towards those transfer students. He raised the sword in his hand and struck with great force. There is no concealment of strength, and it is all on display. Suddenly, the transfer students were suppressed by Desheng's swordsmanship. Completely unable to move. It felt like my shoulders were being pressed down so hard that I couldn't move. They could only watch Chinfan's sword fall. At this time, the transfer students were filled with regret. If I had known earlier, this moment would have come. No matter what they said, they were unwilling to help Lucien and get involved in this mess. Looking at the incredibly powerful sword, Lucien felt extremely regretful. He worked for Wang Qing, but ended up dying. Indeed, in the final analysis, he, Lucien, had no grudges against Chinfan, and they all listened to Wang Qing. To target Chinfan. Now, Lucien finally realized who he had provoked. Not to mention him, I'm afraid Wang Qing is not as good as Chinfan. After such a short contact, Lucien's mood changed several times. They were all shocked at Chinfan's genius. He is definitely the most talented person I have ever met. He even had a feeling that even Su Hao, the strongest human being, was not as talented as Chinfan. Lucien couldn't help but shed tears of regret. He was really wrong. But in Chinfan's view, this scene was extremely funny. I thought to myself, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Yulong, who was behind, was also quite regretful. Yulong knows Chinfan better. He had tried his best to overestimate Chinfan, but he still didn't expect it. Chinfan actually possesses such an incredible talent in martial arts. Not only did he break out from the encirclement of several people, but he also fought his way out. Even the demon master died at Chinfan's hands. Yulong thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. My death was not unjust. When several people have different moods. The sword in Chinfan's hand showed no mercy. Still ruthlessly and wantonly, he hacked at the heads of several people. Seeing that death was getting closer and closer to him, Lucien also became afraid. The desire to survive suddenly burst out. Forcibly break through the suppression of the Desheng swordsmanship. Telling your own secrets. Chinfan, don't kill me. It was Wang Qing from the Wang family who asked us to kill you. We were just following orders. After hearing this, Chinfan was a little surprised. He thought that the transfer student was targeting him just to save face. But now it seems that Chinfan still thought too little. Although it was an accident, the power of Chinfan's sword did not diminish at all. Continued to swing at me fiercely. He didn't hold back at all, and instead his power became even greater. Looking at Lucien's desperate face, Chinfan said lightly, "Thank you for telling me. My reward is to let you die first." In the desperate eyes of the crowd, all I saw was a flash of a knife, and then the body was torn into pieces. 10 swords to slay demons, launched to the extreme. It kept waving, reaping the heads of every transfer student. He who kills others will be killed. After a while, Chinfan looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river without feeling the slightest discomfort. Instead, I feel very refreshed. If I didn't have the system, I would have died long ago. Chinfan didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. You used the 10 swords to slay demons, and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 100 times the reward. Deep in my mind, there was a sudden system broadcast. This surprised Chinfan a little. I didn't expect that killing these noobs could trigger a critical hit. They played their part when they were dying. Chinfan took a look and was surprised to find the proficiency of the 10 Swords Demon Slayer. It has reached perfection. This actually surprised Chinfan. You know what, this transfer student died and did a good thing, which is not bad. Chinfan left in a good mood, looking for Su Mengmeng. Seeing that he had killed the transfer student, his points reached a new height. Even from this moment on, Chinfan would no longer kill monsters. The points are enough to take first place. There is nothing to do anyway, so I might as well look for Su Mengmeng. After Chinfan finished his job, Su Mengmeng in the distance killed a monster. Check the standings. Su Mengmeng is very confident in Chinfan's ability. If he is not first, then he must be in the top 10. What I'm afraid of is that the transfer students will target Fan Fan. If that's the case, Fan Fan will be eliminated very easily. Su Mengmeng thought in her heart, and prayed for Chinfan. At the same time, he was also looking for Chinfan's name on the standings. As soon as she opened it, Su Mengmeng was shocked by the first place score. More than 10,000 points? How did you do that? How many advanced monsters do you have to kill? Can you kill them all? Even Su Mengmeng, who was in second place, was looking at the points of the first place. I was also surprised. That long string of numbers is too easy to attract attention. Chapter 40. The game is over, let's start the reckoning. Take another look at the name at the top of the standings. This shocked Su Mengmeng even more. Fan Fan is number 1? Why is Fan Fan so strong now? Su Mengmeng always thought that after her bloodline awakened, her strength would be able to crush Chinfan. Now it seems that there is a huge gap in strength between her and Chinfan. Instead, it's getting bigger. Since the martial arts test began, Fan Fan seems to have become a different person. The martial arts talent he has displayed is too exaggerated. After such a long time, what happened to Chinfan? Su Mengmeng saw it all. All the time, he felt Chinfan's inhuman speed of cultivation. But there's nothing to think about. Chinfan is getting stronger and stronger, which is better for our future. Soon, Su Mengmeng accepted the fact that Chinfan had risen. It was also very clear from Chinfan's terrifyingly high score. What happened to Chinfan? It is estimated that he entered the restricted area and killed the demon master. As for the details, Su Mengmeng was prepared and would ask Chinfan when she saw him. Without thinking any more, Su Mengmeng stood up, thinking about continuing to kill the monster. But as soon as I woke up, I saw the person I missed. When I looked over, I suddenly found that it was Chinfan. Immediately, both of them looked happy. Rushed towards each other. Then they hugged each other tightly. It was so sweet. This scene was seen by everyone. In an instant, everyone felt like they were eating dog food, and they were all envious, jealous, and hateful. I'm so envious. This is such a talented man and a beautiful woman. They are a perfect match. That's right, I'm really full of this dog food. Chinfan is so lucky that he became the son-in-law of the Su family. I wish I could take his place. But isn't it a bit too much for Chinfan to kill all the transfer students? Pass? What's wrong with that? Only the transfer students are allowed to kill people, but Chinfan is not allowed to take revenge. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked at the two people hugging each other, talking about his feelings. Gay men wish they were Chinfan, and lesbians wish they were Su Mengmeng. It turned out that Link from Blue Star became panicked again after seeing Chinfan kill those transfer students. I didn't expect that Chinfan was still impulsive. These people are all children of wealthy families. If he kills them like this, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Seeing two of my students in this scene. As a member of the Su family, there is nothing wrong with Chinfan. Link couldn't help but smile with relief. I am so happy. Great! This is how the plot of a good novel develops. The villain is killed, and the protagonist gets the beauty. Su Hao and the other three on the high platform were also quite touched. Brother Su, if Chinfan just kills those people, will those families have any objections? Lin Langtian was a little worried when he saw what Chinfan did. Su Hao smiled faintly and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. What are you afraid of? No matter what, we are in the right. On the contrary, They cannot escape responsibility even if those people died. Soon, Lin Langtian was no longer worried. Focus on the affairs of Chinfan and others. I didn't expect that Meng Meng and Chinfan have reached this point. Before, I thought Chinfan was not worthy. Now it seems that your Su family has made a lot of money. He saw that the talented person he had taken a fancy to was about to become a member of the Su family. Lin Langtian is the head of the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Magic City. I am also very happy to see this scene. Su Hao looked at his granddaughter and Chinfan hugging each other without any emotion. On the contrary, I hope to see this scene. The thought that such a peerless genius is from my Su family. Su Hao couldn't help laughing. A genius like this is worthy of my granddaughter. Su Hao is in a very good mood now. The dejected Wang Tianlin and his son looked uglier and uglier. It was especially special to see Chinfan and his partner leaning on each other. Wang Cheng's face turned pale and he was very angry. But I could only watch in dissatisfaction, there was nothing I could do. After Chinfan and Su Mengmeng met, they stopped killing monsters. Instead, he gave all the remaining monsters to other people. The two of them seemed to be on a trip and didn't care about anything else. No matter how many points the transfer students have, they are already dead. Naturally, they would not be eligible for the places in those 2 schools. More places are reserved for people from other base cities. Of course, there were also some transfer students who did not come to encircle Chinfan. I was lucky and got a bargain. Chinfan didn't care about this. Nothing unexpected happened in the next 2 days. It was very calm for Chinfan and the other 2. Soon, the 3-day talent selection competition ended. Chinfan won the first place with an absolute lead. There is no doubt about this. Su Mengmeng ranked second, after awakening her bloodline. She is the first person besides Chinfan. I declare that the 2024th Dragon Country Talent Selection Competition is over. Candidates are requested to stop killing monsters. Killing monsters will no longer increase points. I declare that the 2024th Dragon Country Talent Selection Competition is over. Candidates are requested to stop killing monsters. Killing monsters will no longer increase points. This voice continued for 3 times. All candidates can hear this voice. Everyone, at the same time, stopped what they were doing. Ran towards the exit immediately. There was joy on everyone's face. After the death of those who had provoked Chinfan, their rankings were automatically improved. The results achieved are much better than expected. Those who were not able to attend the 2 schools also realized their dreams because of their deaths. Chinfan and the other person also heard what Su Hao said. Likewise, rushing towards the exit. In their opinion, they finished the game long ago. The remaining 2 days are just for fun. Soon, everyone gathered at the place where they set out 3 days ago. Looking around again, there were fewer people around. They were all killed by monsters during the competition. Of course, Chinfan also contributed to this. Every candidate who came back looked at Chinfan with a sense of fear and unreality. Obviously, they all saw Chinfan's points. The 5-digit points deeply shocked their hearts. It's hard to believe that someone from another base city can do this. After this competition, these candidates finally had a clear understanding of how terrifying Chinfan was. That's simply not a human being. Chinfan was extremely benefited by this kind of perspective. Just a slight move. After everyone gathered, Su Hao stood on the platform, overlooking the people below. He said after a quick glance around, "Congratulations to everyone first. The talent selection competition has ended successfully. I hope everyone will be satisfied with the results." Su Hao said many words of encouragement to the candidates. It's all old news. His gaze turned to Chinfan. He said with a change of tone. But something extremely bad also happened in this competition. Chapter 41. The Demon God Cult Sets Out, Take Stock of the Harvest. In this competition, there was a serious incident of intentional killing of a candidate. Su Hao's tone suddenly became stern. Everyone was overwhelmed by the momentum and couldn't move. It felt like if Su Hao just thought about it, their bodies would be torn apart. Su Hao simply recounted what the transfer students, led by Lucien, had done to Chinfan. including that, killing the demon master in the restricted area, as well as killing the transfer students and others. These words are not finished yet. The candidates looked at Chinfan in disbelief. It's like looking at a monster. During the competition, Chinfan killed the demon master? Is that right? That was a demon master? How could a warrior like him do that? Although the facts are hard to believe, looking at Chinfan's points, it is indeed true. His strength is exaggerated, but isn't it a bit too impulsive for him to kill those transfer students? For a moment, the candidates who participated in the competition with Chinfan. He was quite shocked by the discussions about Chinfan. Unexpectedly, this was just a simple talent selection competition. Chinfan has actually experienced so much. After knowing what happened to Chinfan, Su Mingming, who was beside Chinfan, was terrified. Fan, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Su Mingming looked anxious and quickly checked on Chinfan. Chinfan made him laugh and cry. Ming, didn't you hear what your grandfather said? I solved the demon master with one sword strike, and killed the transfer student with just a few sword strikes. Do you think I'm in trouble? Chinfan boldly showed off his body. After caring about Chinfan, Su Mingming noticed Chinfan's strength. Kill a demon master with one sword? Such a record is too shocking for a warrior like Chinfan. Su Mingming stared at Chinfan blankly, full of surprise. Chinfan looked at her and thought Su Mingming was adorable. Haha, nothing is impossible. Don't you think about who I am? I am your boyfriend. Only if I have enough strength can I protect you. Su Mingming didn't think too much about how Chinfan became stronger. I'm just happy about Chinfan's changes. Su Hao on the high platform continued speaking. As for the follow-up handling of Chinfan's matter, we will uphold fairness and justice and not let any genius down. At the same time, I declare that the 2024 Dragon Country Talent Selection Competition is officially over. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, he waved his right hand again. In an instant, a curtain of light enveloped everyone. Everyone's eyes turned white again, and they couldn't see anything clearly. The next moment, I felt like I was standing on solid ground. The surrounding environment gradually became clear and I suddenly discovered it. It was the Magic City University Square where everyone left. Chinfan looked at everything around him with great momentum. I thought to myself, I am also a member of the Magic City University. I hope that the students here can be a little challenging, and not be unable to trigger the system critical hit. The national military examination has not yet begun, but Chinfan is already looking forward to college life. However, this is considered a national martial arts exam, and there are 3 competitions, and the ranking is determined by killing monsters. It's a bit boring. I hope there will be something new later. Su Hao was on top, announcing. In the talent selection competition, the top few candidates will be guaranteed admission. Chinfan naturally got the first place as well. After saying this, all the candidates dispersed on their own. In other words, everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother. Fan, my grandfather will definitely give you an explanation about the transfer students, even if those people are already dead. The family behind him can't escape either. Su Mingming was afraid that Chinfan would be wronged, so she explained it to Chinfan on purpose. Chinfan nodded to show that he understood. The two of them walked side by side without saying anything else. Walked towards where the Su family is located in the Demon City. But this is something Chinfan didn't know. It was a very dark and cold place, in front of a huge round table. There were many people sitting around. Each of them was wearing a black robe, with no face revealed. When he spoke, his words were quite vague. It's like having a sock stuffed in your mouth. The one sitting in the first seat spoke in a hoarse voice. Everyone, I called everyone here, and I believe everyone has some guesses. That's right, I received a command from the demon god, asking us to go all out to kill Chinfan, who has just shown his talent, and strangle him in the cradle. After he finished speaking, the others fell silent. Obviously, everyone knew of Chinfan's existence. I also witnessed Chinfan's strength and outstanding talent. Although it is only in the early stages, the talent shown is remarkable. Those knowledgeable demon saints were also deeply shocked. Seeing that everyone present was silent, no one spoke. The leader continued speaking. Everyone, do you want to take action? If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 10,000 points. If you fail, you will still get 1,000 points. After these words were spoken, everyone's eyes became lively. They were all shocked by the leader's magnanimity, becoming a little restless. The leader was very satisfied when he saw this scene. This mission is different from the previous ones. It's very difficult, so I won't specify who will do it. Let's do it together. Whoever has the time can do it. After saying this, he simply said, "The meeting is adjourned." Suddenly, everyone's figures disappeared and turned into nothingness. The next second, the house in the middle became empty, returned to the original silence. At this time, Chinfan and Su Mingming were enjoying their own world. Celebrating, Chinfan won first place in the talent selection competition. They were completely unaware that Chinfan had already attracted the attention of the demon god cult. After the talent selection competition ended, news about Chinfan once again became popular on the internet. This time, the headlines about Chinfan's news were even more explosive. What warrior killed the demon master with one sword strike? What warrior mastered the sword technique? Such a title, alone, is so eye-catching. Shocking. If you don't understand its meaning, please let me explain it to you. That also made him realize the power of Chinfan's talent. Everyone who knows Chinfan is proud to know him. Everyone who doesn't know Chinfan wants to get to know him. After Su Mingming and the other person were tired of playing, Chinfan went into the room again. Started to check the gains from this competition. Chinfan sat cross-legged on the cushion and opened the property panel to check. Host Chinfan. Realm 9-star warrior. Gongfa, Changchun Gong perfect. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons perfect, Thunderstep, great success, golden bell cover, minor success. Sword skills, great mastery. Chinfan looked at the attribute panel and saw various aspects that were constantly improving. It is really pleasing to the eye. My strength improved rapidly in this talent selection competition, but the pressure was still there, so I triggered more critical hits. I hope the National Martial Arts exam can give me a surprise. Chinfan thought that his swordsmanship had actually improved to perfection. I couldn't help but feel smug. Until now, Chinfan still feels that it is a little unreal. But it's okay. It all depends on my own efforts and a little help from the system. Chinfan continued to check for changes in other aspects. My proficiency in martial arts and techniques is improving quite quickly, and I hope to reach Grandmaster level as soon as possible. I'm really looking forward to seeing how shocked Mingming will be when she finds out that my martial arts skills have reached this level. Chinfan once said, "Pretense is like the wind, it always accompanies me." Chapter 42, Martial Arts Tower, 200th Harvest, Martial Arts Master. And just like that, a few days passed. Chinfan has been practicing in his own house. Expect to trigger a system critical hit. Unfortunately, bad luck in such a peaceful situation. It is basically impossible for Chinfan to get a system critical hit, and even if he does, the number of times will be very few. It wasn't until now that Chinfan figured it out. I finally understand the usefulness of this system. It must be used under pressure, especially in a life and death crisis. This system will have a high probability of being triggered, otherwise even if it is triggered, the critical hit will be pitifully small. Thinking of this, Chinfan also realized that asceticism was not suitable for him at all. Only by fighting continuously can you trigger a critical hit with a high probability. As a result, the strength increases rapidly. He did what he said, stood up and looked for Su Mingming. I was thinking of asking about the National Martial Arts examination. Chinfan has been looking forward to the format of the National Martial Arts examination for a long time. As soon as he went out, Chinfan saw Su Mingming standing at the door waiting for him. Today, Su Mingming wore a yellow dress, revealing her slender neck. And those slender and fleshy legs. Like a flower bud that has not yet bloomed. For a moment, Chinfan was stunned. It took a long time for me to come back to my senses. Seeing Chinfan like this, he stared at him. Su Mingming felt embarrassed and blushed instantly. Quite shy. Such a scene made Chinfan even more unable to control himself. As if he was very eager, he held Su Mingming in his arms. Take a deep breath and feel refreshed. Finally said. Meng Meng, you are so cute today! Su Meng Meng became even more shy and could only lie in Chinfan's arms. Very happy. After a long time, the two separated and talked about business. Meng Meng, do you need me for something? I was thinking of looking for you too. Chinfan's expression returned to seriousness, and he asked. The blush on Su Mingming's face slowly faded away as she spoke. Well, the time and format of this national martial arts exam have been decided. I came to discuss it with you. Should we still participate? Indeed, in the talent selection competition, one of them ranked first and the other ranked second. I have already obtained admission places to 2 schools. Logically, there is no need to take part in the national martial arts examination, you can just watch the show. But Su Mengmeng still considered it, and asked Chinfan for his opinion. I saw that what Su Mengmeng said was the same as what I wanted to ask. Chinfan listened carefully and heard the question. Without much hesitation, he said, There's no rush. I have plans. If you don't want to participate, there's no need to participate. I participated because it was useful, and I wanted to continue to improve my abilities through competition. Suddenly, Su Mengmeng was shocked by Chinfan's thoughts. She never expected that her boyfriend would have such an idea. Like a fighting maniac. However, think about your family's background and strength. I understand a lot more about Chinfan's actions. Su Mengmeng didn't think any more and talked about the format of the National Martial Arts Examination. This National Martial Arts Exam is completely different from the previous city-level martial arts exams and talent selection competitions. It is a level-breaking type. The type of level-breaking one? This actually aroused Chinfan's interest. Originally, he was thinking about changing the format of the National Martial Arts Examination. Seeing that it was just as he had imagined, Chinfan was naturally happy. Asked quickly, Meng Meng, tell me the specific format of this competition. Su Mengmeng saw Chinfan so excited, although she was a little confused. But he continued talking. Our Magic City University has a school treasure called the Martial Arts Tower. The tower has 99 floors and everyone can enter it. The number of floors passed will be used to rank the students, and the number of students admitted to the 2 schools will be determined accordingly. After hearing this, Chinfan muttered to himself. Martial Arts Tower? This is quite interesting, but I wonder how it measures whether one has passed the level? In response to Chinfan's questions, Su Mengmeng answered them. It's hard to say if you want to pass. If you encounter a monster, you have to kill it before you can pass. The shorter the time, the better the reward. If you encounter a martial art, you will comprehend it, and the result will be the same, and there will be other items as well. After a long time, Chinfan finally understood the competition format of this National Martial Arts Examination. To put it simply, this National Martial Arts Exam is testing a student's overall strength. You need to be able to practice, have enough understanding, and have all the other aspects. Such an interesting competition really aroused Chinfan's interest. Speaking in a voice that only you can hear. But it's good to have difficulties. I have a system and my own efforts. No difficulties can stop me. Now, Chinfan is already looking forward to the arrival of the National Martial Arts Examination. However, when I think of those opponents... Chinfan frowned, looking disgusted. But can those weaklings really generate any pressure? Chinfan really didn't expect that having an opponent who was too weak could also be a problem. Oh, by the way, when does the National Martial Arts Exam start? Chinfan asked, the key point. The day after tomorrow. Soon, within a few days of the Genius Selection Competition, the National Martial Arts Examination will begin. Su Mengmeng sighed instinctively. Chinfan saw something different. Principal Su and the others are so anxious. I guess the pressure from the monsters on the front line has increased again. I hope I can have enough time to grow. Chinfan sighed at this. Although his strength improvement was so amazing, Chinfan always felt that he had lost the opportunity to improve his strength. After the 2 of them finished talking, they did not waste this time. Chinfan continued to stay in the room and continue to improve. This time, he did not practice the old martial arts and techniques. Instead, opened the textbook and learned something else. After communicating with Su Mingming, he learned that there was a knowledge test in the martial arts tower. It would be really painful if I failed directly because of this level. So Chinfan sat cross-legged and opened the textbook. I was shocked to find that it said, 3 years of military examination, 5 years of selection. Immersed in learning, unable to extricate myself. Chinfan just glanced through it briefly and felt drowsy. It's really hard to understand. Chinfan was about to give up when the system broadcast sounded in his mind. You concentrate on reading. 3 years of martial arts examination, 5 years of selection. And trigger a critical hit, gaining 200 times the reward. Suddenly, a large amount of memories about martial arts knowledge abruptly appeared in Chinfan's mind. After a while, when Chinfan had digested these memories, Chinfan seemed to have memorized the entire book. Become omniscient and all-knowing. In an instant, he became a master of martial arts knowledge. The gains from this critical hit include more than just the knowledge from books. There is also extended and more profound knowledge. Chinfan has enough confidence. With the knowledge he has in his heart, no one can compare to him. Such a change also made Chinfan ecstatic. Very happy. I really didn't expect that I would trigger a 200-fold critical hit after just reading for a while. In an instant, he went from a rookie to a martial arts master. I can see that my knowledge is no longer a shortcoming, but a strength. Chinfan is full of confidence, and is looking forward to the National Martial Arts Examination. Said with passion. Chapter 43 Wang Ji shows off his power. What does Chinfan think of him? Then I'm going to give it a try and go straight to the top to see what's on top of the tower. After some imagination, Chinfan continued to immerse himself in reading the book. In the previous few days, Su Mingming came again. Mainly those small families made compensation for murdering Chinfan. They are all federal coins, and there are a lot of them. Even a lady from a wealthy family like Su Mingming was quite shocked when she saw it. Chinfan glanced at it indifferently. I just feel that I have not missed any time in my practice during this period. I didn't care too much about it anymore. Just when the National Martial Arts Examination was about to begin. At the same time, a fight was going on in the Wang family. He was surprised to find out that it was Wang Cheng from the Wang family, and Wang Ji who had emerged as a rising star. Wang Ji is a descendant of a subsidiary family of the Wang family. There was no news about it before, it just popped up suddenly. Very abrupt. But at this critical moment, the Wang family no longer worried about anything. As long as the men under his command are strong enough, that is enough. Wang Tianlin, the head of the Wang family, and heads of some affiliated families watched the fight between the two. From time to time, he pointed and talked, showing great concern. Wang Tianlin was a little distracted, with some daydreams in his mind. It's not bad. That old man Su Hao didn't find out about our Wang family's affairs and didn't implicate us. That's good. Wang Tianlin's expression changed from worry to relief in an instant. Looking at the two people in front of him, he became confident again. My Wang family has such an outstanding son, so why should we worry about not being prosperous? Then what does Chinfan count for? Wang Tianlin thought of the extraordinary realm of Wang Ji, the man from the Wang family who had just come online. They couldn't help but laugh. You, a candidate taking the martial arts exam, have already reached the level of a martial artist, and at the same time, you have also mastered the sword technique of minor success. More importantly, Wang Ji's bloodline has mutated, but in terms of power, it is far more powerful than the Su family's. In an instant, I imagined that Wang Ji was showing his prowess in the National Martial Arts Examination. How glorious my Wang family will be! Wang Tianlin even had an illusion. The Wang family has become the leader of the 5 major families in Magic City. As long as Wang Ji can win the first place in the martial arts exam and find an opportunity to kill Chinfan, then I will go to the Su family to propose marriage and let Wang Ji marry Su Mingming. Sooner or later, the entire Su family will be mine. Wang Tianlin had an illusion that he was in high spirits. Looking around the game, there were a large number of reporters. Very reassuring. Once their stories spread online, they will know who is the strongest talent of this year. That family is the leader of the 5 major families. It was not until the match between Wang Cheng and Wang Ji began that Wang Tianlin came out of his fantasy. Everyone focused their attention on these two people. It is certain that Wang Ji can defeat Wang Cheng. I just don't know how strong Wang Ji is. Everyone at the scene was looking forward to what was about to happen. Reporters, with cameras, were broadcasting live from the scene. They were unable to visit Chinfan, but they were happy to meet Wang Ji and Wang Cheng. In their opinion, Chinfan had been hiding all the time, which definitely showed that he was not confident in his own abilities. Perhaps, the hype about Chinfan on the internet is a bit excessive. Compared to that, I am more optimistic about Wang Ji and Wang Qing. They are from Shanghai, so they are awesome. Awakening the bloodline means that the road to martial arts will be smooth sailing in the future. Wang Ji and Wang Cheng stood facing each other. The emotions on their faces were different. Wang Qing was full of resentment, and looked at Wang Ji with anger. As the son of the head of the Wang family, his strength was actually questioned by others. Although he thought he was not as good as Chinfan, he would not allow others to challenge him. Especially, it is just a subsidiary family of the Wang family. Wang Ji, you are a slave of an affiliated family, and you dare to challenge me? I wonder who gave you the courage? I hope your strength can help me calm down my anger. Wang Qing started to scold Wang Ji. Between the lines and in the tone, there was disdain for Wang Ji. And Wang Ji in front of him had a gloomy face. Listening to what Wang Qing said, he didn't say anything, but looked at Wang Qing fiercely. It was not until the game started that Wang Ji started to move. The speed was so fast that Wang Qing couldn't see clearly. He had never seen such speed from Chinfan. Wang Qing only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes. Immediately, there was a sharp pain and Wang Qing flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Wang Ji didn't even look at Wang Qing, but turned around and mocked him. With this little bit of strength, you are just pretending to be a horse. The speed of this process was beyond everyone's expectations. He had overestimated Wang Ji's strength as much as possible, but he never expected that Wang Ji's strength was so exaggerated. With just one punch, Wang Qing, whose bloodline had already awakened, was knocked out. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Qing had no ability to resist Wang Ji at all. For a moment, everyone started to compare Wang Ji with Chinfan, who became very popular on the internet. I want to know, between the two of us, who is more powerful? Fuck, Wang Ji's strength is too exaggerated. He can kill Wang Qing in one move. I just don't know why he was not well known in the previous city-level martial arts exam. At this time, someone discovered the blind spot. Don't worry about it. As long as he is a member of our Wang family, why bother about other things? This time, with the appearance of Wang Ji, I am afraid Chinfan is nothing. That's true. Chinfan is only an 8 or 9-star warrior, while Wang Ji is already a martial artist. In terms of skills, Wang Ji is also not weak and has made some achievements. More importantly, Wang Ji has awakened his bloodline. I heard that its power is even stronger than Su Mengmeng of the Su family. It would be easy for him to take down Chinfan. For a moment, everyone at the scene was praising Wang Ji. No one cared about Wang Cheng, who fell to the ground. Wang Tianlin was the same, shocked by Wang Ji's genius. It actually reached this point. Half a day passed until the person next to him reminded him. He realized that the person who was blown away was his son. Hurry, hurry! What are you waiting for? Save my son! After Wang Tianlin's urgent call, the crowd watching the excitement finally noticed Wang Qing. Immediately, he lifted Wang Cheng up and left. Wang Tianlin was not worried about his son. With just one glance, he could tell that Wang Qing had been knocked unconscious. It's just a minor injury. In the face of such a major issue, Wang Tianlin did not blame Wang Ji for anything. Instead, he spoke to Wang Ji in a soft voice. The main point is that during the National Martial Arts Examination, try to target Chinfan. It would be even better if Chinfan could be killed. As for Wang Ji, Wang Tianlin made a direct request. If conditions are good, just kill him directly. Let's talk about some of the secrets of the martial arts tower. Chapter 44. This martial arts tower, isn't that the Wang Ji? During the National Martial Arts Exam, no one else can enter. Even if you take action at that time, no one will stop you. As long as you kill Chinfan, everything will be fine. I will let you inherit the Wang family. Wang Tianlin spoke earnestly, his eyes full of expectation. At the same time, while talking about these secrets, he was observing Wang Ji. I want to see his shocked expression. But Wang Ji still didn't care at all, as if he had already known all this. This surprised Wang Tianlin a little. Suddenly I felt that I was not very clear about Wang Ji's identity. But when I think about the special situation now, I can't care so much. As for the promise to Wang Ji, let's end it first. Of course it cannot be realized. Wang Ji listened indifferently, and it seemed that he didn't take Wang Tianlin's words to heart at all. It seemed that killing Chinfan had already been his mission. Soon, the day of the national military examination arrived. The entire Magic City was in turmoil, and not only because of the national martial arts examination. What's more, everyone can get a glimpse of what the martial arts tower looks like. Such a mysterious and unknown building has attracted great attention from the public. Ever since the martial arts tower appeared at Magic City University, it has been attracting much attention. People are all curious, where did this martial arts tower come from? At least one thing is certain, it is not from the blue planet itself. Therefore, a national military examination was held at the Magic City University today. There were so many people surrounding the outside of this Magic City University that I couldn't help but go inside. They all stood on the periphery, standing on tiptoe to look inside. I can't wait for the national martial arts examination to come. Those candidates were already standing in the Magic City Square, waiting for the national martial arts examination to begin. Chinfan and Su Mengmeng were also among them. They both arrived early. I am also looking forward to the appearance of the martial arts tower. To be honest, this was the first time that Chinfan saw the martial arts tower. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. There may even be some mysterious connection. Chinfan always felt that he had a connection with the martial arts tower. But there is still some time before the martial arts tower and the national martial arts examination. Everyone stood there bored, looking at the people around them. See what's there, worthy of an important opponent. Su Mengmeng beside Chinfan whispered. Fan, this time, the national martial arts exam doesn't sound so easy. You have a strong opponent this time. It will be difficult for you to get first place. Besides, in this competition format, you are at a great disadvantage since you haven't awakened your bloodline. After hesitating for a long time, Su Mengmeng continued speaking. If it really doesn't work, Fan, you should give up this martial arts exam. We have already obtained the admission quota, so there is no need to participate again. I have a feeling that you will be in danger this time. Su Mengmeng looked at Chinfan, her eyes full of worry for Chinfan. Chinfan rubbed Su Mengmeng's head and spoke comfortingly. It's not that dangerous. There are no monsters in the martial arts tower. Even if you die while breaking through, it's just a lie. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Don't you believe in my ability? After hearing what Chinfan said, Su Mengmeng did not feel relieved. Still so worried. He described all the opponents Chinfan encountered this time. The most important thing is Wang Ji, who just appeared from the Wang family. Chinfan looked in the direction of Su Mengmeng's finger, and could clearly see Wang Ji. Being surrounded by a group of people, like the moon surrounded by stars. Surrounded in the middle. Even Wang Qing just stood aside, not in the middle. Seeing that Chinfan's face was full of confusion, Su Mengmeng hurriedly explained. He talked about the information he knew about Wang Qing and Wang Ji. After a long time, Chinfan finally understood the situation of the two people. In an instant, I realized that it would not be easy to win the first place in the martial arts exam this time. But Chinfan didn't think there was anything wrong. Great! I was just worried that there wouldn't be many opponents in the exam and I'd feel bored. Now it's good. The exam is becoming more and more interesting. Chinfan looked at Wang Ji with a smile on his face. It was like seeing prey. I'm very excited and looking forward to seeing who will be the winner. At this time, Wang Ji also sensed something and looked towards Chinfan. Seeing that Chinfan was his target, a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Chinfan lightly. I didn't care. Looking at Chinfan was like looking at a dead person. Chinfan didn't care about this. The results of the upcoming martial arts exam will tell this arrogant person the answer. I didn't look at it anymore and waited quietly for the martial arts exam to begin. After a long time, just when everyone was waiting, the martial arts exam had not started yet. Suddenly, Su Hao and his leaders appeared on the podium of Magic City University. Just like the previous talent selection competition. The opening line is still so similar. It took a while before he got to the point. Well, welcome all candidates to participate in the National Martial Arts Examination. Everyone here is a genius of our dragon country. To have made it this far means that you are 1 in a million in terms of talent and strength. But now you have to decide who is the most talented candidate among this year's candidates. After saying this, the candidates below were all excited. I couldn't help it, and wanted to fight immediately. Su Hao continued speaking. I think everyone has guessed the format of this martial arts exam. Indeed, this martial arts exam is the same as the previous ones. Everyone is going through the martial arts tower, and they will be ranked according to the number of floors they have passed. If they have the same number of floors, they will be ranked according to the length of time they have passed. After a slight pause, he continued. And this ranking means whether you can be admitted to the 2 universities, namely Kyoto University and Magic City University, so all candidates, work hard and show your best performance. After finishing speaking these words, he did not look at the reactions of the crowd. Instead, he was preparing to open the martial arts examination equipment. It was the extremely mysterious martial arts tower. Su Hao and some strong men and masters took action. Soon, everyone felt the earth shaking. It was like something broke out of the ground, which was quite shocking. Seeing this, Chinfan felt both nervous and expectant. He was already very impatient to know what the martial arts tower looked like. He tried to search for photos and videos online, but found nothing. It seemed as if there was some force preventing the martial arts tower from being recorded. After this incident, Chinfan felt more and more the mystery of the martial arts tower. There is definitely a huge secret hidden behind it. A mixture of factors. Chinfan was even more eager to reach the summit. As the ground shook, the shape of the martial arts tower gradually emerged. Chinfan looked carefully and had only one feeling. Golden, sparkling, and very dazzling. As time goes by, more and more things are revealed. Chinfan looked at the martial arts tower and felt it was extremely familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. It was not until the martial arts tower was completely exposed that Chinfan remembered it. I have seen it somewhere. He said this with great excitement. Chapter 45, entering in a line, scrambling for the front. It's not like I've seen this martial arts tower before, but it's very similar. Chinfan thought for a long time and finally figured it out. Yes, it is very similar to Li Jing's pagoda in appearance, but the difference is that each floor of this martial arts tower is a platform. Chinfan raised his head and looked towards the top of the martial arts tower. Layer after layer, the pagoda becomes smaller as you go up. At the same time, he muttered to himself. It has nothing to do with my previous life, it's just that the shape of the tower is very similar. Chinfan didn't worry too much about the appearance. Wait until the full picture of the martial arts tower is revealed. The most eye-catching thing is the list next to the martial arts tower. On the list, the records of those who challenged the level were clearly written. For example, how many levels did you pass and how long did it take? Everything is recorded very clearly above. Ranked first is the current president of Shanghai University, Su Hao. This actually surprised Chinfan. I didn't expect that Miming's grandfather has such a strong talent for martial arts. He is worthy of being the strongest person in the human race, he is really amazing. Seeing Chinfan's excitement, Su Mengmeng felt very proud. Although her grandfather is very strict, he has talent in martial arts. Then there is really no one who is weaker than me. Of course, after Chinfan appeared, things became uncertain again. How is it? Do you know how powerful our Su family is now? This is the benefit of having a strong bloodline. No matter which aspect of strength you have, the improvement speed is very fast. But when he thought that Chinfan had not awakened his bloodline, he didn't say anything more. Instead, he went to comfort Chinfan. Fan, I heard that Wang Ji has awakened an extremely powerful bloodline this time. It is even stronger than our Su families. I don't think it is possible for you to win first place this time. Su Mengmeng even felt that it was uncertain whether Chinfan could get places in both schools. Once again, he advised Chinfan to give up this national martial arts exam. Anyway, I have already obtained a place in Magic City University. It's true. There is no need to take part in the national martial arts examination. Chinfan just laughed at this and didn't take it to heart. I felt a little complaining in my heart. These people, you want to compete with me in talent, I think you have found the wrong person. With the existence of the system, even if your ancestors come here, it will not work. Although, these people have awakened their bloodlines and are very powerful. But in Chinfan's opinion, that was not good enough. It's time to give them some shock from the cheaters. Speak gently to Su Mengmeng. Don't worry, it's okay anyway, why not give it a try? Who knows, I might be able to win first place or even the top spot. Chinfan's tone sounded like he was joking. But Su Mengmeng could feel that Chinfan seemed serious. I hope so. There is no danger in this national martial arts examination. Su Mengmeng didn't try to persuade her any further. Other onlookers, and those outside the school, looking at the martial arts tower in its entirety, everyone's face was filled with happiness. The light emitted by the martial arts tower fell on everyone's faces. It looks extremely sacred. Everyone was quite excited at this moment. They all looked devoutly towards the direction of the martial arts tower and expressed their martial arts wishes. Different from these people are the candidates taking the national martial arts examination. He looked at the martial arts tower in front of him with excitement. Eager to try. I can't wait to leave my name on the list. They are all young and energetic, and they believe very much in their martial arts talent. I want to show myself on this big stage. The previously indifferent Wang Ji appeared in the martial arts tower. His face also became fanatical. It also aroused his fighting spirit. Su Hao, 90th floor? Let me try it too. Wang Ji is very confident and compares himself to Su Hao. I don't think there is anything exaggerated, I feel very calm. That's true. Judging from the talent shown by Wang Ji, he is not inferior to Su Hao when he was young. Su Hao and others stood on the podium, watching the reactions of the candidates below. I am very pleased. That's right, this is the style of our human race. I hope that the spirit of martial arts can be spread among the human race in the future. As the strongest human being, Su Hao is not only concerned about Modi University. There is also the Su family, and more importantly, the human race. As if he thought of something. The joy on his face faded a lot, and became a little anxious. Seeing that the time is almost up, I won't wait any longer. Speaking to the crowd below. Okay, the martial arts tower appears. All candidates enter one after another and work hard to reach the top. I hope to see you reach the top of the tower. After Su Hao finished saying this, he started another round of operations. Suddenly, the light from the martial arts tower dissipated. The barrier that originally blocked everyone disappeared. Seeing this, everyone immediately rushed in. Very anxious to climb the martial arts tower as soon as possible. Go ahead! I will definitely be number 1 in this martial arts tower ranking. Come on, do your best. My requirements are very low. I just want to be admitted by both schools. Everyone discussed it for a while, and then quickly entered. Chinfan and Su Mengmeng also entered together without much communication. Suddenly it disappeared. Entering the interior of the martial arts tower is quite mysterious. The people watching outside can clearly see the performance of everyone inside. I'm really looking forward to it. The annual martial arts tower challenge has begun again. I just wonder who will have the most floors this time. Do I even need to ask? It must be Wang Ji. He is a martial artist, has Wang family bloodline, and has successfully awakened. Where is Chinfan, the first in the talent selection competition? He should be pretty good too, right? How come he's not inferior to Wang Ji? Chinfan is a man who hasn't even awakened his bloodline. How can he compare with Wang Ji? He is far behind. After some discussion among the crowd, most people were optimistic about Wang Ji. Even in terms of actual combat power, Wang Ji is not inferior to Chinfan. After all, Wang Ji did not participate in the talent selection competition. When they saw the candidates, they all entered the martial arts tower. Su Hao and others were talking. Brother Su, who do you think can do it this time? I think Chinfan can probably get first place. Lin Langtian, who was beside him, expressed his own opinion. Su Hao paused and was about to speak. He was interrupted by Wang Tianlin, who started to talk. Lin Langtian, I don't agree with this. Chinfan is indeed quite capable and talented, but I am Wang Ji from the Wang family. He is not inferior to Chinfan at all. His bloodline compatibility is 90%, which is higher than Su Ji's. Wang Tianlin looked very proud as he spoke of his own children. No matter what, Wang Ji's martial arts talent is stronger than Chinfan's. Before, when the talent selection competition was over, Su Hao was clearing out the forces behind the transfer students. The Wang family handled the matter very promptly, and the Wang family was not implicated. Only those small families. Seeing that those transfer students had died, they asked these families to compensate with some training resources. There is no direct evidence to prove that the transfer student has any relationship with the Wang family. Chapter 46, First Level, Training Content, Mysterious Prize. The Wang family was lucky enough to escape the disaster. This caused Wang Tianlin to get a false alarm, as he had previously thought that his Wang family no longer existed. Now, I feel confident again. They began to argue about who among these candidates had the better talent in martial arts. But from what has been shown so far, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Compared with Chinfan and Wang Ji looks stronger. Lin Langtian listened to Wang Tianlin's arrogant words and was speechless for a while. Fallen into silence. Obviously, in his opinion, Chinfan was indeed not as good as Wang Ji. Although Chinfan has mastered the great sword technique, his strength is very strong. But facing the equally powerful Wang Ji, Chinfan's chances of winning are very low. Su Hao looked at Wang Tianlin thoughtfully, and didn't say anything. I am not going to say what I wanted to say before. Looking at the group of people climbing hard, Su Hao's face was filled with nostalgia. It was as if he remembered the time when he first entered the martial arts tower. When I was young, I was also praised as a genius. I just don't know how far Chinfan and Wang Ji can go. Su Hao didn't have high hopes for these two people. If you have to say it. Su Hao chose Chinfan. Thinking about what happened to Chinfan during this period of time, the more I feel that Chinfan can create miracles. So, Su Hao looked at Chinfan with great anticipation. I hope Chinfan can show something different. Perhaps, Chinfan can go further without Bloodline. Thinking of his own problems, Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. I didn't think any more about it, and just watched the performance of the candidates. Chinfan had just entered the martial arts tower. You can feel a strong pulling sensation. Similarly, a white light flashed before Chinfan's eyes. Fall into a state of temporary blindness. Faced with this scene, Chinfan was not at all flustered. After so many competitions, Chinfan has long been accustomed to this situation. After a while, the white light gradually disappeared. Chinfan once again felt the feeling of standing on solid ground. Quite safe feeling. At the first moment, Chinfan did not observe his surroundings. But imagining. What kind of methods does this martial arts tower use? It's so amazing! Chinfan increasingly felt that this martial arts tower held a big secret. It is definitely not a product of Blue Star. Chinfan, who had read many science fiction novels in his previous life, had bold guesses in this regard. I guess this martial arts tower is most likely the product of some alien civilization, something lost on the blue planet, or perhaps for some other reason. After thinking for a moment, Chinfan looked around. This surprised Chinfan. There was nothing around, nothing at all. I didn't see any other candidates either. I guess this first floor is very large and difficult for others to access. Just as Chinfan was guessing. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Welcome, practitioner. You are currently on the first level. If you pass the level successfully, you will receive corresponding rewards. When a practitioner successfully reaches the top, he or she will receive a mysterious prize. I wish you success. The sound came quickly and went away quickly. After saying this, the voice disappeared. Chinfan listened to what the voice said without any excessive emotion. He had heard Su Mingming talk about these things before. There's nothing strange about it. But after hearing what the voice says, the person who reaches the top will receive a mysterious prize. This made Chinfan look forward to it. I really want to climb to the top and take a look at the scenery on the top of the tower. What is there? What kind of big prize is there? A moment later, after the cold voice faded away, once again, a voice appeared. But it sounds very mechanical. The first level, combat power. Testing the practitioner's realm. The trainee is a 9-star warrior, matched with a 1-star warrior. The trial begins. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chinfan. Like Chinfan, he is a human. But judging from his expression, he has no soul at all, like a robot. The first level of trial begins. As soon as the mechanical voice finished speaking, the 1-star martial artist's eyes lit up. The next moment, he rushed towards Chinfan. Listening to the mechanical broadcast, Chinfan curled his lips. He looked down upon the 1-star martial artist who was rushing towards him. Haha, a 1-star martial artist, worthy of being the first level. The difficulty is low, and the realm is only 1 level higher than mine. There is no problem in dealing with it. Indeed, the result was just as Chinfan had imagined. This robot puppet only has the energy and blood of a 1-star martial artist. And basic martial arts and techniques. Facing an ordinary 8 or 9-star warrior, the puppet has no chance of winning. Chinfan drew out his sword calmly, and swung it lightly and simply. Just get rid of the puppet. This is too easy. I hope the later levels will be more difficult. After the puppet died, it disappeared instantly. Just as it appears. Congratulations to the practitioner for passing the first level. You have been automatically teleported to the second level. Chinfan's figure suddenly disappeared. When I saw Chinfan again, he had come to a higher level. Second floor. The 2 lists in front of him caught Chinfan's attention. After taking a closer look, I discovered something. This list is the National Martial Arts Exam level list, and the other one is the total level list. The latter definitely doesn't include Chinfan. Chinfan didn't look at it any further. Focus on the former, the ranking list of this year's martial arts exam. Even at the beginning of the martial arts exam, there were already people who had reached the 3rd level. And with Chinfan's performance at the 1st level, it failed to make the list. Sure, are these people so fast? It seems that they came in early and started their training early. Regarding others being far ahead and myself lagging behind, Chinfan was not in a hurry at all. Water doesn't compete for the lead, it competes for the flow. With the system in hand, Chinfan believed. No matter what difficulties you face, you can solve them with your own efforts. Just after the National Martial Arts examination started, the rankings on the list changed. In an instant, it caused a lot of discussion among the people outside. How amazing! The National Martial Arts exam has only just begun, and someone has already made it to the 3rd level so quickly? That's right. This is too much praise. The only one who made it to the 3rd level seems to be Wang Ji. Wang Ji is indeed a martial artist, and he has awakened a powerful bloodline. He is really strong, there is no doubt about that. Everyone shouted loudly, all shocked by Wang Ji's speed. At this time, someone thought of Chinfan. Hey, isn't it said that Chinfan is pretty good? He won 1st place in the talent selection competition. How come he's not among those who made it to the 2nd level? Who knows, maybe it's because they're not strong enough. After all, in the talent selection competition, we're from Magic City and Kyoto. It is normal for a true genius to be lost among the crowd since he has not made any move. That's true. The few of them stopped talking about Chinfan. And more importantly, let's talk about Wang Ji. Chapter 47. Chinfan is at the bottom. Wang Ji is blessed by luck? Also in the square of Magic City University, Link was also paying attention to Chinfan. He also saw Chinfan's progress. Chinfan has just passed the 1st level, while other masters have already passed the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level. It seems that Chinfan really has no chance in this National Martial Arts exam. Link also couldn't help sighing. I don't think Chinfan can get a good ranking. There was nothing wrong with what he had thought before. But it doesn't matter. Chinfan already has admission quotas from 2 schools. Even if he ranks last in the National Martial Arts exam, it doesn't matter. When Link thought of this, he didn't pay too much attention to Chinfan. Most of the time, they just watched the game in a relaxed and comfortable manner. It has been acknowledged that Chinfan's performance in the martial arts exam was not good. On the high platform, Su Hao and others were impressed by Chinfan's performance. That was extreme concern after a while. The 3 of them knew Chinfan's perspective very well. Brother Su, isn't that right? Why is Chinfan's speed so slow? This doesn't seem like the speed at which his strength is increasing. Could it be that Chinfan was unlucky and the level he encountered was something more difficult, such as a test of strength? Seeing that Chinfan had just passed the first level, Lin Langtian couldn't help but speak. I began to have some doubts. People began to question whether Chinfan's talent in martial arts was what everyone had previously believed. Seeing Lin Langtian being humiliated, Wang Tianlin felt very happy. Haha, I've said it before, Chinfan is just lucky. His strength improves rapidly in the martial arts realm, but his actual martial arts talent is terrible. Now, together with these true martial arts geniuses, it has finally been revealed. Seeing Chinfan's condition, Wang Tianlin was very proud. It felt like revenge, and I felt unusually relieved. After seeing the level that his son Wang Ji had climbed, I felt proud again. He is indeed a member of our Wang family. In just a short while, he has reached the 3rd floor. Judging from his posture, he will soon reach the 4th floor. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a clear difference between the 2. It is obvious that Chinfan is not as good as Wang Ji. Su Hao, who was standing in front, heard the argument between the 2. It's true, I've gotten used to this scene. Seeing Chinfan falling behind, Su Hao just frowned. There weren't many changes in expression. Just said it lightly. It's too late to draw conclusions now. It won't be too late to talk about it later. Wang Tianlin turned around and disagreed with what Su Hao said. Still, Chinfan is a member of the Su family. He made some mistakes now, which was a bit embarrassing for the Su family, but Su Hao was still trying to support Chinfan. Lin Langtian became more and more suspicious. Doubt Chinfan's talent in martial arts. He didn't want the martial arts genius he had finally met to be a mediocre person. Becoming more urgent. Staring closely at Chinfan. It's really worrying, if we hadn't seen what happened inside otherwise. I'm really curious, what is Chinfan doing in there? Lin Langtian looked up at the martial arts tower and said with relief. However, fortunately, after Chinfan passes the 50th floor, he will be able to see what they are doing. But when I think about the speed at which Chinfan's levels are increasing, Lin Langtian was really a little scared that Chinfan had no chance of reaching the 50th floor. I hope Chinfan can make some changes in the future, and maybe catch up. But he was also very clear in his heart. Such a thing rarely happens. If he had the strength, Chinfan would have reached the 3rd level long ago. And Chinfan here, after reaching the 2nd floor. Standing there, quietly waiting for the mechanical sound to begin. Soon, a mechanical voice came. Welcome to the 2nd level after passing the 1st level. The 2nd level, combat power. Testing the trainee's strength. Detected as a 9-star warrior, matched with a 2-star warrior puppet. The moment the voice fell, a puppet suddenly appeared in front of Chinfan. It's like it appeared out of thin air. Very magical. Chinfan watched this miraculous scene. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen it, he was still vaguely shocked. While Chinfan was shocked, the puppet did not wait. The 2nd level officially begins. As soon as the sound starts to fall, start immediately. He rushed towards Chinfan quickly and efficiently. Chinfan raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2-star martial artist. I don't think there is anything. There is absolutely no difference between this 2-star martial artist and a 1-star martial artist, except that they have more blood and energy, and are a little stronger. There are no exceptions when facing Chinfan, who has many advantages and blessings. Chinfan killed the puppet in front of him easily with a simple sword strike. Just like before, when the puppet died, it disappeared. The next moment, the mechanical sound rang out again. Congratulations to the practitioner for passing the second level and automatically teleporting to the third level. Reminder, after passing the third level, you will receive a reward. Please keep working hard. The next second, Chinfan disappeared. When it appeared again, it arrived at the third floor. Chinfan simply adapted and looked around. It's the same whether you teleport or not. These 3 levels feel the same, except for the different numbers on them. You might as well just change the number. Looking at everything around him that was extremely familiar, Chinfan couldn't help but complain. But Chinfan's response was silence. At the same time, the highly watched Wang Ji is here. It is extremely easy. The first level, technique. The secret of achieving minor success in the Qi gathering technique? Wang Ji looked at the words that suddenly appeared in front of him with a nervous expression. Instantly became dismissive. Are the difficulties in the martial arts tower this difficult? Isn't this too easy? For a genius like Wang Ji. In Wang Ji's opinion, the lower grade yellow level Qi gathering technique is just like asking what 1 + 1 equals. Too much of an insult to intelligence. Despite all the complaints, Wang Ji still answered the questions carefully. The key to achieving a minor success in the Qi gathering technique is... After saying a few simple words, a mechanical voice immediately sounded. Correct answer. Congratulations to the practitioner for passing the first level and automatically teleporting to the second level. Second level, technique. Where does the Qi and blood meridians go when the bull power is at a low level? As a sword fanatic, Wang Ji really wanted to meet a strong opponent. Let's have a head-on battle. But the opposite happened. Looking at the question in front of him, Wang Ji looked helpless. No way? Again? But the next moment he spoke the answer to the question. Wang Ji did not forget to take the martial arts exam himself. It's not just about breaking into the martial arts tower, but more importantly, it's for Chinfan. We must achieve a quick resolution. The direction of the energy and blood of the bull power starts from. Soon, the mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations to the practitioner for successfully passing the level. Automatically teleport to the next level. Just when Wang Ji was thinking that this time the challenge would not be answering questions, the mechanical voice broadcast made Wang Ji collapse. I saw another question appeared in front of me. Chapter 48 2-star martial artist, completely renewed, rapidly improving. After the layered waves sword technique reaches a minor level of success, what form will the trailing waves take? Looking in front of me, there is another question. Wang Ji had completely lost his temper. But I was helpless and could only continue answering. These problems were easy for him. It's not just him, the same is true for other candidates. No way? Am I that lucky? The first 3 levels are all techniques. According to the stories told by those who entered it before, the challenges faced by each person are different. It's about yourself. Luck also plays a part. Soon, Wang Ji finished answering at an extremely fast speed. Immediately arrived at the next floor. Finally, it was not a test of technique, but the same as Chinfan. It's a test of combat power. But before that, Wang Ji took a look at the list. As expected, it was just as Wang Ji thought. With my level of luck, I'm definitely number 1. Looking at my name, I was ranked first. Wang Ji was very proud. By the way, I subconsciously looked for Chinfan's name. I looked through the entire list, but didn't see Chinfan's name. I couldn't help but sneer. This Chinfan is such a loser. It's been less than half a day and he still hasn't passed the 3rd level. He must be nothing more than a weakling. Wang Ji thought about what happened before he came. The commander told me that I must be careful of Chinfan. I couldn't help but laugh. Chinfan, you'd better not touch me, otherwise he. Wang Ji said this with a sinister look on his face. At the same time, Chinfan had just passed the 2nd floor and successfully reached the 3rd floor. But Chinfan's luck was not so good. The 3 levels of test are all about combat power. However, in front of Chinfan, the king of cheats, they are all chickens and dogs. Chinfan's level is also steadily increasing. As time went by, Chinfan's own advantages began to emerge. During the battle, or when answering questions, or comprehend martial arts or techniques, they were all lucky enough to trigger a critical hit. Congratulations to the practitioner for passing the 50th level. You will be automatically teleported to the next level. The 51st level, Understanding. Chinfan, who had just finished the combat test, had not yet had time to check his gains. I have been teleported to the next level. After arriving at the 51st floor, Chinfan ignored the mechanical reminder and checked his harvest. Since entering the martial arts tower, I have triggered a lot of critical hits. I haven't had time to see what I have gained. Chinfan opened the system critical hit notification. A whole long page filled with critical hits. You concentrate on studying the martial art collapsing mountain fist, triggering a critical hit and gaining 100 times the reward. You used the demon slaying sword technique and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 150 times the reward. You practice diligently, use a 3rd grade chi and blood pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 90 times the reward. You practice hard, and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 50 times the reward. It was so crowded that Chinfan was delighted. At the same time, feel the changes in your own strength. Very pleasantly surprised. Haha, it seems like I've made the right decision to come to this national martial arts examination. No, it seems like I've made the right decision to enter this martial arts tower. At the same time, open the properties panel and take a look. The obvious improvement in all aspects of myself is even more shocking. Host Chinfan. Realm, 2-star martial artist. Kung Fu, Changchun Kung Fu, Grandmaster. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons, Grandmaster, Thunder Step, perfect, Golden Bell cover, great mastery. Sword skills, great mastery. After the strength is improved, the attribute panel becomes so beautiful, it is pleasing to the eyes. What this attribute panel shows is too astonishing. If this happened to a candidate who was taking a military exam, it would be too terrifying. Just one realm, reaching the realm of a 2-star martial artist. That's amazing enough. Wang Ji, who was praised by everyone, was just a 1-star martial artist. Just imagine if you knew that Chinfan was a 2-star martial artist. That's not even waiting to be blown to the sky. More importantly, realm is Chinfan's relative shortcoming. This is the least genius part. The martial arts and techniques practiced by Chinfan have all reached the pinnacle. We have achieved it, but it would take others decades. In fact, it may take a lifetime to achieve. As far as Chinfan knew, they were like ordinary martial artists and generals. The martial arts and techniques practiced are mostly of low-level Xian grade. And proficiency is only a small achievement. At best, it can only be a great success. A little genius is just a perfection. But there are only one, or at most two, people who have this level of proficiency. But for Chinfan, it is different. Chinfan has achieved perfection in every martial art and technique. Greatly improved their proficiency. Just give Chinfan a chance to critically attack. The system will tell you what cheating means. However, what shocked Chinfan the most was the swordsmanship that had just reached perfection. My swordsmanship has only reached perfection not long ago. Now I have reaped the rewards after so many critical hits. I have a vague feeling that I am very close to perfecting my sword skills. The thought that I, a 2-star martial artist, was about to comprehend the perfect level of swordsmanship made me feel proud. Chinfan found it incredible. It feels very unreal, almost dreamy. But Chinfan has a system, so nothing is impossible. After taking stock of what you have gained since entering the martial arts tower. At this time, Chinfan, who had passed the 50th level, had already appeared on the list. Moreover, it ranks very high. Directly ranked 5th among this year's candidates. Chinfan just took a quick look and didn't think much about it. So he began to check the test on the 51st floor. Technique test? I like this. The critical hit after reading the book before Chinfan passed by. When it comes to martial arts knowledge, he knows everything. Faced with these questions, no matter what they are, Chinfan was able to answer all the questions fluently and correctly. Even if you encounter something you don't know how to do, the system will always trigger a critical hit at the critical moment. Directly help Chinfan overcome the difficulties. Just here, Chinfan was answering questions enthusiastically. Chinfan, who had stepped onto the 50th floor, could already be seen by everyone. Outside the martial arts tower, there were crowds of people watching. You can clearly see Chinfan's every move, and even what the question in front of Chinfan is. Everyone can see it. Everyone's opinion of Chinfan's ranking suddenly improved rapidly. It's all visible to all. They all realize the fact. I have seriously underestimated Chinfan. Fuck! Is this still the same Chinfan from before? Why is his speed getting faster and faster? It doesn't make sense. That's right. Looking at the tower's condition, it's possible that he will soon catch up with Wang Jie. It's hard to say. Chinfan's progress is indeed fast, but Wang Jie is no pushover either. He has already reached the 60th level, which is much higher than Chinfan. Everyone's strength is low, so it's hard to tell that Chinfan's realm has improved. Otherwise, there would probably be another round of exclamations. There were a few people among them who could be vaguely seen. But I'm not sure, just suspicious. It felt like the blood and energy in Chinfan's body were surging even more. Chapter 49 is open? Is this something a human can do? At this time, under the martial arts tower, Link was also keeping an eye on Chinfan. For Chinfan, the number of levels increased rapidly. Link took it all in. It just feels very dreamy and a little unreal. Oh my god! This isn't right. How come Chinfan's level is increasing so quickly? It's even faster than when he first entered. Link was very confused about Chinfan's changes. Take another look at Chinfan's ranking. I was shocked to find out that I was ranked 5th in this martial arts exam. Ranked very high. Thinking this way, Chinfan passed the 50th floor and finally showed up. Link looked over. In just a moment, Link felt that Chinfan seemed different. Hey! What's going on? Why can't I see through Chinfan's realm? I just feel my blood boiling. He had a feeling when looking at Chinfan that he was facing some powerful person. Suddenly, Link thought of a possibility. He muttered to himself in disbelief. This kid Chinfan, has he reached the level of a martial artist? When I think about it, my level is just that of a 1-star martial artist. I couldn't help but guess. I'm afraid that Chinfan hasn't just broken through to become a martial artist yet. Instead, if he were to go up from 1 star to another, he would be at least a 2-star martial artist. It was discovered that Chinfan's current realm had reached the level of a 2-star martial artist or above. Link just felt that the world was fake. My 3 views are very fragile. My student has surpassed me in realm before he even graduated. Chinfan's situation is too dreamy. Link thought about it for a long time and couldn't believe it. But then he thought, Chinfan is his student. Naturally, the stronger his realm and strength are, the better. Link has no reason to feel bad about it. Immediately, the shock on Link's face disappeared. Instead, there was a look of excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. The rest was just joy at Chinfan's growing strength. What was even more shocking was Su Hao and the other 2 on the platform. For strong people like them, just seeing Chinfan was enough. Basically, most of the information is already known. Lin Langtian was still somewhat moved by the rapid change in Chinfan's levels. Before, at the beginning of the martial arts exam, the speed that Chinfan showed in passing the levels was really not commendable. But as the martial arts exam progressed, Chinfan's momentum became increasingly strong. This surprised Lin Langtian a little. Brother Su, it seems that I was wrong again this time. I underestimated Chinfan before. This is really wrong. I guess Chinfan must have encountered some difficult tests before, which is why he was delayed. Lin Langtian was shocked to know the ridiculous speed at which Chinfan's levels were increasing. When I thought about my previous doubts about Chinfan, now he just felt his face burning. However, seeing that Chinfan still had a strong talent for martial arts, he was so happy. With such talented people as these, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of the human race. Wang Tianlin saw Chinfan being blocked earlier. I was very happy. He thought Chinfan had run out of tricks, but what happened now surprised him. I secretly complained in my heart. Chinfan's strength can be improved so quickly, his martial arts talent must be strong. It is normal for his level to be improved so quickly. Wang Tianlin was only slightly shocked by this. There was no reaction. After seeing the level of his own son, Wang Ji, Wang Tianlin's shock disappeared in an instant. Even if Chinfan has some talent, he will be defeated when he meets Wang Ji. Looking at this year's list, the first place, it clearly says Wang Ji. I have passed the 60th floor and am now heading towards the 61st floor. Su Hao's expression did not change at all regarding the change in Chinfan's level. It seemed like Chinfan should have done this. Su Hao saw it and thought it was normal. But after Chinfan passed the 50th floor and revealed his figure, the three of them could no longer remain calm. Looking at Chinfan, he asked a lot of questions. There was a tone of disbelief in his voice. What? What did I see? Chinfan is now a 2-star martial artist? How did he do it? Even though the distance was so far, Chinfan was still inside the martial arts tower. But Lin Langtian could still see Chinfan's realm at a glance. I was shocked to find that he was actually a 2-star martial artist. They all knew it very clearly. Before the National Martial Arts examination began, Chinfan was only a 9-star warrior. There is still a long way to go before becoming a martial artist. It is still very difficult to break through to the realm of martial artist. But now, it seems that Chinfan is already a 2-star martial artist. It really shocked them too much. Wang Tianlin just thought that his son, Wang Ji, was almost certain to win first place. Started to feel complacent. But after seeing the realm displayed by Chinfan, suddenly, I couldn't laugh anymore. It feels like eating a fly. He really couldn't figure out how Chinfan broke through to become a martial artist. He also reached the level of a 2-star martial artist. Judging from the realm alone, he is one level higher than Wang Ji. Suddenly, it seemed that it would become difficult for Wang Ji to win the first place in this martial arts exam. He and Lin Langtian knew it very well. This martial arts tower has a total of 99 floors. The test on each level is divided into 3 items. They are combat power, comprehension, and knowledge. Each item occupies 33 levels. As for each practitioner, the tests they go through are different. But overall, it's all the same. Among them, the most important is combat power. The other 2 items may be passed by using some tricks. But combat effectiveness can only be relied upon by strength. Wang Tianlin was so desperate when he saw that Chinfan was already a 2-star martial artist. He even didn't dare to think about other changes in Chinfan. Needless to say, this is definitely a huge improvement. In an instant, Wang Tianlin went from being cheerful to gloomy. Completely honest. Su Hao was somewhat surprised when he saw Chinfan's realm. He also couldn't figure it out. How did Chinfan manage to improve his realm during the martial arts exam? Do you have the time for that? But after thinking about it carefully, Su Hao seemed to have thought of something. After this period of contact, Su Hao vaguely discovered. It seems that realm is Su Hao's relative shortcoming. If realm is the least worth mentioning for Su Hao, then other aspects. After thinking of this, even Su Hao couldn't help but take a breath. I was shocked by Chinfan's talent. Is this kid Chinfan still a human being? Is this something a human can do? Comparing Chinfan with his younger self, Su Hao felt that he was just a mediocre person. Realizing that Chinfan has potential, his improvements in other areas are even more amazing. Su Hao stared at Chinfan, hoping to see something. But Chinfan was answering questions now and revealed nothing. For a moment, Su Hao didn't see anything too much. But he already has a strong interest. It's true. I can't wait to see how far Chinfan will go in the martial arts tower. Chapter 50, Same number of floors, why is Chinfan first? He spoke with a little excitement. I feel that Chinfan's more talented side has not yet been revealed. The 2 people who were still in shock heard what Su Hao said. For a moment, there was no reaction. After a long time, Lin Langtian asked, Brother Su, are you saying that Chinfan's level of a 2-star martial artist is just the least worth mentioning of him? Lin Langtian really didn't understand. But think about it carefully. The shock I felt since I met Chinfan. So he hid himself. At the same time, during this process, any improvement in Chinfan's strength would be a comprehensive improvement. Every aspect has seen rapid progress. Wang Tianlin thought about what Su Hao said for a while and realized it. In an instant, I fell into deeper shock. I have completely lost my fighting spirit. He was deeply shocked by Chinfan's talent in martial arts. Wang Tianlin even felt a little regretful. I regretted that I shouldn't have provoked Chinfan in the first place. But it's too late now, I can only bite the bullet and go on until the end. I adjusted my mood and continued to watch Wang Ji's performance, hoping that a miracle would happen. Although Wang Tianlin believed in the ability of his own disciple Wang Ji. But as soon as he saw Chinfan, his confidence was greatly reduced. We can only hope that Wang Ji has some hidden card, or that his bloodline can create a miracle. At the same time, Wang Ji had just finished the test on the 61st floor. With extraordinary confidence, he checked the list of this year's martial arts exam. Even before he went to see it, Wang Ji expressed his confidence. No need to check, I'm still number 1. It's totally meaningless. These people are too useless. Remember the task assigned to me by the commander. Wang Ji felt like laughing. What else are you talking about? Chinfan's amazing strength made me extremely careful. Now it seems that he is just a name for nothing. Looking at the list in front of me, it was not surprising. He, Wang Ji, still ranked first and made it to the 61st floor, far surpassing the second place. Looking down, trying to find Chinfan's name. Wang Ji originally thought that Chinfan would be very low down. But in 5th place, we saw Chinfan's name. This surprised Wang Ji a little. Wow! I didn't expect this. Chinfan caught up so quickly, his speed is pretty good. Wang Ji's tone was very playful, as if he was teasing. He didn't take Chinfan seriously at all. But unfortunately, it's still a long way from my 61st floor. Looking at the number of levels he had passed, Wang Ji couldn't help but feel complacent. Very proud. Although I am a little surprised at the number of levels that Chinfan has passed, it's still okay. There is still a gap between him and me. Wang Ji's tone was full of disdain. At this time, he really didn't understand. Why did the commander have to come here himself to assassinate Chinfan? Wang Ji couldn't help but doubt, with Chinfan's talent in martial arts, could he really have any big impact? At this time, Chinfan had just passed the test of comprehension. Congratulations to the practitioner for passing the 51st level. You will be automatically transferred to the next level. 52nd floor, combat power! Matching puppets, matching successful. The trainees are about to fight against the 3-star martial arts puppet. Please be prepared. Chinfan ignored the mechanical voice and checked the test of comprehension he had just passed. It's really amazing. It's hard to imagine that such a method really exists. When Chinfan experienced his first test of comprehension, he already realized the extraordinary nature of the martial arts tower. He had to master the martial arts to a small degree before he could pass. Even though Chinfan had the system of making up for one's shortcomings with diligence, it still took him half a day. It takes a long time. Not to mention other people, the situation would probably be even more exaggerated. However, when he looked at the time it took him to pass the level, Chinfan was shocked. It's quite interesting. As the saying goes, 1 hour outside the tower is equal to 1 minute inside. It's really a great tool for cultivation. To the extent that Chinfan had the idea of taking the martial arts tower home. If Chinfan had such a treasure, plus the critical hit from the system, it would be really great if my strength improved. After having this idea, Chinfan could no longer wait. Thinking about increasing the number of levels at a very fast speed. I must climb to the top of the tower to see what is there. For a moment, Chinfan was not prepared to test or study it. Put all your focus on passing the level. Withdraw your thoughts and wait for the test to begin. Chinfan was quite happy to see that his test was his combat power. Speaking of which, for me, the test of combat power comes quickly. No matter what opponent appears, I can't stand a single blow from him. After the test began, Chinfan was too lazy to wait any longer. He immediately stepped forward and killed the puppet with a simple strike of the sword. Instantly, a mechanical voice sounded, saying that Chinfan had successfully passed the level. I don't know if Chinfan is lucky or what. In the next 10 levels, all the tests Chinfan encountered were about combat power. But after thinking about it carefully, Chinfan felt it was normal. After all, in the previous levels, Chinfan encountered too many tests of his understanding and knowledge. This kind of test consumes too much time. That's why Chinfan climbed so slowly. There was no pause. I continued to work hard and the number of floors increased like a rocket. Rapidly improving. Visible to the naked eye, Chinfan's layers are constantly changing. The ranking also improved slightly. Before, Wang Ji, after passing the test of combat power, felt a little exhausted. And I saw that I was far ahead. Wang Ji was not too anxious. Standing there, looking at the rankings of other candidates. Pointing and commenting. He looked at the front of the list again, wondering what Chinfan could do in this moment. How many levels have been raised? Prepared to see the joke. During this short period of time, Chinfan has probably only advanced 1 level? At most 2 levels, no more. Wang Ji said this with a hint of sarcasm while looking over there. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. This really surprised Wang Ji. He even swore, which was rare. Hey! Damn it, Chinfan has already passed the 61st floor? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with the ranking list? He was very clear about the number of levels that Chinfan had just passed. It's just 51 floors. Now suddenly, I arrived at the 61st floor. In a short period of time, I actually reached the 61st floor. It has been upgraded by 10 levels. Such an exaggerated improvement, let alone himself. I'm afraid that even Su Haolai, who has passed the 90th floor, cannot do this. Wang Ji watched as Chinfan's ranking rose from 5th to 1st. Even, he took the 1st place. In an instant, Chinfan's defense was broken. Watching this scene, I just felt it was ridiculous. I am the first one to pass through the 61st floor, right? How can Chinfan do that? For a moment, Wang Ji became even more confused. Chapter 51, Upgrading to 10 levels, is this something a human can do? Normally, even if Chinfan's level is the same as Wang Ji's. That is also Wang Ji first, not Wang Ji. Wang Ji reached the 61st floor earlier than Chinfan. The time required is less than that of Chinfan. No matter from which aspect, Wang Ji is the first. But the current situation was beyond Wang Ji's comprehension. After thinking for a long time, I felt that this was a possibility. Perhaps, Chinfan's difficulty in passing the test of the levels is higher than mine? This can only be the reason. When I thought of Chinfan, whom I had mocked before. Now he is in the same position as me, or even one step ahead of me. Suddenly, Wang Ji's competitive spirit was aroused. He simply forgot the task assigned to him by the commander. The important thing is to kill Chinfan, not to compete in martial arts talent. The number of martial arts tower levels passed. But now, Wang Ji didn't care about so much and just stood up. Thinking about it, I'll quickly increase the level. Trying to widen the gap with Chinfan. Just as I was about to take action, I turned my head and looked. Suddenly I discovered an extremely wonderful scene. Outside the martial arts tower, the school and the surrounding areas were filled with spectators. They are all paying close attention to this year's martial arts tower rankings. For Chinfan, it was hard for everyone to fail to notice the rapid changes in the levels of the martial arts tower. Looking at Chinfan's rapidly increasing levels, it was shown directly to everyone, who were stunned. The crowd, which was originally lively, fell silent in an instant. After a long time, someone finally spoke. Am I dazzled? I just seem to see that Chinfan's level increased by 10 levels in a short period of time, and he is on par with Wang Jiping, or even first. I don't believe it either, but the facts are right in front of me. I have to believe it. Before, Chinfan was not very weak and showed no drive at all. How come he is so fierce now and got first place directly? Everyone asked questions and complained about Chinfan's performance. I couldn't believe what I saw. but the martial arts tower never makes mistakes. I have to believe that Chinfan advanced 10 levels in a very short time. This made everyone shocked at Chinfan. How did Chinfan do it? The number of levels increased rapidly, just like riding a rocket. That's right. It's hard to believe how Chinfan, who has no bloodline, could achieve this. According to the current situation, Chinfan is only a little slower than Wang Ji. I wonder how he can make up for the gap between a warrior and a martial artist. In the eyes of all of them, Chinfan is still just a 9-star warrior. Normally speaking, there is absolutely no chance of winning against Wang Ji, a 1-star martial artist. Not to mention, Wang Ji also has the blessing of bloodline that Chinfan does not have. If that's the case, Chinfan is really patient. He is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger from the beginning. However, it is a pity that even with the strength that Chinfan showed, he still couldn't catch up with Wang Ji. Instead, he was a little slower. What a pity! Everyone watched Chinfan spend more time than Wang Ji. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Chinfan. If Chinfan also had blood, perhaps their situation could be reversed. Unfortunately, there is no if. Everyone felt sorry for a while until someone pointed out their mistake. Only then did I come to my senses. I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Wang Ji is not the first, but the latecomer Chinfan is. If the martial arts tower is correct, Chinfan is the strongest. After hearing what this person said, everyone immediately looked at the list. Look carefully at the rankings of Chinfan and Wang Ji. I suddenly realized that what that person said was right. Chinfan, the latecomer, is indeed the first. This, in fact, caused everyone to exclaim in surprise, saying it was unbelievable. Oh my God! This is something I've never seen before. The martial arts tower can't be wrong. It must be Chinfan's extraordinary ability that we didn't see. In an instant, there was another reversal, and everyone was more optimistic about Chinfan. Finally, let me summarize. In my opinion, Chinfan is still a bit of a talent. At the same time, Chinfan's class teacher, Link. He was also watching Chinfan's performance carefully and seriously. The rapid changes in Chinfan's levels naturally could not escape his eyes. Immediately, stand up from lying down. His face was full of shock. Looking at Chinfan's level, he was shocked. I just felt that what was happening before my eyes was a bit dreamy. Too unreal. Fuck! How on earth did Chinfan do it? In just such a short time, he was able to increase his level by 10 levels? Just now, Link was distracted. He came back to his senses again and looked at Chinfan's level. It has completely changed there, with 10 more floors. Looking at the strength displayed by Chinfan, Link couldn't help but think of himself in the past. I can't help but ask myself. When I first entered the martial arts tower, could I have done what Chinfan did? The answer must be no. Not to mention, with Chinfan's exaggerated speed. At the beginning, Link hadn't even reached the 50th floor, let alone imagine that there would be such a speed. After being shocked for a long time, Link said faintly, "Is this the difference between a genius and a mediocre person?" At the same time, Link thought of his previous doubts about Chinfan. I just felt a burning pain on my face. Indeed, I shouldn't doubt Chinfan. My vision is narrow and I can't even tell the difference between a normal genius and a genius. Thinking about what happened to Chinfan before. Chinfan has never let himself down. Then, he looked at Chinfan again, his eyes full of relief and happiness. The ones who reacted more violently were Su Hao and others on the platform. Lin Langtian looked at Chinfan's sudden change and was so shocked that he was speechless. He stared blankly at Chinfan for a long time before saying something. Isn't this right? Doesn't the level increase slower and slower as time goes on? Why is it the other way around here for Chinfan? More importantly, Chinfan's speed of increasing levels is so exaggerated. Too shocking. Even Lin Langtian, who is also a top human, was shocked when he saw it. Lin Langtian knew very well the value of the martial arts tower. It was because of his experience that he was extremely shocked by Chinfan's performance. When he first entered the martial arts tower, he was deeply impressed. It was very fast at the beginning, but it became slower and slower as we went further. Not to mention the later ones, Even the previous tests were far inferior to Chinfan's. Is it really possible for a human to increase the level of Chinfan at such a speed? If Chinfan had passed the previous tests so quickly, it would have been fine. There's nothing strange about it. But it's already 50 or 60 floors, and still moving at this speed, which is a bit scary. Wang Tianlin, who was standing aside, watched this exaggerated scene. Same reaction. He was even more shocked and was completely stunned. After looking at Chinfan's level for a long time, there was no response. After a long time, he came to his senses and didn't say anything. Chapter 52. The two of them were silent, just staring at each other. Wang Tianlin had just built up the confidence with great difficulty. In an instant, it collapsed. All that is left is deep despair. He had absolutely no intention of fighting with Chinfan anymore. Wang Tianlin smiled helplessly, feeling very bitter in his heart. Perhaps I shouldn't have provoked Chinfan during the talent selection competition. After seeing the strength displayed by Chinfan, Wang Tianlin was like an eggplant hit by frost, and had completely lost his fighting spirit. He lowered his head and stopped looking at the changes in the martial arts tower. He didn't have any extravagant demands, just hopes. Chinfan had no idea what the Wang family had done. This is the best thing for Wang Tianlin. Su Hao, who was standing in front of the two of them, watched Chinfan's performance. The expression on his face is even more wonderful. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at Chinfan, his levels were increasing at an amazing speed. Even someone as strong as Su Hao couldn't help but be stunned. I sincerely feel happy and excited about Chinfan's outstanding martial arts talent. From this moment on, Su Hao truly realized. Chinfan's talent in martial arts far exceeds his own. Su Hao asked himself, when he was young, he was as old as Chinfan. It is impossible to do this. In fact, it is still far from it. Even with Su Hao's experience, he couldn't figure out how Chinfan did it. Su Hao focused and took a closer look. In an instant, a more important existence was discovered. Suddenly, Su Hao became more shocked. It was like discovering something extraordinary. 2-star martial artist? All martial arts and skills have been improved once again? Looking at the strength Chinfan displayed in passing the levels, Su Hao was once again shocked by Chinfan's genius. Chinfan has just started the National Martial Arts exam, and he is only a 9-star warrior, and it has only been half a day. Not only can you pass the 61st floor of the martial arts tower, but you can also improve your realm and reach the level of a 2-star martial artist. Such a factor is nothing if it only applies to one person. But if all of them fall on one person, that would be too much. Since meeting Chinfan, Su Hao and several others always encounter such situations. Chinfan improved his strength at the time when it was least possible to do so, and it was a significant improvement. What is even more puzzling to Su Hao is, I can barely understand the realm improvement, but how can the proficiency of this martial arts and skills be improved so quickly? Su Hao thought about it for a long time but still didn't understand. How did Chinfan do it? But suddenly, I thought of my son's words. In an instant, Su Hao understood a lot. Indeed, just like Chinair said, Chinfan must have obtained that thing, but I don't know what the effect is. Could it be that fighting can enhance the effect of training? As more and more mysteries emerged about Chinfan, Su Hao became more and more curious about Chinfan. I am very curious about what secrets Chinfan holds. Su Hao is the strongest person on the human race's blue planet. Ever since I embarked on the path of martial arts, I have never met an opponent. Seeing Chinfan's figure, Su Hao's long-dormant fighting spirit was awakened again. This young man, Chinfan, has a strong talent for martial arts, but I don't know how far he can go. Su Hao was already a little impatient, waiting for the day when Chinfan grows up, and fighting with him. Looking at Chinfan's martial arts tower level, Su Hao thought for a moment, and came up with a possibility. My record in the martial arts tower is 90 floors. I always feel that Chinfan can surpass my record. Finally, I met an opponent. Su Hao seemed very excited. Listening to Lin Lengtian's shock, Su Hao expressed it calmly. Brother Lin, I'm afraid you are short-sighted again this time. Think carefully about the strength that Chinfan showed when he passed the level. You will know how Chinfan did it. After Su Hao said this, Lin Langtian suddenly realized. Recalling the situation when Chinfan was fighting. Suddenly startled. According to Lin Langtian's vision, it was naturally easy for him to see Chinfan's strength in all aspects. But the shock on his face did not diminish, but became even more intense. Brother Su, I didn't understand before how Chinfan could reach 10 levels in one go, and now I am even more confused. Wasn't he a 9-star warrior before? How come he is now a 2-star martial artist? Moreover, there is something wrong with his martial arts and skills. It was as if Chinfan had some extra time out of thin air to practice. How did he do that? Indeed, it takes a very long time for ordinary people to comprehend martial arts and techniques. Even for those geniuses, the time required is less. But not too little. But what Chinfan showed was too exaggerated. In just half a day, not only his realm was improved from a 9-star warrior to a 2-star martial artist. Martial arts and techniques can have such exaggerated improvements. For a moment, Lin Langtian couldn't understand it at all. How did Chinfan do it? Take any one of these and put it on Lin Langtian. He was sure that he couldn't do it. It can be said that Chinfan's series of actions severely impacted Lin Langtian's 3 views. It was almost like my spiritual heart was going to collapse. Su Hao looked at Lin Langtian's reaction, which was too shocking. I just find it quite interesting. Brother Lin, don't worry. You may understand it after the National Martial Arts exam is over. Looking at the popular Chinfan, Su Hao had a feeling. After the National Martial Arts exam is over, Chinfan is expected to organize another round of fighting. When he thought of this, Su Hao became deeply excited. Can't wait for that day to come. After hearing what Su Hao said, Lin Langtian was still a little confused. But I saw that my eldest brother said so. Lin Langtian could only suppress his doubts. Continue reading. Su Hao turned his head and muttered to himself. Brother Lin, there is one thing I didn't say. After the National Martial Arts exam is over, perhaps the shock you feel will be even greater. With a smirk on his face, he had already imagined Lin Langtian's extremely shocked expression. Inside the martial arts tower, the 61st floor. After seeing Chinfan's talent in martial arts, Wang Ji stopped looking down on him. There was no need to be arrogant any longer, and action had to be taken immediately. As soon as I turned my head, I saw an extremely strange scene. The person Wang Ji is paying attention to is Chinfan. Zheng Shui stood in front of Wang Ji with a lively look. It seemed to appear out of thin air, silently. The two looked at each other and said nothing. They made eye contact. Have high morale when facing opponents. I wish I could tell which one is taller. At least, that's what Wang Ji thought. Chinfan looked at Wang Ji and only knew Wang Ji. I know that Wang Ji is very strong. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's quite a coincidence. The current situation, if it were under normal circumstances, Wang Ji would definitely step forward and kill Chinfan without saying a word. But now it's different. Chapter 53 hasn't come out yet? Su Meng is panicking. Wang Ji had a vague feeling. There is a feeling that I have finally met my match. That hot and evil feeling is back again. At the same time, Wang Ji did not forget his mission to take part in the National Martial Arts examination. The two looked at each other for a long time before Wang Ji spoke. His tone was full of confidence. Chinfan is a genius, and so is Wang Ji. He doesn't think that his strength is inferior to Chinfan. After seeing Chinfan's performance, Wang Ji's fighting spirit was aroused. Boy, cherish the rest of your life. In just a moment, Wang Ji had made his plan. Wait until the winner is decided with Chinfan, and then get rid of Chinfan. After saying this, Wang Ji didn't want to waste time and immediately stood up and walked towards the upper level. Suddenly, Wang Ji disappeared. Only Chinfan was left. Listening to Wang Ji's last harsh words, Chinfan looked in the direction where Wang Ji left. Thoughtful. Cherish the rest of my life? What does that mean? Could it be that these transfer students are involved? Chinfan killed all those transfer students himself. If you are angry, you won't be thinking about this place. Are you planning to murder yourself? But seeing the strength displayed by Wang Ji, there is no need to worry at all. That's quite interesting. A 1-star martial artist actually dares to say this to a 2-star martial artist. He's very courageous. What's special is that Chinfan has also mastered a high-level sword technique that most people don't have. This alone is enough to make Wang Ji drink a few pots of wine. It's really funny. How can these people from the Demon City and Kyoto be so arrogant and conceited? They always look down on others. Chinfan thought about it briefly. After knowing that Wang Ji was just a clown, I no longer paid much attention to him. Continue and start your own mission of climbing the tower. He immediately disappeared like Wang Ji. Keep sprinting. As for the first and second place on the martial arts tower list, their encounter. Everyone saw it clearly. Everyone was talking about it. What a coincidence, the first and second place on the list actually met each other. I just don't know what they said. What else can I say? I'm going to say some trash talk. You're not good enough, so I'm awesome. It looks like there will be another fight later. I'm really looking forward to it. I just wonder who will be the first. After seeing the two men's performance, everyone still subconsciously believed Wang Ji. After all, the people of Magic City and Kyoto are usually the strongest. At the same time, some of them were also guessing. Do you think it's possible that the two of them can break Principal Su's record? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused rebuttals from several other people. What are you talking about? Not to mention Chinfan, even Wang Ji, in my opinion, is in a very dangerous situation. That's right. Don't you think about who Principal Su is? It's not so easy to surpass the strongest person in the human race. After seeing the talent displayed by Chinfan, Link no longer doubted or questioned Chinfan. Seeing Chinfan and Wang Ji, the two met. He was also looking forward to seeing who would come first. After being slapped in the face so many times, I can't doubt Chinfan anymore. I guess this time, Chinfan will definitely be number one. Of course, this is based on a premise. Continue to add. That depends on the strength of Wang Ji's awakened bloodline. If it is too strong, then it will not be possible. Link was not sure about the outcome of the battle. He could only keep a close eye on their performance. Looking forward to it. In his eyes, Chinfan has done well enough. In the long run, Wang Ji is not as good as Chinfan. Without further daydreaming, he just stared at the martial arts tower. Chinfan and Wang Ji met each other, in the eyes of Su Hao and the other two. That was also a very dramatic scene. Brother Su, I didn't expect that the two of them would run into each other, and it looks like they had a fight. It is bound to decide who is the better one. This is really exciting. Lin Langtian looked at this scene and had a lot of fantasies in his mind. He just treated it as a normal confrontation between peers. As he likes young talents, he is naturally happy to see this scene. By the way, Brother Su, which of the two do you think will win? I'm scared of being slapped in the face, so I have to fight Chinfan without thinking this time. This time, Lin Langtian did not question Chinfan's strength again. Instead, I supported it without thinking. Wang Tianlin also saw this step. Daoxin had just recovered when he saw the confrontation between the two men. Gradually, I regained confidence. I thought to myself, Wang Ji, you must give it your all this time. If you surpass Chinfan, you still have a chance. In so many confrontations, Wang Tianlin lost every time. This feeling is too uncomfortable. He continued to win one victory after another to prove that his Wang family was not weak. The eldest lady of the Su family should come to their Wang family. Instead of this, the country bumpkin Chinfan. Su Hao ignored Lin Langtian and looked at the martial arts tower. I was stunned, watching the confrontation between the two. Lost in thought. He always felt that things between them were not that simple. Soon, when the winner is decided, something big will definitely happen. He frowned and continued reading. If something happens, there's nothing I can do. After the opening of this martial arts tower, no one else is allowed to enter. Even a 9-star martial saint as powerful as Su Hao is still like this. Then let's hope that something good will happen. Su Hao really didn't want to see the fight between geniuses. That's totally unnecessary. By the way, he turned his head and glanced at Wang Tianlin. I hope that what happened before was not done by the Wang family. After a long time, all these things turned into a sigh. And so, as time went by, other candidates were constantly eliminated from the martial arts tower. There are fewer and fewer people staying inside. But no one cares about these. They are always paying attention to the performance of Chinfan and Wang Ji. Later on, the entire martial arts tower became just for the two of them. The levels increased slowly and steadily, for both of them. It is far ahead of the third place. Taking another look at the martial arts tower list, Chinfan and Wang Ji had already reached the 80th floor. The number of layers and the speed are so fast that it is really scary. At this time, Su Mingming encountered a powerful opponent. There was no other way out, so I stopped at the 67th floor. He disappeared from the martial arts tower and appeared directly outside the martial arts tower. That is, the place where the candidates stand before the martial arts exam begins. Even though Su Mingming had just come out, she was still scared. Su Mingming could not forget the feeling of death. It took half a day to recover. Subconsciously, I was looking for Chinfan. After a long time, he didn't see Chinfan and was very confused. At this time, the class teacher Link came over. Su Mingming, are you looking for Chinfan? This guy hasn't come out yet. After hearing this, Su Mingming was shocked and panicked. Chapter 54 Awakening. Chinfan must die when he comes out. When he saw that the person coming was his class teacher, he asked immediately. What? Fan hasn't come out yet? What happened to him? As Su Mingming expected, Chinfan should have come out long ago. Without the blessing of blood, Chinfan won't be able to last long in the martial arts tower. But now, Chinfan did not show up. In her opinion, Chinfan must have encountered some danger. Seeing this, Link was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Su Mingming, don't underestimate Chinfan. Take a look at the list. Chinfan is now ranked first. As he spoke, he pointed at the list hanging high in the sky. At this point, Su Mingming, who was extremely flustered, took a look at the list. Su Mingming was in the martial arts tower and did not pay attention to the list. But just keep trying to break through. Anyway, in her opinion, Chinfan was definitely not at the top of the list. Or maybe he had been eliminated long ago. So I didn't pay any more attention to it. It didn't matter that he looked up, but he found that Chinfan was at the front of the list. Moreover, it is in the first position. Fan has made it to the 61st floor? And he's the first? Is Fan's talent so outrageous? It was completely different from what she expected. While the two of them were talking, Chinfan reached another level. Link said as he looked at the list next to him. Perhaps this is the difference between genius and mediocrity. Su Mingming looked at Chinfan, who was constantly breaking through levels in the martial arts tower. I was stunned. The scene before my eyes was too shocking. He was shocked and muttered to himself. Fan, how did he do it without awakening his bloodline? Su Mingming looked at Chinfan's performance, her mind full of questions. It is totally unpredictable how Chinfan did it. At the same time, he looked at Chinfan across the martial arts tower. She had a feeling that Chinfan seemed to have changed his appearance. It's completely different from before. It gave him the illusion that he was facing his own father. I don't know. What realm is Fan at now? What's his strength? Thinking back to Chinfan's rise, she felt it was a bit dreamy and too unreal. No matter from which aspect, realm, martial arts, kung fu and so on. The speed of improvement completely surpassed that of his father and grandfather. Looking at the powerful Chinfan from afar, Su Mingming's face was filled with happiness. Although he is more talented than my father and grandfather, the important thing is that he is Fan's boyfriend, and that's enough. I just felt a burst of happiness. Suddenly, I remembered the afternoon when Chinfan rose to prominence. Chinfan's look of happiness after suffering. Thinking about it now, Su Mingming felt a little moved. Everyone outside saw Su Mingming's appearance. Look, Su Mingming is here. She's ranked third on the list. She's also pretty strong, although not as good as Chinfan and Wang Ji. That's right, what do you think? No matter what, Su Mingming is still the eldest daughter of the Su family. When her bloodline is fully revealed, what will the two of them be? From this perspective, Su Mengmeng and Chinfan are a perfect match. Everyone looked at Su Mengmeng, mostly with envy in their eyes. On the high platform, where Su Hao is. Brother Su, your granddaughter is out. It looks like she has reached the 65th floor before her bloodline is fully revealed. When the bloodline is at its peak again, it may not be the same as you were back then, but it will be almost the same. Lin Langtian looked at Su Mengmeng, who had just come out with a doting look on his face. Su Hao had noticed Su Mengmeng a long time ago, but seeing that she was fine, he didn't pay much attention to her. Hearing what Lin Langtian said, he smiled. That's true. When Mengmeng's bloodline is fully awakened, perhaps Chinfan and Wang Ji won't be a big deal. Su Hao couldn't help but think of what happened back then. The degree of fit is not as high as Su Mengmeng's, but it has reached this point. And my granddaughter is much taller than me. Ever since Su Mengmeng measured the blood compatibility, Su Hao is always looking forward to Su Mengmeng reaching that day as soon as possible. But you have to wait patiently. The higher her compatibility, the more difficult it will be to fully awaken her. Don't rush things. Although these seemed like humble words, Su Hao couldn't hide the smile on his face. According to the original idea, as long as Su Mengmeng can fully awaken, plus it grows up smoothly, he is definitely a martial saint, there is no doubt about it. The problem is how to break through to become a martial god. If you don't have much talent, you can only be like Su Hao, stuck at the 9-star martial saint level for life. Thinking about what he had just said, Su Hao added to it sentence by sentence. Of course, I can't say such exaggerated things. I think Chinfan still has something. As long as he grows up, his future path will be much broader than Mengmeng's. When I think about it, Chinfan is a person who has not awakened his bloodline. It's shocking and unbelievable that he can do so many things. Su Hao felt more and more that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate. Lin Langtian listened and nodded from time to time. Indeed, Chinfan has too many secrets. He is always good at making the impossible possible. It is so shocking. He also recalled what happened to Chinfan. I quite agree with it too. Wan Tianlin listened as Su Hao talked about his granddaughter's genius. In an instant, the idea of marriage suddenly reappeared. Thinking arrogantly in my heart. Only in this way can our Wang family move to a higher level and fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. At this time, Wang Tianlin also forgot about his previous failures. Now, hope is rekindled. To form an alliance with the Su family, start by getting rid of Chinfan. Once again, Wang Tianlin perked up and looked at Wang Ji in the martial arts tower, crying out in my heart. Wang Ji, you have to work harder. The success or failure of this time depends on you. We can only place our hopes on Wang Ji. Try to get rid of Chinfan in the martial arts tower. But looking inside the martial arts tower, Wang Ji was still far behind Chinfan. It's still a bit difficult. After thinking about it, Wang Ji regained his confidence in the bloodline in his body. When it comes to breaking through barriers, the true strength of the bloodline cannot be displayed yet. When it comes to fighting alone, perhaps it will have this miraculous effect. At the same time, Wang Tianlin could see through the martial arts tower. The blood power of his own disciple Wang Ji has not yet been fully revealed. Besides, this is not the final moment yet. There is still a great possibility that Wang Ji will take first place. Not yet, the more difficult level. It is completely impossible to tell the strength of each of them. So Wang Tianlin brainwashed himself. Make yourself believe that Wang Ji can win. Then think again. Even if Wang Ji fails to defeat Chinfan and kill him this time, it doesn't matter. Wang Tianlin smiled grimly. Wait until later, I will have enough time to kill Chinfan. It was as if he had already imagined the tragic scene of Chinfan's death. Chapter 55, What is Wang Ji doing? Destroying his own future? At this point, Wang Tianlin had given up and decided to kill Chinfan in the National Martial Arts exam. Even if he had this idea, it would be useless. Anyone with discerning eyes can see it. That Wang Ji is far inferior to Chinfan. All we can do is wait until the National Martial Arts exam is over before making plans. Inside the martial arts tower, Chinfan and Wang Ji were competing against each other. It feels a bit like running into an opponent. They all used their full strength, thinking about crushing the other person. Unfortunately, after Chinfan exerted his full strength, with the help of the system, Wang Ji had no chance of catching up and could only lag behind Chinfan. Every time he successfully passed a level, Wang Ji would take a look at the list. Always keep a close eye on the levels of himself and Chinfan. Let's see when I can catch up with Chinfan. But the more he looked, the uglier Wang Ji's expression became. No, as time goes by, I'm falling further and further behind. Wang Ji muttered to himself, unconvinced. He had not enjoyed the glory of being a genius for long before it was snatched away by Chinfan. Yes, I am a little unwilling to do so. At the same time, he did not forget the purpose of his coming here. The main thing is to go and wait for an opportunity to kill Chinfan. See the strength that Chinfan is showing now. Wang Ji gradually became unsure and began to doubt his own abilities. Can we capture Chinfan? Don't wait until the end and end up losing the rice instead of the chicken. That would be very uncomfortable. After thinking for a long time, Wang Ji finally made up his mind. Damn it, let's do it. As long as we complete this mission, there will be plenty of opportunities to make up for it. Wang Ji was quite fearful and took out a blood-red pill. The speed is very fast and the movements are quite subtle. Almost eluded everyone. Quickly, swallow it into your mouth. In an instant, the next moment, Wang Ji's eyes turned red. The whole person's aura suddenly changed. It has the ferocity and brutality of a monster. There was no time to avoid or stop, and action was taken immediately. Continue to move forward and pass the levels. To others, such a scene may just be some inexplicable changes. No one will take it seriously. What happened to Wang Ji? Why did his temperament become so different? Indeed, now it seems like we are looking at a monster. Although everyone was somewhat confused about the changes in Wang Ji. But there was no overwhelm. So, just continue to watch their performance. But in Su Mingming's eyes, it looked a little different. As Wang Ji was Chinfan's opponent, Su Mingming naturally kept an eye on him all the time. I noticed that there was something wrong with Wang Ji's aura. Suddenly, Su Mingming had a bad feeling. It was like I sensed something bad was happening. He asked Link, the head teacher beside him, quickly. Teacher Lin, did you notice that there was something wrong with Wang Ji? Su Mingming was a little uncertain and thought about asking for other opinions. Link scratched his head and spoke honestly. Is Wang Ji okay? He's very normal. Maybe his strength in that area has improved. Listening to what Link said, Su Mingming was still a little confused. Really? I feel like something's wrong. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. There is nothing we can do. All I could do was stand there and wait anxiously. Su Hao and others on the podium saw Wang Ji's little tricks. Trying to deceive these martial saints is a bit like trying to cover up the truth. Lin Langtian was the first to question and looked at Wang Tianlin. Master Wang, what did Wang Ji know just now? What did he vomit? During the martial arts exam, you cannot use external objects. Don't you Wang family members know this? At the same time, Lin Langtian also felt that Wang Ji had swallowed the thing. The aura of the whole body becomes different. There is an evil, malevolent feeling to it. Listening to Lin Langtian's questioning, Wang Tianlin was also a little confused. Looking at what Wang Ji did, for a moment, I didn't know what was going on. Lin Langtian, I'm telling you, I really don't know about this matter. Do you believe it? Wang Tianlin's face was full of surprise. He had no idea why Wang Ji did this. He did not tell Wang Ji to do this in advance. Just as Lin Langtian said, if you take any foreign substances during the military examination, you will be eliminated immediately. Even he, Wang Tianlin, was very confused when he saw this scene. Why did Wang Ji do this? Shouldn't it be like this? A genius like Wang Ji from our Wang family, even if he is not as talented as Chinfan, should not act on impulse like this. I have to take the medicine, improve my strength, and regain the first place. Wang Tianlin thought about the bad situation for a long time after seeing this. This is the only possibility I can think of. It can't be said that Wang Ji is a spy of the demon god cult. Are you coming to take the martial arts exam to assassinate Chinfan? Lin Langtian accused Wang Tianlin. I want to know how Wang Tianlin explains it. In order to win the first place, they even lost their dignity. Su Hao, who was standing in front of the two of them, was also quite shocked and confused when he saw Wang Ji's behavior. I don't understand what the point of doing this is. Perhaps by taking medicine you can improve your strength. But that is also extremely limited. At most you can pass a few more levels, but then it's useless. Even taking drugs can consume one's own potential. Just let yourself stop at this state. Lin Langtian looked at Wang Tianlin's reaction, which was very real. It doesn't look like an act. This made Lin Langtian puzzled. Then what's going on? Could it be that Wang Ji acted on his own initiative and couldn't stand Chinfan's pressure, so he thought of such a method? Lin Langtian expressed his guess. Got the approval of Wang Tianlin. It's possible. Wang Ji may not be able to accept that he is not as good as Chinfan, so he does this. Wang Tianlin said this. But I was thinking in my heart. This Wang Ji must know that you can't swallow medicine during the martial arts exam, but he still did it. I'm afraid his purpose is not simple. Indeed, Wang Tianlin did say that when he came. Let Wang Ji find an opportunity to get rid of Chinfan. But it didn't say to swallow the medicine. Assassinating Chinfan was one thing, but he was unwilling to waste a genius. After a long while, Wang Tianlin began to talk to himself. I hope Wang Ji took the drug in order to kill Chinfan. If he really took it just to pass the level, it would be too unprofitable. If Wang Ji really did so, it would be very much to Wang Tianlin's liking. In an instant, Wang Tianlin regained his confidence and looked inside the martial arts tower. Wang Ji began to show his prowess. I began to look forward to it vaguely. I hope that Wang Ji's actions are really as I imagined. Two people of similar strength, one of them swallows the drug. It is easy to tell who is strong and who is weak. As long as Wang Ji is going to kill Chinfan, then this time it's safe. As long as Chinfan is eliminated, everything will be easy. We, the Wang family, still need another chance. Thinking of this, Wang Tianlin was already daydreaming. Chapter 56, Taking Stock of the Gains, Huge Improvement, So Cool. The Wang family has become the largest family in Dragon Country. How magnificent that would be. I guess even our ancestors would recognize my achievements in the afterlife. Under the influence of such thoughts, Wang Tianlin's desire to kill Chinfan became even stronger. Wang Tianlin has such a fantasy. Su Hao in front was a little serious. It seemed that Wang Ji's strength increased greatly after taking the medicine. I couldn't help but guess in my heart. I hope that Wang Ji is really just going for a higher level, not for anything else. Su Hao thought about the dangers Chinfan had encountered along the way. They all felt a little scared. Seeing this, all I can do is pray. Wang Ji simply increased the number of levels without any other ideas. Inside the martial arts tower, after Wang Ji took the medicine, the strength has been greatly improved. Along with this, the number of levels also increased extremely rapidly. After swallowing the medicine, the improvement in strength brought about is not a little bit. Chinfan killed the 6-star martial artist in front of him with one sword. Take a short break. By the way, I took a look at the martial arts exam list of this year on the martial arts tower. See how other people are doing. The most important thing is how many levels Wang Ji has. The closer it gets to the end of the martial arts exam, the fewer people are left. Gradually, they were the only two left in the entire martial arts exam. It's very exciting to catch up with each other. This martial arts tower is a bit difficult. The further you go, the stronger the opponents you will encounter. Even a master like Chinfan would encounter such an opponent. It also gradually became a little tiring and not so easy to solve. Chinfan is needed to demonstrate his full strength. Only then can you easily defeat the opponent. However, after looking at what I had gained in this short period of time, I decided not to worry about it anymore. Although it became increasingly difficult later on, fortunately, I gained a lot along the way. After meeting Wang Ji, both of them were immersed in the challenge. Chinfan ignored it and received a critical hit from the system. It was not until now that I had the opportunity to check what I had gained. After opening the system notification, Chinfan was indeed very happy. You concentrate on studying the martial art, sword slash, and trigger a critical hit, gaining 100 times the reward. You use the 10 swords to slay demons. Martial art, fought a battle, triggered a critical hit, and gained 150 times the reward. You practiced hard, and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 90 times the reward. You practiced diligently, use a 3rd grade Chi and Blood pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 200 times the reward. You use your sword skills and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit and gaining 100-fold reward. A whole page, all in this short moment. A critical hit triggered by the system. Looking at the results of his hard work, Chinfan was very happy. It was not until he saw the system critical hit notification that Chinfan realized that his strength was no longer what it used to be. There has been an exaggerated change completely. As the saying goes, when you are away from someone for a day, you should look at him with new eyes. According to my upgrade speed, it should be: when a man has been away for a while, he should be looked at with new eyes. Obviously, Chinfan was very satisfied with the gains from this short period of time. By the way, I took a look at the property panel. It clearly states the changes in Chinfan's strength in all aspects. Host Chinfan. Realm, 4-star martial artist. Exercise, Changchun Gong Max. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons Max, Thunderstep, Grandmaster, Golden Bell cover, perfect. Sword skills, great mastery. Seeing the data on the book title panel, Chinfan could no longer hide his smile. The benefits of system critical hits may not be very obvious yet, but it is written very clearly on the property panel. These are all the results of my hard work. It is really easy but not easy. Looking at every aspect of myself, there is obvious progress. Chinfan began to count them one by one. As for this realm, it is normal. It is normal to practice in between levels. Fortunately, the system critical hit was triggered and I was able to achieve this step. Promoted from a 2-star martial artist to a 4-star martial artist. Such a speed is, so to speak, too exaggerated. This realm, for Chinfan. That is, it is as easy as drinking water. He just needs to work hard and leave the rest to the system. However, I have very little time to improve my strength. It is already very good to be able to trigger such a high multiplier critical hit. Chinfan was feeling proud. At the same time, I realized one thing. Now, the critical hits triggered by Chinfan have very high multipliers. On average, it's more than double. Chinfan couldn't help but think of it. When he just got the system prompt sounded. Each harvest has a certain chance of triggering a critical hit. The number of critical hits and the probability of triggering it depend on the host's level. It seems that this system is not deceiving me. As my realm becomes higher, the critical strike multiplier will probably be even greater. Thinking of this, the smile on Chinfan's face became even more difficult to conceal. The speed at which his strength increased was not slow at all. On the contrary, with the help of the system and my own efforts. The later the realm, the faster the strength increases. After realizing this, Chinfan couldn't help but guess. At this rate, I think the day when I reach the peak of martial arts will soon come. At the same time, he did not forget his original intention. Become the strongest on Blue Star and put an end to it all. May the world be peaceful, and I can spend the rest of my life with Su Mengming. In Chinfan's opinion, it is quite easy, with the help of the system and his own efforts. It is probably only a matter of time before this is achieved. I didn't think too much about it, and continued to look at other aspects of myself. My martial arts and skills, just like before, have all been upgraded to the next level. This is a huge gain. Every time, such an improvement. It is a qualitative change for Chinfan's strength. The strength has increased again. However, the martial arts and techniques, as well as the symbols behind them, were a little confusing to Chinfan. What does this max mean? Does it mean that the proficiency of this martial art or technique has reached the highest level? It cannot be improved anymore? Chinfan thought about it briefly, and this was the only possible answer. My martial arts and skills are improving really fast. I just changed my martial arts and skills before the genius selection competition. Up to now, I have reached the maximum level. It seems that I will have to change it again after the martial arts exam is over. For a moment, Chinfan complained about his own high talent. The proficiency in martial arts and techniques will always be Chinfan's strength. In battle, martial arts and skills are used more often. The probability of triggering a critical hit is much greater. Looking down the attribute panel, it turned out to be swordsmanship. Although this sword technique is still at a high level, it is still some distance away from the next level. But after so many high multiplier critical hits, I think it was just one step away from success. Chapter 57, Meeting Again, an Illusion. Chinfan looked at the sword technique he had mastered. Although there was no change at all, Chinfan was very clear. My own swordsmanship is getting closer and closer to perfection. I guess all it takes is an opportunity. It seems that the improvement in knife skills is very small. But Chinfan doesn't think so. My swordsmanship may seem like it's only at the advanced stage, but the rapid progress is evident. If we talk about the improvement of strength, the swordsmanship brings more. Chinfan looked at his attribute panel and saw improvements in all aspects. Very satisfied. After a simple inventory, I closed the box with satisfaction. The time to hurry up is to get down to business and continue to break through. I hope to reach the top floor of the martial arts tower and see the scenery there. Chinfan no longer took that powerful opponent seriously. After Chinfan revealed his full strength, Wang Ji was completely unable to keep up with Chinfan. All he can do is follow Chinfan and eat dust. Seeing this, Chinfan didn't care, thinking that the rest of the martial arts exam would be his own personal special. Chinfan was just about to stand up and continue to increase the level. When I turned my head, I saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Wang Ji. When Chinfan saw Wang Ji, he was shocked. It is true that I did not expect that Wang Ji could be so fast. Come here and be on the same level as yourself. Chinfan looked at Wang Ji carefully and found that Wang Ji was different from before. His whole body exudes the aura of a monster. It's very tiresome. Chinfan's face changed from shock to confusion. What happened to Wang Ji? Why did he become like this? Like a monster? Although he was a little confused, Chinfan didn't pay too much attention to it. Just think that Wang Ji is lagging behind and is a little red. Chinfan just thought about it in his mind and didn't say anything. Then, he became puzzled about the speed at which Wang Ji's levels were increasing. More importantly, how could Wang Ji have such an exaggerated improvement speed? This seems to be much faster than my previous improvement speed. Chinfan was moved and shocked by Wang Ji's speed. After Wang Ji came to this floor, he finally met Chinfan. As soon as they met, he spoke harsh words to Chinfan. Chinfan, I finally met you. This time, the winner can only be me. I'm waiting for you up there. After Wang Ji said this harsh remark, he didn't say anything else. Go straight and continue walking towards the upper level. It seems that he is bound to crush Chinfan. Won the first place in this martial arts exam. Chinfan looked at Wang Ji's departing figure and responded to what Wang Ji said. I just think there is something wrong with this person. What's wrong with Wang Ji? Why is he so weird? It's just a martial arts exam, right? There's no need to be like this, right? Chinfan looked at Wang Ji's current condition and felt it vaguely. Something like this must have happened to Wang Ji. I guess he took something that consumed his potential in order to win first place. This made Chinfan at a loss. But this was Wang Ji's personal choice, so he didn't think about it too much. Chinfan never expected Wang Ji to do this. Winning first place in this martial arts exam was just a matter of course. What is more important is to kill Chinfan. However, in Wang Ji's opinion, it is obviously not the right time yet. After the two of them have decided the winner of the martial arts exam, they will then compete in combat power. Before taking the medicine, Wang Ji thought he was not as good as Chinfan. But now, Wang Ji has enough strength and confidence to crush Chinfan. Chinfan simply complained about this and didn't make any further guesses. Following Wang Ji, he continued to increase his levels. No matter what Wang Ji does, I, Chinfan, must be number one. With the system in hand, Chinfan is confident enough to win the first place in the martial arts exam. Everyone outside could see clearly what happened inside the martial arts tower. Gradually, they were the only two left in the entire martial arts tower. For a moment, including the people outside the martial arts tower. Or maybe the demon city-based city, or the entire dragon country. Even some other countries were watching the performance of the two in the martial arts tower. What kind of strength will be demonstrated? And which level can be reached? Some people even fantasized whether these two people could break Su Hao's record. What's more, some people even think that both of them are qualified to reach the top. Look, Wang Ji and Chinfan have met again. It looks like they said some harsh words again. Yeah, the two of them are definitely competing with each other now. If they meet an opponent, who has a greater chance of winning? Do I even need to ask? Before, Chinfan was definitely more likely to win, but now, somehow, Wang Ji has caught up. Looking at it this way, it's a little uncertain who is stronger. Su Meiming watched Wang Ji suddenly exert force, and the number of levels was exactly the same as Chinfan's. Also horrified. It was totally unexpected that Wang Ji suddenly burst out with his strength. Something's wrong. Why did Wang Ji suddenly exert so much strength? Is it because of what happened just now? Not really, Su Meiming was deliberately doubting and speculating. Rather, at this critical moment, there is absolutely no need to hide your strength. If you have the ability, it has already been revealed. Not really, it's only now that it's been brought into play. Su Meiming had a bad feeling. But it shouldn't be a big deal. The worst that can happen is that Fan takes second place. Talking to myself, trying to relax myself. But I'm still worried. I always feel that things are not that simple. Link, who was standing aside, looked at Su Meiming's nervous expression. Also admonishing. Meiming, don't worry. It seems that Wang Ji is still capable. It will be difficult for him to surpass Chinfan. After many shocks, Link no longer dared to doubt Chinfan easily. Instead, absolutely believe in Chinfan's strength. Su Meiming didn't feel relieved at all. But saying, I hope so. On the high platform, Wang Tianlin watched the speed at which Wang Ji's levels were increasing. I was also very happy. I thought to myself. Good, very good. It is still possible to surpass Chinfan. As for whether I can kill Chinfan, we will have to wait and see. As for Wang Ji, his potential has declined due to taking drugs. Then Wang Tianlin doesn't care. Anyway, Wang Ji is not his son, so why should he care? Even if Chinfan died in there by then. Later, the one who married Su Meiming was his son Wang Qing. Wang Ji, come on, kid. If you killed Chinfan, you must be rewarded well when you come out. Lin Langtian, who was standing aside, had a worried look on his face. Brother Su, after Wang Ji took the medicine, he became very powerful. In just a short while, his level of power is the same as Chinfan's. It's a bit unfair to Chinfan. Lin Langtian looked at Wang Ji's behavior with an indignant tone. He couldn't stand this kind of unfair behavior the most. Chapter 58. Both of them showed weakness? What are they waiting for? In particular, Wang Ji's behavior also affected Chinfan's ranking. If Wang Ji hadn't taken the medicine, he would not have been able to scan Chinfan. This scene clearly made Lin Langtian very dissatisfied. Wang Tianlin listened to what Lin Langtian said and subconsciously wanted to refute it. Say good things for the children of your family. But I realized that what Wang Ji did was not a good thing. As the head of the Wang family, it is not appropriate for him to say that. So as to avoid putting the hat on your head. Although, Wang Tianlin didn't say much about this. But Lin Langtian kept looking at him. Although, Wang Tianlin has always denied that it was not his arrangement. But Lin Langtian didn't quite believe it. Su Hao, who was standing in front of the two of them, listened to Lin Langtian's complaints. Also said a few words. It doesn't matter. Even if Wang Ji swallowed the medicine, the improvement in his strength would be extremely limited. As for whether he can surpass Chinfan, it's still hard to say. After the martial arts exam is over, Wang Ji's qualifications will be cancelled and no other martial arts university will be allowed to recruit him. Seeing this scene, Su Hao was also angry. It's okay if you have poor talent and ability. But if you use some despicable means, many people's character will be impaired. Such people are useless even if they are cultivated. On the contrary, it is very likely to produce an ungrateful person. After hearing what his brother Su said, he did not condone such a person. Lin Langtian was also very happy and excited. That's what we should do. If everyone does this, how can we select talents for the martial arts exam? It will only discourage true geniuses. As he said this, he glanced at Wang Tianlin with pride. In an instant, Su Hao's voice fell. Wang Tianlin was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Looking at Su Hao in front of him, he felt a little stunned. Brother Su, this. Su Hao turned his head and said, What? My handling of this is unreasonable? It is not allowed to swallow drugs during the martial arts exam. Especially, it happened to a genius like Wang Ji, which is even more inappropriate. Listening to Su Hao's sharp words. For a moment, Wang Tianlin didn't know what to say. I feel guilty and can't find an excuse to explain myself. I could only lower my head and didn't reply. At first, Wang Tianlin was still panicked, but then he thought about it carefully. There's nothing to be afraid of. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just that Wang Ji can't get into university? He's not my son anyway, so it doesn't matter. As long as he can win first place, that will be enough to destroy Chinfan's morale. No matter what, Chinfan just didn't win first place. Wang Tianlin lowered his head, lost in thought. No impact at all. If Wang Ji can kill Chinfan in the martial arts tower, that would be even better. I can get rid of my biggest worry right away. Wang Tianlin didn't feel uncomfortable at all after being scolded by Su Hao. On the contrary, it is very refreshing. No matter how you look at it, he has not lost out. After Su Hao finished speaking, he turned around and continued to watch the performance of Chinfan and the other person. At this time, inside the martial arts tower, Chinfan and the other person were also aroused to fight, and they were scrambling to pass the level. I'm afraid I'll fall behind. After taking the medicine, Wang Ji displayed extraordinary strength. Starting at the same level, the current level is already a little ahead of Chinfan. Chinfan also saw this scene in his heart. More or less, it was a bit shocking. Oh, there's something about Wang Ji. I don't know what happened to this kid. How come the speed of climbing the tower has become so fast? It's like taking drugs. Although Chinfan felt emotional, he did not think that Wang Ji was better than him. Brother, you may be strong, but in my opinion, you are still far from it. Chinfan has sufficient confidence because of the existence of the system and his own efforts. In just this short period of time, Chinfan's luck was very good again. Triggered several critical hits. As Chinfan's realm increases, the multiples of critical hits he can trigger become higher and higher. Just a critical hit. Chinfan will benefit a lot from it. Then let Wang Ji be proud for a while, and then a few more critical hits. I think my strength will be about the same. Looking at the level he was lagging behind, Chinfan was not panicked at all. On the contrary, it is easy and under control. Without thinking any more, I continued climbing the tower. Chinfan's goal is to reach the top of the tower. How could it fail here? At this time, Wang Ji had passed one level. He looked at the list leisurely to see which level Chinfan had reached. Haha, this Chinfan is only at the 79th level, far from my 82nd level. Now both of them have come to the upper floors of the martial arts tower. Every level you pass is extremely difficult. It is also very time-consuming. Although the gap is only a few levels, it will not be caught up in a short time. Seeing that he was already far ahead, he suddenly remembered the purpose of participating in the martial arts examination. I can't just keep climbing the tower. If Chinfan can't climb up and I can't meet him, it would be a joke. Wang Ji was not in a hurry and deliberately slowed down, waiting for Chinfan's arrival. The tests at the end of the martial arts tower are basically all about combat power. It's quite easy to delay time. He showed weakness on purpose and fought the puppet with ease. At the same time, he was always observing the movements of Chinfan. As long as he is at the same level as Chinfan, Wang Ji will take action immediately. After killing Chinfan, his own life or death no longer mattered. Wang Ji, as a member of the demon god cult, had never thought of going back. Just like that, a wonderful scene appeared. Wang Ji pretended to be weak, and his levels increased slowly, or even just stood still. Chinfan was similar. He kept fighting with the puppet but refused to kill it. Obviously, Chinfan had the same idea. To be on the safe side, he naturally couldn't kill the puppet so quickly. It is necessary to bring out the value of the puppet. Be your own sparring partner. The more battles you engage in, the greater the probability of triggering a system critical hit. The result was the same as Chinfan thought. The result of this is that the number of critical hits triggered by the system increases significantly. Chinfan was also happy when he looked at what he had gained. The harvest was fruitful. After a big upgrade, go and defeat the puppet. Go to the next level to encounter even more powerful puppets. Such a scene was extremely incomprehensible to the people outside. Hey! What's going on? What are they doing? It seems like they are both releasing water and deliberately slowing down. Indeed, even a layman like me can see that the two of them are still trying to play with the puppet. I keep teasing the puppet, as if I am honing my own strength. I am using the puppet as a sparring partner. Everyone was talking about the two people's behavior and didn't understand why they did that. Su Mengmeng was also very puzzled when she saw this. Very confused. Chapter 59, Holy Crap! Perfect swordsmanship, a martial artist? Looking at Wang Ji's behavior, Su Mengmeng might not think there was anything wrong. This behavior may be because Wang Ji is careless and doesn't care. However, when it comes to Chinfan, something is wrong. From my impression, Fan is not the kind of person who is easily proud and indulgent. For a moment, Su Mengmeng was not quite clear. What is Chinfan's intention in letting the opponent win like this? Asked Link beside him. Let's see what Chinfan's class teacher, thinks. Old teacher, why do you think Chinfan did this? This question stumped Link. Link scratched his head, guessing. Well, I guess Chinfan is honing his strength, because the tests ahead will be very difficult. If Chinfan continued to increase his levels so quickly as before, he probably wouldn't get good results. Link could only make a bold guess. There is no better reason than this. After listening to it, Su Mengmeng also felt that it made sense. He nodded, quite in agreement. Suddenly, I felt relieved. However, after seeing that Chinfan's opponent Wang Ji was the same. He was also letting the enemy go like crazy and was reluctant to kill the puppet. I started to worry again. Speak in a voice that only you can hear. That's what I said, but I always feel like something is wrong. Deep down in her heart, Su Mengmeng always felt that Wang Ji had bad intentions. But seeing that the others didn't react, he didn't say much. For Chinfan and Wang Ji, this is inexplicable behavior. On the high platform, Su Hao and the other two saw it all. They were all very surprised and had no idea what Chinfan and the other man were doing. Brother Su, what's going on now? Weren't they competing fiercely before? Why are they both letting each other down now? Lin Langtian is very optimistic about Chinfan. It has long been determined that Chinfan will definitely be the first in this martial arts exam. There is even a high chance of breaking Su Hao's record for the number of floors in the martial arts tower. But now, the scene before him made him a little confused. Wang Tianlin, who had regained his confidence, was also in a daze. I thought to myself, what's wrong with Wang Ji? Isn't he going to take first place? Why is he stopping to let go? Just keep going. Otherwise, this place would be isolated from the martial arts tower. He even wanted to shout out loud. Figure out what Wang Ji is thinking about. Gradually, Wang Tianlin had a feeling in his heart. Why doesn't Wang Ji listen to me? He has never told me about his current behavior. He just acted on his own. As time went by, Wang Ji had more and more problems. Wang Tianlin began to doubt Wang Ji's identity. He began to feel that Wang Ji's identity was not that simple. After the martial arts exam is over, we must interrogate him thoroughly, and also find out where this kid came from. Wang Tianlin thought about it carefully. Suddenly, the blind spot was discovered. How could such a genius suddenly appear? There was absolutely no sign, it just appeared. Wang Tianlin had too many doubts in his mind. But now is not the time to ask. I can only wait until the martial arts exam is over, then maybe I will have this opportunity. Su Hao also had a complete view of what Chinfan and the other person were doing. To be honest, he didn't quite understand. What is the purpose of the two of them slowing down? Talking to himself. Could it be that they are sharpening their combat power in preparation for the next levels? After thinking for a long time, Su Hao thought of this possibility. It was basically the same as what Link thought. Although the behavior of the two people is somewhat confusing. But it wasn't a big problem, so I didn't think too much about it. Continue to watch the two of them, and see what they do next. With these two people behaving like this, the number of layers is increasing very slowly indeed. But it can't stop, time passes. The number of layers is still growing steadily. After going through several levels of tests, Chinfan felt that his magical power had reached perfection. Chinfan, who had just successfully passed the level, was in the gap between the two floors. Just take a rest. At the same time, check your harvest. If your strength is strong enough, there is no need to continue wasting time like this. Directly, he climbed to the top of the martial arts tower in one breath. As usual, Chinfan opened the system critical hit information notification. It's not easy. Just look at these floors of the martial arts tower. How much can we gain? At this moment, Chinfan only felt that his strength had already greatly improved. All of them were gained by triggering critical hits during battle. With this feeling in mind, Chinfan opened the property panel and took a look. It was much better than he expected. I saw that the system notification filled an entire page, all of which were notifications of critical hits. You concentrate on studying the martial arts, triggering a critical hit and gaining 200 times the reward. You used the martial art, 10 swords to slay demons, and fought a battle, triggering a critical hit, and gained 100 times the reward. You practiced hard, and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 300 times the reward. You practiced diligently, use a 3rd grade Chi and Blood pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 300 times the reward. You use your sword skills and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit, and gaining a 400-fold reward. You practiced hard, and performed the Thunder Step completely, triggering a critical hit, and gained 500 times the reward. A whole page was filled with notifications of system critical hits. It was not until this scene that Chinfan realized how powerful he was now. Ha ha ha, it feels great, so great. It seems my strategy is correct, I can hone my skills slowly this way. With the system, my strength has increased rapidly. Chinfan realized that his strength was improving rapidly, and he was overjoyed. Very satisfied with my harvest. This improvement doesn't seem very intuitive. Chinfan also opened the system panel to take a look. He was already looking forward to what a shocking scene that would be. I saw it displayed on the property panel. Host Chinfan. Realm, 8-star martial artist. Exercise, Changchun Gong Max. Martial arts, 10 swords to slay demons, Max, Thunderstep, Max, Golden Bell cover, Grandmaster. Knife skill, perfect. Looking at the attribute panel floating in the void in front of me, Chinfan was so shocked that he was speechless. He had already anticipated how strong he would be, but the scene before him still shocked Chinfan deeply. Fuck! This is too strong! Chinfan was so shocked that he couldn't describe it in words. I can only sigh at how powerful the system is. And one's own hard work are inseparable. My current state used to be my weakness, but now it seems to be my strength. Most of my martial arts and skills have reached the maximum level. There is no room for improvement, but it has helped me improve my swordsmanship. When he saw that the realm of swordsmanship had reached perfection, Chinfan became even more excited. He really didn't expect it. Chapter 60. Show your strength, you are nothing but a chicken and a dog. The perfect swordsmanship that can only be comprehended by those above the level of Martial King actually appeared on himself. Even after seeing it on the attribute panel, Chinfan still had a sense of unreality. Chinfan just felt like he was dreaming. It took a long time before I came back to my senses. His face was full of joy and he was very happy. I was wondering why it is getting easier to deal with those puppets, even though the puppets are getting stronger. It became easier and easier for Chinfan to deal with it. Think about it carefully. You have the help of the system and your own efforts. It is normal to achieve this step. At this time, Chinfan realized his current strength. That is extremely terrifying. Suddenly, Chinfan's self-confidence soared and he was no longer afraid of anything. What, Wang Ji? They are just a bunch of useless people. No need to worry about them. Now, I no longer care about Wang Ji. Just a small martial artist. What strength can it have? What threat can it bring to Chinfan? What Chinfan was most concerned about was the top of the martial arts tower. What exactly is there? He was very much looking forward to it, and had long wanted to go there to take a look. I really want to know what is there. He always felt that there seemed to be something on the top of the martial arts tower. Waiting for myself. There was no more delay and action was taken immediately. Run towards the upper level. I'm really impatient to show my current strength. It won't be so difficult to pass the level now. Once again, back to the time when one knife killed a little kid. Everyone saw what Chinfan did just now. There was another round of confusion. I really don't understand why Chinfan deliberately let me win. Why are you still grinning like a madman? The crowd watching spoke uncertainly. What's wrong with Chinfan? Could it be that he couldn't beat the puppet and his mentality collapsed? Why is he so crazy? Indeed, Chinfan's behavior is confusing. It makes me feel that Wang Ji has a better chance of winning first place. Who knows? Who cares? Whoever gets first place in the martial arts exam has nothing to do with us. Everyone looked at Chinfan and thought his behavior was very strange. But it was just a few simple comments. Without paying too much attention. They all evaluated Chinfan with the mentality of watching the fun. Seeing this, Su Mengmeng became even more confused. It's true. I don't understand what Chinfan is doing. But there was nothing we could do but watch. Link also gradually felt that there was something wrong with Chinfan, as if something had happened. But again, there was nothing he could do. All I can do is stand there and worry. On the high platform, Su Hao and the other two also noticed this scene. He was just a little confused and frowned slightly. Still within the acceptable range. It can only be understood as the unique behavior of a genius. He did not comment anymore, but watched Chinfan's next move without blinking. The three of them had experienced so many shocks from Chinfan. Even facing such a Chinfan, the three of them didn't feel anything. But when Su Hao looked at Chinfan now, he always felt that Chinfan seemed to have changed. But there, he couldn't say it. Moreover, Chinfan killed the puppets slowly on these levels. No, considering Chinfan's current strength. Therefore, the three of them knew nothing about Chinfan's behavior. It is unclear what stage Chinfan has reached. Su Hao was very familiar with Chinfan and knew that he was best at creating miracles. Do something impossible. At least that's what they thought. At this moment, Chinfan was showing all his strength and breaking through the levels at a rapid speed. The strength is fully exposed without any concealment. Wang Ji, who knew nothing, was leisurely fighting with the puppet. I totally didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. After killing the puppet in front of him, Wang Jitsai looked at the list in front of him nonchalantly. I wanted to see if Chinfan had caught up. I hope Chinfan has some strength. If he doesn't reach this level, it would be too hard. Wang Ji held this idea in mind. The next second, I took a look at the list. What was expected did not happen. The first place is not him, Wang Ji. And it was Chinfan's name. Just when Wang Ji was in a trance and fighting with the puppet, Chinfan had already taken advantage of this opportunity and surpassed Wang Ji directly. Came to the first position. Wang Ji looked at this scene and his eyes were about to pop out of his head in shock. I couldn't believe what I saw before me. I just felt that the scene before my eyes was an illusion. Shouldn't have happened. But he also knew clearly that this martial arts tower would never make mistakes. For a time, Wang Ji's Taoism was severely hit, and he was in a very low mood. Faced with this scene, Chinfan's level increased at an extremely fast speed. Outside the martial arts tower, everyone saw it clearly. Oh my God! Is Chinfan riding a rocket? Why is the number of levels increasing so rapidly? This is much faster than the first explosion. That's right, something is a little off. Isn't it true that the higher you go in the martial arts tower, the more difficult it is? Why is it that Chinfan is experiencing the exact opposite? At this time, there was a brother who understood. Tell me, is there a possibility that Chinfan is pretending to be weak in order to paralyze his opponent? When this person said this, everyone agreed with him. I totally agree with this statement. Indeed, there are still people in the martial arts tower. Wang Ji now seems like a paralyzed opponent. Before he knew it, Chinfan had already exerted his strength. Still there, leisurely playing with puppets. When everyone saw this, they just thought it was very funny. This Wang Ji is really funny. He's still pretending to be an expert. Little did he know that Chinfan had already run to the front of the tower. Immediately, everyone started talking again. They all started to laugh at Wang Ji. It's just like the rabbit and the tortoise and the hare race. Su Mengmeng, who had been very nervous, saw the speed at which Chinfan was increasing his levels. Then I gradually relaxed. The huge rock in my heart finally fell. I was so scared. I thought Fanfan's number 1 was gone. Looks like it was just a false alarm. As expected, our Chinfan has the best strength and talent. Obviously, like Su Mengmeng, Link, and everyone else. No one saw Wang Ji taking the medicine. I always thought that Wang Ji relied on his own strength to temporarily crush Chinfan. Little did they know that Chinfan's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. Su Hao, who was originally very confused, saw Chinfan suddenly exert force. The frowned brows immediately relaxed. He seemed very satisfied with Chinfan's performance. I told you, this kid Chinfan is still capable. He has been showing weakness all the time. After hearing what Su Hao said, Lin Langtian on the side also agreed. Chapter 61 Wang Ji's confusing behavior makes everyone confused. Lin Langtian finally saw Chinfan display his strength. I also relaxed. I almost thought that Chinfan's talent in martial arts was not as strong as I imagined. Indeed, who knew that Chinfan would only show his full strength now? If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have had to be so nervous all the time. Obviously, in Lin Langtian's view, Chinfan was hiding his strength. Rather, becoming stronger in the process. Otherwise, if this is really the case, it would be too shocking. Therefore, Lin Langtian never thought in that direction. Su Hao heard this and didn't think so. Brother Lin, you are wrong again this time. Chinfan is not hiding his strength, but has just improved it. As he spoke, Su Hao half turned his head and smiled mysteriously. These words confused Lin Langtian. What? Could it be that Chinfan's strength increased drastically when he let go just now? Su Hao did not answer this. Obviously, the answer is yes. In an instant, Lin Langtian was so shocked that he was speechless. It is really unclear how Chinfan did it. But suddenly, when he saw Su Hao's figure, he thought of something. How did Brother Su become so powerful? Bloodline accounts for a part, but the rest, that thing is also very important. I consulted my elder brother. Suddenly, I thought of the reason why Chinfan's strength improved so rapidly. Perhaps Chinfan is also lucky, and with his outstanding talent, he was favored by that thing. After understanding everything, he looked at Chinfan. Deep in his eyes, there was an even stronger shock. He looked at Chinfan for a long time without changing direction. Wang Tianlin, who was standing aside, was instantly shocked when he saw Chinfan suddenly exert force. Very flustered. I couldn't believe what I saw. He also didn't quite understand how Chinfan did it. However, after seeing the performance of his own son, Wang Ji, such a tense mood also disappeared. He still blindly believed in Wang Ji, who came from the Wang family. In the martial arts tower, Chinfan tried his best to break through. The number of floors was rising rapidly, gradually approaching Wang Ji's level. Wang Ji saw all this scene. At first, he was very shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't think it was a big deal. Humph! You scared me. It must be this Chinfan. The tests he encountered were all tests of knowledge and techniques. Only in this way can Chinfan's strength improve so quickly. Otherwise, he really couldn't guess any other answer. What he didn't know was that there were dozens of floors behind the martial arts tower. There are no more levels of testing for knowledge and skills. Even if there is, it is extremely limited. Okay. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Wang Ji looked at the list, paying attention to Chinfan's level. Let's see when Chinfan can reach his level. I'm here, I've been letting the water out just waiting for you. You're finally coming. Wang Ji looked at the list fiercely, already anticipating the tragic death of Chinfan. Obviously, in his own opinion, he was on the level of the martial arts tower. Already defeated Chinfan. He is the first in this national martial arts examination. So Wang Ji just waited for Chinfan's arrival calmly. Just get ready and get rid of Chinfan here. Everyone was very confused about Wang Ji's confusing behavior. I really don't understand what Wang Ji is doing. How to learn from Chinfan. If you don't continue to challenge the levels, what are you waiting for? Could it be that he is waiting for Chinfan? Outside the martial arts tower, everyone looked at this scene in confusion. Hey! What is Wang Ji doing? Is he imitating Chinfan? Why is he standing there motionless? It seems like he is waiting for someone. Do you think it's possible that Wang Ji is waiting for Chinfan? What are they waiting for Chinfan for? Why are they going through this together? Everyone was talking about this. I made a lot of guesses, but didn't get any conclusion. Wang Ji stayed there to kill Chinfan. Most people thought that Wang Ji was there just to say some harsh words to Chinfan. Su Mengmeng, who had been paying attention to the two of them, also saw Wang Ji's actions. She was originally relieved, but now she became uneasy again. Mr. Lin, what happened to Wang Ji? I always feel like something is wrong. Su Mengmeng was helpless and talked to Link beside her. Link didn't know what to say when he heard that. Not really. It looks like Wang Ji is waiting for Chinfan. He is probably just saying some provocative words. It's normal for young people to pursue fame. Seeing this, Link didn't think there was anything wrong. He has great confidence in Chinfan's ability, and is sure to win. Unless there are any accidents, Chinfan will definitely win first place. After experiencing so many shocks, Link has become docile. Su Mengmeng was not reassured after listening to Link's words. On the contrary, I am even more worried. She always felt that something would definitely happen when the two of them met. No matter what happens, I just hope that Chinfan will be okay. Su Hao and the other two did not discuss much about Wang Ji's confusing behavior. Because, during the entire martial arts examination, Chinfan and the other man gave them too many shocks. Even some confusing behaviors are true. The three of them have become immune, and don't think there is anything wrong. But keep watching. Soon, Chinfan caught up with Wang Ji with his extremely fast speed. As soon as Chinfan was teleported here, he suddenly discovered. Wang Jijing stood there, staring at Chinfan. There is no longer the fighting spirit in his eyes. On the contrary, it's like looking at a dead person. He looked at Chinfan with great disdain. Chinfan felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Wang Ji like that. I kept complaining in my heart. What is Wang Ji doing? Why is he staring at me instead of just trying to pass the level? Is he waiting for me? Chinfan couldn't help but guess Wang Ji's purpose. Chinfan was still confused. Wang Ji, what are we doing here? Wang Ji immediately started moving. Without any warning, he rushed towards Chinfan. Without any warning, he attacked Chinfan directly. Chinfan was somewhat shocked when he saw this scene. No matter what, he really did not expect Wang Ji's move. He really didn't understand what Wang Ji meant by suddenly taking action. He didn't know Wang Ji before. Why do you suddenly want to do this to me? Faced with this sudden scene, I was shocked and confused. It's not just Chinfan, the same is true for everyone outside the martial arts tower. I don't understand what Wang Ji means by this action. What's going on? Why did Wang Ji fight with Chinfan instead of breaking through? That's right. I don't quite understand. What happened to Wang Ji? Does Wang Ji want to get rid of Chinfan and take first place? But this isn't necessary, is it? It's just a martial arts exam. Even if I can't get first place, second place is fine. I can still get into 2 schools. Everyone discussed this. The one who was even more shocked and confused was Su Mingming. Chapter 62 Wang Tianlin is exposed, Su Hao questions and scolds. Su Mingming was originally very worried, but when she saw this scene, her own thoughts were reflected. He was frightened and screamed. She might have anticipated what kind of difficulties Chinfan would encounter. But it is true, I didn't expect this. After a moment of panic, he spoke immediately. Realizing that Chinfan was in danger, he thought about seeking help. Let his father and grandfather go and save Chinfan. Su Mingming had no time to think about why Wang Ji did this. Also, can Chinfan withstand Wang Ji's attack? Instead, he was instinctively worried about Chinfan's safety. Teacher Lin, please go in and save Chinfan. Now, Su Mingming is desperate and is trying every possible means to cure her illness. Link beside him was also stunned and didn't understand Wang Ji's behavior. Why didn't Wang Ji just try to pass the level properly, but instead attack Chinfan? Link felt embarrassed and ashamed when he heard what Su Mingming said. He was stunned for a while, then spoke for a long time. Su Mingming, let's not talk about other things. Just talking about strength, I am not as good as any of them. There is nothing I can do if I go. More importantly, once the martial arts tower is opened, no one else is allowed to enter. Su Mingming felt helpless when she heard this. No, then I'll go find my father and grandfather. They must have a solution. Seeing that Chinfan was in danger, Su Mingming was really anxious. Don't bother. After the martial arts tower is opened, even if your father or grandfather comes, there will be no way for them to enter. This was not the first time Link came here to see the martial arts tower. He was very clear about the rules of the martial arts tower. So, even though Link saw this scene, he didn't say anything. I can only worry. And there was no action. When Su Mingming heard this, her eyes were filled with despair. I have already thought of Chinfan's fate. Fan, didn't he die at the hands of Wang Cheng? Watching Wang Ji's actions from a distance, I always felt that he was intending to kill Chinfan. Seeing that there was really nothing I could do, I could only pray. I hope Chinfan can survive. This scene came too suddenly, and was too unexpected. On the high platform, Su Hao and the other two watched the scene. It's all a bit unexpected. Only Wang Tianlin was much more indifferent. He had thought of this possibility before. There weren't too many surprises. Brother Su, this is bad, right? Wang Ji has taken the medicine, and his strength has greatly increased. Now you are still thinking about killing Chinfan, isn't the situation a bit wrong? Seeing this dangerous scene, Lin Langtian, who cherishes talents. In an instant, Chinfan became worried again. If it had happened before, he would definitely not have panicked. However, things were different after Wang Ji took the medicine. As for how much his strength has increased, that is uncertain. Even if there was the slightest danger, Lin Langtian would still be worried. Similarly, I am very worried about Chinfan's safety. Wang Tianlin, who was standing aside, also had a look of shock on his face. But it's much lighter. They were both shocked by more than one thing. Wang Tianlin was shocked why Wang Ji chose to take action here without any warning. More importantly, he didn't say it before. Let Wang Ji kill Chinfan. For a moment, Wang Tianlin couldn't help but doubt. More and more doubts began to arise about Wang Ji's identity. Is this person really one of our own? Indeed, he was very happy when he heard the news. He didn't even check Wang Ji's identity. Instead, he subconsciously insisted that there was nothing wrong with Wang Ji. Wang Tianlin desperately hopes that a genius who can rival Chinfan will emerge among his children. Perhaps, under the influence of this factor. I didn't go there to explore Wang Ji's background. Wang Tianlin fell into deep thought, pondering the cause and effect. His face was very serious. As if he thought of something, he suddenly became flustered. He immediately shook his head violently. He was still mumbling to himself. Impossible! Wang Ji is definitely not the one. How could it be such a coincidence? In an instant, cold sweat broke out. Lin Langtian remembered that Wang Ji was from the Wang family. Wang Tianlin, who was standing aside, questioned. Wang Tianlin, you must give us an explanation now. How could someone from your Wang family harm others in the martial arts tower? Lin Langtian glared and scolded, quite angry. Continue talking. Before, the matter of Wang Ji from your Wang family swallowing drugs has not been investigated, and now another big incident has come out. I think your Wang family is really too presumptuous. Facing Lin Langtian's questioning, Wang Tianlin no longer responded as he did before. It's true. I am too much in the wrong. There is no excuse at all. The mistakes made by Wang Ji of the Wang family are also unforgivable. Wang Ji's qualification for the martial arts examination was definitely cancelled. If Chinfan is killed successfully, he will definitely be executed on the spot. Killing a peerless genius of the human race is unforgivable. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Who of the two has greater talent in martial arts, and who has better character? Even if Wang Ji is trained to become a strong man, he will probably still have rebellious intentions. Instead, it's a time bomb. Wang Tianlin lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, Su Hao no longer sat idly by. There was also a hint of anger in his tone as he spoke. Brother Wang, I hope you can give me an explanation for Wang Ji from your Wang family. Did you instigate him to do what he did? Su Hao looked at Wang Tianlin seriously and asked. Seems very mild. But Wang Tianlin felt like he was being interrogated. The pressure is very high and extremely uncomfortable. Even under such pressure, Wang Tianlin couldn't tell a lie. I can only speak honestly. Brother Su, what Wang Ji did was not instigated by me. I just said that he wanted to get the first place in the martial arts exam. We must take first place, and completing this step is enough. Wang Tianlin spoke intermittently. Su Hao didn't respond and continued to ask. Did you arrange for Wang Ji to take the drug and kill Chinfan? After hearing this question, Wang Tianlin became panicked instantly. Like hearing something terrible. Trembling and shivering all over. I'm simply speechless. Seeing this, Lin Langtian immediately realized something. He suddenly realized what was going on, and started bombarding Wang Tianlin. Wang Tianlin, was it really you who asked Wang Ji to kill Chinfan? Have you ever thought that Chinfan is a peerless genius of our human race? In terms of talent and strength, he is unique at this age. Even Sugu when he was young couldn't match him. How dare you want to kill him? Lin Langtian's tone was full of anger. He scolded Wang Tianlin harshly. He really didn't understand why Wang Tianlin did this. What good does he have that he must kill Chinfan? Thinking about it, I thought about what Wang Tianlin said. Suddenly, his motives became clear to me. Immediately, he started to scold Wang Tianlin again. Chapter 63, One-Hit Kill, just a joke. Don't you know Chinfan's talent for martial arts? Not to mention Wang Ji, even Su Hao when he was young was far inferior to Chinfan. You are so good, just for your family's marriage with the Su family, you don't care about anything else, right? Lin Langtian realized Wang Tianlin's shameless behavior. The future of the entire human race is about to be ruined. Full of anger, very angry. Wang Tianlin was very afraid of this. He lowered his head and dared not say anything. A look of fear on his face. In his mind, a brainstorming session broke out, and he had already anticipated his own fate. Before, he had good luck in the talent trials. But now, it won't happen anymore. It's exposed without a doubt. At the same time, Su Hao stared at Wang Tianlin, and became more determined in his previous thoughts. There really was something going on with their Wang family. The guess is basically right. At this critical moment, Su Hao did not deal with the matter immediately. Instead, wait until the National Martial Arts Examination is over before making a judgment. Wang Tianlin, I hope that this is all you can do. Otherwise, don't say that I don't remember our friendship. At this time, Su Hao was really angry. Although, the mastermind has been found. But facing the crisis Chinfan is facing now, Su Hao and Lin Langtian have no way to deal with it. Like the others, he was anxious. We can only pray that Chinfan is strong enough and can be safe and sound. Su Hao and Lin Langtian ignored Wang Tianlin. Instead, he looked inside the martial arts tower. I am very concerned about the situation there, and want to know what Chinfan will do when facing Wang Ji's attack. They were not the only ones paying attention to this. and there is Wang Tianlin beside him. Although he had been caught red-handed by Su Hao, at least the operation was successful. It seems that the goal has been achieved. Wang Tianlin looked at that scene and became happy. I thought to myself, "Ha, it's not easy. Chinfan is finally going to die. My son finally has a chance." What he didn't know was that even if Chinfan died, faced with such a Wang Tianlin, Su Hao would not hand over his granddaughter to the Wang family. It's just useless work and fantasy. At this time, inside the martial arts tower, Chinfan saw Wang Ji rushing towards him fiercely. Judging from the situation, it is the strongest attack and it is bound to take down Chinfan directly. Wang Ji thrust the spear in his hand fiercely at Chinfan, aiming directly at Chinfan's head. If Chinfan didn't dodge, it would have really fallen on him. Even though Chinfan was very powerful, he was killed in one blow. Looking at Wang Ji getting closer and closer, Chinfan was very confused. What's wrong with Wang Ji? Is he crazy? Is he not as good as me in passing the levels, so he is angry and wants to take my head? I really don't understand Wang Ji's behavior. But it won't be like standing there motionless. Instead, react immediately. He just chopped it casually. Just with the blessing of swordsmanship, that pure power. He didn't even use the martial art of 10 demon-slaying swords. The spear and the knife collided violently. Chinfan just heard it. Jun! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and a huge force was transmitted from the weapon to the arm. Chinfan's palm was slightly numb from the shock. It's acceptable. But when Wang Ji received the same treatment, it was a different situation. After the two weapons collided, Wang Ji instantly felt as if he had been hit by a car. Unable to stop retreating. Even that huge force entered Wang Ji's body. There was a surge of energy in the body, and the qi and blood were disordered. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly and turned into blood mist. At the same time, his body flew backwards and hit the wall of the martial arts tower hard. I could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. Then, he lay there motionless, without any sound. Chinfan was quite shocked as he watched his casual swing. During the training just now, Chinfan also realized that his strength had increased rapidly. But to be honest, I didn't expect it to be so strong. It seems that I still underestimated the perfect swordsmanship. It is indeed amazingly powerful. It is really strong. Just now, Chinfan's attack only demonstrated his perfect swordsmanship and pure strength. Chinfan couldn't help but think about it. If I use my full strength, how strong will it be? But after looking at Wang Ji, whose life or death was unknown, he shook his head. Unfortunately, looking at Wang Ji's condition, he has no chance to comprehend my full strength attack. Chinfan felt secretly bored. Even if I beat Wang Ji to death, it won't matter. After all, I was acting in self-defense just now. I am right no matter what I say. Although, Chinfan questioned and suspected Wang Ji's motives. But now, it seems there is no chance to ask. I didn't think about it anymore and prepared to leave. Thinking about continuing to break through. He has long to go to the top floor of the martial arts tower. The battle between Chinfan and the other man ended too quickly. It just happens over a lot of time. Before everyone knew it, the battle was over. The only thing that could be seen clearly was Wang Ji, who was lying on the ground. Moreover, his life or death is still unknown. Outside the martial arts tower, the onlookers watched the scene. I was very confused and couldn't see it at all. What exactly happened between the two of them just now? Hey! What happened just now? How come Wang Ji was lying on the ground while I was distracted? I didn't see it clearly either. I just noticed that Wang Ji rushed towards Chinfan. The next second, Wang Ji flew backwards and never got up again. It's very clear, just one move. Chinfan's simple and unpretentious knife easily chopped Wang Ji away. Now it seems that Wang Ji is in great danger. There are still some experts among the crowd. You can see the scene of the two people fighting. After Brother Dong's explanation, everyone understood the situation of the two people. I understood it immediately. They all complained about Wang Ji. Look at Wang Ji, he had to fight with Chinfan for no reason, But now he's been defeated in one move. It is very difficult to say whether you will live or die, not to mention whether you will pass the level, which is even more difficult to say. That's right. I really don't understand what Wang Ji is thinking. With such strength, he still dares to provoke Chinfan and humiliate himself. Everyone had more or less expected such a scene. But still, it was a little beyond their expectations. They estimated that even if Wang Ji was going to lose, he would be able to hold on for a while. Now it seems that it is true that he did not take any of Chinfan's moves. At one moment, everyone finally realized it. They still seriously underestimated Chinfan's strength. Chinfan was much stronger than they imagined. They were not the only ones who were shocked by this scene. Link and Su Mingming's performance was even more exaggerated. Su Mingming has been worried about Chinfan's safety. Chapter 64: The Hope of the Human Race, the Key to Victory. Seeing Wang Ji taking action, Chinfan instinctively thought that he would not be Wang Ji's opponent. After all, when Chinfan was challenging the martial arts tower before, he was not as good as Wang Ji. I guess the same is true in terms of combat power. However, Su Mingming was shocked by what was happening right before her eyes. I really didn't expect that Chinfan would have such exaggerated strength. Wow! Fan is so strong. He defeated the one-star martial artist Wang Ji with just one move. It seems that Fan's strength has improved again, which is really a pleasant surprise. It was seen that Chinfan solved the difficulties and crises by himself. Su Mingming's mood changed drastically immediately. From worry and fear to joy and shock. Not only were they happy that Chinfan had escaped danger, they were also shocked at how much stronger he had become. After thinking about it carefully, I'm still not sure. How did Chinfan do it? Su Mingming has seen such scenes many times. Since she couldn't figure it out herself, she simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Chinfan is her boyfriend, so the stronger he is, the better. She certainly wouldn't dwell on it too much. Link beside her was also shocked. He had experienced so many shocks, so naturally he fully believed in Chinfan's strength. Even so, during this process, Chinfan did some confusing things. But he still believed in Chinfan 100%. Originally, he thought that Chinfan would definitely be able to get rid of Wang Ji. He didn't worry too much. Just think of it as Wang Ji's experience for Chinfan. However, the scene before his eyes surprised Link a little. He kept talking. Oh my God! It seems that I still underestimated this student of mine. In just a short period of time, his strength has improved significantly. Before, Chinfan's strength had already completely surpassed his. Now it's even more exaggerated. To the point that Link had no idea how far Chinfan had come. Watching from a distance, I just felt that Chinfan was very strong. Later, Link became happy again. Ha ha ha, you really are worthy of being my student, your martial arts talent is so strong. More importantly, Chinfan's mentality of finding opportunities in crisis is even more commendable. Indeed, Link saw everything Chinfan did along the way. The more I get to know Chinfan, the more I feel that his talent in martial arts is just one side of his strength. What is even more shocking is that he is so calm and composed no matter what happens. As if he didn't take it to heart at all. If Chinfan heard Link's inner voice, he would say, "Of course. With the help of the system and my own efforts, there is no difficulty at all. Can it stump me?" The people who were most shocked by the strength displayed by Chinfan were Su Hao and the other two. These three people are different from the others. As one of the strongest humans, he can see deeper things. As soon as Chinfan made his move, Lin Langtian was the first to react. He shouted loudly, his tone full of disbelief. "Fuck! My sword skills are perfect!" Lin Langtian, who always pays attention to his quality, saw this scene. It is also rare that he uses foul language. Before, when facing Wang Tianlin, he scolded him. Lin Lang's reaction was not that intense. Now, it looks like this. Beside him, Wang Tianlin, who was thinking about watching the fun, had long been expecting Wang Ji to kill Chinfan. In his eyes, this matter was already a done deal. Chinfan will definitely die in there. Outside the martial arts tower, the onlookers did not know that Wang Ji had taken the medicine. The three of them saw it clearly. You can tell just by looking at it from a distance. The effect of the drug on Wang Ji's strength improvement was extremely terrifying. The strength seems to have increased several times. Before, Wang Tianlin thought there was no chance, but when he saw this, he realized that the opportunity had come. But the scene before him once again destroyed Wang Tianlin's confidence. Chinfan only used one move and Wang Ji fell to the ground. Life or death unknown. At this time, Wang Tianlin was truly hopeless and had completely lost his fighting spirit. Knowing that no matter what, the road has come to an end. Just wait for the trial after the martial arts exam. He also saw that Chinfan had mastered the perfect sword technique. It is also clear what this means. He is a truly extraordinary genius, far superior to Su Hao. The two people next to him were shocked by the strength displayed by Chinfan. Su Hao, who always had a serious expression, was now shocked. He had completely lost his previous master demeanor, and was shocked by Chinfan's talent in martial arts. Perfect swordsmanship? Is this really something Chinfan can comprehend? He saw Chinfan's realm very clearly. He is just a martial arts master, not yet a military general. It was precisely this point that made Su Hao even more shocked and unbelievable. He muttered to himself. A martial artist can actually comprehend the perfect sword technique. Is this really something a human can do? Thinking of Chinfan's mastery of the perfect swordsmanship, Su Hao couldn't help but think. How strong were you when you were this age? I'm afraid that I had only mastered the sword technique to a small extent at that time. Although it is very close to the perfect swordsmanship, it is still far from Chinfan's exaggerated and perfect swordsmanship. Su Hao, who has always been called a genius, began to doubt himself for the first time. Doubting yourself? Am I really a genius? Comparing myself with Chinfan, I just feel that I am a mediocre person. It has absolutely nothing to do with genius. While being shocked, Su Hao also thought about it. Realized that according to the talent Chinfan has shown now, I already have enough martial arts talent to end it all. Su Hao saw the future of the human race from Chinfan. I think that the battle between humans and demons will end in Chinfan's hands. Thinking of this, Su Hao's expression turned from shock to excitement and happiness. As the strongest person of the human race, Su Hao is well aware of the difficulties faced by the human race. After who knows how many years of chaos, everyone longs for a better living environment. They all wanted desperately to end it all. And now, the Chinfan in front of him is the hope of the human race. Su Hao simply told Lin Langtian his thoughts. In an instant, Lin Langtian also felt that what he said made a lot of sense. I am also excited and looking forward to seeing the day when Chinfan truly grows up. Yes, Brother Su, with Chinfan's martial arts talent, it is very possible for him to achieve this. Obviously, they all knew the crisis of the human race's current situation and that they urgently needed a peerless master to break the deadlock and even become the key to the human race's victory. For a moment, there was no other emotion on the two people's faces, only excitement remained. He was very excited as he watched Chinfan showing off his power in the martial arts tower. After defeating Wang Ji, Chinfan didn't bother with him. Instead, focus on your own things. Get ready and keep going. But just as Chinfan turned to leave, Wang Ji behind him suddenly moved. Chapter 65, Adding fuel to the fire, that's how it is. At this time, Chinfan had no idea why Wang Ji stood up. Wang Ji stood up tremblingly. It can be clearly seen that Wang Ji was seriously injured. He supported himself with just one breath. Everyone was slightly shocked by this scene. I really didn't expect that Wang Ji could still stand up in this state. Followed by the sound coming from Wang Ji behind, the sound of coughing up blood. It also successfully attracted Chinfan's attention. Chinfan looked back with confusion. I was surprised to find that Wang Ji actually stood up. This actually surprised Chinfan. Talking to himself. Hey! This kid is quite durable. He can even stand up like this. Even if Wang Ji could stand up, Chinfan didn't understand why he wanted to. So, just looked at Wang Ji quietly. See what he has to say. Wang Ji's face was pale, completely bloodless. He looked unusually weak. I don't know where he took out a pill from. Under the gaze of everyone, he swallowed it directly into his mouth. Just when everyone was shocked by Wang Ji's actions. Suddenly, Wang Ji's body underwent drastic changes. The one who was originally exhausted of energy and blood and seriously injured was constantly recovering. In just a short moment, Wang Ji's blood and energy became stable and his momentum surged. There is no sign of the previous decline at all. On the contrary, it has infinite power. Wang Ji looked at the infinite power in his hands. I just feel that I am invincible no matter who I face. Not to mention Chinfan. Is this the power of sacrificing one's life? So strong! Wang Ji spoke lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He didn't take his life seriously at all. All that remains is the excitement of gaining power. And the thrill of feeling invincible. Once again, looking at Chinfan in front of him was like looking at a weak chicken. I guess I regained my confidence. This scene was seen by everyone outside the martial arts tower. Fuck! What did I just see? Wang Ji stood up again. The important thing is, he seems to have taken something else. All his injuries have recovered, and his strength has greatly increased. If I'm not mistaken, the side effects of the elixir are also huge, and Wang Ji may even lose his life. Everyone was talking about Wang Ji's actions. Everyone was sighing at how brave Wang Ji was. Dare to put your own life at risk. They might just be a little shocked, but to Su Mingming, it was a shock. Ah? How did it become like this? Su Mingming also understood and knew Wang Ji's current situation. Not only were his injuries completely gone, but his strength had also greatly improved. In her heart, Su Mingming felt only despair. After comparing the two, any normal person can tell the difference. Who is stronger? Chinfan is still weaker than Wang Ji, judging from his qi and blood alone. Su Mingming also realized that Wang Ji was determined to kill Chinfan. Now, Chinfan is definitely inferior to Wang Ji. His face was full of anxiety. Even though it was so chaotic, there was nothing we could do. All I can do is worry and pray. Hopefully, Wang Ji is just simply sparring with each other, rather than a life-and-death duel. Also panicking was the class teacher Link beside him. He had been shocked by Chinfan so many times that he had become obedient. Trust Chinfan 100%. But the result was obvious from the scene before us. Chinfan has absolutely no chance of winning. Although Chinfan has the advantage of swordsmanship, Wang Ji has the advantage of bloodline. In terms of power, at least they are almost the same. At least, that's how they see it. They never expected that Chinfan's swordsmanship had reached perfection. The effect that would bring about cannot be offset by just bloodline. Link was worried and watched how Chinfan would respond. Su Hao and the other two were no longer surprised to see Wang Ji swallowing the pill again. However, after seeing the effects of the elixir, also shocked. Oh my god! Brother Su, what kind of elixir did Wang Ji take? It's so effective in healing injuries and increasing strength. For the elixir that Wang Ji took, even a strong man like Lin Langtian. I have never seen that before either. Very confused. Su Hao didn't say anything after hearing this. Lost in memories, as if recalling something. For a long time, I had no idea. Suddenly, it seemed as if I thought of something. His eyes widened, as if he knew the result. I see, Su Hao said. Lin Langtianfei was puzzled as to what his elder brother understood. After saying this, Su Hao did not speak again, and continued to watch the two men fighting inside the martial arts tower. Lin Langtian stopped worrying about it. As he spoke, Wang Ji showed his strength after swallowing the medicine. Brother Su, can Chinfan stop Wang Ji now? Lin Langtian couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. If Chinfan died in there because of this, that would be a huge loss for the entire human race. Before, the two of them were still talking. Chinfan will be the savior of the entire human race, and the key figure in turning the situation around. But now we are faced with this situation. Lin Langtian suddenly became extremely anxious. Su Hao felt the same way when he heard this. Oh, Brother Lin, I am the same. But after the martial arts tower starts, I can't enter. There is nothing I can do. At this moment, Su Hao, who was usually calm, was shocked again and again. Mood fluctuated several times. He watched, helplessly, as Chinfan encountered danger. I can only stare anxiously. There's nothing we can do. We can only hope that Chinfan will be safe and sound. At this time, Lin Langtian thought of the mastermind Wang Tianlin. Suddenly, there was another round of angry scolding. Wang Tianlin, you are the head of one of the 5 major families in the Magic City. How could you do such a thing? In my opinion, the Wang family no longer has any need to exist. Wang Tianlin dared to harm his fellow genius. Then there is absolutely no need for it to exist. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. Who knows, it might have become rotten down there. At this time, Wang Tianlin was also extremely confused and had no idea what was going on. Watching Wang Ji swallow the medicine and his strength increase greatly. Only then did he remember. He didn't give Wang Ji such elixir before the martial arts exam. Including the time I swallowed it before. Not to mention, he himself didn't even know what it was. Lin Langtian, I was the one who asked Wang Ji to target Chinfan and prevent him from getting first place. I also said that there was a chance to kill Chinfan. But I never gave you that elixir, so this is none of my business. At this time, Wang Tianlin tried his best to distance himself from the matter. Lin Langtian naturally didn't believe it. Wang Tianlin continued to bombard him. But Su Hao didn't think so. After hearing what Wang Tianlin said, Su Hao thought that what Wang Tianlin said later was right. Speak in a voice that only you can hear. If that's the case, then that's the truth. At this moment, Lin Langtian understood who was fanning the flames. It is undeniable that Wang Tianlin has problems. As the strongest person among the human race, he actually wanted to kill the human race's peerless genius. After the martial arts exam, they must be severely punished. But the pair of big hands behind is even more dangerous. Now, Su Hao has roughly understood it. Chapter 66. Withstand one move? No, kill with one blow. As long as Chinfan can get through this, he'll probably be fine. However, looking at the strength displayed by Wang Ji, Su Hao became worried and felt that the situation was not good. But they could only worry like Link and the others. At this time, inside the martial arts tower, Chinfan and Wang Ji stood opposite each other. Wang Ji spoke to Chinfan in a very arrogant tone. There is even some disdain and contempt. Chinfan, you didn't expect that? I'm still alive and can even stand up. I want to say that a true genius can survive, but you will definitely die in my hands. Wang Ji taunted, hoping to see panic on Chinfan's face. But unfortunately, Chinfan remained so calm. There was even an expression of watching a joke. Wang Ji saw this and instantly became angry and embarrassed. It was the first time that he met such a powerful peer. The shock it brought to him was too severe. For a moment, Wang Jidao felt a little uneasy. Seeing that his strength has greatly increased, he wants to save his face. But what Chinfan showed made Wang Ji very dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Chinfan showed little interest. It seemed as if he didn't take Wang Ji seriously. Even though Wang Ji is so powerful now, Chinfan does not think that he is weaker than him. Chinfan, I now have the strength of a military commander. You are a martial artist, can you not withstand a single blow from me? Do you understand? Do you understand how powerful I am? Wang Ji uttered some harsh words, saying how powerful he was. But Chinfan still looked like he was looking at a clown. Keep talking to yourself. This kid is really interesting. With this little bit of strength, he dares to brag. I'm afraid he doesn't understand the power of perfect swordsmanship. Chinfan shook his head, feeling helpless. It feels like facing primary school students. You don't understand anything, but you also realize how powerful you are. If it were before, Chinfan thought he was not as good as Wang Ji. This is almost the strength of a military general, and is indeed much stronger than Chinfan before. But now it seems that the roles are reversed. Chinfan, an 8-star martial artist, possesses perfect swordsmanship and the blessing of the full-level Xian grade martial art 10 swords to slay demons. Want to solve the problem of Wang Ji, a powerful military general. Don't be too simple. After hearing what Wang Ji said, Chinfan also politely responded with a few words. What? Now that you have the strength of a military commander, you are so arrogant? You people in the Demon City are interesting, you are all so arrogant. I just don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it just based on your military strength? Wang Ji's previous words also made Chinfan laugh. The general's strength is not up to par? That's enough to crush you. After hearing this, Wang Ji didn't think that Chinfan could compete with him. Just think that Chinfan is just pretending. He wouldn't believe it, just for a short while. How much has Chinfan's strength improved? After this thought came to his mind, Wang Ji began to pay attention to Chinfan's realm. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. A brainstorm was going on in my mind. 8-star martial artist? How did Chinfan do that? Wasn't he only a 9-star martial artist when the martial arts exam started? Chinfan's incredible improvement speed was truly the first time Wang Ji had seen it. He thought he was a genius, but he never really thought about it. Chinfan increased his speed so dramatically. Not to mention himself, even the president of Demon City University, Su Hao, is no match for him. He knew very well that Su Hao was the strongest among the human race and had shown great talent. It is also far inferior to Chinfan's. For a moment, Wang Ji wondered whether he was qualified to kill Chinfan. Obviously, Wang Ji's talent in martial arts is far inferior to Chinfan's. But now let's compare the strength of the two. In an instant, Wang Ji regained his confidence and was full of fighting spirit. Chinfan, I admit that you have a strong talent in martial arts. I am not as good as you, but that's all. I have said before that only those who can grow up are geniuses. After saying this, Wang Ji was too lazy to say anything else. If he delayed, something unexpected would happen. He picked up the spear on the ground and immediately rushed towards Chinfan, directly facing Chinfan's vital points. Seeing this, Chinfan did not panic. I feel very comfortable, as if everything is under control, I said helplessly. Hey! You have to do this funny thing, it's so boring! Looking at Wang Ji, his words and actions are comparable to those of a clown. Chinfan just shook his head and was too lazy to say anything more. Since Wang Ji wants to kill me, I won't be polite! In an instant, Chinfan's eyes suddenly focused. Get really serious. Be prepared to show off all your strength. To be honest, ever since our strength has greatly increased. Chinfan has not shown his strength yet, so no one knows how strong he is. Before his eyes, Wang Ji started to move, and his power was quite powerful. Everyone became nervous. I'm really looking forward to what will happen next. Whether it was true or not, Chinfan's head fell to the ground. Oh my God! A fight has started. I really can't bear to watch. It's hard to say. I think Chinfan can withstand this attack. Otherwise, Chinfan can hold out for 3 moves, and then the body will be incomplete. Obviously, at this point, everyone was unsure about who would win. The conclusion has been reached. Most people think that Wang Jisheng counts a lot. Although Wang Ji took medicine, so it was a bit unfair to win. But that's the fact, judging from the aura of the two men. Everyone can see that Wang Ji is stronger than Chinfan. Su Mengmeng was also panicking, seeing that Chinfan was really going to die. I was so anxious that I even cried. Fan, you must win! All I could do was say some encouraging words and cheer Chinfan on. The same thing happened to Link beside him. Chinfan, whom he had always believed in, actually met his match today. After a long while, he said helplessly. Oh, I can only say that Chinfan is unlucky. It's hard for a genius like him to win if he takes drugs. In fact, there are many better things to say. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Chinfan has no chance of winning at all. The gap between a military general and a martial artist is not small. Especially for an early-stage martial artist like Chinfan, who has just embarked on the journey to becoming a martial artist. At least, that's what they think. Unlike everyone else who was in a panic, Su Hao and Lin Langtian were much calmer. They could clearly see that Chinfan's realm was improving very quickly. He is already an 8-star martial artist, facing Wang Ji, who barely has the strength of a general. There is still some chance of winning, although not much. But they all knew that Chinfan was a person who was good at surprising people. The two of them still had high expectations for Chinfan's performance in a while. Wang Ji is really strong after taking the medicine, but I guess he will die after the effect of the medicine wears off. Then let's see if Chinfan can hold out until the effect of the drug wears off. After a long while, Lin Lantian spoke helplessly. Su Hao has seen too many storms, but this is the most talented person he has ever seen. When one's life is threatened, one cannot help but feel nervous. But he believed that Chinfan would not let them down. You must be strong enough to resist Wang Ji. Su Hao didn't ask for it, so Chinfan went to counterattack Wang Ji. I just hope that Chinfan can hold on until the effect of Wang Ji's medicine wears off. That's enough. Obviously, Su Hao and Lin Langtian thought the same thing. Still, Chinfan has some strength, but not much. It is still very possible to resist a few attacks. So, under the eager attention of everyone, the two met each other. Chapter 67. Everyone exclaimed, "Unexpected!" Just like before, their weapons collided violently. The momentum and power displayed were much stronger than before. This kind of power should never appear in martial artists like Chinfan and Wang Ji. Wang Ji might be easier to deal with, as he achieved it by taking medicine. But as for Chinfan, it's a little hard to say. Just the speed at which Chinfan's realm was improving was enough to shock everyone. Before the martial arts exam, one is a 9-star warrior. And now, there is still some time before the martial arts examination. His realm has already reached that of an 8-star martial artist. If we tell others that we can increase the speed in this way, no one will believe it. Not to mention them, even the strongest genius of the human race is far inferior to Chinfan. This rapidly improving realm is only one aspect. But the strength demonstrated. But it is far beyond his own realm. The power displayed by the two people when they just collided. Everyone who saw it was shocked. I was shocked by the strength of Chinfan and the other man. I really can't believe it. The two candidates who took part in the martial arts examination were able to possess such exaggerated strength. Even in previous years, it was not as severe as this year. After the collision, the force was equal and was transmitted to both people through the weapons. At this time, it is very obvious who is strong and who is weak. Chinfan stood there motionless, as if nothing had happened. But Wang Ji in front of him was a different case. It was like being blown away by a cannonball. He couldn't stop himself from flying backwards. It hit the wall of the martial arts tower hard. This time it's much more brutal than before. It seemed that Wang Ji's entire body turned into a bloody mess in an instant. Although Wang Ji has the strength of a military general, he is in front of Chinfan. That's still not enough. Chinfan struck out with all his strength, and Wang Ji fell to the ground. Not a heavyweight opponent at all. Looking at Wang Ji's miserable appearance, Chinfan couldn't help shaking his head. Hey! Look, you insist on pretending to be an expert. Your military prowess is useless. Chinfan, who is already an 8-star martial artist, has perfected his swordsmanship. Facing a weakling like Wang Ji who is under the influence of drugs, Chinfan could easily get rid of Wang Ji. As for using all his strength, it was just to test how strong he was now. How exactly? The power of this move is indeed enormous. Even though Wang Ji had the strength of a military general, he could only be half dead, or even die under this powerful blow. Everyone is looking forward to the outcome of the fight between the two. Everyone thinks differently. Dear audience, most of us are ordinary people. But judging from the strength shown by the two, Chinfan is better. What they were guessing was how many moves Wang Ji could withstand from Chinfan. However, Su Mengmeng and Link didn't quite believe Chinfan. The main thing is the aura that Wang Ji showed after taking the medicine. Even watching from afar, they both felt a sense of despair. When the two were about to collide, Su Mengmeng was so frightened that she even imagined the tragic scene of Chinfan's death. Link was feeling regretful. It's a pity that such a talented person finally appeared and died here. It is true, it is such a pity. On the high platform, Su Hao and the other two were even more different. They all knew that Chinfan had mastered the perfect sword technique, which brought him increased strength. That's very scary. Although Chinfan is quite powerful and has the strength of a military general. But they don't quite understand the strength displayed by Wang Ji. Even though they were both well informed, they still didn't recognize the medicine that Wang Ji took. For a moment, it was unclear who was stronger between the two. After all, the unknown feels more terrifying to people. But obviously, the result of the fight between the two made them very satisfied. After the two men fought, there was silence. Everywhere, there was silence. I watched the two of them fighting with great anticipation, wanting to know who would win. It started out long, but ended incredibly quickly. In fact, no one could see clearly what was happening. Wang Ji flew backwards, his life or death once again unknown. Everyone looked at this scene and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. After a long time, there was a burst of exclamations. "Oh shit! What just happened? I didn't even blink. How come the winner has already been decided?" That's right. It seemed that Wang Ji flew backwards as soon as the two of them collided. It was even tragic. Before, I was wondering how many moves Wang Ji could last, but after all this time he couldn't even take a single move. The scene before them, although the result was the same, was still beyond their expectations. Before, they thought that Chinfan was capable, and that was correct. But its strength is limited. It is estimated that Wang Ji can still hold on for a while when facing Chinfan. Perhaps, it will take a long time to determine the winner. But now, Wang Ji was blown away by Chinfan's sword, and his life or death was unknown. It was true, which surprised them a little. Once again, I was shocked by Chinfan's strength. I didn't expect that the strength displayed by Chinfan would be so exaggerated. The most excited and thrilled, bursting into laughter. It was Su Mengmeng who had already anticipated how Chinfan would die. But the result of the fight surprised him greatly. Crying with joy. "Fan, he did it! He is worthy of being my Fan, he is really strong!" At this moment, Su Mengmeng realized that she had underestimated her boyfriend. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, Chinfan has faced desperate situations so many times. None of them defeated Chinfan. On the contrary, it is the strength that is demonstrated every time. It will shock everyone. I marvel at Chinfan's strength and talent. Link was very pleased to see that Chinfan defeated Wang Ji with just one sword. To be honest, I still didn't completely believe Chinfan. He was the same, completely underestimating his student. Once again, Link felt the slap in the face. I couldn't help but say it. My student is the chosen one. No matter what difficulties he encounters, he can solve them smoothly. How can I question or doubt such a person? When I think of the worried words I said before. Now it seems that is excessive. Finally, Link concluded. Just blindly believe in Chinfan. Chinfan will tell you that nothing is impossible. On the high platform, the result of the fight between Su Hao and Lin Langtian. They all breathed a sigh of relief. My heart, hanging in the air, finally settled down. Brother Su, it's okay. Chinfan is the winner. Judging from the strength he showed, we still underestimated Chinfan and overestimated Wang Ji. Looking at Chinfan's simple and unpretentious knife from a distance, Lin Langtian could feel that he definitely had the power of an 8 or 9-star general. Facing a drug-loving general like Wang Ji, then it will definitely be easy to deal with. Indeed, with just one knife, Wang Ji's life or death is uncertain. Su Hao in front of him also relaxed his brows. Relax. Indeed, why do you still underestimate Chinfan? His perfect swordsmanship is really powerful. I guess the sword technique is one aspect, and the martial arts also have an effect. Chapter 68, Past Events, Trouble is Over. During the fight between the two, Su Hao could easily see the details. Chinfan's proficiency in the mysterious martial arts and techniques has been practiced to the limit. Su Hao only now realized that he was still far inferior to Chinfan. I have to say that Chinfan is indeed the person with the most outstanding martial arts talent that I have ever seen. Thinking back to the me back then, I am very different from the Chinfan now. After so many years, Su Hao finally felt like he had met his match. His long-dormant fighting spirit was finally ignited. Even the shackles that prevented him from breaking through the martial god's barrier were loosened a lot. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian also agreed. Indeed, Chinfan's extraordinary talent is very rare. I estimate that as long as Chinfan grows up smoothly, becoming a martial god is only a matter of time. Lin Langtian sighed at this. It's a pity that time waits for no one. It's not that easy. Su Hao seemed to have thought of something bad, and his tone was very solemn. Lin Langtian obviously thought of something. Brother Su, what's wrong? Is there something going on in that dimension? Su Hao said helplessly. Even with his current strength, it's still a bit of a headache. Well, in the depths of the dimension, the number of demon gods' auras is increasing, and it probably won't be long. They are about to come out and besiege us humans together. Su Hao looked at the brave Chinfan with regret. What a pity! Chinfan no longer has the opportunity to grow. Lin Langtian felt a little solemn when he heard this. Although time is a bit tight, we'll hold out as long as we can. Who knows, maybe, at some point, Chinfan will reach an unimaginable height, it's hard to say. Even so, the human race is in a bad situation now. Lin Langtian could only fantasize that Chinfan could grow up smoothly. This is a crucial step towards the victory of the human race. For a moment, even Chinfan's joy of victory was partially washed away. Su Hao also didn't want to say anything bad at this time. Just focus on the martial arts exam. Let's take care of the things at hand first. We still have a few years before the real crisis comes. Everything still depends on chance. Su Hao couldn't help but look up and look at the top of the martial arts tower. Talking to himself. I just don't know if Chinfan can meet its requirements. If the human race can serve Chinfan as their master, the pressure on them will be much less. Su Hao thought back to the time when he broke into the martial arts tower. Although, he stopped at the 90th floor. But it doesn't mean that you will be teleported out after failure. Instead, he received a call from a mysterious creature there. Only then did Su Hao understand. Passing the 90th floor is just a threshold. A qualification to compete for ownership of the martial arts tower. Of course, Su Hao was just at the level that barely passed the line. Naturally, he failed in the subsequent test of recognizing his master. Chinfan's martial arts talent is much stronger than mine, and with that thing, I think there is a great chance of success. At the thought, Chinfan might be able to successfully recognize his master. Su Hao's calm face was rarely moved. Before, in Su Hao's view, Chinfan was just a genius who had not yet grown up. If you take over the martial arts tower, there might be some different effects. Su Hao vaguely remembered what Ta Ling said to him at that time. You low-level beings have such poor martial arts talent that I have been stuck here for who knows how many years. You are the first one who can meet me, and you are so weak. Su Hao could even see a look of disappointment on the tower spirit's face. The more Su Hao thought about it, the more he felt that Chinfan could successfully recognize his master. So, with strong hope, he watched Chinfan's next performance. Chinfan must do his best. Lin Langtian behind him noticed Su Hao's change and was very confused. But I didn't ask any more questions. Maybe Brother Su discovered something? This Chinfan is full of secrets. I really have a feeling now that Chinfan will be the key to the victory between the human race and the demon race. Lin Langtian thought about it briefly and didn't think much about it. Similarly, let's look at Chinfan's next performance. He also yearned to know what was on the top of the martial arts tower. Su Hao did not say anything about all that. Anyway, even if it was said, no one else would be able to reach the 90th level. As for reaching the 90th floor, there is no need to talk about it. This avoids spreading the news widely and attracting the attention of the demon clan. It would be bad if it aroused the covetousness of the demon clan. At this time, Chinfan chopped Wang Ji away with a few swords. Looking at Wang Ji, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up and his life or death unknown, he showed no mercy. This Wang Ji has always wanted to kill me, even though you have a good talent in martial arts and are a member of the Wang family. Dare to provoke me, Chinfan, no matter who you are, you will die. Chinfan didn't move, but just made a light move with the knife. Suddenly, the sword that contained the perfect level sword technique flew over. In an instant, the semicircular blade light came in front of Wang Ji. Without any obstruction, he chopped Wang Ji into two halves. Wang Ji was just a martial artist, and he was treated like this. Without accidents, the only outcome would be death. It was a bloody mess, deader than dead. Seeing that Wang Ji was really dead, Chinfan left with peace of mind. To avoid him waking up and attacking me again. After dealing with Wang Ji, Chinfan did not delay any longer and continued his journey to overcome difficulties. I have spent too much time on Wang Ji, otherwise I would have reached the top of the martial arts tower long ago. The key is that Wang Ji doesn't have the strength yet, and Chun is here to die. Chinfan's face was full of disgust, as he disliked Wang Ji for being too weak. I didn't bother to think too much and just left. Get ready and keep going. As for Chinfan's scene, everyone felt very happy. It was awesome! Chinfan's sword move was so cool. He cut Wang Ji in half with just one strike. It was so satisfying. That's right. I liked Chinfan's character of cutting off the roots of trouble, so that Wang Ji won't cause trouble again. Of course, there are also people who say that Chinfan is a bit cruel. After all, they are all candidates, there is no need to kill them. Isn't Chinfan a bit too cruel? Why did he kill people during the martial arts exam? Immediately, everyone started cursing. Fuck you! You are being chased by others and you don't let them kill you! I am so fucking mad! Obviously, everyone had long been very dissatisfied with Wang Ji's actions. Now that Wang Ji was hacked to death by Chinfan, it is very gratifying. The same goes for Link and Su Mengmeng. That's what I mean. For someone who wants to hurt her students and her boyfriend. No matter how cruel Chinfan is, it is not excessive. Moreover, everyone saw the whole process clearly. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what Chinfan did. Su Hao and Lin Langtian did not react much when they saw this. Obviously, they also think that Chinfan has many ways of doing things. This Chinfan did a good job. He is a decisive and efficient person. It can be seen that Chinfan not only has an outstanding talent in martial arts, but also has an extraordinary character. Lin Langtian looked at Chinfan and became more and more addicted. He even couldn't help but introduce his granddaughter to Chinfan. Chapter 69, Walking on Flat Ground, Time for Personal Show-Off. Upon hearing this, Su Hao also agreed. According to Chinfan's talent in martial arts, he is worthy of any girl. But as Su Mingming's grandfather, he naturally didn't want to see this scene. Brother Lin, that won't work. Mengmeng and Chinfan have known each other for a long time and have a deep relationship. Your granddaughter definitely has no chance. Now, the crisis Chinfan encountered has been successfully resolved. The two of them felt a lot more relaxed and even started joking around. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just watch Chinfan's performance later. Su Hao was too lazy to say anything more on the topic. Okay, but I'm looking forward to seeing how many levels Chinfan can reach. Will he break your record? I saw it on the Martial Arts Tower's overall list. It clearly states that since the Martial Arts Tower came into existence, the number of levels left by the people who passed the level. And the first place belongs to the president of Magic City University, Su Hao. He is truly a genius among geniuses. It wasn't until now that I finally met my match. Chinfan's martial arts talent is much stronger than Su Hao's. In fact, either of them could give an accurate result. To what extent has Chinfan's martial arts talent reached? To them, it remains a mystery. The two of them stopped talking about irrelevant things and focused on Chinfan's breakthrough. Everyone is secretly looking forward to it. Can Chinfan break Su Hao's record, or even reach the top of the martial arts tower? If that's true, it would be really exciting. Ever since the appearance of the martial arts tower, everyone who has witnessed its power has been longing to reach its top. But no one can climb to the top to take a look. And now, there is obviously a great opportunity. That historic moment was about to happen, and they were all looking forward to it. At this time, inside the martial arts tower, after dealing with Wang Ji, Chinfan did not delay any further. Just leave directly and continue to climb towards the top of the tower. The previous training has greatly improved Chinfan's strength, possessing strength that far exceeds his own level. The puppet combat power tests he encountered were set according to his realm. It is still based on the state when you first entered the martial arts tower. I still thought that Chinfan was just a 9-star warrior. Little did people know that Chinfan's current realm has reached that of an 8-star martial artist, and his true combat power is unfathomable. Looking at the 7-star martial master puppet in front of him, Chinfan just felt bored. I guess even the martial arts tower didn't expect that my realm would improve so quickly, almost to a higher level. Moreover, this realm is only the one in which I have improved the most slowly. If I were to talk about the realms of martial arts, skills, and swordsmanship, then the levels would be even more exaggerated. Chinfan felt very bored. His strength was even weaker than Wang Ji before. With just one ordinary blow, he easily got rid of the puppet in front of him. Despite all the complaints, Chinfan continued to kill. The number of levels reached is growing rapidly. Very quickly, we reached the 80th floor. It is also much closer to Su Hao's record of the 90th floor. Everyone looked at the exaggerated improvement speed, which was much faster than the previous performance. Even more shocking. Normally speaking, the higher the level of the martial arts tower, the higher the level of the puppets you encounter. They are far beyond oneself, by several realms. It is even possible to reach a higher level, exceeding one major realm. When faced with this scene, normal people would slow down their pace. As for Chinfan, the further he went on, the faster the number of levels increased, becoming more and more terrifying. It is really puzzling how Chinfan did it. Fuck, how did Chinfan do that? Why is it that he's getting faster and faster as time goes on? This doesn't make sense. That's right. When I first entered the martial arts tower, my pace became slower and slower until I was kicked out of the martial arts tower. Perhaps it is because Chinfan has an extraordinary talent, and is extremely strong in other aspects. For example, his martial arts and skills are not only of high grade, but also of high proficiency. Indeed, don't forget that Chinfan still has the ultimate killer move, a sword technique whose power no one knows. Who knows how powerful it is now? Everyone discussed this. Once again, I deeply understood how terrifying Chinfan was. They also realized that they had overestimated Chinfan. But looking at the strength displayed by Chinfan, they knew that they still seriously underestimated Chinfan's martial arts talent. After Wang Ji's dangerous factors were resolved, Su Mengmeng became extremely relaxed. His old smile returned. Looking at Chinfan bravely breaking through the barriers, I felt very happy. I am happy that I have such a talented boyfriend. Fan is getting stronger and stronger now. He really gave me so many surprises. I underestimated him before. Before the martial arts exam began, Su Mengmeng had always played the role of an older sister, always maintaining and protecting Chinfan. Even so, Chinfan's martial arts talent was awakened and his strength grew rapidly. She was still subconsciously worried about Chinfan and did not think that Chinfan had the ability to solve the problem. Until now, Su Mengmeng was still thinking deeply. I shouldn't treat Fan like a child and worry about him everywhere. Fan has grown up. Speaking of martial arts talent alone, even Grandpa is no match for Fan, so from now on, just treat me as the woman behind Fan. After some imagination, Su Mengmeng has adjusted the future positions of the two. After the crisis was resolved, Link returned to his former carefree self. At the same time, he was also deeply aware. Oh! I said before that no matter what happens, I will support Chinfan 100%. It is really wrong to start wavering after a small incident. Link thought about it carefully, and still didn't believe Chinfan. Now, looking again, Chinfan's seemingly invincible back. Link suddenly had an illusion. A feeling that Chinfan is invincible in the world. Without saying too much, at least he is invincible among his peers. Even when meeting some geniuses of the younger generation, Chinfan is not much inferior. For Chinfan, all he lacked was time. Just some experiences. If Chinfan knew about this, he probably wouldn't care. Chinfan has traveled through time for 18 years, which means he has lived 2 lives. I have no lack of experience. The only thing missing is time. If Chinfan is given some time to grow and develop, it won't be difficult for him to become a martial god. After going through all the shocks brought by Chinfan, Su Hao and Lin Langtian have already gained further immunity. Looking at the speed at which Chinfan was increasing the levels on the 80th floor, the two were still slightly shocked and felt it was incredible. But if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. After all, the martial arts tower tested Chinfan's realm when he came in. Chapter 70, Breaking the Record, Unknown Life. Who could have thought that Chinfan only needed such a short time? Under high pressure, all aspects of the body's strength have been greatly improved. It's a complete transformation. It was very different from what they thought. Everyone thought that this was the realm that Chinfan was most proud of. In fact, that was only Chinfan's relatively weakest part. Any other aspect of Chinfan is even more shocking. While everyone was so shocked, Chinfan continued to rush towards the top of the martial arts tower. The closer he got to the top of the tower, the more excited Chinfan became. Looking up at the top of the martial arts tower, I always felt that there was something there, attracting Chinfan's attention. What is hidden on the top of the martial arts tower? Chinfan became more and more excited, so he kept walking. In the face of Chinfan's powerful strength, those puppets were designed to match the 9-star warriors. In Chinfan's opinion, there is no challenge at all. Just one strike can easily solve it. This exaggerated speed of increasing the number of levels continued. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, Chinfan successfully reached the 90th floor. Just when everyone wanted to cheer, Chinfan did not stop climbing up the martial arts tower. In an instant, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it's been elevated to another level. Even, it seems, this is not the limit. I'm afraid that the level of the martial arts tower that Chinfan can reach will be very high. Oh my God! Today is a historic moment! Chinfan has reached the 91st floor of the martial arts tower, breaking Su Hao's human record. Indeed, this truly demonstrates Chinfan's current strength and his extraordinary martial arts talent. It is truly terrifying. According to the talent Chinfan has shown now, it would be an easy task for him to reach the level of martial god. Indeed, there are martial arts masters like Su Hao. There is no doubt that he must have been a super genius when he was young. He has only reached the 90th floor of the martial arts tower. His realm is still at the 9-star martial saint, and he has not yet broken through that chasm. Without a god of war, this will always be a pain for the human race. You know, the demon clan has several great demon gods. Otherwise, they would have each formed their own camp and not attacked the human race together. Perhaps, the human race has already been exterminated. Therefore, top human powerhouses like Su Hao and Lin Langtian. No matter what I see, I am always so calm and don't think it's a big deal. No matter how talented you are in the younger generation, you can never become a martial god. That is of no use either. But now, they saw another possibility in Chinfan. After these several contacts, their feeling became more profound. That is, as long as Chinfan is given enough strength, then becoming a martial god is just a natural thing. What everyone didn't know was that Chinfan passed the 90th floor. It becomes different in an instant. After a short teleportation, everything in front of Chinfan was the same as before. Nothing special. But the difference is that the broadcast from the martial arts tower has not appeared for a long time. As time went on, Chinfan gradually lost his patience, afraid that something might go wrong. Just when Chinfan was confused, a mechanical voice rang out from the martial arts tower. It has been detected that the practitioner's realm is far beyond the previous realm. Restart matching puppets! Chinfan listened and immediately realized that his good times were over. It seems that this martial arts tower is quite smart. It noticed that my realm was not normal and immediately changed it. But think about it. Chinfan's face was full of fighting spirit. That's good too. Only an opponent with sufficient strength can create more pressure. With this rapid improvement, Chinfan could easily kill any puppet he faced with just one sword. I don't know, maybe the puppet's strength is too low. Or Chinfan's strength has not been demonstrated yet. The system critical hit was not triggered, and that feeling of rapid upgrade did not appear again. Chinfan, who had tasted the sweetness, was somewhat envious. After a long while, the martial arts tower continued to broadcast. It is detected that the practitioner's realm is an 8-star martial artist. The 91st floor will match a puppet for you, and your realm is a 9-star martial artist. I wish the trainees good luck in passing the level. As the voice of the martial arts tower fell, the 9-star martial artist puppet appeared in an instant. The facial shape and other aspects are the same as before. The only difference is that their realms are different. There is a huge difference in the concentration of qi and blood in the body. Even if the fact that his realm had been improved was discovered by the martial arts tower, Chinfan didn't think there was anything wrong. Anyway, he has enough strength. A puppet like this one who is not even a military general. But Chinfan looked down on it. The result of this puppet was the same as before. I guess the puppet of this 9-star martial artist is not very strong, as he only has the energy and blood of this 9-star martial artist. Other aspects are extremely ordinary and not worth mentioning. Just as Chinfan was preparing to fight a fierce battle with the puppet, inside the martial arts tower, in an unknown space, there was a breath that was secretly staring at Chinfan. But Chinfan was still unaware of this and was eager to try, thinking about exchanging a few moves with the puppet. In other words, just do it. He activated the Thunder Step, a full-level footwork, and performed it on Chinfan. That's called being familiar with something and being able to handle it with ease. In just a moment of trance, Chinfan quickly appeared next to the puppet. At the same time, the speed is fast. I could vaguely see the path that Chinfan was heading towards. There was also lightning flashing. To an outsider, it looks very cool. The distance between the two men was rapidly closing, and Chinfan did not give the puppet a chance to react. As soon as he arrived, the sword was immediately raised. The next second, it will fall on the puppet's head. At this moment, in order to trigger critical hits multiple times, Chinfan displayed all the martial arts and skills he could use. The power of the sword increased greatly. With the blessing of perfect swordsmanship, there are also the full level 10 swords that can kill demons. The power it brings is very terrifying. After reaching the maximum level, the 10 swords to slay demons can be performed continuously. But as the saying goes, one sword is stronger than the other. The power and suppression are stronger. Even with such a huge gap in realm, the martial arts displayed by Chinfan were still amazing. Unable to be interrupted, it can only be passively resisted. The first knife. With great speed, it smashed down on the puppet from top to bottom. At this time, Chinfan's action took place in a very short time, and the puppet had no time to react at all. Wait until there is a reaction. The first of the 10 powerful swords that could slay demons had already been chopped down. The puppet couldn't put up any resistance at all and could only defend itself. At the same time, when Chinfan chopped out this knife, a shadow appeared behind Chinfan. It didn't exist before. This did not appear until Chinfan had mastered the 10 swords of demon slaying to perfection. Suddenly, a shadow of a knife appeared behind Chinfan. There is a mysterious person above, doing the same actions as Chinfan. One big and one small, they appear more powerful. The next moment, the sword hit the puppet fiercely. Chapter 71. Chinfan is in decline, and everyone is disappointed? According to the puppet's 9-star martial artist, he was ready to face Chinfan's sword. The result was not surprising at all. He couldn't even withstand a single blow, and was chopped into 2 in an instant. The dead cannot die again. Chinfan used all his strength to attack, but he did not pay attention to the puppet. Mainly I want to see how strong I am now. Chinfan was very satisfied with the effect displayed. Yes, I finally have a clear understanding of my own strength. My current strength is really strong. I guess some ordinary generals are not as strong as me. As for being more precise, it's hard to say. Indeed, Chinfan's true strength has reached that level. It's still hard to say. But Chinfan knew clearly that he was currently invincible in the martial arts tower. At least, there are very few levels that can stump Chinfan. After getting rid of the puppet in front of him and understanding his own strength, Chinfan didn't delay any longer and took action immediately. Continue to rush towards the upper level of the martial arts tower. The closer he got to the top of the tower, the more excited Chinfan became. The next few levels were also not challenging for Chinfan, and there were no surprises at all. Likewise, they were all successfully obtained. Until, on the 95th floor and above, Chinfan gradually felt the pressure. The level of the matched puppet is almost that of a high-level general. Even with the blessing of perfect swordsmanship, Chinfan, an 8-star martial artist, found it difficult to fight. It is no longer possible to kill one puppet at a time like before. But it is necessary to fight each other to succeed. However, in Chinfan's opinion, this scene is very good. I have to say, it's interesting to encounter such an opponent. The greater the pressure, the more I can trigger the system's critical strike. Thus, our strength will be taken to a higher level and continue to improve. Chinfan looked at the puppet that had just died. Said quite excitedly. At this time, Chinfan had just finished a battle. My whole body feels refreshed. I feel very refreshed and happy. At the same time, during this fight, I was lucky enough to trigger many system critical hits. Suddenly, Chinfan was very happy. Well, it's better to trigger the critical hit. I haven't triggered it since that time. Chinfan is in the gap between two levels. By the way, check your own harvest. Open the system critical hit harvest page. There are several critical hit notifications on it. You used the 10 Swords Demon Slayer martial arts, fought a battle, triggered a critical hit, and gained 400 times the reward. You practiced hard, and completed the entire Eternal Spring skill, triggering a critical hit, and gained 700 times the reward. You practiced diligently, use a 4th grade Chi and Blood pill, trigger a critical hit, and gain 500 times the reward. You used the perfect sword technique and fought with extraordinary selflessness, triggering a critical hit, and gaining 200 times the reward. Looking at the critical hit triggered by the system, Chinfan was overjoyed. Very excited. It feels great. My strength has increased so quickly, just like drinking water, it all comes naturally. Obviously, Chinfan was very satisfied with his improved strength. If this is really the case, then I will definitely reach the top of the martial arts tower. Realize that your own strength cannot be improved. The chances of reaching the top of the tower are getting bigger and bigger. After a brief stay, Chinfan didn't go to see anything else. Chinfan's actions made everyone see something different. Outside the martial arts tower, the people who had been watching couldn't help but talk again. Look, Chinfan's level increase is slower now. It's not as fast as before. I guess he'll reach the end at 97. Indeed, at Chinfan's speed, it will be difficult to reach the top. I think it's a long way off. What a pity! I finally met a genius like Chinfan, but I still couldn't reach the top. Everyone was talking about Chinfan's performance. Obviously, everyone expressed extreme disappointment. It was a pity that I didn't see Chinfan reach the top of the tower. Oh no! Chinfan has no chance. I wonder who will be the next genius like him? Everyone already thought that Chinfan could not wait to reach the top of the tower. They even showed little interest in Chinfan's subsequent performance. Looks like a disappointment. At this time, Su Mengmeng stood up for Chinfan. Humph! These people really don't know what's good for them. Fanfan's performance is already very good, but in their opinion, it still hasn't met their expectations. They even felt a little disappointed, which was ridiculous. Su Mengmeng's face was filled with anger and was very upset. In his eyes, Chinfan had already performed beyond his imagination. It's hard to believe, what on earth are these people thinking? Saying such words. Link, who was standing by, agreed upon hearing this. In his opinion, Chinfan's performance was far beyond his imagination. It's already like this, I can't ask for anything more. Even if Chinfan couldn't reach the top of the tower, Link didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he knew it very well. The number of years that Chinfan had been on the path of martial arts was very short. To be able to have such strength is already astonishing. Link was very surprised by Chinfan's performance. Meng, it's okay. Chinfan has performed well. They are asking for too much. I believe Chinfan has done his best. Don't ask for too much. Link also heard Su Mengmeng's rebuttal. He agreed very much and hurried to comfort Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng understood what Link said. But she still felt unsatisfied. She really didn't know what these people were thinking. But when I thought about it carefully, I felt that what my class teacher, Link, said made some sense. I didn't worry about it too much. For the next thing, let's focus on Chinfan. I want to know how far Chinfan can go. But obviously, Su Mingming and Link are struggling with this. This means that they don't really believe that Chinfan can reach the top of the tower. After all, if Chinfan really set foot on his belt, it would sound too exaggerated. Perhaps, in their opinion, it was normal that there was no top of the tower at that time. It's not that Link and Su Mingming didn't believe that Chinfan had such strength. But Chinfan's current performance is in line with their imagination. This is the only possibility. At the same time, Chinfan's current performance has already exceeded their imagination. Even though they only have this much strength, they are very satisfied. Su Hao and Lin Langtian on the high platform also saw Chinfan's current situation. Brother Su, it looks like Chinfan is not doing well anymore. His speed has slowed down significantly. The difficulty after the 90th floor is really great. At this time, Lin Langtian finally realized it. At that time, my eldest brother Su Hao encountered tests. How difficult is that? Thus, Chinfan's outstanding martial arts talent is further highlighted. Chapter 72, Sharpening the Combat Awareness, Disappointment or Slap in the Face? But looking at the speed at which Chinfan's levels were increasing, Lin Langtian's originally excited heart cooled down again. Brother Su, Chinfan's talent and strength are indeed good, but he still needs too much time to practice. When facing the critical moment, it is still a bit difficult. After seeing Chinfan's performance, Lin Langtian also felt that Chinfan would soon stop. I guess we can only climb a few more floors before we can go any further. Likewise, I feel very sorry. Such a good opportunity was right in front of me, but I didn't seize it. However, Lin Langtian also knew clearly that he could not ask too much of Chinfan. What Chinfan is doing now has completely exceeded their imagination. Obviously, Lin Langtian also felt that Chinfan could not reach the top. Su Hao heard this but did not agree. Instead, he stared at Chinfan intently. Although, Chinfan is indeed showing signs of decline now. But Su Hao vaguely felt that something was wrong. He even seemed to see that Chinfan's strength had improved again. For a moment, Su Hao was at a loss, wondering whether Chinfan could do it. After a while, Su Hao spoke slowly. It's hard to say. I think Chinfan still has hope. Su Hao experienced so many reversals on Chinfan's body. Gradually, I no longer dared to question or doubt Chinfan. I thought to myself. Although Chinfan's speed has slowed down, it seems like he has encountered an opponent and has to stop here. But it's hard to say yet. It's very possible that Chinfan's strength will improve again. Su Hao had a vague expectation. An expectation that Chinfan can really reach the top of the martial arts tower. If other people knew this idea, they would definitely not believe it. But Su Hao, who is also a genius, knows it very well. True genius should not be explained by common sense. Lin Langtian was extremely puzzled when he heard this. It is true that I did not expect that my eldest brother would think so highly of Chinfan. It seems that he already thinks Chinfan has surpassed him. Although Lin Langtian was confused, he thought about it carefully. That's true. Just to say, what Chinfan showed before was better than Brother Su, that's for sure. Maybe Brother Su's thinking is true. Could it be that there is something about Chinfan that I don't know about? Listen, Su Hao didn't quite agree. Lin Langtian was confused, but looked at the decadent trend shown by Chinfan. That's not quite right. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. As for the result will tell you in a moment. So, Lin Langtian didn't bother to say anything more. Following Su Hao's gaze, he looked at Chinfan, who was continuing to break through the levels. And Wang Tianlin looked at Chinfan, who was the only one standing out, even though Chinfan was showing signs of decline. He also had no mood to mock or be happy. Instead, he lowered his head and imagined the punishment his family would suffer. What it will be like. At this time, in the martial arts tower, Chinfan stepped onto the 96th floor. The test is the same as before, a test of combat prowess. The same words were used in the martial arts tower. After a while, a puppet appeared before his eyes. The realm and strength are far stronger than before, and much stronger. But there was no trace of fear or terror on Chinfan's face. On the contrary, I am eager to try. Full of fighting spirit. It's like seeing prey. Not bad, very good. An opponent like this is suitable to be my sparring partner. Because Chinfan knew very well that the pressure was great enough. Only in this way can you trigger the system critical strike to the greatest extent. Although Chinfan had full confidence, he climbed to the top of the tower. But it also requires some planning. Before that, you must accumulate strength. Don't be too aggressive, or you'll be in trouble if you make a mistake. Fortunately, after Chinfan's strength increased, he was able to fight with the puppet. Chinfan felt only a little bit of pressure, which was very limited. It can help sharpen your combat effectiveness. At the same time, it can also trigger a critical hit, quickly improving one's own strength. In Chinfan's opinion, that was an excellent state. Everyone watched this scene. Chinfan fought the puppet with ease. The disappointment in his eyes became even more intense. What they expected happened. At this rate, Chinfan might not even be able to reach the 97th floor. At the 96th floor, the situation was very risky and we were going to lose. Just as I thought before, Chinfan is indeed a little exhausted. I guess he will really stop here. What a pity! Chinfan is going to miss this opportunity to become famous all over the world. Could it be that we humans really cannot reach the top of this martial arts tower? Everyone felt lost. It's not only a feeling of loss towards Chinfan, but also a feeling of loss towards the human race. This martial arts tower appeared too long ago. There are countless people trying to reach the top of the tower. However, before Chinfan appeared, the best result was only the 90th floor. Now, after the outlier Chinfan appeared. Too much hope is placed on us. And at this moment, such a scene is about to be shattered. It is difficult for people to accept this, and it is hard not to feel lost. Link and Su Mengmeng heard all these people's discussions. The difference from before was that the words this time were even harsher. At least, that's what Su Mengmeng thought. These people are really annoying. Fan has done his best, but they are still not satisfied and insist that Fan reach the top. They are so talkative, just let them do it themselves. Su Mengmeng's pretty face turned red instantly. Appeared extremely angry. Really, I can't stand other ways of doing things. The same thing happened to Link, who was shocked to see his students being treated like this. Likewise, quite annoyed. It was not easy for Chinfan to gain such strength. As a class teacher, he knows this very well. Before Chinfan rose to prominence, he was always at the bottom of the class, being laughed at by everyone all the time. It's hard for most people to hold on in such days. Now, after much difficulty, we have risen and our strength has increased, gradually becoming the most talented person among his peers. But received such treatment. He, Link, is really a bit hard to understand. But at the same time, he also knew Chinfan's current decline. The main reason is that too much time is spent on training and too little experience is accumulated. To be honest, it's already pretty good to be able to achieve this point today. Forget it, Meng. Most of them are ordinary people who know nothing and are just following the trend. How could they know what the strength Chinfan is showing now means? As a veteran warrior, Link faced such a scene. Already, I am well informed and not overly affected. Only Su Mengmeng is like this, inexperienced. That's why you care so much about other people's opinions. But Su Mengmeng still couldn't get angry. Humph! If Chinfan really climbs to the top of the tower, they will be honest and dumbfounded. But Su Mengmeng knew it very clearly. According to the strength shown by Chinfan, it would be very difficult to reach the top. Chapter 73, Evenly Matched. I don't think so. But Su Mengmeng was just talking, even though she and Chinfan were so close. I don't really think that Chinfan can reach the top. It's not that I don't believe that Chinfan has the ability. But it is indeed very difficult to reach the top of the martial arts tower. In addition, Chinfan is now showing a sign of decline. It can almost be said that Chinfan cannot reach the top of the tower. It's a done deal. Not only Su Mengmeng didn't believe it, everyone present felt the same way. On the high platform, Su Hao and Lin Langtian also had a panoramic view of the entire scene. Originally, the two of them were still fantasizing that Chinfan could create a miracle. Maybe he could directly climb to the top of the martial arts tower. But now it seems that they were dreaming. With Chinfan's current strength, it is still very difficult to achieve this step. Although Su Hao and the other man said so, they didn't care. But there was a look of loss on his face that was hard to conceal. Indeed, when faced with this scene, normal people would hope that Chinfan would succeed. Going directly to the top would bring about an explosive effect. There are many benefits. But now, looking at Chinfan's condition, it is somewhat a pipe dream to want to reach this step. Brother Su, judging from the situation, Chinfan is really going to stop here, even though his performance has been very good. But I still want Chinfan to be more powerful and climb to the top of the martial arts tower to see what is there. There was a sense of loss that was hard to conceal in Lin Langtian's tone. But it is not an accusation against Chinfan. But I feel that this is God's will. It gave them some hope, but then turned into disappointment. At the same time, he also felt that Chinfan was very sad. It was so close to the top of the tower, but it was unable to go any further. It's such a pity. Su Hao, who had always believed in Chinfan, was also rarely moved. I feel sorry for Chinfan's situation. He could actually see that Chinfan had displayed his full strength. The 8-star martial artist used all his martial arts and perfect swordsmanship, but facing the puppet's attack, he could only resist. It is impossible to kill the puppet in a short period of time. In fact, in Su Hao's opinion, it is hard to say whether Chinfan can win. This time, I will no longer feel that Chinfan is pretending to be weak. It can only be the fact, that's it. Chinfan was indeed going to stop here. Indeed, Chinfan's strength is just like that, and Su Hao is right. But Chinfan was able to overcome difficulties time and again through his own efforts, and the help of the system's critical strikes. With the help of these two items, it is quite easy to solve these difficulties. This is what Chinfan felt at this moment. Although my current strength is similar to that of a puppet. Even if it is a little stronger, it is still extremely limited. For a moment, it was not an easy task to kill the puppet in front of him. However, there was no trace of pain on Chinfan's face. They were all filled with that happy look, as if they were immersed in the battle. It feels so good. This is what fighting is like. This exhilarating feeling is just amazing. Chinfan experienced such scenes many times. But he continued to praise her. In this way, chi and blood are constantly consumed and then quickly replenished. There were also various martial arts and skills being displayed, and the sword techniques being wielded wildly. It gave Chinfan a feeling of being happy, free and comfortable. Su Hao did not quite understand the scene. Under normal circumstances, you will encounter an opponent with similar strength to yourself. That expression must have been extremely painful. But looking at Chinfan's face now, there was no sign of that at all. On the contrary, it is the excitement of meeting an opponent, and an almost perverted bloodlust. In Su Hao's opinion, Chinfan was like a mad beast. He stared at the puppet in front of him as if he saw his prey. Full of fighting spirit. The puppet is no longer a test, but rather a tool to hone Chinfan. However, even if Chinfan has such an exaggerated fighting spirit, but his strength is not good enough, there is still nothing we can do. Seeing Chinfan has such exaggerated fighting spirit, Su Hao once again looked at Chinfan with a higher opinion. He deeply realized that he had underestimated Chinfan before. I really didn't expect that Chinfan not only has such outstanding talent in martial arts. Even this, the spiritual will is also extraordinary. But looking at Chinfan's current situation, it's still a bit of a pity. There is just one thing that is not good. Chinfan has been practicing for too short a time. If Chinfan could have arrived a few years earlier, he might have had enough strength to reach the top of the tower. Su Hao thought for a while. Unfortunately, this is the fact that Chinfan presented. No ifs. Su Hao couldn't help but think that Chinfan's strength had improved rapidly before. Fantasizing. It would be great if Chinfan could do this again. But he also knew how unrealistic his fantasy was. I can only sigh at the ridiculousness of my own thoughts. Another improvement in strength, it's not that easy. Lin Langtian, who was standing aside, looked at his brother Su and then at Chinfan. In an instant I knew something. Talking to himself. Looking at brother Su's performance, it seems that he knows what Chinfan has hidden. But I don't know if Chinfan can reach the top of the martial arts tower? Lin Langtian also knows very well that even if your strength improves. But he still didn't have the strength to reach the top of the tower, so in his opinion, it was still useless. The difference between him and Su Hao is that he has never thought about Chinfan's strength improving again. The previous time, he just thought that Chinfan was hiding his strength. It is obvious from this point alone. Lin Langtian, whether it is vision or strength, they are far inferior to Su Hao's. At this time, inside the martial arts tower, Chinfan was fighting the puppet very vigorously. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the intensity of the fight. It will take some time to tell the winner between Chinfan and the puppet. If this were not the case, no one would say that Chinfan had lost the chance to reach the top. But Chinfan did not have the same disappointment as them. He was in a completely certain state of mind that victory was a foregone conclusion. Well, we have been fighting this puppet for quite some time. It's time to get rid of him. During this fight, Chinfan continued to take advantage of the puppet, constantly triggering system critical hits. When facing an opponent of equal strength, the system will appear from time to time. After hearing this, Chinfan was naturally very excited. Realize that your thinking is right. Just like this, if I keep repeating this, my chances of reaching the top will be much greater. Until the system's critical hit was reaped and the broadcast sound stopped. Chinfan knew that the puppet in front of him was no match for him. It's time to change it. Continue to trigger critical hits and increase your strength. Only in this way will you have a chance to reach the top. Everyone looked at Chinfan and successfully got rid of the puppet. There wasn't much reaction. That was indeed the case. It took a long time for the puppet to die. Chapter 74. Su Hao is excited. There is something. In their opinion, Chinfan has run out of tricks and has no strength left. Everyone estimated that Chinfan would fail in the next level. Even though Chinfan got rid of the puppet, the difference in strength between the two of them is very small, almost the same. I guess Chinfan is slightly ahead because of his combat awareness. Indeed, looking at Chinfan's display of strength, we can tell that he did not hide his strength this time, and he no longer has the outburst he had before. After seeing Chinfan kill the puppet with his own hands, everyone started talking about it. He did not go to congratulate Chinfan. Instead, he felt a sense of loss and realized that Chinfan would stop here. Su Mengmeng heard the sighs of the crowd and she wanted to say something. But think about what Link said before. She didn't worry too much. Instead, choose to ignore those people. Instead, he kept cheering for Chinfan. Fan, you must try your best and let those people see your strength. Even if you can't do it, it's okay. I believe in you, you have tried your best, and it is very good to be able to achieve this step. Obviously, Su Mengmeng was very satisfied that Chinfan could do this. After all, Chinfan's talent in martial arts has surpassed that of his father and grandfather. In her eyes, Chinfan is the most talented person. The man who has the greatest hope of becoming a martial god. When Link saw Su Mengmeng, he was no longer angry with those people. I was quite pleased and realized that Su Mengmeng had grown up. Know what you said before. Don't let other people's words affect your mood. Then, he looked at Chinfan in the martial arts tower. I have to say, Chinfan's martial arts talent is really strong. I thought he would lose at this level. It seems that I still underestimated him. This is a bit beyond my expectations. Link was a little surprised, but only a little. But I guess that's all. The next level will fail. It's not that Link doesn't believe in Chinfan's ability. Rather, the strength is just like that, and it can be seen from Chinfan's strength alone. Chinfan was able to pass this level, and luck played a big role in it. It is somewhat impossible to achieve the next level. On the high platform, Su Hao and Lin Langtian also saw the same scene. But they both have different ideas. Brother Su, this is quite interesting. I thought Chinfan would fail here. Unexpectedly, this guy could pass it smoothly. It's quite surprising. Lin Langtian was shocked and had no idea how Chinfan did it. He saw it very clearly before. Originally, Chinfan and the puppet were fighting with ease. However, as time went by, the situation gradually reversed. The balance of victory gradually tilted towards Chinfan. Until now, Chinfan got rid of the puppet with one strike. But I totally looked down on him, because they were evenly matched before. Although Lin Langtian was a little confused, he didn't dwell on it too much. Just think that Chinfan is lucky. The puppet failed to dodge and was taken advantage of by Chinfan. But it is such a small detail that reveals too much information. Lin Langtian didn't see what was in it. Others didn't even notice it. And Su Hao in front was very sharp-eyed. Combined with Chinfan's initial strength, he immediately discovered some extraordinary things. Speaking in a voice that only you can hear. Interesting, very interesting. I was skeptical before about how Chinfan's strength improved so quickly, but now I understand. Combined with Chinfan's previous actions with the puppet, a large direction was undoubtedly exposed. I guess Chinfan's thing is just fighting with creatures. What can we gain from it? That was all Su Hao could think of. But it is more than enough. If Chinfan knew Su Hao's guess, he would definitely be shocked. It is really unclear what Su Hao came up with. Chinfan's system was not far from what Su Hao had in mind. Su Hao's face flushed as if he thought of something. Emotionally excited. If what Chinfan really has such an effect, then it is really possible to reach the top of the tower. Su Hao was quite excited, as the probability was already very high. There will be historic moments. After hearing what Lin Langtian said, Su Hao smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Lin, don't be too confident. I believe that Chinfan still has a great chance. After knowing the function of Chinfan's thing and its good effect, Su Hao once again believed that Chinfan could do this. Lin Langtian was very confused when he heard this. I don't understand why my eldest brother suddenly starts to trust Chinfan so much. Could it be that Brother Su really saw something? Lin Langtian looked towards Chinfan, but couldn't really see any difference. Brother Su, what do you mean? What did you see? Not understanding, he started asking questions. But at this moment, Su Hao had no intention of answering at all. Well, this is a little hard to explain. After the martial arts exam is over, let Chinfan explain it to you in detail. Su Hao looked excited, obviously aware of the specialness of the thing on Chinfan. The trust that the two had placed in Chinfan had already been half fulfilled. At least, that's what Su Hao thought. For something with such an exaggerated effect, it is normal to be able to achieve this. Su Hao was thinking about what Chinfan's future path would be. There's actually nothing much to say about this. As long as Chinfan can grow up smoothly, there should be no problem. Thinking in his heart, Su Hao touched his chin. But the important thing is this, how to make Chinfan grow up smoothly? This is a problem. Thinking of Wang Ji's previous behavior again, Su Hao frowned. He knew very well that Chinfan was in a very dangerous situation. Especially when Chinfan showed such a strong talent again. Such dangers will become more severe. After the martial arts exam is over, we will have to think about this matter carefully. For the smooth rise of the human race, any price we pay is worth it. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes became firm as he looked at Chinfan. Deep in his eyes there is hope for a better life in the future. At this time, in the martial arts tower, Chinfan was teleported to the next level. No extra planning, just the same as before. Continue the same routine and use the puppet as a whetstone. Constantly trigger system critical hits to gain system critical hit rewards. In this way, Chinfan can continuously improve his strength and have the ability to reach the top of the tower. So, it repeats itself like this. The system broadcast sound continued to ring in my ears. Chinfan has made remarkable improvements in all aspects. As for the extent of the improvement, Chinfan did not dwell on it too much. Instead, he focused on fighting the puppet.